My head. It aches terribly. Damn, what on earth is happening? Qi Luo felt as though a tiny figure inside his mind was wielding a microphone, belting out death metal with one hand while the other wielded a whisk, mercilessly beating his brain as if it were an egg. Heavens knew what was transpiring merely a moment ago. He had been sipping cola and enjoying music, blissfully leading his game character, V, into battle at the Adecado tower without any companions. V had just connected to the Divine Network, poised to bid farewell to Silverhand. In the blink of an eye, the screen darkened, and simultaneously, Qi Luo's vision faded to black. A surge of enigmatic energy erupted within his mind, making him feel as though he were on the verge of meeting his maker. Yet this force restrained him as if tethered by a leash. The agony he experienced surpassed that of the kidney stones he had previously endured, combined with the pain of spinal taps, amplifying it at least threefold. It left him in a state of ecstasy and despair, teetering on the brink of transcendence. Time became an abstraction as Qi Luo's consciousness gradually resurfaced, only to find that the pain had subsided, replaced by a profound sense of confusion and dread. What the hell? Where am I? The data stream and spatial configuration. Could it be cyberspace? Indeed, Qi Luo found himself in a tangible manifestation of the network within the game 2077, immersed in the realm of cyberspace. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, he found himself amidst an incomprehensible flow of data, which took the form of structures reminiscent of buildings in reality. Not far away, a pulsating sphere of data was approaching him. Flying towards him? What on earth is this? What is happening? Don't come any closer. As he watched the rapidly advancing sphere, Qi Luo instinctively felt the urge to flee. However, before he could react, towering walls composed of accumulated data suddenly sprang up around him. Despairing, Qi Luo could only watch as the sphere hurtled toward his face. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, and in the next moment, the sphere collided with his palm. A surreal and terrified voice emanated from within the sphere. How can this be? You're not composed of data. It attempted to utter more, but was unable to do so. Qi Luo's hand functioned like a vacuum specifically designed for data, entirely drawing the sphere into it. The sphere vanished completely from the cybernetic realm, leaving Qi Luo in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at his own hand. Void? Have I become a Mithria? Yet before he could ponder further, his body, which appeared strikingly real within the cybernetic space, began to undergo violent fluctuations on its surface. However, these disturbances subsided within mere seconds, leaving Qi Luo's mind inexplicably flooded with a plethora of new information. Specifications for the production of the Kongtao, a 22B ultrasound, military technology, special agent training program. Specification for the production of the Arasaka thermal energy katana, analysis of the principles of Jianli single-molecule weapons, top secret materials from the WNS Bahua section. What on earth? Have I just ingested a database? AI. Can I really consume AI? Is this my reward for traversing dimensions? The novel does not deceive me. The more Qi Luo pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Although being inexplicably thrust into cyberspace was rather undesirable, possessing a golden finger made all the difference. In truth, however, the situation was not as it seemed. The energy that accompanied Qi Luo during his traversal was packaged with his physical form, and due to an unforeseen mishap, his landing site turned out to be cyberspace. In principle, it is impossible for a physical body to enter cyberspace, leading to a series of peculiar interactions between the traversal energy and his corporeal form. Consequently, Qi Luo now existed in a state that was neither fully human nor purely data. He had become a remarkable entity with certain data characteristics, which enabled his body to instinctively retaliate and consume when confronted with attacks from other data entities. The absorbed data was then relayed back to Qi Luo's essence, akin to the emergence of additional memories within his mind. Though, strictly speaking, these were not memories but data, and this ability to consume was merely a serendipitous consequence of his current existence. Nevertheless, Qi Luo remained blissfully unaware, and for now, let him revel in his joy. What am I to do now? How do I escape this cyberspace? Being trapped here for eternity with merely this ability is untenable. Perhaps I should explore my surroundings first. If I encounter other AIs, I could absorb them. Perhaps this will reveal a means of escape? Qi Luo pondered for a moment and recalled a theory he had previously encountered, suggesting that the so-called Mr. Blue Eyes in the game was, in fact, an AI manipulating humanity. He found this notion quite credible, and if it were indeed true, there must be an AI that knows the way out. Without hesitation, Qi Luo commenced his exploration of the cyberspace, venturing forth with unyielding determination. Whenever he encountered an AI, he assailed it with fervor, devouring it with abandon. As he absorbed this knowledge, it grew exponentially, encompassing everything from top-secret experimental projects of major corporations, such as the biotechnology of pure second-generation crop cultivation, military technology designs for the CN experimental models, and the Dragon Knight-powered armor schematics, lesser-known anecdotes about Adam Heavy Hammer and Michiko Arasaka, as well as a comprehensive overview of Johnny Silverhand's romantic entanglements. Qi Luo's awareness expanded to encompass the known and the unknown, the heard and the unheard. All that was once seen and unseen was now laid bare before him. After consuming numerous AIs and fragments of residual corporate data, Qi Luo's condition underwent a transformation, and he found himself piloting a towering mech within the cyberspace. Around him now exists another layer of being composed entirely of data, towering to an impressive height of several hundred meters. At this moment, Qi Luo finds himself enveloped within this colossal form, situated at the heart, yet he possesses the ability to command every movement of this giant. Moreover, Qi Luo feels he has undergone a profound transformation. He is now endowed with an almost omniscient awareness, wielding knowledge and information of staggering magnitude. This sensation of power and enlightenment is both exhilarating and intoxicating for him. It seems I know what to do now. In the cybernetic realm, Qi Luo suddenly halts, realizing that no other AIs or data blocks are in proximity. Should he venture to the network monitoring station to claim the bounty for eradicating rogue AIs, it is likely that the monitoring system would face financial ruin. Thus, and then, after pausing for a moment, Qi Luo commenced his operations. He has nearly assimilated the vast corpus of knowledge within this realm, where ideas intertwine, collide, and continuously give rise to new insights. With this assistance, Qi Luo successfully disowned a portion of the methods underlying the traversing power. He is now endeavoring to reignite that force, hoping to transport himself out of the cyberspace. Spatial transition progress. 0.1. Spatial transition progress. One that I've succeeded. I can finally escape. As Qi Luo observed the gradual ascent of the progress, symbolizing his return to the realm of reality, an exhilarating shout escaped his lips. However, with the increasing percentage, he discerned something amiss. The vast expanse of AI and chaotic data streams he had consumed during this period was overwhelmingly substantial, and technically, this data had not entirely become his own. His body was currently ill-equipped to bear such a plethora of information. Forcibly extracting it could result in a catastrophic explosion of his mind, an outcome he certainly did not desire. Given this circumstance, I shall expunge this portion of data. Resolute in his decision, Qi Luo focused his thoughts, reconfiguring the amassed data streams into a cohesive programmatic flow in accordance with his design. Incorporated into this was a fragment of Qi Luo's remarkably unique form within the cybernetic realm, akin to a personal authorization lock, thereby rendering the program unusable by any other individual or AI. While he engaged in this endeavor, the progress of his consciousness return continued to pulsate, now nearing completion. Having accomplished all tasks, Qi Luo immersed himself entirely in the return progress. Soon, he completed the final stage, his consciousness entering a state of chaos, from which he swiftly recovered. At long last, Qi Luo once more felt the beat of his own heart. With great effort, he slightly opened his eyes. To be alive is truly wonderful. Surveying his surroundings, Qi Luo's emotions were beyond expression. Having journeyed through the cybernetic realm, he now found life exquisitely beautiful. I have arrived in Night City. After venting his emotions, Qi Luo took a deep breath and began to examine his surroundings. It was a dimly lit, small room. The faint pink light allowed him to discern the layout. A large round bed beneath him, and scattered around were condoms and various erotic items. Where in the world have I ended up? Qi Luo was momentarily bewildered, But something else was more pressing. He sat up on the bed, felt his body, and confirmed his current gender, nodding in satisfaction. All the necessary parts were present, save for cybernetic implants. After thoroughly examining himself, Qi Luo immediately realized a terrifying truth. He was penniless. Without a single credit, how would he survive? In the year 2077, where corporations reign supreme and humanity is often disregarded, the loss of knowledge once acquired in cyberspace has left Qi Luo in a state of despair. Without a single penny to his name, he finds himself powerless to resist. In a world teeming with scavenger gangs that prey on the unsuspecting, finding a benevolent soul to aid him is but a fanciful dream, for in this realm, the virtuous seldom endure. Is this the system's cruel jest, thrusting him into a hellish scenario to test his mettle? Damn it, how is one to navigate such dire straits? This is truly a challenge for someone like me, Fat Tiger. Now, he must contemplate his survival, no longer the cyber-enhanced superhuman of his past life, devoid of any implants, wealth, or influence, not even a single acquaintance to lean on, making a name for himself in Night City. Reputed as the most wretched city in America, is a distant dream. Mere survival is a feat in itself. His greatest asset now is his familiarity with the unfolding events, and he must first ascertain the current timeline before making any decisions. He hopes it's not too late, sighing deeply. Qi Luo exhales a sigh of resignation. Truthfully, his heart is not inclined to meddle in the original plot's murky waters, especially now that he is but an ordinary man. Yet, here he is, thrust into this cyberpunk world, a realm he has long yearned to explore firsthand, and to rectify the regrets from the original game narrative. To make any impact here, he must possess some measure of strength, and thus, his path is clear, to leverage his knowledge of the plot to align with powerful allies. Upon contemplating this, Qi Luo steadied his mind, his gaze resolute as if he were embarking on a critical mission, seemingly having made a firm decision. Let us do this, he thought, fully aware of the unfolding narrative. First, he decided to venture outside to ascertain the time. Having clarified his current objective, Qi Luo prepared to step out. He scavenged a few suitable tattered garments from the ground, hoping they would draw less attention to him. Once attired, he exited his room. Navigating through a corridor reeking of refuse, urine, and debauchery, Qi Luo found himself in the lobby of the inn. The air was filled with the sounds of men and women gasping and conversing, accompanied by the cacophony of various vending machines broadcasting their advertisements. The chaotic environment made Qi Luo furrow his brow in discontent. However, a radio in the corner caught his attention. Greetings, dear listeners. This is WNS News. I am your host, Erefikbal. We have just received reports of a group of assailants who have invaded the Kanbi building in the southern Watson district, having assassinated the esteemed leader of the Arasaka group, Lord Saburo Arasaka. Presently, Lord Yorinobu Arasaka, son of Lord Saburo, has ordered a thorough investigation into this band of marauders. Qi Luo was taken aback. Had he crossed into a world of solitude? The plot had already commenced. And Jack was dead. V would still. No. Calm down. There must be a way to salvage this. Yes, V. Rushing out of the hotel doors, he had no time to marvel at the neon-lit steel metropolis outside. Qi Luo sprinted towards the nearest person, and before the individual could comprehend the situation, he eagerly inquired, "Excuse me, do you know where the Keep It Under Wraps hotel is? This is it. What's wrong with you?" "Fuck off," the man retorted, his English catching Qi Luo off guard for a moment. However, he quickly realized that he hadn't equipped a basic cybernetic implant, lacking even a translation module. Thankfully, his prior exposure to American television and films had endowed him with a rudimentary understanding of English, allowing him to retreat awkwardly back to the hotel entrance. Damn, this complicates things further. It turns out not everyone speaks Chinese. But is this really the Keep It Under Wraps hotel? No wonder it looked somewhat familiar, resembling the one from the game. What should I do now? As he stood at the hotel entrance, anxiously contemplating his next move, Qi Luo's sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar plump figure emerging from a room, striding towards the exit, followed closely by a tall, muscular man in sunglasses who was carrying someone. Could it be Dexter? With that physique and golden cybernetics, it was unmistakable. And behind him was that bodyguard along with the recently eliminated V. Having discovered the person he had been searching for, Qi Luo found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, he was elated to have finally located V. On the other hand, he had initially hoped to rescue her before Dexter could intervene. sparing her from the torment of being consumed by Relic and allowing him the opportunity to secure an alliance sooner. Nevertheless, events had transpired, and his focus now shifted to devising a plan to retrieve V's body. Shaking his head to dispel his anxiety, Qi Luo concealed himself behind a nearby dumpster, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Dexter's bodyguards had unceremoniously tossed V into the trunk of a vehicle, preparing to dispose of her. A vehicle? Yes. Where was Delamain? He fervently hoped it hadn't already departed. Quickly regaining his composure, Qi Luo began to scour the vicinity for that life-saving combat taxi. The distinctive black exterior of Delamain's vehicle, adorned with its mosaic patterns and bearing the bullet holes from their recent escape from the Cobalt Tower, led him straight to his target. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards it. Delamain, your client V is in peril. You must come to her aid, Qi Luo implored, rapping on the car window. Before long, Delamain lowered the window, and the familiar mechanical voice emanated from within. According to my analysis, Ms. V's biometric ID has just been rendered inactive due to cerebral death. As per our service agreement, my contract with Ms. V has been terminated. As an AI, Delamain automatically communicated in the language used by the subject, lending a semblance of warmth to the exchange. No. She is not dead yet. She is currently in a state of apparent death. Just moments ago, she urged me to seek your assistance. Surely, your commitment to excellence does not encompass an agreement to abandon clients in their time of need. Interrupting Delamain, Qi Luo swiftly elucidated V's predicament, hoping that Delamain would exhibit the same level of responsibility as he does in the game. Bang! The car door swung open, and Delamain's voice resonated. As you have indicated, I indeed must continue to provide the necessary services. Please enter the vehicle. I believe V will require your aid as well. Can you track the vehicle we just saw? The one belonging to Dexter, the one that paid us. Let us see where they intend to take V. Qi Luo hastily entered the car, momentarily disregarding Jack's lifeless body within, urging Delamain to catch up with Dexter and retrieve V. However, a thought crossed her mind. Dexter is your employer for this assignment, correct? Are you able to take action against him? Rest assured, my clients are V and Mr. Jack. Mr. Dexter is not included in this engagement. That is reassuring. Now, let us pursue them swiftly. Chapter 3. An initial encounter with a notable figure. Delamain quickly pinpointed Dexter's location. As an AI, his capabilities within the network are formidable. Although he is subject to constant surveillance that prohibits excessive actions, such minor matters pose no significant obstacles. Thus, Delamain promptly set forth in pursuit. Dexter and his companions sped through the night, perhaps eager to obliterate any evidence and escape Night City. Delamain had been in pursuit for nearly 20 minutes, running countless red lights before finally catching up to Dexter and his crew, who had already reached the outskirts of the city and entered a landfill. At this moment, he and his bodyguard were carrying V's body deeper into the refuse, oblivious to the approaching vehicle, which was none other than Delamain. Dexter exchanged a knowing glance with his bodyguard, who promptly drew his weapon and fired at the oncoming car. The bullets struck Delamain's vehicle without inflicting any damage. However, they activated Delamain's combat mode. Combat mode initiated upon detecting an armed threat, the system announced. In an instant, 2 gun barrels emerged from the front bumper, directly targeting Dexter and his bodyguard. The 12.7mm mounted machine gun tore through their bodies with ruthless efficiency, yet under Delamain's precise control. Not a single hair on V was harmed. The 2 adversaries did not even have the chance to scream before they were eliminated. Gulping audibly, Qi Luo marveled at the ferocity of the taxi. It was no wonder it had managed to escape from those elite Arasaka soldiers. The threat has been neutralized. May I request you to bring V to the vehicle? Delamain's voice echoed in his ear. Nodding in response, Qi Luo exited the car and walked toward V, noting with a strange sense of detachment the gruesome scene before him. The shredded human bodies, the splattered blood, and the scattered remnants of flesh. Oddly enough, he felt little discomfort, almost a sense of exhilaration at the sight. Doubtless, Qi Luo surmised his prolonged sojourn in the digital expanse had engendered a certain desensitization, an erosion of his sensibilities. V, awaken, he implored, yet, despairing of rousing her, he resigned himself to the task of conveyance. Despite the application of 2 sharp slaps, V remained unresponsive, likely due to the relic's ongoing restoration of her cerebral functions. With a sigh, Qi Luo retrieved a pair of Lexington pistols, along with 8 magazines, from the fallen Dexter and his retinue. Lamenting the irreparable state of their cybernetic augmentations, he turned his attention to V. Good heavens, he muttered. A dietary adjustment is in order, V. Having stowed the firearms, Qi Luo, with considerable exertion, dragged V back to the vehicle. Seated in the passenger seat, he gasped for breath, casting a weary glance at the woman reclining alongside Jackie in the rear. Her disheveled, auburn-tinged hair framed a face that, though possessing an air of roguish charm, was marred by dried blood. Her physique, not dissimilar to Qi Luo's own, albeit with more generous endowments in the bosom and posterior, belied her surprising weight. Pray, establish a connection to V's personal link, he requested. I must conduct a comprehensive diagnostic assessment of her physical condition. You may address me as Qi Luo, he added, and, of course, I shall comply. Upon inserting V's personal link into the Delamain interface, the diagnostic process was swiftly executed. Mr. Qi Luo, Delamain reported, your assessment is accurate. V is not deceased. Her current state is peculiar. The chip appears to be mending her corporeal form. However, her other organs have ceased functioning and are undergoing necrosis. Prompt medical intervention is imperative. Do you have a recommendation for a cybernetic physician? Dr. Victor, you are aware of Misty's psychic parlor next to the H10 skyscraper, correct? We must seek out Dr. Victor. He has the ability to save V without hesitation. Understood. Let us proceed to our destination, Mr. Qi Luo. Thank you for the information. No problem. Let us set off swiftly. After disregarding traffic regulations for over half an hour, it appeared that the NCPD had no intention of intervening. They arrived smoothly at the psychic parlor. Now deep into the night, fortunate enough to find the doors still ajar, Qi Luo hurriedly exited the vehicle and entered, where he encountered the shopkeeper, Misty, adorned with a voluminous silver-white hairstyle and smoky makeup. Hello, what can I help you with? V is dying. Quickly, summon Dr. Victor. Misty, puzzled by Qi Luo's frantic entrance, was about to inquire further when she was interrupted by the alarming news that sent a shiver through her. She's dying? Where is she? How's Jackie? They're both in the car outside. Jack's situation is somewhat complicated, but for now, please assist me in bringing V to Dr. Victor's clinic. We are running out of time. Upon hearing Jack's name, Qi Luo hesitated for a moment before swiftly guiding Misty outside to reveal the two individuals in the car. No. Jackie. Misty's countenance paled as she beheld the ghastly pallor of Jack in the back seat, a consequence of profuse blood loss. His suit was thoroughly drenched in crimson. Overwhelmed, Misty covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. As she teetered on the brink of collapse, Qi Luo swiftly steadied her. Jack's condition is intricate, but rest assured, I believe I can still salvage him. Are you being truthful? Indeed. In essence, our priority is to rescue V. Jack's body will remain in your establishment for the time being. It is conceivable that Arasaka personnel will arrive shortly. Remember, offer no resistance. Allow them to take Jack's body. It is imperative for his salvation. Upon hearing Qi Luo's words, Misty managed to regain a semblance of composure. She inhaled deeply, twice, and followed Qi Luo to retrieve V, who lay on the other side. Together with Victor, who had been alerted to the situation, they carried V into the underground clinic. What ails her? Why the biological monitor? The inquiry regarding the biological monitoring is quite pressing. As Victor prepared to question V, he was abruptly interrupted by the somewhat awkward Qi Luo. Momentarily taken aback, Victor quickly set aside his curiosity due to the urgency of the situation. He retrieved an external display device from a nearby shelf, reminiscent of the power level detector from Dragon Ball. After a brief adjustment, he handed it to Qi Luo, gesturing for him to wear it. This device was equipped with translation and scanning programs in various languages. Once donned, it would automatically convert spoken language into comprehensible Chinese, transmitted directly to the user's ears. How about now? Can you understand? Yes, thank you, Dr. Victor. By the way, I am Qi Luo. Slightly intrigued, Qi Luo familiarized himself with the new equipment. This marked his inaugural experience with high-tech devices from the cyberpunk realm. Upon hearing Victor's voice transformed into Chinese through the device, while retaining its original tone, Qi Luo felt a sense of relief as the burden of language barriers was lifted. Now, Qi Luo, please explain V's current condition. Why does the biological monitoring equipment indicate that all of her organs are deceased while her brain activity remains partially intact? And what about the chip located at the back of her head? What is its purpose? This matter is rather intricate to elucidate, so I shall simplify it. V and Jack undertook a mission to infiltrate the Ganby building to steal a biological chip, an upgraded version of the one from Arasaka's guarding your soul. However, during the heist, misfortune befell them, resulting in Jack's temporary demise and V's as well. They managed to escape, only to be betrayed by an intermediary, leading to a gunshot wound to V's head. Nevertheless, the remarkable aspect of this upgraded biological chip lies in its ability to take control of V's body following her brain death, initiating repairs to her injuries, which allows her to survive. However, the deterioration of her bodily organs necessitates your intervention. The chip cannot address this issue. Do you comprehend? Jack's temporary. The biological chip? Today's series of events is truly testing my heart. I believe I grasped the situation, yet concerning V. I just checked. To save her, I must analyze the impact of that chip on her nervous system, but I fear my equipment lacks sufficient computational power. A Delamain vehicle is parked outside from that AI taxi company. Shall we seek its assistance for a thorough examination? Qi Luo suggested, recalling that in the original storyline, Delamain was indeed involved in this treatment. Chapter 4. A Hope for Restoration. Well, if he is willing, it would indeed be beneficial. Let us ascend and investigate. Upon entering the Spirit Medium's establishment, they beheld several Arasaka agents clad in uniform confronting Misty at the entrance. Please step aside. According to the company's warrant, we must remove the body of Jack Wells. Any further obstruction will not be tolerated. As several agents drew their firearms, Qi Luo swiftly moved to pull Misty back. Jack is within, and you may take him without conflict. Haha. Qi Luo you. Seeing Qi Luo laughing nonchalantly as he allowed the Arasaka personnel to take Jack away, Victor hesitated, his expression revealing unspoken thoughts, while Misty bore a pained countenance, her eyes unmistakably filled with disappointment and despair. Trust me, being taken by Arasaka is a favorable turn of events. There remains hope for Jack. Observing Victor's expression, Qi Luo grasped his concerns but refrained from elaborating while Arasaka's agents were still present. After a brief interval, the Arasaka agents swiftly departed with Jack's body, returning to their tower to report. Misty, Victor, listen to me. I will not harm Jack. Following Arasaka's modus operandi, they will likely employ the Soul Reaper program to extract Jack's digital soul, thereby obtaining pertinent details regarding this incident. I am aware of a location capable of providing cloning technology. As long as Jack's digital soul endures, he can certainly be revived. Misty and Victor responded in disbelief. Cloning technology? How is that possible? Isn't that merely a legend? Even if it exists, how could you persuade them to assist in cloning Jack's body? From what I understand, this may not be a mere fable. By the way, our immediate concern is V. You haven't forgotten, have you? The revelation unveiled by Qi Luo left the two individuals in a state of astonishment. Regaining their composure, they regarded Qi Luo with a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, this revelation ignited a flicker of hope within them. If Qi Luo's words held any truth, then Jack could indeed be revived, rendering all else less significant. Draman, or shall I refer to you as Old Da? This is Dr. Victor, who is currently encountering some challenges in the treatment of V and requires your computational assistance. Are you able to connect to Victor's system? Without further ado, Qi Luo articulated the necessity to Old Da. Upon his agreement to assist, the group returned to the clinic to continue the treatment of the critically injured V. At long last, a wave of relief washed over them as the situation stabilized. Observing the biological readings on the monitor, Victor exhaled a sigh of relief after a night of relentless effort, while the two assistants, who had been diligently supporting him, also relaxed. Old Da departed once he was no longer needed in the early hours of the morning. Old Vi, please be frank with me about V's condition. How much longer can she sustain this state? After a night of collaborative endeavor, Qi Luo had grown more familiar with Victor and Misty, and thus addressed Victor as Old Vi. Have you discerned it? To be candid, although your timely intervention was commendable, the chip's erosion of her nerves far exceeds my expectations. As it stands, V has at most 3 months left. 3 months? Well, that is still quite favorable. Initially, it seemed she might only have a few weeks. With time, we can certainly devise a solution, Qi Luo mused, feeling a sense of accomplishment in having salvaged V ahead of the original timeline, with her condition markedly improved. Indeed, much like Jack. What exactly is this cloning technology you mentioned earlier? Upon recalling Jack, Old Wei thought of the cloning matter previously brought up by Qi Luo, and he turned to Qi Luo, as both he and Misty were eager to clarify this issue. Have you heard of the name Francis Yang? No, who is he? Long ago, he was a scientist in the field of biotechnology, and in 2004, he he developed cloning technology, successfully utilizing it in conjunction with Arasaka's Guarding Your Soul to clone his daughter's body and resurrect her, Adriana. Subsequently, the field of biotechnology began secretive research into cloning technology, perhaps due to the public's reluctance to accept clones or fears of other companies' intentions. They only employed this technology to introduce cloned animals as a fade. Then, on August 20th, 2023, when Johnny Silverhand detonated a nuclear bomb, destroying the Arasaka Tower, the Cloning Research Center of Biotechnology was also obliterated, putting their cloning technology into a state of stagnation. How do you know such information? Are you affiliated with biotechnology? Moreover, according to your account, is it true that cloning technology no longer exists? The complexity of how I know is rather intricate. However, I am not a corporate lackey. The pressing question now is, has the cloning technology truly vanished? As you are likely aware, the commerce of cloned animals persists, and it's plausible that Dr. Francis Young remains alive. I surmise that biotechnological advancements were merely concealed under the guise of that explosion to obscure the reality of human cloning. Consequently, I entrusted Arasaka with taking Jackie, as it offers a glimmer of hope. Misty and Victor were taciturn, needing time to assimilate this revelation, which Qi Luo had gleaned from his avid interest in the cyberpunk universe, amassing information from various sources post-gaming. The veracity of this, one hopes it is accurate. Thank you, Qi Luo. However, what motivates your assistance? I mean, neither V nor Jackie ever mentioned you. Were you acquainted prior to this? Well, how shall I put it? To be precise, my association with V and Jackie is not one of familiarity. I was previously not situated in Night City. I undertook a commission to rescue certain individuals, V and Jackie among them. Qi Luo scratched his head, offering a response that was partly fabricated. He couldn't very well disclose that he was a transmigrator, could he? I see. Victor and Misty nodded thoughtfully, yet decided not to delve further. Their acquaintance was not intimate enough to warrant such inquiries. Knowing him as a friend sufficed. In that case, Qi Luo, does this imply you're an unregistered resident in Night City? I observe that you possess no cybernetic implants, nor a biometric identification, correct? Unregistered resident? What does that entail? Qi Luo was somewhat perplexed. The term black generally refers to individuals lacking any form of identification, typically those from the lower rungs of society who cannot afford certification fees, such as undocumented immigrants. As they possess no identity, they are unprotected in Night City. The NCPD might even sell them to scavengers for organ harvesting. Even if that doesn't happen, they can't do much in Night City since basic services require biometric verification. Victor, realizing Qi Luo's ignorance, enlightened him. Are things really that dire? Is there a solution? Qi Luo stammered, taken aback, having never heard of this predicament. He urgently inquired about potential remedies. Of course, Victor replied. Simply pay the NCPD for certification. It costs 100 eddies. Shall I find someone to handle it for you? Well, as you can probably tell, I'm currently penniless. Would you accept this gun as collateral? Qi Luo asked sheepishly, producing one of the Lexington pistols he had scavenged. Victor chuckled silently. Don't worry about it. You've already helped us immensely. These trifles are inconsequential. I'll take care of it for you free of charge. Oh, thank you, Victor. Also, could you install some basic cyberware for me? I'm currently at a disadvantage without any. Of course, I'll repay you later. Nonsense, child. It's nothing, and besides, you shouldn't be charged for this. Victor gestured towards V, who was lying nearby, and smiled. With a light-hearted chuckle, Qi Luo remarked, one thing at a time. Rescuing her is my affair. As for her gratitude, we can discuss that once she awakens. He then observed Victor's bionic eye shimmering with a cerulean glow as he proceeded to establish Qi Luo's residency in Night City. Victor retrieved several mechanical devices, instructing Qi Luo to recline as he prepared to install the cybernetic enhancements. Chapter 5. The handcrafted system. This comprises the fundamental trio of cybernetic components, a neural interface, a chip slot, and a prosthetic eye. Previously, I had equipped V with a temporary device from the Crossroads Syndicate, and until something superior comes along, this will suffice. It provides basic scanning and a fourfold zoom, which are quite effective. Subsequently, I will install a ballistic coordination processor that will connect with your handgun, allowing for predictive trajectory capabilities in conjunction with the prosthetic eye. Victor provided a brief overview of the functionalities of the enhancements. After administering a stimulant to invigorate himself, he began the procedure on Qi Luo, who was anesthetized. The installation of these basic cybernetics proved to be relatively uncomplicated. Within a matter of minutes, everything was completed. How does it feel? Try out your weapon. You should now be able to see the new interface. Speaking of which, VS enhancements are quite similar to yours at this point. Your identity concerns have also been gazing at the newly displayed interface within his prosthetic eye. Qi Luo, who had long held an interest in such matters in his previous life, eagerly seized the Lexington. At a glance, he noticed a numerical indicator of 21168 beside the firearm, which even registered the magazine he was equipped with. Furthermore, his artificial eye revealed a reticle extending from the muzzle, a testament to the remarkable capabilities of the ballistic coordination processor. Truly, this was a marvel of the science fiction realm. How splendid, old way. I am immensely grateful for this. How much do I owe you? Don't even think of refusing. I must repay you, he exclaimed. Oh, let's settle on 20,000 euros. The prosthetic eye isn't from the Qi Luo division, so it is relatively inexpensive, Wei replied. Understood. Thank you, old Wei. Your craftsmanship is truly commendable, Qi Luo responded, laughter gracing his words. No trouble at all. Misty and I have added you as a friend. Just call on us if you require assistance in the future. All right, I'll remember that. By the way, how long until V awakens? He inquired. Her condition is stable, but her awakening depends on the biological chip. I estimate it may take a couple of days, Wei explained. Contemplating Wei's words, Qi Luo fell into deep thought. With his identity secured and his prosthetic body now in place, he had gained a modicum of combat capability. Should he wait here for V to awaken? Or venture out to earn some money? No, he could not afford to remain idle. Before V regained consciousness, he ought to explore the outside world. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. System, manifest before me. The newly installed cybernetic enhancements had seamlessly connected him to the network of Night City. With a command from his consciousness, the interface of his ocular implant flickered into life, establishing connection. Welcome to the unparalleled and magnificent Qi Luo system. Assessing host's current status. Assessment complete. Host attributes. Physicality 4, reflecting bodily prowess. A higher score allows for the integration of more enhancements. Intelligence 3, indicating learning capacity and cerebral development. For hackers, a higher score enhances computational power. Reflex 4, demonstrating neural quality and reaction capability. Composure 5, signifying willpower. A higher score reduces the risk of cyberpsychosis and indicates better self-control. Scores of 3 to 4 represent average human levels. 5 to 7 denote those who have undergone rigorous training, while scores of 8 to 10 are reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Skills acquired. None, such as shooting or driving, rated from 1 to 5. Level 1 indicates a novice, Level 2 denotes proficiency. Level 3 marks an elite, Level 4 signifies mastery, and Level 5 is legendary. Knowledge acquired. None. Remaining attribute points. 1. Observing the data manifest within his consciousness. Qi Luo's previously hanging emotions steadied. While certain aspects deviated from his expectations, the outcome was nonetheless commendable. Indeed, he had crafted this system himself. To be precise, this is a program entitled Qi Luo, the unrivaled and dazzling champion of the world, a powerful creation born from his previous exploits in cyberspace, where he indulged his dark whims and ostentatious fantasies. This program harnessed all the technological prowess he had at the time, and its capabilities have surpassed what the current empty-headed Qi Luo can comprehend. Moreover, this program has diverged somewhat from his original conception, according to his initial vision. It was devoid of any attribute points, and he could not enhance his physical form through data manipulation. The intended function was merely to provide him with pertinent knowledge when needed, yet the current iteration of the program, while possessing additional features, no longer offers knowledge directly. Instead, it necessitates certain conditions, the specifics of which remain unknown for the time being. Shall I proceed? Gazing at the solitary attribute point, Qi Luo hesitated momentarily before allocating it to his physique. After all, in the perilous Night City, only a robust body could afford him a modicum of solace. A tingling sensation coursed through him. Was it a touch of discomfort, or perhaps a hint of pleasure? Enhancement complete. Current physique, 5. Remaining attribute points, 0. The entire enhancement process seemed to last nearly an hour. He could sense a familiar energy surging through the program, fortifying his body, which left him pondering. This energy, it is reminiscent of the force that transported me. Is it the very essence that altered my program? Well, never mind. Overall, it is a good thing. Why does it seem increasingly akin to the systems depicted in novels? With unanswered questions swirling in his mind, Qi Luo shook his empty head. Under the peculiar gaze of Old Wei and Misty, He threw a few punches at the sandbag in the clinic to gauge his strength. According to the data analyzed by his prosthetic eye, his current strength had increased by approximately 30 compared to before, with speed and other attributes being similarly enhanced. Quite impressive. Satisfied with the data displayed on the interface, he nodded slightly. After savoring the sensation of his newfound strength, he temporarily set these thoughts aside and turned his attention to the information at the bottom of the interface. Commission accepted, client, Dreamin, commission fee, undisclosed. Commission content, deliver V to the cybernetic doctor. Commission completed, commission fee, none, received bonus, €0, knowledge reward, firearm design. Would you like to immediately claim the knowledge reward? What does this mean? It is quite astonishing. There are merely 3 pieces of information, yet the volume of content is substantial. According to the timestamps following the system prompts, the first message was received when Qi Luo and Delamon were on their way to rescue V. Subsequently, the second notification regarding the completion of a commission appeared after arriving at the Spirit Medium's pavilion. The system also rewarded him with additional knowledge, which he could extract. System, extracting knowledge reward, extraction in progress. Extraction complete. A stream of information suddenly surged in his mind, causing Qi Luo to feel a slight pressure, though it subsided within a few seconds. As his consciousness surged, he now possessed a comprehensive understanding of firearms in the cyberpunk realm, including knowledge of principles, materials, ammunition, components, blueprints, and weapon modifications. Yet, he would need to engage in practical application to truly master this knowledge. It seems, after others complete their commissions, might I also receive similar monetary rewards? Furthermore, the knowledge rewards I discovered previously in cyberspace do not align with my initial expectations. Earlier, Qi Luo had not delved deeply into the conditions required for the system to grant him knowledge after he found out about the necessity of certain prerequisites. He had intended to explore the conditions later, but unexpectedly, by a stroke of fortune, he became aware of them. However, the method by which this system bestows rewards and knowledge feels overwhelmingly familiar. So, did I inadvertently create a genuine system? What is this all about? It feels rather delightful. Although unclear about the exact circumstances, Qi Luo experiences an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, he begins to contemplate his future plans. Given the situation, it is indeed time for me to venture out. With money, lodging, and enhancements, I find myself lacking nothing at present. Now that I have the system as a safety net, it is undeniably a profitable endeavor. Resolving his thoughts, Qi Luo requested a place to rest from the contemplative old Wei, who, along with Misty, closed their shops for the night. After an evening filled with emotional highs and lows, everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted. Chapter 6, The One Beneath the Smoke. Well, I'm heading out, old Wei. Misty, if V wakes up, do remember to call me. I still wish to have a chat with her. Rest assured, go on, my child. Take care along the way. Qi Luo. After a refreshing slumber, Qi Luo bid farewell to Old Wei and Misty, officially embarking on his journey through Night City. His first destination is the intermediary in Haywood, Father Sebastian Ibarra, whom Qi Luo was introduced to after expressing his desire to take on some small jobs to earn a bit of money. Stepping out of the psychic parlor, inhaling the scent of motor oil in the air, and observing the nearby brothel and the passers-by glinting with metallic hues, Qi Luo could not help but emit a belated sigh. Ah, the world of cyberpunk, how splendid. Without lingering too long, Qi Luo followed the directions on his personal terminal map and soon found the city's subway. After reluctantly borrowing €50 from Old Wei out of a total of 1,000, he acquired an cart, subway card, which should suffice for a few days of travel. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the Haywood station. As he stepped out of the subway station, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A car not far from Qi Luo lost control, crashing into a lamppost. The pedestrians merely cast a glance before resuming their activities, as if such occurrences were commonplace. As for checking on the occupants of the vehicle, that was not the style of Night City. Help me. After hesitating for a few seconds, noticing that no one else had the intention to approach, Qi Luo advanced toward the car to assess the situation. Within, he heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, he beheld a rather disheveled middle-aged man, clutching his groin in agony, sprawled over the steering wheel. His eyes filled with pain, yet shimmering with hope as they turned towards the only person who had come near. Please, I beg you, take me to see the cybernetic doctor. I will do anything. I implore you. Witnessing the man's dire condition, Qi Luo refrained from further discussion. After assessing that the vehicle was in working order, he exerted considerable effort to drag the man into the passenger seat before taking the driver's seat himself, only to find himself momentarily paralyzed with confusion. Good heavens! How do you operate this car? Where is Haywood's cybernetic doctor? Brother? Brother? Qi Luo glanced at the man beside him, whose expression was gradually succumbing to despair at his words. I can't believe it. You don't know how to drive? Not exactly. The main issue is that I don't have a driver's license. As Qi Luo took a moment to steady himself, he familiarized himself with the vehicles of the cyberpunk world. Fortunately, the differences in functionality were minimal, and the driving method appeared to be quite similar to that of his previous life. Although he had never taken the driving test, he had, in the absence of others, been taught to drive by his father on deserted roads and was familiar with the basic operations. Damn, who needs that? The route. I have it planned. Just follow the navigation in the car. With great effort, the man completed his sentence. And as Qi Luo looked up, a holographic image appeared on the windshield, guiding him toward the correct direction. He chose not to linger on unnecessary words. Starting the vehicle and driving toward the designated location. Contract accepted. Client, George Whedon. Fee, unspecified. Contract details. Transport the client to the cybernetic doctor. A new prompt appeared, but Qi Luo dismissed it. Aside from the name, it bore no substantial information. Hasten your pace. Damn it, are you tormenting me? After merely 100 meters, the man could no longer endure. At this pace, he would surely succumb before reaching their destination. Resigned, he cursed weakly. Qi Luo glanced at the man, noting his disheveled appearance, and gritted his teeth, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Thanks to the technological advancements of the cyberpunk world, the vehicle surged forward with remarkable speed, startling the man and further pallering his complexion. Qi Luo, not faring much better, navigated through the sparse traffic with his rudimentary driving skills. For the sake of his own safety, he reluctantly reduced his speed, and the man in the passenger seat remained silent. How are you feeling? You don't appear to be injured. Yet you look as though you're on the brink of death, Qi Luo inquired, observing the man's gradual calmness. It's the big cannon. I had it installed a few days ago by a foolhardy cybernetic doctor, purchasing black market goods that drained nearly all my savings. I barely had the chance to use it before it started smoking while driving. I feel it's about to explode. Damn, if I survive this, I swear I'll hunt that bastard down. The big cannon? You mean that contraption? Indeed. You didn't know? You can't still be a virgin, can you, buddy? Haraha. Qi Luo hadn't anticipated that he would rescue such an eccentric individual. A bit exasperated, he chose to disregard the man's rambling as pain resumed its grip on him. He indeed possessed knowledge about this contraption. In his previous life, there was a character in a game who had equipped a massive cannon with intentions to detonate it. He recalled having played the role of an amused observer, curious to see if it would truly explode. Ultimately, it seemed. Good heavens. TMD, brace yourself. Recalling the catastrophic end of that individual, Qi Luo dared not delay any longer. He pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the cybernetic doctor with fervor. At that moment, the system emitted a notification. Driving skill level 1, beginner, acquired, self-study reward, knowledge for the next level, proficient, obtained. Would you like to extract the knowledge reward? System. Extract the knowledge. With a mere thought, a wealth of driving techniques gradually filled his mind, equating to roughly 2 years of experience as a dedicated driver. Perhaps due to the brevity of the information, Qi Luo felt little sensation as the extraction completed. Remarkably, the effects were immediate. He found himself increasingly adept behind the wheel, sufficiently capable of navigating the current predicament. After running through a dozen red lights, he finally delivered the smoke-emitting man to the cybernetic doctor. Thank heavens, he had not exploded. The treatment cost 500 euros, but the unconscious man was unable to pay. Qi Luo, adhering to the principle of delivering one to their destination, explained the situation to the cybernetic doctor and covered the treatment expenses. After receiving a response indicating that the treatment would take approximately 1 hour, he settled down, awaiting repayment from the beleaguered man. What does your product catalog entail? Let me have a look. Taking the tablet handed to him by the attendant, Qi Luo intended to discern any differences between the cybernetics here and those in the game, particularly in terms of pricing and efficacy. Paint Editor Type 2. Zeta Technology Sandweiston Type 1. Basic Subcutaneous Armor. Intelligent Connectivity. It resembles the game quite closely, though the models are inferior, offering little of value. Goodness, it's exorbitantly priced. Upon perusing the catalog, Qi Luo noted that none of the cybernetic enhancements fell below 5,000. The larger combat enhancements were even more outrageous. Starting at 50,000 and beyond, a mere mantis blade commanded a staggering price of 100,000, and it was an outdated model at that. This left Qi Luo, who was financially constrained, feeling quite distressed. Moreover, one must consider the current risks of cyberpsychosis. Best to steer clear of the mantis blade and sandweisten for the time being. It isn't merely a matter of affordability. In a feeble attempt to console himself, time seemed to fly as a voice called out, "Hey buddy, still here?" Qi Luo turned to the man he had painstakingly rescued. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am George Swiden, but you may simply call me George. I owe you my life. The doctor informed me that had I arrived any later, my fate would have been sealed. At the very least, I would have been rendered incapable below. Damn, I must ensure that bastard pays for this. All right, George. My name is Qi Luo. I'm relieved to see you're all right, but I must remind you that I covered your medical expenses." "Oh, right. About that. You see, I've spent nearly all my money on this enhancement, so I'm genuinely broke at the moment." Chapter 7. The priest's commission. Suddenly, Qi Luo sensed an impending dilemma. Surely this scoundrel isn't contemplating shirking his debts? Upon examining George, it appeared he was not equipped with any remarkable prosthetics. Qi Luo boldly approached and sent him sprawling to the ground, viciously treading upon his newly repaired cannon. "Are you attempting to evade your debts? Think carefully, for if your words frighten me, I might inadvertently crush something," he warned. "Oh no. How could that be? I am immensely grateful to you. Just look at my Thunder Fury. Although it has aged and suffered a minor collision, it remains remarkably durable. I shall grant you authorization for its use, but do remain calm." George, taken aback by Qi Luo's demeanor, initially perceived him as a mere novice, someone easy to intimidate, thus contemplating his deceitful tactics. However, the truth was he had no money to offer, compelling him to relinquish his vehicle instead. As for the car, it would suffice, albeit reluctantly. "So be it. I shall take my leave now, dear George." Having secured a satisfactory reward, Qi Luo chose not to linger further in conversation. He turned and departed in his silver-gray Thunder Fury Galena G240, its surface marred with patches of chipped paint. As he drove away from the area, he simultaneously diverted his attention to the interface before him. Upon the successful completion of the commission, I received a monetary reward of 13,000 euros along with a military technology combat training program. Just as I had anticipated, the system would bestow upon me an equivalent sum, providing a temporary sense of comfort. However, I couldn't help but question the inexplicably low price of the vehicle, especially since the costs of cybernetic enhancements had risen. It was quite vexing. After a moment of exasperation, I instructed the system to extract the training program from my examination. I soon grasped its functionality, which bore similarities to the chip given to V by TBUG in my previous life. Nevertheless, this training module was more comprehensive. All I needed to do was purchase a blank data chip for 10 euros, upload the program onto it, and insert it into the chip slot behind my ear for activation. With this thought in mind, I wasted no time and parked nearby to acquire a chip. Once prepared, I reclined in my vehicle to commence the combat training, which was precisely the experience I desperately needed. Generally, street dwellers weren't afforded such privileges. Please select a training module: melee shooting, throwing, battlefield first aid, hacking, defense, stealth operations, power armor operation, vehicle driving, combat simulation. I decided to prioritize shooting, planning to explore the other modules at a later time. Entering shooting training. As my consciousness sank into the training program, I felt as though I had blinked, only to find myself in an alternate realm that, while somewhat monotonous, bore a striking resemblance to the outside world. As I stood observing my surroundings in a daze, I was abruptly jolted into action by a kick from the instructor within the training program, signaling the commencement of one-on-one instruction. Exiting the program, Qi Luo glanced at the time. It had only been an hour. Within this brief span, he had dedicated a few minutes to mastering the fundamentals of shooting, subsequently advancing to the first tier where he claimed the system rewards. He then spent half an hour acclimatizing himself to the second tier's shooting mechanics. This refinement enabled him to accurately strike stationary targets, achieving pinpoint precision. However, he found himself somewhat lacking when it came to moving targets. Nevertheless, his rapid progress garnered commendations from the AI instructor, who promptly immersed him in a combat simulation. In this simulated environment, Everything mirrored the realities of the real world. The adversaries were flesh and blood humans who, upon being shot, would scream and bleed, possessing the capacity to retaliate and utter profanities. This vivid realism instilled in Qi Luo a mild urge to retch after he personally eliminated his first foe. Yet it was predominantly overshadowed by an inexplicable thrill. Fueled by this excitement, he quickly adapted to the rhythm of battle, growing increasingly adept with his firearm. Perhaps aided by his knowledge of weapon design, he sensed that with a few more attempts, his shooting prowess would elevate him to the third tier. However, he refrained from continuing, aware that the priest might become displeased after waiting too long. As a novice, Qi Luo was keen to avoid inciting the ire of an intermediary. Current attributes: Physical 5, Intelligence 3, Reflex 4, Composure 5, Mastered Skills, Driving Tier 2, Proficient, Shooting Tier 2, Proficient. The results exceeded my expectations. Could this be the innate shooting talent of our nation? After a moment of self-congratulation, Qi Luo swiftly followed the navigation on the vehicle to the basketball court where the priest awaited, feeling a touch of nervousness as he finally encountered the prominent figure of the Haywood district. "You've arrived, my child. Victor has informed me about your situation. You wish to take on some small tasks to earn a living, correct?" "Ah, indeed, that is accurate. To secure work. I still owe old V 2,000 euros for my prosthetic." "Huh. It seems we have another aspiring individual eager to make a name for himself. Haywood is never short of young souls like you. Well, I do have a task available for you. Depending on your performance, I may have additional assignments for you in the future. Do not disappoint me, young one." "Thank you, father. What does this task entail?" "It is quite simple. A young man named Jiren, associated with the Valentinos, has gone missing 2 days ago. His family and friends have been searching everywhere for him, and they have offered payment for my assistance. I have looked into the matter and learned that a group of scavengers was seen attacking him. Your mission is to venture into that den of rats and bring Jiren back. If he is deceased, you must recover his body as well. That is the essence of the task. What do you say? Will you accept? I would like to inquire about the remuneration for this assignment and the number of scavengers involved. Any information regarding their equipment would be even more beneficial." "Oh, it seems you are a detail-oriented one. This is indeed rare." The father cast a surprised glance at Qi Luo, for typically, such trivial tasks are handled by mindless mercenaries who do not concern themselves with the particulars. Qi Luo's demeanor was unexpected. The only information regarding the number of individuals comes from a witness who reported seeing 3 people. It remains uncertain whether there are others in the stronghold. However, there is no need for undue concern. Although the scavengers boast a considerable number of members, they are predominantly the dregs of society, lacking the means to afford advanced cybernetic enhancements. As long as your marksmanship is proficient, you should encounter no significant issues. Regarding compensation, as a newcomer, you are entitled to a standard rate of 73%, which translates to a sum of 3,000 euros. Are you intrigued? 3,000 euros. Qi Luo hesitated momentarily. While the amount was not exorbitant, he was nonetheless keen to accept the task. On one hand, it presented an opportunity to earn money. On the other, ever since he witnessed Delamon brutally dispatch Dexter and his companion, he felt an unusual desire within him had been awakened. This sensation intensified after his training program, particularly following acts of violence, and upon hearing the priest's account of the scavengers, he felt his body tremble, not from fear, but from excitement. "I accept. Please inform me of their location." Commission accepted. Client, the priest. Commission fee, 3,000 euros. Commission details. Retrieve the item from the scavengers. After affirming his acceptance of the commission, Qi Luo received the coordinates of the scavenger stronghold from the priest. Expressing his gratitude, he turned and climbed into his vehicle, setting off towards his destination. Although the connection was established, it is essential to adhere to some principles. While driving and contemplating the task at hand, Qi Luo recognized that this was his inaugural mission. The opposing team outnumbered his own, thus it was prudent to ensure absolute certainty in execution. Initiating infiltration training. Approximately an hour later, Qi Luo exited the training program, his gaze fixated on the newly acquired skill labeled Stealth Level 2 on the system interface. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he reveled in the acquisition of a combat technique that enabled him to utilize his surroundings and conceal his presence from adversaries. He learned to suppress his sounds, particularly after digesting the advanced knowledge provided by the system following his completion of Level 1. This was undoubtedly more intricate than marksmanship. As of now, He could only claim a rudimentary grasp of the level 2 skill. However, given the simulated challenge of infiltrating the company, the scavenger nestled within an abandoned restaurant was certainly manageable. Thus, let the endeavor commence. With a somewhat theatrical mutter, Qi Luo exited his vehicle and approached the rear door of the restaurant he had recently discovered. The front entrance was guarded by a scavenger, but the back appeared unmonitored, suggesting a scarcity of personnel. Creak. As he pushed open the dilapidated rear door, it emitted a faint creak, startling Qi Luo momentarily. However, upon holding his breath and peering inside, he observed 3 scavengers engaged in a card game at a table near the front. Yet, he could faintly discern voices emanating from a room to his right. Chapter 8. The Rescue. I cannot be seen. I cannot be seen. Chanting the stealth incantation in his heart, Qi Luo observed that the enemy had not noticed the commotion at the back door. Gradually, he merged into the shadows of the wall and stealthily made his way towards the room on the right. You are truly unfortunate. Ha ha ha. I had initially arranged to hand you over to the gang from 6th Street, and perhaps you could have survived. Who would have thought that that fool died yesterday? Now, I am left with no choice but to harvest your organs for a reward. With a sudden thud, Qi Luo discovered that the room contained only a talkative cleaner and a hapless individual bound to the operating table. He swiftly approached from behind and executed a chokehold, his enhanced physical prowess rendering the cleaner unconscious with little resistance. As for his misfortune, I cannot say, but you are indeed in dire straits. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen cleaner, Qi Luo seized a nearby scalpel and performed a swift incision on his throat, a fleeting glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. He then freed the individual on the operating table, helping him to his feet. Upon confirming that this was the intended target, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Evelyn, to be honest, I did not expect you to still be alive. I was sent by the priest to rescue you. The priest? I. Thank you. Evelyn appeared to have endured considerable torment over the past few days, his consciousness barely intact. Yet, upon hearing a few key phrases, he grasped the joyous news of his salvation and incessantly expressed his gratitude. Hold your thanks for now. Let us exit first. Can you walk? Walk. I can walk. I am able to walk. Upon hearing that he could escape this tormenting place, the disoriented Jiren instinctively cried out loudly, startling Qi Luo, who quickly covered his mouth to prevent any further noise. Do not shout, for heaven's sake. Do you wish to bring about your own demise? Only when Jiren had calmed somewhat did Qi Luo release his grip. Sensing that the outside was quiet, Qi Luo made his way to the door, signaling Jiren to follow, and then cautiously opened the door to the room. Hello there, little mouse. Where do you think you're going? A chill ran down Qi Luo's spine. The previous loud noise had attracted attention, and he saw the figure of a cleaner outside, gun raised, aiming directly at him. Just as it seemed the trigger would be pulled, Qi Luo sprang into action. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Splash! Qi Luo had never felt so invigorated. He kicked off the wall and slammed the door shut. As shots rang out from the other side, Qi Luo retaliated, all occurring in an instant, yet his movements felt instinctive, as if he had suddenly broken free from some invisible shackles. Thanks to his swift actions, the assailant could only manage to fire a single shot, the bullet striking the ground, merely serving as a warning to his companion. Meanwhile, Qi Luo had propelled himself behind the surgical chair, sliding smoothly, and the 2 bullets he fired during his glide must have found their mark, as the cleaner did not even have time to scream. Reaction attribute upgraded. Current reaction 5. Self-improvement reward, freedom attribute 0.1. Shooting skill upgraded. Current shooting level 3, elite. Self-improvement reward, next level shooting knowledge. Attribute points allocated to reaction, knowledge rewards extracted. The prompts within the ocean of consciousness affirmed that the series of actions undertaken by Qi Luo were not mere illusions. In a moment of peril, he successfully transcended his limitations and reaped substantial rewards. The now somewhat lucid Evelyn gazed at him with an expression of astonishment, which was also a form of recompense. His reaction attribute had successfully upgraded to level 6, and his shooting skill had reached the 3rd tier, enabling him to hit moving targets with remarkable accuracy. However, the extraction of the 4th tier mastery knowledge on shooting was rather overwhelming, primarily encompassing techniques for blind firing and utilizing the environment to achieve shooting objectives. Qi Luo rubbed his temples in discomfort, taking 7 or 8 seconds to regain his composure. It seemed prudent to refrain from extracting advanced knowledge during combat next time. Qi Luo murmured softly, Are you all right? Did he hit you? Qi inquired with a hint of anxiety, realizing that if Qi Luo had been shot, he would be unable to escape in his current state. I'm fine. Just stay hidden here. Qi Luo waved his hand, signaling Qi to refrain from meddling. At that moment, he overheard the remaining 3 janitors outside discussing their imminent breach of the door, as if the occupants inside could not hear them. Bang! Tat 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 tat. The door was forcefully kicked open, followed by an individual brandishing a submachine gun, ready to unleash a barrage. The other 2 stood by, awaiting their opportunity. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire emanated from the Lexington in Qi Luo's hands. Against these inadequately protected janitors, his third-tier marksmanship allowed the bullets to precisely strike the vital points of all 3 assailants. At last, tranquility descended upon the restaurant. Without haste to summon Qi Luo surveyed the restaurant with his firearm in hand. Upon confirming the absence of any remaining adversaries, he exhaled in relief. This time, they had faced peril without consequence. The sensation of being at gunpoint was utterly dreadful, and although he had ultimately profited handsomely, he had no desire to endure such an experience again. Let us proceed and call for Qi, he declared, returning to the vehicle with a plastic bag in tow. Inside, he had gathered the spoils from his earlier search of the restaurant: a pair of Lexington firearms, a standard sidearm, and an M221 Saratoga submachine gun. Additionally, there were several rounds of ammunition and magazines. After Qi suggestion, Qi Luo utilized his personal connection to access the accounts of the deceased scavengers, transferring all their funds into this possession, which amounted to over 2,000 euros. Moreover, Qi Luo discovered that although the scavengers were minimally modified, 2 among them sported a prosthetic arm and a bionic eye, equipped with a ballistic processing unit. Unfortunately, these enhancements were in such a dilapidated state that they held little value for salvage. Upon returning to the priest's territory with Qi, they were greeted by his family and friends, who had eagerly awaited his safe return. Their joy was palpable, with tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Qi Luo and the priest observed with warm smiles as the crowd enveloped Qi, a sense of satisfaction swelling within Qi Luo's heart. He found great pleasure in such moments of accomplishment. The task was executed commendably. I have transferred 3,000 to you, in addition to a supplementary 1,000 as a token of gratitude from the client. Commission fulfilled. Payment adjusted to 4,000. Commensurate bonus of 4,000 awarded. Acquisition of knowledge, hacking and defense from novice to expert. This assignment is concluded. Qi holds you in high regard. It appears your capabilities are quite substantial, so I can confidently seek further tasks for you in the future, can I? Father scrutinized the newcomer, Qi Luo, who had performed admirably on his inaugural assignment, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Intermediaries like himself preferred to engage mercenaries who were efficient and effective. Indeed, my gratitude to you as well, Father. I believe I am developing an affinity for this lifestyle. Don't speak too soon. I anticipate our future collaborations. Qi Luo nodded, bid farewell to Father, and prepared to return to Old Way to repay his debt and check on Sleeping Beauty V. Current attributes: Physique 5, Intellect 3, Reflexes 6, Composure 5, Acquired skills: Driving Tier 2, Proficient, Shooting Tier 3, Elite, Stealth Tier 2, Acquired knowledge, Firearm design, Training regimens, Hacking and defense knowledge. Account balance: 24,000. Oh. The common folk are truly jubilant. Gazing at the data on the interface, Qi Luo cheerfully hummed a ditty while driving. These were all hard-earned achievements, which filled him with joy. Old Way, I'm back. How is V doing? After greeting the melancholic Misty at the psychic parlor, Qi Luo returned to Old Way's clinic and bluntly inquired, still the same, but how did you return so quickly? Didn't you go to see the priest? I went. I've completed the tasks, and now I've gathered enough money to repay you, he replied. Such swiftness. It seems you possess quite a remarkable ability. That is good. Very good. However, there is no need for you to repay me at this moment. You are in great need of funds yourself. Consider this my expression of gratitude for all you have done. If you continue to insist, I shall be quite displeased. Victor had previously paid little heed to Qi Luo's mention of repayment, as the sum of 20,000 was neither overly excessive nor entirely trivial. Given Qi Luo's prior circumstances, it seemed he would require considerable time to amass such a sum. Thus, he was both astonished and somewhat comforted to learn that Qi Luo had managed to do so swiftly. After the tumultuous events involving Jack and V, He was utterly averse to witnessing any other familiar faces meet a similar fate. Naturally, he felt elated to see Qi Luo thriving. He promptly conveyed his resolute stance to Qi Luo, who still appeared inclined to contest the matter. Adopting a mildly irate demeanor, he asserted, "After all that has transpired, you are akin to V and the others in my eyes. Do not speak further on this matter. If you truly feel indebted, then assist me with a favor, and consider it your commission fee." "A commission? Old Wei, have you encountered some trouble?" Qi Luo, recognizing Old Wei's unwavering stance, refrained from pressing the issue further and instead inquired about the details of the situation. Chapter 9. Panin it hardly qualifies as a nuisance. The local scavengers sought my collaboration, but when they attempted to enlist my aid in dismantling the cyberware of those they apprehended, I declined. Consequently, they dispatched a few lackeys to harass me. I remained unfazed, yet the pivotal concern was that Misty was also present. Scavengers, a despicable lot. The task I undertook today was indeed orchestrated by these scavengers. It seems I have inadvertently crossed paths with them. Very well, Old Vic, I shall take on this matter. I assure you they will not dare approach you again. Upon hearing it was the scavengers, Qi Luo curled his lip in disdain. Following our last mission, he had come to recognize the combat prowess of these lowly rodents. Apart from wielding firearms, they were essentially ordinary individuals. For someone like him, equipped with advanced systems, they were hardly a challenge. He chuckled to himself, feeling confident. Very well, I shall handle it. I have received the coordinates of their hideout. Do exercise caution to avoid any missteps. Contract accepted. Client. Victor. Payment. 21,000 euro. Task. Eliminate the scavengers within the hideout. Not a problem, Old Vic. I shall take my leave now. By the way, I need to find a place to stay. Do you have any recommendations? Also, where might I locate a weapon shop around here? I haven't paid much attention to accommodations, but Misty might have some insights. As for the weapons shop, I will send you the coordinates, Victor replied. Nodding, Qi Luo bid farewell to Victor and returned to the spirit medium's shop. Observing Misty, who was quietly lost in thought at the counter, he hesitated for a moment before approaching her. Hey Misty, how are you? Oh, Qi Luo. I'm fine, trust me. Misty, Jack, V, they will be all right. Perhaps in a few weeks, you will see that bun-haired strongman return to boast, saying, Hey Misty, do you know I knocked Adam the Hammer out with a left hook in the Arasaka Tower, and then delivered a right hook that smashed the head of Arasaka Saburo? Hee. You really know Jack well, Misty. Hearing Qi Luo mimic Jack's voice, she smiled faintly, a hint of nostalgia in her expression. Jack is a wonderful person. He knows I run the shop alone, and fearing I might be lonely, he always finds ways to make me laugh. I truly hope I can hear his stories again. Thank you, Qi Luo. You are also a remarkable person. I believe that if Jack were here, he would really like you. Did you come to see me for something else? I am fine, so feel free to ask for any assistance you may need. Observing the girl in front of him forcing a smile, Qi Luo sighed, realizing that a few words from him would not suffice to console her. And he chose not to press further. Given your present circumstances, perhaps you could reside at V's penthouse in the H10 mega building, which is in close proximity. The accommodations are quite commodious, and I surmise she would not deny her benefactor a temporary stay. Should you concur, I shall escort you there and facilitate the acquisition of lodging authorization. Subsequently, the pair departed from the establishment. In a derelict factory situated in North Watson, Panem found herself in a state of utter misfortune. Since her discord with Saul over corporate matters, she had ventured to Night City in hopes of altering Saul's disposition. However, a task procured through Rogue was sabotaged by her temporary accomplice, Nash of the Wraiths, resulting in the failure of the endeavor and the loss of her vehicle. Yet, Night City, rather than showing leniency, exacerbated her despair. For instance, the furious Panin, initially intent on confronting Rog in the afterlife, failed to recognize the overwhelming allure her unmodified physique held for the scavengers in Night City. Moreover, with her alluring curves and strikingly charming visage, she would undoubtedly be a prime candidate for a sensational black market photo shoot. Thus, the newcomer Panin, who had grown up amidst the harshness of the Badlands and lived the life of a wanderer, found herself experiencing the warm hospitality of the local gangs, only to be captured by the scavengers. Leaning against the dimly lit basement bed, her mind drifted as she reflected on the tumultuous days that had led her here, her teeth clenched in fury. The anger she harbored was directed at Rog, at Nash, at the scavengers, and indeed at this wretched city itself. Night City was undoubtedly ill-suited for wanderers like her. Panin murmured softly, contemplating that had it not been for her family's leader's apparent madness, she would never have ventured into the city to forge a name for herself. And here she was, dragged into this basement after being assaulted by the scavengers, who seemed poised to exploit her for their grotesque endeavors, intending to harvest her organs for a lucrative price afterward. Damn it, ambushed by this scum. If her family found out, she would never hear the end of it. If only her vehicle had been nearby. If only she had been more vigilant. How could these miscreants have overpowered her? This is utterly infuriating. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. However, the immediate concern was to devise an escape plan. Once she was free, none of these individuals would evade her wrath. However, after a thorough search, Pannon found nothing of use. She sighed and glanced at the handcuffs that bound her to the metallic pipes beside the bed. Hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and sat on the floor, bracing her feet against the wall. She leaned back, attempting to force her hands free, disregarding the potential risks of dislocation or fracture. Ouch! The sound of her struggle was marked by a sharp cry. Just as she was about to continue, she noticed a shadow flickering at the entrance of the basement stairs, indicating someone was descending. She quickly halted, sitting upright, and gazed cautiously in that direction. With a crackle of electricity and the sound of something collapsing, faint footsteps began to echo. Soon, Pannon beheld a bloodied man, panting heavily. He bore an Eastern visage. His youthful, delicate features not particularly handsome, yet the blood that stained his body and the predatory gleam in his eyes lent him a certain sinister allure. Clad in a tattered bulletproof vest and wearing an outdated helmet rather than the electronic holographic masks typical of cleaners, Pannon entertained a thought. Hey, I'm here. You must be the mercenary sent by Rog, she exclaimed, surprised to find that the old woman was not entirely devoid of compassion. The man, momentarily taken aback, replied, Rog? Who the hell are you? I'm not a cleaner. Pannon, equally astonished, retorted, not sent by Rog. Then who are you? Are you the one tasked with handling this group of cleaners? Indeed, who else could it be? They brought the cleaners here. Upon hearing Qi Luo's affirmative response, Pannon felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was a comfort to know they were not from that group. However, upon hearing the subsequent inquiry, her anxiety resurfaced. I am Pannon. I also have a mission here. I initially intended to infiltrate and assess the situation, but I didn't expect you to act so swiftly, So, could you perhaps assist me in freeing myself? It's a bit cumbersome for me to manage alone. Blushing, Pannon fabricated a lie. This matter could not be disclosed. It was far too embarrassing. What did you say your name is? Pannon. Wait. You wouldn't happen to know me, would you? I don't recall having met you. Upon hearing Qi Luo's slightly astonished tone, Pannon's heart skipped a beat. Surely, she couldn't have the misfortune of encountering an acquaintance, but she didn't recognize him, after all. Chapter 10, Together with Pannon. No. I don't know you. It's just that my ex-girlfriend shares the same name. It's inconsequential, really. I'm Qi Luo, and I will help you get free now. Qi Luo, with a steady demeanor, casually helped Pannon remove the handcuffs. She didn't ponder much further. Rubbing her wrists, she turned to Qi Luo and smiled, saying, In any case, thank you so much, Qi Luo. I owe you a favor. Let's exchange contact information. Feel free to reach out to me anytime you need assistance. After exchanging contact details, Pannon took a moment to gather herself before glancing at Qi Luo, who seemed to be idling nearby. Do you still possess a firearm? I beseech you to lend me one, that I may assist you in dispatching these scavengers. Scavengers? Are they not already deceased? Qi Luo inquired, feigning innocence. 20-odd scavengers. You have eradicated them all. Surely you jest? Pray, accept this weapon. If you harbor doubts, I implore you to investigate. Qi Luo tossed Panam a firearm and escorted her outside, proceeding to regale her with a self-satisfied account. I am eternally grateful to Victor for entrusting me with this undertaking. Had it fallen into the hands of another, they would have undoubtedly been ensnared in a treacherous predicament. While this stronghold may appear to be merely inhabited by a paltry 23 scavengers, their ranks include a ringleader whose cybernetic augmentations surpass 50%. In addition to several scattered malefactors adorned with an abundance of combat-oriented cybernetics. Furthermore, the factory is replete with surveillance apparatus and a pair of automated turrets. Verily, had I not possessed a modicum of hacking prowess, I would have surely succumbed to this perilous environment. Panam trailed behind Qi Luo as they traversed the desolate and ravaged factory. This contingent, led by the scavenger chieftain Blaze, had established this location as their primary base of operations. The facility boasted an array of amenities, including cyberware dismantling stations, braindance recording studios, corpse disposal incinerators, and a diminutive server room dedicated to the surveillance equipment and braindance technology. At present, this locale had been transformed into a veritable abattoir, attesting to the manner in which Qi Luo had systematically annihilated this band of miscreants. This is where the neck was slashed from behind. This is where the cybernetic body was incinerated. These few were engaged in direct confrontation. Observing the grim scene, Panin swallowed hard. He had only heard tales of someone capable of such ferocity in a 1v23 scenario, but today he bore witness to it firsthand. Moreover, this man was unarmed. Look, that is Brez, the very scoundrel who threatened Old Wei. He is a proficient cybernetic doctor I know well, who sought Old Wei's assistance for their endeavors. That's why Old Wei came to me for resolution. I orchestrated a most dreadful demise for him. His system's firewall was woefully inadequate. After I infiltrated it, he became completely paralyzed, forced to watch as I dismantled his cybernetic limbs, slowly bleeding him to death. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I am not a sadistic murderer. I merely believe that this group of cleanup crew met a fate too swift for their misdeeds. I hope you don't mind. Hearing Qi Luo as somewhat awkward words. As if he too realized the brutality of the situation, Panin suddenly smiled. At that moment, she found the handsome man before her to be quite animated and, dare she say, rather endearing? No worries, they truly deserve their fate. Had it not been for my absent vehicle, I would never have been ensnared by them. Oh, I mean I wouldn't have gone undercover, huh? Enough of this. Do you possess a car? If possible, could you kindly take me to the bar in the afterlife? I wish to have a thorough conversation with the intermediary. Roger, there. The mere mention of discussing Panin seems to evoke a sense of irritation. Qi Luo, fully aware of the unfolding narrative, understands she has just been outmaneuvered and is in a state of agitation. Nodding dismissively, she remarked, "There's a vehicle, but you may need to accompany me to Old Way first. I believe we both require a visit to the cybernetic doctor, and I must inform him about this mission." Cybernetic doctor? Ah, indeed. Where can I find this Old Way? I will drive you there. Upon hearing this, Qi Luo turned to see her. Stained with blood, most of it belonging to others, yet having dealt with so many adversaries, she inevitably sustained injuries herself. A bullet had grazed her left shoulder, and although she managed to temporarily seal the wound with an emergency nanotreatment syringe, it still warranted examination. As for Panin, she too had suffered fractures along their tumultuous journey, but her fury had kept her from acknowledging the pain until now. Finally feeling the ache, she nodded and followed Qi Luo into the vehicle. Old Way, Misty, I have returned. It has been over 2 days since our last encounter. How have you fared? Old Way, have you resolved that issue? I must trouble you to examine us once more. Oh, by the way, this is Panin, a fortunate encounter, who is also here to deal with the scavenger. After greeting Misty, who was still attending to the sleeping beauty, V, and Old Way, who was watching a boxing match nearby, Qi Luo, grinning through gritted teeth, startled Old Way and the others as they assisted her into the surgical chair. After a thorough treatment, Qi Luo felt significantly better and helped lift Panin onto the chair as well. Was that Blaise particularly troublesome? Why are we in such disarray this time? Old Way, with a hint of concern, inquired, while Misty remained silent beside him, her eyes reflecting her worry. It's nothing serious, just a few too many people involved, about 20 scavengers. Some injuries are to be expected. 20? Had I known it was so perilous, I would have refrained from discussing this matter with you, Old Way lamented, feeling a pang of guilt. Don't worry, it's really inconsequential. Just some superficial wounds. Those minor thugs are no threat. Rest assured, they reassured him. Ah well, as long as you are unharmed, take the next few days to recuperate. I suspect V will awaken soon. Observing Qi Luo's nonchalant demeanor, Old Way chose not to press further, silently noting his regret for sending Qi Luo into such a treacherous situation, a favor he must remember, though unspoken. Thank you, Dr. Victor. Qi Luo said you are indeed the finest prosthetic surgeon, and he was not mistaken. Your skills are unparalleled, Panin praised, giving Old Way a thumbs up upon his recovery. Huh, if you keep flattering me, I might take it to heart. Very well, you too. Ensure you rest well over the next few days, and do not hesitate to visit me should any issues arise, he advised before Panin and Qi Luo exited the clinic. Panin turned to Qi Luo and suggested, it's already evening. Perhaps we should find a place to rest before heading to the afterlife? You haven't slept in quite a while, have you? All right, then I shall go alone tomorrow. Thank you for today, Qi Luo replied. Panin glanced at the darkening sky. nodding in agreement. The earlier agitation had subsided significantly, and waiting until tomorrow was manageable without burdening Qi Luo further. Oh, it's nothing. However, I am quite eager to explore the afterlife as well. May I accompany you there tomorrow? Haven't you ever been to the afterlife? With your skills, that seems unlikely. Panin remarked, puzzled. Including Old Way, I have only taken on 3 assignments, one of which involved escorting a hapless soul whose fate was sealed by an impending explosion. To a doctor, do you really think I could gain entry to the afterlife? Impressive, Panin was left speechless. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking. It turns out Qi Luo is merely a newcomer who has also accepted 3 assignments, yet he is exceptionally formidable. Do you have any space available? I could stay with you for the night, and we could venture to the afterlife together tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Panin inquired, realizing it would save some money. As for sharing a room with a male companion, such matters hold little significance for her, having endured a life of wandering since childhood. Oh, if you don't mind, that would certainly be acceptable. Qi Luo felt an inexplicable excitement. He took Panin to V's apartment, and as he lay on the bed, he glanced at Panin, who had already fallen asleep on the sofa, feeling somewhat bemused. I had anticipated more. Yet, it makes sense. Panin is not the type to act indiscriminately. Still, what is this strange sense of déjà vu? He faintly sensed that this scene resembled something from his memories, and with a hint of melancholy, he chose to disregard it, instead summoning the system to review his gains from the past 2 days. Current attributes: Physique 6, Intelligence 5, Reflexes 7, Composure 6, Acquired skills: Stealth, Driving Level 3, Elite, Shooting Level 4, Master, Throwing, Melee, Battlefield First Aid, Hacking Level 2, Proficient. Knowledge acquired: Firearm Design, Training Programs, Hacking Attack and Defense Knowledge, ICE Principal Analysis, Account Balance, 27,000. Since settling into V's apartment, he did not rush to venture outside. Instead, he invested 12,000 in a Biotech Type 2 hacking operating system chip, subsequently dedicating an entire day to assimilating the hacking knowledge he had previously acquired through the training programs. He barely reached hacking level 2, enabling him to craft some practical puppets. This was the foundation of his earlier ability to take on 1 against 23, and it was through this skill that he managed to neutralize the network vulnerabilities of the group led by Blaze, who had merely augmented their bodies without securing a proper IC firewall. Apart from hacking, he spent the remaining day immersed in training programs, enhancing and learning the skills he currently possessed and could utilize. Consequently, his intelligence increased by 2 points, making his manipulation of the puppets feel more intuitive. Following the intense battle, his attributes and several skills were further honed through practical experience. This series of developments has culminated in his impressive status, allowing him to hold his own in the mercenary circles of Night City, thereby providing Qi Luo with the confidence to continue engaging in the unfolding narrative. Chapter 11. Rob. Moreover, during the journey of acquiring hacking knowledge, Qi Luo discovered that contemporary hackers can be broadly classified into 2 distinct. One faction consists of combat hackers, who focus primarily on the destruction of adversary cybernetic enhancements. These hackers possess only a rudimentary grasp of hacking techniques, often relying on pre-written scripts to execute their tasks. The other faction, to which Qi Luo belongs, represents the true S. Had it not been for the systematic indoctrination provided by the compendium titled From Novice to Master, Hacking Offense and Defense, Qi Luo mused that, with his previous intellect rated at a mere 3, it would have taken him decades to reach his current level of expertise, despite currently being at a mere second-tier status. Qi Luo enjoys considerable prestige within the mercenary community. It is noteworthy that since the initial network was decimated by the infamous hacker deity, Bartimos, and the subsequent collapse caused by the Romer virus, the establishment of the Black Wall was a hard-won achievement that preserved a segment of network security. This initiative led to agreements with major corporations, allowing for the enforcement of network oversight and granting the authority to combat the rogue hackers who had proliferated. Consequently, apart from those trained by corporations or those who inherited hacking knowledge from predecessors, aspiring hackers face significant barriers in their pursuit of this craft. Thus, in the mercenary marketplace, a capable and authentic hacker like Qi Luo is highly sought after, especially since he has recently completed a task for Lao Wei, acquiring the coveted IC technology, typically reserved for large corporations. Mastery of this technology promises not only to enhance his ability to breach others' defenses, but also to fortify his own against incoming attacks. However, this necessitates setting up a complete server system. For this mission, in addition to spending 12,000 on the operating system, I also invested 5,000 in a bulletproof vest, helmet, and tactical pants, along with another 1,000 for 2 vials of healing serum. Had it not been for the system's reward of 21,000, I would have been left utterly destitute. After achieving significant progress in his hacking studies, Qi Luo's confidence soared, and he initially intended to eliminate that group of scavengers. However, upon further investigation, he discovered that the enemy's numbers and their level of cybernetic enhancement far exceeded his expectations. Thus, he returned to bolster his arsenal before daring to confront them, which fortuitously led him to rescue Panin. I recall that the scavengers' territory contained a server, and I have yet to claim the spoils from them. In my haste to tend to Panin's injuries, I completely overlooked this matter. I shall revisit it tomorrow, hoping it hasn't been seized by others. Having organized the recent events in his mind, Qi Luo finally settled down and drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by a well-rested Panin as noon approached. "Wake up, Qi Luo. We must head to the afterlife." I can hardly contain my desire to show that old hag, Rog, a thing or two. Just out of bed, Panin appeared somewhat exhilarated. With vibrant energy, she pulled Qi Luo up and hurriedly prepared him before driving towards the afterlife bar. "Step aside. This is my partner, and we're here to see Rog." She greeted the bodyguard blocking the entrance to the afterlife. Together, they entered this mercenary haven of the Night City, the legendary bar, Afterlife, the domain of the intermediary queen, Rog. "Ah, a new face. What can I get for you?" As Claire, the red-haired bartender, greeted them with a smile, Qi Luo, who had been dragged in by Panin, politely declined Johnny Silverhand's liquor, despite his curiosity. Well, Panin, what's the meaning of this? And who is this individual?" Rogue, with her silver hair and regal demeanor, inquired calmly, casting a glance at the pair. "What's the meaning? Rogue, this partner you found for me. Remember Nash? He double-crossed me. He took the goods and the vehicle. Without Qi Luo, I wouldn't even be here talking to you." Panin exclaimed. "Calm down, Panin. You must understand the rules of this trade. Regardless of Nash's actions, the loss of the goods is your responsibility. I am not your caretaker, nor am I obligated to clean up your messes." Rogue responded coolly. "Obligation? Screw your obligations. I can handle this myself without you," Panin retorted, storming out in a fit of anger, forgetting about Qi Luo, who stood there looking slightly helpless. "Qi Luo, is it? So you're the one who rescued Panin? Seems like you're a decent person. Looking for some work?" Rogue inquired, noticing Qi Luo's expression. "Well, I could help you handle Panin's affairs." "What do you say? Oh, have you taken a liking to that young lady? Forget it, it's none of my concern. This is the information regarding Nash. If you wish to assist, feel free, but there is no commission involved. Commission received, client, Rog, commission, none. Task, retrieve Rog's goods and complete the transaction." "I understand. Thank you then. I shall take my leave." Upon receiving intelligence from Rog, Qi Luo did not linger and promptly followed Panin out of the afterlife. "You're out? What did that old hag say to you?" Panin casually inquired as he waited outside, assuming Qi Luo intended to take on a task. "I told you not to mind. I requested Nash's information from Rog. It should prove useful." "What? That old hag Rog? Couldn't she just hand it over directly to me?" Well, I still owe you my gratitude." Panin looked at Qi Luo in astonishment, then began perusing the information he sent, realizing it was precisely what he needed at that moment. With a complex expression, he thanked Qi Luo, though he did not spare Rog from his scorn. "So, you intend to assist me? Why? I cannot say. Perhaps it is simply your appealing appearance and amiable disposition? Ha ha ha. If you say so, I shall take it to heart. Your taste is commendable." In truth, Qi Luo himself could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it was the remnants of past memories that influenced him. He held a notably high initial fondness for Panin. And considering the few trustworthy individuals in Night City, he recognized that Panin's character was quite suitable for fostering a friendship. In light of his capabilities, he was quite willing to lend a hand to the young lady, perhaps anticipating unforeseen rewards in the future. "Thank you, Qi Luo. This truly means a great deal to me. However, let us delineate matters clearly. I am a wanderer of the Adecado clan, and we hold the principle of mutual assistance among wanderers in high regard. Your aid this time will not go unreciprocated. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall certainly oblige." Upon hearing Qi Luo's response, Panin felt a surge of joy, perhaps buoyed by the praise, or, after enduring a series of misfortunes, finally discovering a trustworthy friend in this wretched city. With unwavering determination, she assured Qi Luo of her readiness to assist at any time, and he believed her words to be genuine. When called upon, she would indeed rise to the occasion. Just wait. You shall not be spared from my troubles in the future. Yet, we have some preparations to undertake. We cannot simply charge in recklessly. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. What are your plans? Panin did not contest Qi Luo's suggestion. Her subsequent acquisition of military technology from the moth lizard and her ascension to the leadership of Adecado indicated that she was no mere fool rushing headlong into danger. In the original narrative, it was the absence of familial support that led her to recklessly storm the chaotic stronghold. Had it not been for V's unparalleled skills, they might have met their demise. Now, with Qi Luo's guidance, she understood that haste could only lead to their downfall. It was imperative to avoid a futile sacrifice. First, let me return to yesterday's scavenger outpost. There are still some supplies we can utilize. Afterwards, we shall seek out Nash and confront him. Thankfully, no one has yet discovered what transpired here, and everything remains intact. Let me take a look. Upon entering the factory, the sight of utter disarray greeted him. Yet the items were still available. Qi Luo breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned Panin to assist in tidying up. Just then, Qi Luo received an unexpected phone call that compelled him to temporarily abandon his initial plans. Panin, the plan has changed. I will restart the turret to guard this location while we make a trip to Old Way's clinic. Perhaps we might acquire a formidable ally. An ally? Well, if you insist, having more help is never a drawback. Panin nodded nonchalantly, and together they returned to Old Way's clinic. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of a forlorn Old Way, the gentle Misty, and V, who had propped herself up, equally despondent and bewildered as she gazed into the air beside her. I have arrived. What is the situation? Does she know? Qi Luo inquired about Old Way, eager to ascertain whether V was aware of her current condition. Chapter 12. The formal encounter with V. I have disclosed most of the information to her, including the chip and the personality construct known as Silverhand. However, the remainder is best conveyed by you. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Old Way offered little else, appearing relieved at Qi Luo's presence before sighing and exiting the clinic, seeking a moment of respite with a smoke. Hello, you must be Qi Luo, the one who saved me? Gazing at the delicate eastern features before her, V felt a sense of bewilderment. She had heard from Old Way and the others that someone had rescued her and brought her back, initially thinking it might be a friend she recognized, but it was now clear that this was not the case. Greetings, V. I have long admired your reputation, Qi Luo said with a smile, though her words left V somewhat perplexed. You know me? Am I truly that well known? Indeed, to some extent. This was one of the reasons I intervened on your behalf. By the way, how much do you know about the chip in your head and that personality consciousness? You're referring to Relic? Old Way shared some information with me. I understand it contains the consciousness of Johnny Silverhand, and I can see him. In fact, he is right beside you, cursing away. V pointed to the empty air beside Qi Luo. Ignore him. His memories are still trapped in the moment after the Arasaka Tower explosion, when he was slain by Saburo Arasaka, filled with rage with no outlet, merely wishing to take control of your body once more. What? How do you know that? V asked, surprised. I have gleaned much from his memories. For instance, did you know you have only 3 months left to live? What? How is that possible? Old Way said he had cured me. He is the best, the finest cybernetic doctor in Night City. True, I am aware. But he cannot resolve your current predicament. He lacks the heart to tell you. That is where I come in. Qi Luo's voice resonated coldly in V's ear. V was momentarily stunned. Having been shot in the head by Dexter, she should have been unequivocally dead, yet here she was, inexplicably revived, only to be informed that she had a mere 3 months to live. She found herself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Her mind, with an intelligence of merely 3, was a chaotic mess. What should I do? Surely, there must be a way out. What about Arasaka? They created the biological chip. They must have a solution for my predicament, right? V clung to this lifeline, urgently questioning Qi Luo. You're overthinking it. Strictly speaking, this biological chip is merely an evolution of the Soul Killer, which was not developed by Arasaka. Why would you assume they would assist you? Qi Luo coldly shattered V's illusions. What can I do then? Tell me, what should I do? V, listening to Qi Luo's words, let out a desperate howl. She was just a small-time mercenary who had bungled her mission, utterly unaware of what she would become. All she felt was despair creeping into her heart. Qi Luo was not surprised by her state. He calmly continued, "That's why I possess considerable knowledge, and coincidentally, I know a bit about your dilemma. There are 3 potential solutions, and I can share them all with you. It's up to you to choose." "What?" V's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "The first option involves collaborating with Arasaka, who would sever the connection between your consciousness and that of Silverhand, allowing you to become yet another digital soul in the realm of the gods, much like Jack, awaiting the resurrection through cloning technology, though the required time remains uncertain. The second option is to ally with New America. As far as I know, their technology can entirely resolve your predicament, yet the cost entails 2 years of unconsciousness, after which your body would be exceedingly fragile, relegating you to a mere mortal existence, incapable of utilizing any cybernetic enhancements, rendering you vulnerable to even the most ordinary of individuals. The third option involves collaborating with Silverhand's former lover, Alt, who currently exists as a deity of AI behind the Black Wall. Assisting her in entering Arasaka's realm, she could address your issues, albeit only by prolonging your life, as the nerves ravaged by the relic cannot be restored, necessitating alternative solutions. After articulating these options, Qi Luo fell silent, exchanging glances with Misty beside her and the astonished Panam in the corner, all awaiting V's response. Silverhand exclaimed, "Of course, we shall choose the third option. Do you truly wish to collaborate with the corporation or New America? They would merely devour you whole, leaving not even a bone behind." Silverhand, "Listen, V. When I first awoke, I thought you were merely a pawn of Arasaka. However, my perspective has shifted, my time has passed, and I hope you can endure." Silverhand, "Trust me, V, entrust your body to me, and I shall deal with Alt, handle Arasaka, manage everything, and then return your body to you." Silverhand, "Let us fight together and reduce this world to ashes." In response to Silverhand's incendiary rhetoric, V remained silent, feeling a sense of confusion. She was but a humble mercenary, harboring some discontent towards the corporation and the societal status quo, yet she harbored no desire to obliterate everything, especially not by surrendering her body to a terrorist who would detonate a nuclear device in the heart of the city. Her singular wish was to survive and, alongside Jack, become a legend in Night City. "Do you have any suggestions?" Since you are so well informed, V turned to Qi Luo. "Well, I would recommend the third option, which is also what Silverhand desires of you. However, if he speaks of turning things to ash, take it with a grain of salt. Do not let it weigh heavily on your heart." "How? Can you see him?" Upon hearing Qi Luo's response, V inquired in astonishment, while Silverhand looked on in perplexity. Yet, Qi Luo shook his head. "I cannot see him, but given his nature, it is not difficult to conjecture. So what are your thoughts?" "At present, there are no alternative routes. I shall follow your lead. What should I do? By the way, why do you assist me? Seeing your plight, idly bored. You may think as you wish, and I too can harbor my own thoughts. Ultimately, it matters not, for our objectives do not conflict." Listening to V and Pannon pose similar questions, Qi Luo could only helplessly engage in trivial banter. Originally, he believed he had no support in this world and contemplated clinging to Sister V for assistance. However, circumstances shifted unexpectedly, and he gradually discovered his own capacity to survive in this realm. After enduring numerous trials, he was no longer the inept recluse of his former life. An inner strength subtly urged him to extend a hand to those characters whose fates were tragically predetermined in the original narrative. At that moment, he felt akin to a player in a game, brimming with confidence in his abilities and a profound emotional connection to these characters, compelling him to forge his own conclusion within this narrative. Thus, he resolved to take action, provided it did not jeopardize his own life. After a brief discussion, V, having accepted the reality of her situation, stirred slightly and felt her body had recovered significantly, unlike the feeble state she had been in upon awakening in the original story. Observing her condition, Qi Luo decisively proposed that she accompany him to the scavenger's base, where they could slowly discuss their future plans. Then, together with Pannon, he took V and headed back to the scavenger's hideout. On the way, he explained the current situation to V, and that is essentially the matter at hand. There is much to be done, but the immediate priority is to assist Pannon in resolving his current predicament, after which we can embark on our subsequent plans to save your life. Upon mentioning the life of his dog, V's eye twitched, yet he managed to suppress his reaction, a detail that Qi Luo overlooked. For now, we must first collect the useful items left by the scavengers, particularly that server, which will prove invaluable in the future. By the way, did Misty inform you? During the days of your unconsciousness, I found myself without funds, so I stayed at your place. However, now that you are awake, I shall promptly find a place of my own, rest assured. Upon hearing that Qi Luo had been a guest in his home for several days, V's eye twitched again. Well, this is my savior, I shall bear it. After this matter with Panin is settled, V, you must seek out Judy to inquire about Evelyn's whereabouts. If we arrive promptly, there may still be a chance for her rescue. Then you need to extract the information about her employer from Evelyn. Moreover, Silverhand made a duck gesture, incessantly chattering. Your master is calling you to work. V listening to Silverhand's banter. Although aware that Qi Luo was devising a plan for his salvation, V felt a dark cloud of irritation gathering above him. The more he listened, the more displeased he became. Qi Luo's words were reminiscent of those insufferable corporate dogs. Enough is enough. Bang. Ouch. What are you doing? Silverhand. Haha. That's exactly what you should do. Delivering a resounding blow to the buffoon, V, at the end of her rope, landed a punch squarely on Qi Luo's head. A cathartic release to be sure, or so V mused. Qi Luo yelped in response. V's raw strength felt like it had to be at least a 10, a purely corporeal gift unaugmented by cybernetics. He could practically feel a lump forming on the back of his head. He turned around, incensed. What was her problem? Oh, nothing. V responded, feigning innocence. Just swatting away a fly. You're welcome. Haha, you two only just met, and you're already this chummy? Panam teased, observing the impromptu scuffle. A tinge of envy colored her gaze, reminiscent of friendships she had once shared within the clan. Chummy? Humph, whatever. Weighing his odds against V, Qi Luo decided discretion was the better part of valor. It was then that they finally arrived at the abandoned factory on the northern outskirts of Watson. Chapter 13, A Futile Endeavor. Inside the scavenger den. All set. What's the plan now? You really think this junk is going to be useful? Panam asked, skepticism evident as she surveyed the pile of debris. Don't be like that. With a little elbow grease. This stuff could be just what we need to ensure everything goes smoothly. Qi Luo's plan began to solidify as he eyed the spoils before him. What do you say I set up shop here? A little renovation, and you guys could use it as a base of operations, too. Qi Luo's excitement was palpable as he posed the question to his companions. Indeed, it must be said that the scavengers have discovered a rather commendable location, equipped with readily available electricity, making it quite suitable as a base. V and Panin pondered this notion, and it certainly appeared promising. Right? I knew my judgment was sound. 2 automated turrets should suffice for my defense for the time being. I can always acquire additional resources later. However, let us set that aside for now. Panin, please assist me in dismantling this turret. With a glimmer of hope for the future, Qi Luo suddenly remembered something urgent and pointed to an automated turret, addressing Panin. Dismantle it. Aren't you planning to use it for defense? What are you up to? I intend to load it onto my vehicle. If there were enough space, I would have taken 2. That would be quite impressive. Oh, your mind is quite sharp. How did we overlook that? Upon hearing his plan, Panin quickly grasped the situation and enthusiastically commenced the task, leaving only V and Qi Luo exchanging bewildered glances. By the way, I haven't inquired about your skills yet. V suddenly realized that she was unaware of the abilities V had acquired. Recalling the past, the V who had commanded the mod was a paragon of versatility, possessing 5 enhancements. Clearly, that was no longer feasible in reality. Oh, there's much you don't know. How intriguing. V teased, though this was her savior. It didn't impede her sharp tongue. I have a smattering of skills. If one were to speak of mastery, it would pertain to marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat. The favorites of Haywood, the Street V. I see, Qi Luo murmured to herself. If you have no other matters to attend to, why not give this chip a try? It is a military-grade training program. Having been in a coma for so long, let us consider it rehabilitation. Ah, you again. Just as the words rehabilitation escaped my lips, V's righteous fist delivered swift justice. Qi Luo clutched her head, gazing up at V, whose fierce demeanor was threatening. Well then, let us not dwell on past grievances. I shall present the training chip with both hands. Silverhand remarked, this device. I once used a similar one in the military, though it lacked this level of sophistication. Where did this young lad procure such a treasure? He continued, remarkable. It surpasses even the one I used before. I hadn't realized you had access to such fine goods. By the way, with your extensive knowledge, you wouldn't happen to be affiliated with the corporation, would you? V, engrossed in examining the training program, and Silverhand both expressed their astonishment. As they reminisced, V's expression darkened slightly, a detail that did not escape Qi Luo's notice. Rest assured, I am no corporate lackey, and you needn't wear that melancholic expression. Your dear brother Jack still has hope. Focus on your own troubles for now. I heard from Old Wei about the cloning. I still find it hard to believe, V replied, leaving Qi Luo's words hanging in the air. After all, a stranger had inexplicably saved her life, and now, inexplicably, he was facing death. It all involved powerful corporations, even New America. Just as Johnny had once told her, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. This was Night City, after all, where sons could murder fathers. In this city, kindness is but a rare occurrence, overshadowed by an endless cycle of exploitation and betrayal. V, having roamed the streets since youth, is acutely aware of this reality. However, with no other options at his disposal, he resolves to follow the enigmatic figure for the time being. You had better hope that my words ring true, V muses. Otherwise, your dear brother shall remain forever ensnared in the divine chariot, and your chances of salvation will diminish considerably. Qi Luo, unperturbed, recognizes the necessity of maintaining a degree of vigilance towards strangers after spending considerable time in Night City, particularly as one who harbors no ulterior motives. Behold, V, your great hero, the savior Qi Luo, a veritable saint of our times. Silver Hand exclaimed. If you were not a fool, you would surely sense the underlying treachery here. How about this? Consider me your contractor, and settle the fee for saving your life. You may decide the amount. Following that, I shall take on the task of resolving your biological chip dilemma. As for compensation, how does employing me as your bodyguard sound? In a moment of inspiration, Qi Luo proposed this to V, driven not only by the prospect of acquiring a little extra for himself, but also by a curiosity to see if this would trigger a system response. Very well, V replied. However, I currently possess only €5,000, which I shall transfer to you now. The remainder shall stand as a debt of gratitude. Without further contemplation, V acquiesced, recognizing that Silver Hand was indeed correct. Such transactions were the very essence of the Night City she knew. Commission completed, commission fee, €5,000. Received a monetary reward of €5,000, acquired knowledge reward in general mechanical technology. Commission accepted, commission fee, bodyguard, commission content. Resolve the relic hazard concerning V. Excellent. V is quite satisfied, and Qi Luo is equally pleased. They have secured their payment and learned a new application for the system, a true win-win situation. Having accepted your commission, I shall be forthright with you. Although my intention is to assist Panin, her family, the Adecado, may prove beneficial to you in various aspects in the future, I suspect this endeavor shall not take long. Once this matter is resolved, we shall commence our real work. What say you? Qi Luo elucidated to V the reasons for aiding Panin and inquired about her thoughts. With no other pressing matters at hand, V consented and proceeded to study the training chip. I have completed the modifications on your vehicle. However, I must suggest you consider acquiring a more reliable car. The current Galena is rather dilapidated, and I worry that the turret may not withstand many shots before the roof shatters. At this moment, Panin had just finished her tasks and approached, having been engrossed in adjusting the turret and unaware of the ongoing situation. No worries, we shall replace it later. Let us first focus on completing this task. Next, I shall proceed to the machine room to compose something. Will you modify the weapon? I wish to gather the useful remnants scattered about. I have provided you with the modification design blueprint. Simply follow it, and it shall come together. Oh, this is indeed a grand undertaking. I had no idea you possessed such skills. However, I am quite fond of this. Leave it to me. Upon receiving the design materials from Qi Luo, Panin was astonished and then set about tinkering with the scraps. Qi Luo smiled faintly, assuring him that there were many more surprises to come, ones that would leave him astounded. He then busied himself with his own tasks. What Qi Luo provided to Panin was a comprehensive set of modification blueprints for an entire suite of equipment, meticulously tailored based on the spoils of war they had acquired. Among these were 2 modified Lexington handguns, whose firing rate had been reduced, yet whose recoil had significantly increased, allowing them to easily penetrate basic subdermal armor. Additionally, there was a shotgun, the DB-2 Sad-Era, remodeled using electromagnetic technology, a shotgun cannon, if you will, with specially designed ammunition crafted by Qi Luo. Augmented by the power of electromagnetic charging, he estimated that this weapon could obliterate enemies hiding behind cover, reducing them to mere pulp. Yet, that was not all. To ensure absolute reliability, Qi Luo had made slight modifications to the automatic turret mounted on their vehicle, enhancing its power and rate of fire, albeit at the cost of increased barrel wear. Furthermore, he was currently working on another device in the machine room, an automaton that featured a combination effect akin to the game mechanics of chain infection and electromagnetic short circuit. When struck, the assailant's cybernetic body would experience a short circuit, necessitating a brief period for rebooting before it could recover. Qi Luo aptly named this creation "Seize the opportunity to take your life." The intricacies involved in crafting such magical dolls are considerably less formidable than those associated with infiltrating corporate systems to extract sensitive information. The primary challenge lies in the initial endeavor of circumventing or breaching the adversary's ICE firewall to upload the magical doll, a task that consumes a significant portion of Qi Luo's computational power. Even with the computational support from the server farm, Qi Luo would struggle to achieve the collective hacking effect akin to a contagious breach. However, the remarkable aspect is that he currently possesses the classified technology known as ICE principal analysis, allowing him to create magical dolls without the necessity for extensive computational resources. Instead, it merely requires a fraction of the power to bypass the defenses while accomplishing the same outcome. Ah, the marvels of the system, Qi Luo mused. The server connection established. With a sigh of relief, he prepared for departure. Having completed the final string of code and ensured its accuracy, Qi Luo gazed at the magical doll, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Utilizing it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. "I finished my part as well, but I was just curious," Panin inquired, stepping closer. "Since the Badlands cannot connect to Night City's network, is the program you wrote intended for vehicles?" Chapter 14. Arrival at Adecado. What? A wave of confusion washed over Qi Luo as he questioned the unexpected scenario before him. Where did this setup originate? "I have never encountered such a thing." "Ah, you don't know? Oh, so you weren't from Night City before." "Well, it's like this. The Badlands operate on an entirely different network that we developed ourselves. However, due to sandstorms and weather conditions, the signal tends to fluctuate between strong and weak. If you wish to communicate with Night City from the Badlands, one must utilize a special channel. Though this channel resides within the family, and I have just severed ties with mine." Panam explained the network situation in the Badlands to Chisato, before falling into a contemplative silence. "Panam, do you long to return to your family? Your expression resembles that of a lost puppy." "Get lost? Are you looking for a fight?" Panam retorted with a chuckle. "Honestly, if you wish to return, why not seize this opportunity to pay them a visit? I could bring along this automaton I crafted. It is a specially designed piece with minimal computational demands, capable of producing a wide-range electromagnetic short-circuit effect. It works wonders against those chaotic scavengers and nitrates, silent as a whisper. Trust me, once you present this marvel to the discerning eyes of your family, they will surely come to fetch you with great fanfare," Chisato suggested thoughtfully. He understood that although Panam had departed from her family, she did so with the intention of finding a way back for them. If she had to return eventually, why not facilitate her journey and gain the friendship of a devoted, wayward family? "Really, Chisato? Are you serious? Could that actually work? I mean, after all, it is your possession," Panam exclaimed, astonished, touched, and somewhat incredulous. If what Chisato claimed were true, the price on the black market for such an item would certainly rival that of top-tier combat augmentations. "It's quite all right. Consider it a trivial favor among the many I've already extended," Qi Luo waved dismissively. He hadn't exerted much effort, so he was happy to do a good turn. "Absolutely. I assure you, the Adecados will forever be in your debt," Panam exclaimed fervently. Her elation stemmed not merely from the prospect of returning to her clan, but primarily from the potential of aiding her family. "Excellent. Shall we depart forthwith? Let's gather our gear and head to your clan, then proceed to eliminate that scoundrel Nash." Qi Luo promptly redirected the conversation, preventing Panam from expressing further gratitude. Panam, regaining her composure, took the driver's seat, guiding V and Qi Luo towards the Adecado camp outside the city, traversing streets, overpasses, and the seemingly boundless desert. The trio eventually reached their destination, a camp nestled deep within the Badlands. The structures consisted mainly of tents and repurposed trucks, with a group of people gathered around a campfire in the camp center, engaged in convivial drinking and conversation. The camp, though modest in size, housing perhaps 100 individuals, exuded a sense of communal harmony rarely found within the cities of the cyberpunk world. Both Qi Luo and V found themselves drawn to this atmosphere. Two individuals tinkering with a generator near the camp's entrance paused, their expression shifting to surprise as they observed the trio emerging from the vehicle. They soon greeted them with playful banter. "Well, what brings such esteemed figures back to our humble abode?" remarked a man in a hood, sporting an advanced combat cybernetic arm on his left side. "Huh, is that a person or a specter? Or perhaps I'm still inebriated," another jested. Before them stood a rugged man clad in green overalls, his left hand adorned with an unmistakably advanced combat prosthetic. "Bah, to hell with it. I shall introduce you to my companions. This is Qi Luo and V, my partners. Qi Luo has been of tremendous assistance to me. And here are Mitch and Scorpion, two old friends," Panin jestingly remarked as he nudged the pair. Upon hearing this, Mitch and Scorpion's gazes softened significantly as they regarded Qi Luo. "Thank you for taking care of this young lady. However, might I inquire what brings you here today?" Mitch asked. "I seek to find Carol, to show her something in the hopes it may prove useful. Additionally, I may require your assistance shortly," Qi Luo responded. "Carol? What seems to be the issue?" Both Mitch and Scorpion queried with curiosity. "Nothing of great consequence. We shall discuss it in due time. Qi Luo, follow me." Panin gestured for the two friends to step aside as he guided Qi Luo and V deeper into the encampment. The individuals they encountered regarded Panin with surprise but maintained a friendly demeanor, inquiring whether he had reconciled with Saul and was returning to the family. It appeared Panin had made quite the favorable impression here. "This is Carol, the most formidable hacker in the Adecado clan. Qi Luo, show her the puppet you mentioned," Panin stated. They were led into a vast tent filled with server racks aglow with lights and an array of information. Qi Luo gazed longingly at the equipment, envisioning, "If only this were mine." Heh. Just as he indulged in these thoughts, Panin, feeling slightly awkward from Qi Luo's lecherous stare at the devices, stepped on his foot. Greetings. My name is Qi Luo. I have long admired you. This is a puppet chip I recently developed. The bespoke algorithm I've written within it can circumvent the majority of ICE's defenses while occupying minimal computing power. It's a type of puppet capable of inducing widespread electromagnetic interference in cybernetics." Qi Luo, snapping back to reality with a wince, hastily offered the puppet chip to Carol. Chuckling nervously, Carol accepted it and began to examine it while listening to Qi Luo's explanation. When she heard him say that it could bypass IC, she was skeptical. "Bypass IC? Do you realize what you're saying? That's the corporation's core technology." "Of course I do. Why don't you give it a try? If you don't believe me, how about we make a wager? If it doesn't work, I'll work for you for free. If it does, I'd like to be able to borrow your equipment when I need it. What do you say? TCH, if it's really that good, you can live here. Let alone borrow it," Carol replied casually, not paying much attention. However, as time passed, her expression grew increasingly serious. Just as Qi Luo was about to do something with the nearby equipment, she looked up at Qi Luo. "Did you make this?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "I've examined the algorithm, and it does seem to bypass ICE as you said, but I don't understand how you managed to do it." That's a trade secret that can't be revealed. Just tell me, is this thing impressive or not? Is it enough to get you to bring Panam back?" Qi Luo said, feeling a bit smug, but he didn't forget the real purpose. "Panam, it turns out you are here for her. However, her affairs are not for me to decide. Come with me. I shall lead you to find Saul." At this moment, Carol appeared to have a moment of realization. She cast a knowing glance at the two, then, without further ado, gestured for the trio to follow. Yet, Qi Luo and Panin remained oblivious to these subtleties and proceeded in another direction. "So, you are Qi Luo. I have heard much about you from Carol. I appreciate your handing over this magical puppet to Adecado, as it holds great significance for our camp. From now on, you shall be considered a friend of Adecado. Feel free to reach out to us whenever needed." The speaker was a robust man with bare arms, exuding an undeniable aura of leadership. At first glance, Qi Luo could sense the depth of stories woven into the fabric of this man, whose unruly shoulder-length black curls and muscular physique spoke volumes. This was Saul, the current leader of Adecado. As Saul observed the approaching quartet, he intended to comment on Panin's arrival. However, after listening to Carol's account, the previously troubled expression on his face transformed, revealing a flicker of joy. Thus, he extended his heartfelt gratitude towards Qi Luo, and his gaze towards Panin softened considerably. Despite her rebellious nature and penchant for trouble, she still had the family's best interests at heart. "As for you, Panin, we have indeed had our disagreements." "Of course, which family does not have its quarrels?" Qi Luo chimed in supportively. "Indeed, so if you wish to return, you are warmly welcomed back." We await you with open arms, Sol affirmed with a nod of agreement, continuing on. Panin was about to voice his thoughts when he was interrupted by Sol. Although you performed admirably this time, I must emphasize that the collaboration with biotechnology has been firmly established. Please refrain from causing further trouble regarding this matter. Silverhand interjected, damn. Another fool trying to profit off the company. Here we go again. Why do you refuse to heed advice, Sol? Upon hearing Sol resurrect old grievances, Panin grew agitated. But Qi Luo swiftly intervened to calm her down. Hey, Sol, I realize my words may not be entirely appropriate, but I must ask, are you truly intent on collaborating with biotechnology? Listen, Qi Luo, we appreciate your input, but it does not grant you the right to meddle in our affairs. Do you understand? Sol replied without a hint of concession. Chapter 15. Convincing Sol. Qi Luo understood his perspective. As the leader of the Adecado, Sol did not wish for his people to persist in the perilous business of smuggling. He aspired to secure a stable future for the tribe by seeking a solid ally. After all, the Adecado had dwindled from a peak of over 1 million to merely a few tens of thousands, facing increasingly dire survival challenges. He felt compelled to shoulder the burden. Setting aside his former arrogance to lead a few hundred to Night City in search of a better path for his remaining kin. To this end, he was even willing to lower himself to collaborate with companies he previously scorned. Therefore, while one might argue that Sol lacked wisdom in recognizing the shifting tides, it could never be said that he did not harbor a deep-seated concern for his family. I understand, but hear me out. The collaboration between biotechnology and your kind, the Wanderers, has a troubling history. Are you familiar with the Ochre tribe? I have heard of them. They are a small clan of Wanderers near Night City, correct? What has become of them? You might consider sending someone to inquire. Presently, only a few kittens remain of the Ochre tribe, while over 70 able-bodied members of the tribe perished not long ago. Now, only the old, weak, and infirm are left. What? However, there have been no significant conflicts from the waste lately. How did they meet their demise? Sol's expression turned grave, as he realized the magnitude of this situation, which he had been entirely oblivious to. If such a fate were to befall his own, he dared not contemplate it. It is not surprising that you are unaware. The head of biotechnology, Joan Kosi, has sought to conceal the truth. In reality, they approached the Ochre tribe to engage in a transaction, conducting a human experiment that ultimately went awry, leading to the death of all participants. This is merely one instance. There are countless similar atrocities committed under the auspices of such a large corporation. Therefore, consider this carefully. In the eyes of biotechnology, what distinguishes you, the Adecado, from the Ochre tribe? Qi Luo's words resonated with gravity, piercing Sol's heart like a thorn. He understood that collaborating with the corporation seldom leads to a favorable outcome. Many around him shared this sentiment. Yet, it was only when Qi Luo laid bare the vivid example of the Ochre tribe before him that he was compelled to abandon his naive hopes and confront the reality of the situation. We shall take your words into consideration, sighed Panin. Why don't you take your friends around for a bit? He added. We are to convene a family meeting afterwards to reach a final decision regarding biotechnology. With a wave of his hand, the despondent Sol dismissed the group, needing time to ponder over the weighty matters at hand. What, after all, would they pursue if not biotechnology? Thank you, Qi Luo. I cannot express how grateful I am for your assistance, Panin sincerely conveyed, while Carol nodded kindly at Qi Luo, her fondness for him growing by the moment. It seemed that Panin had indeed found a commendable friend. Panin, we were concerned about your visit to Sol. Everything went smoothly, I hope? Inquired Mitch and Scorpion, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. They had worried that Panin might have had another confrontation with Sol, but upon their arrival, they found the group emerging unscathed and promptly inquired about the situation. All is well, not just well, but I have splendid news to share, Panin exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he momentarily forgot about his beloved car. His thoughts were consumed by family matters, eager to relay the joyous tidings to his companions. Good news? What could it be? Has Sol agreed to your return to the family? Mitch and Scorpion asked with intrigue. Not at all. That pales in comparison. We must support Qi Luo now. He just persuaded Sol to reconsider the matter of biotechnology, Panin declared with uncontainable excitement. What? Is this true? Sol has finally seen the light. The two individuals were utterly astonished, for it was well known that numerous objections had been raised within their clan, including a suggestion from Scorpion to admit Adecado into the Serpent League, which had been met with severe sanctions from Sol. Yet now, an outsider had managed to rein in this obstinate bull. Nonetheless, They harbored no doubts. Panin was not one to jest about such matters, and their astonishment was more pronounced. Indeed, what do you think? My friend is rather impressive, is he not? After providing a brief account of the earlier conversation, Panin proceeded to extol the virtues of Qi Luo. Once the two regained their composure and directed their gaze towards Qi Luo, there was an unmistakable resemblance to a father-in-law scrutinizing a son-in-law. However, the others remained oblivious. Save for Carol, who raised an eyebrow at the two with a knowing smile. Indeed, quite commendable. It appears the young lady has fared well in Night City. If you ask me, this friend of yours is far superior to that Nash fellow. Nash. Damn, I nearly forgot. Mitch, Scorpion, lend us a hand. We must deal with that scoundrel Nash. At the mention, Panin was instantly reminded of his long-buried fury and turned to Mitch and Scorpion for assistance. Carol merely shrugged, indicating he had his own affairs to attend to. Very well, Sol is likely preoccupied with other matters as it stands. But what precisely transpired? The two did not hesitate and readily acquiesced to Panin's request. Splendid, you are a true friend. Now, as for the specifics. Qi Luo, perhaps you would like to elaborate? Panin smiled with delight, though a hint of embarrassment soon followed, for it was indeed a rather humiliating affair. Indeed, it is the Nash Collective, having treacherously stabbed Panin in the back, seizing both her merchandise and vehicle. Is it truly so? Is that dear heart of yours, Ting Wei, in cahoots with such audacious fellows as Nash? Scorpion had intended to jest, yet upon witnessing the vengeful glint in Panin's eyes, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. I shall retrieve the vehicle post-haste, and that scoundrel, I will ensure he meets his demise, Panin retorted with fury. Indeed, our original intent was to bait Nash out and eliminate him, but now that both of you have joined, shall we embark on a grander scheme? Qi Luo pondered, eyeing the advanced cybernetics adorning the two who had agreed to join, contemplating a plan fraught with greater risk, yet promising more substantial rewards. The other four, two of whom were seasoned veterans of war, alongside V and Panin, none of whom were known for their restraint, found themselves invigorated by Qi Luo's proposal. Let us proceed, exclaimed Qi Luo. Your plan resonates deeply with me. I have long harbored disdain for that scum of the collective. Mitch and Scorpion, how do you respond? Is there any need to inquire? Let us gear up and depart. Since our arrival in Night City, we have yet to partake in such exhilarating endeavors. The other two, equally eager, began to prepare their gear, each retreating to their vehicles. For these wanderers, their cars were not merely modes of transport, but essential extensions of themselves. Extensively modified with bulletproof armor and custom combat modules, indispensable tools and companions for traversing the wasteland. In comparison, the modest vehicle, equipped solely with an automated turret, driven by the other three, resembled little more than a formidable yet hollow fade, lacking even basic ballistic armor. Nevertheless, Qi Luo believed it sufficient to navigate the current predicament. Soon, under the cloak of night, they arrived at their destination, a diminutive hill amidst the desert, featuring a solitary cave at its center, which served as the base for the Chaos Blade Gang. Ahead lay the Stone Ridge Mountain. According to intelligence reports, Nash and his band of the Chaos Blade resided within. Do not approach just yet. They remain oblivious to our presence. With nightfall upon us, V and I will venture forth to assess the situation. We shall communicate via phone should anything arise. They parked the vehicle not far from Stone Ridge Mountain. Qi Luo signaled for the others to remain vigilant before calling V to scout ahead, departing under the watchful gazes of the others. Panin, does that fellow have a liking for you? Scorpion suddenly inquired. What? Do not jest. I have only known him for a few days, Panin responded, momentarily taken aback. Just a few days, and he is willing to wade through this murky business with you? Do not jest. In truth, it has only been 2 days. He initially saved my life. Panin's voice dwindled. Goodness, that makes it all the more significant. My dear, you must seize this opportunity. Individuals like him are rare to find. Mitch interjected. Get lost. This is my own affair. Focus on the mission. Panin feigned irritation, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Mitch and Scorpion exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 16. The Battle of Stone Ridge, Part 1, Under the Cover of Night. 2 figures swiftly approached the entrance of the Chaos Blade's stronghold located in the direction of Stone Ridge. 2 guards stood at the entrance, engaged in idle conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Luo retrieved several sharp knives from his tactical pack, tools he had specifically acquired after gaining proficiency in throwing skills. In this cyberpunk realm, advancements in weaponry silencers had progressed significantly, a result of the relentless warfare and ongoing covert sabotage among corporations. Unlike the rudimentary silencers of the past, which merely muffled a significant portion of noise to protect the user's hearing, the modern silencers could effectively render a firearm nearly inaudible beyond a distance of 2 meters. Even within that range, only a faint pop could be discerned. Regrettably, such remarkably effective devices were strictly prohibited from entering the civilian market by major corporations. Although a clandestine trade existed, it primarily catered to elite mercenaries, leaving the average individual without access. Qi Luo, too, had been unable to acquire such equipment, despite his understanding of firearms design principles that allowed him to grasp the workings of modern silencers. The lack of sophisticated tools rendered it impractical to create an effective suppressor from mere scraps. Thus, for the time being, he found that traditional throwing weapons stealing himself. Qi Luo gestured to V beside him, indicating the 2 individuals ahead. He signaled his intent to deal with one using a small knife, while the other would be V's responsibility. V nodded in agreement and approached the other person stealthily. A faint sound, akin to a knife piercing flesh, resonated as Qi Luo's blade found its mark at close range, expertly aimed at the throat of the stationary adversary engrossed in conversation. The hapless thug emitted desperate gasps, struggling to staunch the flow of blood gushing from his severed jugular with trembling hands, but he soon succumbed to silence. Meanwhile, V seized the opportunity to strike the other adversary, swiftly snapping his neck from behind. Mission accomplished. They exchanged silent congratulations before proceeding into the interior of the Stone Ridge Mountain, navigating through a lengthy tunnel and various obstacles left by the Raucous Blades gang. At last, Qi Luo beheld the scene within the hideout. Rather than recklessly advancing to investigate further, he chose to conceal himself and located a surveillance camera nearby, instructing V to remain vigilant while he slipped into the shadows. This stronghold bore little resemblance to the layout within the game. The space was markedly larger, with a count exceeding 30 individuals. Unlike the Cleansers, the members of the Raucous Blades were a motley crew of those exiled from their families by wanderers. Typically, such individuals would have perished long ago at the hands of their enemies in the unforgiving desert if they lacked any combat prowess. The fact that they had banded together and survived to this day suggested they possessed considerable fighting capabilities. The stronghold is encircled by a defensive line formed by various armed vehicles, and Qi Luo has also observed the insignia of military technology on several of them. Additionally, within the 2-story buildings on either side, he discovered 2 snipers wielding the Cat Demon electromagnetic sniper rifles, sophisticated weaponry exclusive to military personnel and corporate soldiers. These rifles can eliminate a human target with a single shot, and even standard vehicle armor is no match for their firepower. Such devastating weaponry is unattainable through ordinary channels. Can you hear me? We are already inside the stronghold, and the situation is somewhat precarious. They possess 2 cat demons. We should be able to neutralize one without alerting the others. Do you have any ideas regarding the second? After briefly analyzing the situation with V, Qi Luo transmitted the enemy intelligence to the 3 individuals outside. He marked the enemy's positions in their augmented vision, and now, should they dispose of the 2 snipers, the danger level of this operation could be significantly reduced. I'll handle the other one. I have a little treasure of my own, Scorpion confidently replied. Cradling the sniper rifle, he named Vigil. This weapon, acquired during the war, has been preserved until now and, after undergoing extensive modifications, now boasts a silencer and a high-powered electronic smart scope. Its lethality rivals that of the Cat Demon. All right, he has entrusted this to you. Scorpion, you first come over to set up the sniper. Mitch and Pannon, stand by. Once we deal with the other situation, I will activate the remote driving of my vehicle to drive in directly, using its automated turret to provide us cover. You 2 merely need to follow closely behind it. Once inside, feel free to open fire. Everyone has been marked with ocular implants for your convenience. Qi Luo, commanding 3 individuals, received affirmative responses before he and V stealthily ascended to the adjacent 2nd floor, without disturbing the members of the Chaos Blade Society who were engaged in merriment and libations on the 1st floor. I'll continue. The sniper was in a 2nd floor room, engaged in a meeting with his assistant. Qi Luo exchanged a glance with V, gently pushed the door open, and slipped inside before the enemy could react. Once inside, Qi Luo interfaced with the sniper's cybernetic body, causing a short circuit and disabling his ocular implant. He then drew a small knife and hurled it towards the woman moving on the table. Unfortunately, His accuracy against a moving target was still lacking. The blade struck her exposed chest. Ah! The woman emitted a cry of pain, but before she could utter anything further, Qi Luo swiftly approached and slashed her throat, ensuring she could make no more sounds. Hey, Michael, take it easy, don't ruin her too much. The rest of us are waiting downstairs. Muffled voices of friendly reminders echoed from below, as some had heard the commotion from the upstairs room, yet they remained oblivious to the true nature of the events. Assuming that the sniper named Michael had simply gotten carried away. Alas, Michael never had the opportunity to respond. As Qi Luo dealt with the woman, V confronted him. However, this individual's cybernetic augmentation was extensive. Had it not been for a malfunction causing operational difficulties, V's organic form would have struggled to restrain him. Fortunately, he had been subdued by V's ground grappling technique. Phew! Qi Luo exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Are you all right? We were nearly discovered, V remarked with playful sarcasm. You were hardly in a better state, Qi Luo retorted, rolling his eyes before concluding, we must acquire superior cybernetics in the future. V nodded in earnest agreement. After recuperating, V retrieved Michael's Bayako sniper rifle from the wall, positioned it by the window, and aimed at the oblivious members of the Maelstrom gang reveling in the distance. Meanwhile, Qi Luo issued commands to the other three and connected to his Thornton Galina's remote driving system, speeding into the depths of Stone Ridge. Amidst the cacophony of a vehicle hurtling over gravel, a Thornton Galina equipped with a modified automatic turret burst into the view of the unsuspecting Maelstrom members. Seizing the moment, Qi Luo uploaded his masterpiece, Strike While the Iron is Hot, a combat drone, amidst a chorus of crackling cybernetic malfunctions. The turret commenced composing a poignant symphony. Arc, we're under attack. Return fire. Damn, I've been hit. Caught off guard, the Ruan Dao Society swiftly lost 7 or 8 members to a sudden assault. It was only then that the remaining members reacted, hastily taking cover in nearby shelters, eager to retaliate. However, at that moment, the scum of the Ruan Dao Society perish. Pannin and Mitch made their timely entrance, with Pannin wielding the modified Lexington that Qi Luo had bestowed upon him. Under the relentless suppression of the automated turrets, the Ruan Dao members struggled to rise, their anxiety mounting as they cried out, Michael, Nash, where are you two bastards? Come out and eliminate them. We can't hold on any longer. Amidst the cacophony of furious shouts, Nash, clutching a cat, made a dazzling appearance. Yet, the moment he peeked through the window, Scorpion and V, who had been waiting, instantly zeroed in on him, unleashing a hail of bullets. Chapter 17. The Battle of Shurji Mountain, Part 2. However, events do not always unfold according to plan, as evidenced now. When Nash emerged, he had already activated his advanced combat cybernetic, the Cian Waystan. This augmentation would instantaneously enhance his neural synapses and muscle fibers, accelerating his reflexes and augmenting his physical prowess. As though time had slowed for everyone else, Nash was a remarkably cautious individual, a trait that had undoubtedly contributed to his longevity. Upon sensing an assault on the camp, he refrained from rushing out immediately. Instead, he took a moment to assess the situation before deciding to intervene, and when he did, he unleashed his full might. In an astonishing display of reflexes, Nash swiftly activated his response, decisively turning his body at the very moment a sniper's bullet was about to strike him. At the cost of his left hand, he evaded what should have been a fatal encounter. Damn, that useless Michael has been dealt with. And there are 2 snipers on the opposing side. First, eliminate the snipers. Upon witnessing Nash being hit, one of the bullets had indeed come from Michael's direction. In a frenzy of desperation, the chaotic crew resolved to take down Scorpion and V first, but after 2 more casualties. Several of them climbed into the vehicles positioned as a defensive line. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The counterattack commenced, and the mounted machine guns on 3 enemy vehicles roared to life, with 2 aimed squarely at V and Scorpion, preventing them from retaliating. The third gun, after incapacitating an automated turret, shifted its focus to Mitch and Pannin, reversing the tide of battle. At that moment, Nash, having recovered, rose to his feet, one hand gripping a cat, and joined the counteroffensive, awaiting the enemy's emergence. Find a way, Qi Luo. Quickly utilize your unbeatable hacking skills. V shouted towards Qi Luo. I wish I could, but the vehicle's machine gun must be connected to the vehicle. I can't hack it remotely. Qi Luo lamented. What now? If we delay any longer, there will be more casualties. Hearing V's words, Qi Luo rapidly assessed his available resources in his mind, and then handed V the modified Sidar shotgun he had crafted. Listen, V, I will use the puppet once more. Most of them will be paralyzed for a brief moment. Take this gun and go eliminate those vehicles. If we can neutralize the snipers, there is still hope. In a moment of desperation, V, overwhelmed yet determined, complied with the urgent request. As the plan unfolded, Qi Luo coordinated with a few others through the communication channel, subsequently uploading the magical puppet. Seize the opportunity while you're weak. Instantly, the opposing position was enveloped in a cacophony of crackling electricity, rendering Nash's Sion wastestand temporarily inoperative due to a short circuit exacerbated by prior injuries. Seizing this rare opportunity, V dashed forward under the cover of her comrades, swiftly approaching the enemy machine gun still engaged in suppressive fire. Mitch and Panin unexpectedly assisted her by eliminating several foes who attempted to thwart her advance. As V closed the distance with remarkable speed, the initially indifferent machine gunner panicked, the weapon that had been aimed at a nearby second-floor vantage point swiveling to target her instead. With a series of gunfire, the bullets unleashed, but contrary to their expectations, V was not torn apart. Instead, her gaze sharpened, her body seemingly igniting with the power of the Sion wastestand, propelling her past the barrage of bullets and directly to the side of the enemy vehicle. A resounding boom echoed as the modified Sadala fired at close range, shattering the bulletproof door. However, the occupants within were largely unharmed, as the kinetic energy was absorbed by the door, rendering the impact minimal. Before they could even process their relief, V's hand erupted through the gaping hole, seizing the enemy's vital point and crushing it with ruthless efficiency. Silverhand, astounding. V's scream, a harrowing sound that sent shivers down the spines of every man present, caused the adversaries in the vehicle to faint from the sheer agony. The machine gun that had been suppressing Qi Luo's position was finally neutralized. Qi Luo swiftly reacted, returning to the wall and aiming his Bayako at the vehicle-suppressing Scorpion. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. His Tier 4 master-level marksmanship ensured that the bullet pierced through the vehicle's bulletproof glass, obliterating the enemy's head in a gruesome spray of blood and gore. Scorpion was freed, and he promptly eliminated the last suppressing machine gun with a single shot. Together with Qi Luo and V, who had commandeered one of the enemy's machine guns, they turned the tables and began suppressing the Maelstrom. Damn it! Let's fight them to the death. The Maelstrom members, recovering from the series of sudden reversals, realized that the situation had been turned on its head in a matter of seconds. They resolved to fight to the bitter end. However, Qi Luo, who had been anticipating their move, didn't give them the chance. Bayako remained trained on them, and he hurled 2 laser-cutting grenades, scavenged from the scavenger's hideout. Bang hiss dash, the grenades detonated, unleashing dozens of laser beams that tore through the bodies of nearby enemies. Together with the others, they eliminated another 7 or 8 individuals, leaving fewer than a dozen remaining. The Maelstrom was once again suppressed, left to rely on Nash in the second floor to use his sniper rifle to turn the tide. Qi Luo's throwing skill had now reached Tier 3, and the system had rewarded him with Tier 4 related skill knowledge. Qi Luo could confidently assert that he would no longer misjudge his throws. Panam will provide cover. You and V ascend and eliminate Nash, with a sniper providing overwatch. The situation is temporarily stable. Qi Luo communicated instructions to Panam and V, and they swiftly responded, flanking the enemy from both sides to the second floor. Nash, observing their approach, fired a shot at the edge of the staircase, momentarily deterring them. He then bellowed to his comrades below, imploring them for assistance. But Qi Luo's relentless assault kept them pinned down. Nash, in a fit of frustration, cursed under his breath, abandoning the Bayako katana and seizing a D5 Copperhead assault rifle. Retreating into the room for cover, V and Panam, having ascended the stairs, exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Panam initiated a feigned assault at the doorway with her Lexington, while V sought an alternate route, scaling the building to reach the room above Nash. Nash, his attention diverted by Panam's diversion, remained oblivious to the impending threat from above, continuing his verbal taunts. Panam, temper your fury. It's just a vehicle. I'll compensate you for it. If necessary, I'll even accompany you, haha. Bang! As Nash continued his unrestrained laughter, a sudden gunshot reverberated from above, tearing a gaping hole in the corrugated iron roof. V descended from the opening, firing another shot that shattered Nash's remaining arm. Panam entered the room, her face contorted with rage. Without uttering another word, she discharged a round into Nash's skull, ending his nefarious existence. Thank you, V. I owe you a favor. Knowing that V intentionally allowed himself to be at a disadvantage, Panin expressed his gratitude. V waved it off dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary. Subsequently, one of them grasped Nash's cat once more, while the other turned to retrieve a shotgun, rejoining the fray below. In the face of these seasoned and exceptionally skilled mercenaries and wanderers, the remaining foes failed to mount any significant resistance and were swiftly eliminated, bringing a welcome silence to the gunfire within the stronghold. How is everyone? Is everything all right? Upon descending the second floor, Qi Luo inquired about the condition of the others. They all shook their heads, still slightly lost in the aftermath of the recent battle. No worries, you all are so formidable. What could possibly happen to us? These guys were surprisingly weak, falling so quickly, Mitch remarked with a hint of regret, to which Scorpion nodded in agreement. Rest assured. There will be plenty of opportunities to take them on later, Qi Luo said with a laugh. Moreover, have you noticed the equipment from the Chaos Blade? Much of it appears to be high-quality merchandise from the company, not to mention those military-grade vehicles. I suspect they have some collaboration with military technology. But now, all of this belongs to us. V and I will take a few items. As for the rest, perhaps you could call your family members to help transport them? Qi Luo gestured to the chaos around them, reminding everyone that the scattered wealth should not go to waste. Chapter 18, The Model Student. All right. Your intellect is truly remarkable. I shall summon assistance immediately. What do you desire? If it cannot be carried by one person, we shall help you. Mitch and Scorpion inquired eagerly, their camaraderie palpable. They found themselves increasingly fond of each other. This batch of equipment contained numerous items from reputable companies that would significantly bolster their family's resources. Well, I would like to acquire those servers and the modified Thunderbolt Mach-E No MTL-1 pickup truck. Would you be so kind as to assist me at the border checkpoint? I doubt I can manage to bring them into the city on my own. You may take them. They hold little value for me. However, Qi Luo, your firearm possesses remarkable power. Perhaps you could part with it? After surveying the scene for items of personal utility, Qi Luo, not being greedy, selected a few essentials and refrained from taking more. Nevertheless, he would still need to enlist Adecado's help to navigate the complexities of entering the city. Given the dubious origins of these items, on the other side, V similarly declined to take anything, instead setting her sights on Qi Luo's modified Sadera. Indifferently, Qi Luo nodded and gifted it to her. Although he wanted to commend her discerning taste, he felt a twinge of regret, for that Mach-E No was indeed his vehicle. Panam expressed a hint of discontent, her admiration for Qi Luo's acumen evident in her gaze. My apologies for not considering that. Then I shall take the unmodified one. I will make some adjustments later, and I will certainly require your assistance. Of course, that is no problem, Qi Luo replied with an awkward smile, having almost forgotten this detail. He then inquired further about the situation at the border checkpoint. Rest assured, we specialize in smuggling. We will have it delivered to you in no time, Mitch and Scorpion assured him with a smile, deeming it a trivial matter. At that moment, Panin patted Qi Luo, holding a somewhat distinct firearm, which he directly handed over to him. I have resolved my matters. Take this gun from Nash. It is superior to the one you possess. Upon receiving the weapon, Qi Luo glanced at it. It had been modified by Nash, equipped with a silencer, and indeed boasted greater power than a standard firearm. It was a commendable weapon, which I recall being referred to as the Widowmaker in the game. Henceforth, let us call it that. Qi Luo nodded in agreement. So, is Nash dead? What about your goods? He inquired of Panin, articulating the primary reason for his visit. Thanks to V, I personally dealt with that scoundrel Nash, and I feel considerably better now. The goods are all intact, Panin replied with a measure of joy, although her tone gradually became somewhat unnatural, likely recalling the earlier words of Mitch the Scorpion. What are you saying? There's no need for formality. Friends help each other, Qi Luo gestured dismissively, encouraging her to refrain from being overly polite. The group then took a moment to regroup, awaiting the arrival of Saul, who rushed to the scene. Saul, what brings you here? Panin asked in surprise. Given the commotion you've caused, how could I not come? I previously warned you not to stir up trouble. Yet you went ahead and obliterated the Riptide Gang's stronghold. Should I commend you for your audacity, or should I give you a thrashing? Saul glared at them, visibly irritated. It's not like that, Saul. The Riptide Gang first stole my vehicle and goods, which is why I sought Qi Luo and his team's assistance to eliminate them. Panin defended herself resolutely. Very well, I shall let this pass for now. However, Do inform me in advance of any significant matters for we have an entire family behind us, understand? After learning the full context, Sol no longer dwelled on the issue and turned his attention to Qi Luo and V. Qi Luo, V. Mitch and Scorpion have both expressed their gratitude to you. It is indeed thanks to you that we have come this far. I previously mentioned that Adecado would always be your ally, and we shall never disappoint our friends. Henceforth, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to us. We will never decline. With a complex expression, Sol regarded Qi Luo. After the biotechnological developments and this incident, he found a remarkable impression of the young man brought back by Panin. Were it not for the impending family meeting, he would have eagerly invited Qi Luo to join the family. Haha, understood. I shall remember that. Now, you all may carry on with your tasks. V and I have been on our feet all day, and it is time for us to return and rest, Qi Luo said with a smile, nodding and signaling V to prepare for their departure, only to be halted by Panin. Why the haste? It turns out that the Galena has been utterly destroyed. Wait here for a moment. Once I've tidied up, I shall find you a place to stay. Tomorrow, I too must venture into the city to deliver goods. And as for your belongings, I will arrange for them to accompany you. Indeed, I shall lend a hand as well. Qi Luo and V exchanged glances in agreement. And together with V, they assisted Adecado in gathering the items from Nash: intact cyberware, weapons, ethanol fuel, food supplies, modified vehicles. Adecado's team swiftly sorted these spoils and loaded them onto the vehicle, and soon the group returned to the Adecado camp, concluding a delightful day. As the sun ascended anew over the wasteland, well-rested V, Qi Luo, and Pan Am reconvened for breakfast, consuming protein bars. Qi Luo had been subsisting on similar fare for days. Aware that these bars were made from insects, yet he had no choice but to swallow them down. In truth, if it weren't for the insects, the taste wouldn't deter him. He muttered softly to himself, seeking solace, before glancing curiously at Pan Am. What are your plans next? Do you intend to continue lingering in Night City? Perhaps. Now that we have the equipment, the Maelstrom will come seeking revenge, but for the time being, Sol can hold them off. However, having learned a lesson this time, should any jobs require a partner, I will certainly seek you out. Pan Am pondered for a moment before responding. Influenced by Qi Luo, she had not entirely given up on Night City and still sought opportunities. How about we form a mercenary team of our own? Suggested Qi Luo to the others. I can take charge of hacking, V can handle the assault, and Panin will manage the vehicles and fire support. What do you think? I'm fine with that, but what shall we name our team? V replied nonchalantly, welcoming the idea since she had grown fond of Panin and was open to joining forces. After much deliberation, names like Evil Soil Squad, Mackinac Squad, and Three Good Students Squad surfaced, but ultimately, the team was christened the Three Good Students Squad. It appeared that amidst the cybernetic world, many sought amusement. Fantastic. Another playful squad for our little game. Night City will soon witness more young souls rushing towards their demise, Silverhand remarked. What shall we do next? After a spirited debate, ignoring Silverhand's jibes, V turned to Qi Luo for the next steps. Panin will first complete the job with Rock, while V and I will seek out that expert on super dreams, Judy. It's time to get to work. Qi Luo outlined the premeditated plan. The two nodded in agreement. Panin climbed into his Mackinac, while Qi Luo and V boarded another Mackinac laden with servers and weaponry, steering towards Night City. Upon realizing that the smuggled goods originated from Adecado, the border guard, having accepted the bribe, posed no trouble for Qi Luo and his companions. Thus, Qi Luo entered Night City without incident. After parting ways with Panin, he drove the vehicle back to the base, allowing V to indulge in her chip games while he busied himself with other tasks. He had previously acquired a wealth of general mechanical knowledge through the system's rewards, which inspired him with novel ideas for the base's defenses. Although lacking a turret, he believed that a few electromagnetic weapons transformed into EMP traps at the entrance, in conjunction with the remaining automated turret, would provide visitors with a welcoming experience. Moreover, Qi Luo had installed automated defensive mechanisms throughout the factory's surveillance systems. Upon detecting a stranger, these devices would automatically connect to the server to upload the magical puppet and swiftly notify Qi Luo of the situation. For the time being, this setup should suffice to handle petty thieves. Observing his creation, Qi Luo nodded in satisfaction before calling V back and getting into the vehicle. Their next objective was to locate Judy, who, according to V's earlier contact, was currently at the Lazy Bar. Chapter 19, Evelyn's intelligence. Speaking of which, I just had a conversation with Judy, and she seemed rather skeptical of me. How do you plan to convince her? Can you rely on your looks? I still have some confidence in my appearance, Qi Luo remarked with a playful tone as he drove. TCH, that 1T work. And let us not even discuss your looks. Judy is attracted to women. Are you planning to change your style first? V teased with a roll of her eyes. If she likes women, then you should take the lead. I think you would do just fine, Qi Luo responded with a smirk. Get lost. Don't look at me with those eyes, or I might just gouge them out, V threatened with a fierce expression. All right, no more jokes. You should tell Judy that Evelyn is currently in grave danger. She is entangled with the voodoo gang, whose modus operandi is to use and discard. Evelyn is certainly under scrutiny. Qi Luo, though initially taken aback by the seriousness, quickly grasped the implications of the message. The voodoo gang? Did they recruit Evelyn? Then why don't we confront them directly? Surely, they possess more information since it's their undertaking, V inquired with curiosity. They are a bunch of fools. If you wish to inquire, go ahead. However, consider this. Didn't Evelyn once suggest you abandon Dexter and collaborate solely with her? What audacity does she possess to act in such a manner? Qi Luo derided the voodoo gang and countered V's question. What do you mean? Are you implying that Evelyn has other backing? Indeed, based on my conjecture, Evelyn must have found other buyers. Which is why she aimed for a significant deal through Dexter to reach you. As far as I know, her initial task was merely to record a cherished dream at Lai Xian. Silver Hand, haha, how utterly novel. A sexual pawn treating everyone as fools. So, are you suggesting that Lai Xian, the voodoo gang, Dexter, and I have all been played by that girl? Exactly, what else would you think? So be more vigilant in the future, and don't act like a naive fool. Ow, Silver Hand. He does have a point, V. I've also perused your memories. And I must admit, at times, you do come across as rather foolish. V. Get lost, stop nagging. V and Silver Hand were engaged in a verbal sparring match. But it was V's forceful punch that silenced Qi Luo's desire to continue the banter. They successfully drove to the Lazy Bar and stepped inside. Welcome to Lazy Bar. Please refrain from causing any disturbances. We are keeping a close watch on you, said the guard, followed by a teasing remark from a barmaid about Qi Luo's charming face. After navigating the threats from the Mox members at the entrance and the playful banter from the staff at the counter, the two finally entered the bar's interior. Qi Luo was soon introduced to the ambience of this establishment, renowned for hosting the city's finest Super Dream experience. The main hall was adorned with several Super Dream servers, surrounded by sofas filled with patrons. Data cables flowed from the servers to the VR goggles worn by the guests, many of whom were engaged in vigorous movements. Others, unencumbered by the Super Dream equipment, were flirting with various companions in the bar, poised to retreat to private rooms for more intimate encounters. Isn't it enticing? Do you wish to join them? V remarked, observing Qi Luo's expression with a hint of disdain. I'm a paragon of virtue. My curiosity about this place is merely due to my first visit. Qi Luo replied. Oh, so you are still a novice? How about calling me Sister V, and I shall treat you? V, invigorated by Qi Luo's words, playfully placed a hand on his shoulder, only to have it brushed aside. With an unimpressed huff, V made her way to the bar counter in the corridor leading to the private rooms, ordering 2 glasses of baijiu. She then guided Qi Luo through the staff break room, descending into Judy's Super Dream studio. You truly are persistent. You will not rest until you achieve your goals. Will you? Upon entering the studio, they were met by a striking woman adorned with tattoos, possessing fair skin, and sporting a head of hair that transitioned from green to purple. This was their objective, Judy, the prodigious braindance editor. However, her countenance betrayed only impatience and suspicion upon seeing the two enter. Spare me the pretense, Judy, V entreated. I genuinely require your assistance. We need to locate Evelyn. And what then? Judy retorted. Do you imagine I would simply divulge her whereabouts, only for you to dispatch her? Harbor no such illusions. Judy, we harbor no ill intentions towards Evelyn, I assure you. My sole desire is to glean information from her that might preserve my life. Moreover, Evelyn is likely already under surveillance. Do you recall the undertaking we executed? It was a task orchestrated by the Voodoo Boys for Evelyn, yet she deviated from their script. You are familiar with their proclivities. V urgently explained their purpose to Judy, whose demeanor shifted perceptibly upon hearing of the Voodoo Boys' potential involvement. She swiftly rose from her seat. Are you being truthful? The Voodoo Boys. Damnation, I knew it. Judy anxiously inquired, her words tinged with remorse for her inability to dissuade Evelyn. Qi Luo and V affirmed the veracity of their claims, prompting Judy to slump dejectedly. Little Evelyn. She is likely at Cloud's. Her cigarette case, containing the address, is on my desk. Seek her there, and upon finding her, would you inform me of her condition? It has been several days since we last communicated. Having received the intelligence regarding Evelyn's return to the cloud top, as per the original narrative, Qi Luo and V nodded in agreement to Judy's request before bidding farewell to the Lazy Bar. Just as they were about to embark towards the cloud op, a message arrived from Panin. I have completed my task and successfully delivered the goods to the 6th Streets gang. How about you? We have just wrapped things up as well, and we are heading to the cloud op next. Would you care to join us? Qi Luo inquired. Of course. We are a team after all. Where shall I meet you? I will arrive immediately, Panin replied without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the trio convened beneath the H8 super skyscraper located in Japan Street at the cloud top. This endeavor yielded a total of 3,000 euros, which Panin promptly divided, transferring 1,000 euros each to V and Qi Luo. They graciously accepted the sum with a nod. The assignment has been completed, yielding a fee of 1,000 euros. With an additional reward of 1,000 euros, an attribute point, and knowledge reward, mastering the art of cybernetic surgery. An attribute point as well. How splendid. Could it be that the difficulty of the task influences the allocation of attribute points? Upon noticing the system prompt, Qi Luo contemplated for a moment before directly allocating his attribute points to intelligence. After experiencing a brief surge of exhilaration, Qi Luo's current status panel read, Attributes, Physicality 6, Intelligence 6, Reflexes 7, Composure 6, Skills, Melee, Hacking, Battlefield First Aid Level 2, Proficient, Driving, Throwing, Stealth Level 3, Elite, Shooting Level 4, Master, Knowledge, Firearm Design, General Mechanical Technology, Military Technology Combat Training Programs, Comprehensive Hacking Defense Techniques, Analysis of ICE Principles, Cybernetic Medicine from Basics to Mastery, Cybernetics, Generic Cyber Eye, Ballistic Coordination Processor, Biotechnology Type 2 Network Access Pod, Equipment, Bulletproof Vest and Helmet, Widowmaker, Modified Lexington, Magical Puppet, Seizing the Opportunity to Strike, Account Balance, 50,000, over 10,000 of which was acquired from defeated foes, as Qi Luo had infiltrated their accounts. Chapter 20. The Initial Confrontation with the Tiger Claw Gang next. We shall ascend to the Cloud Summit, where we may encounter potential conflicts with the Tiger Claw Gang that oversees the area. Prepare yourselves, Qi Luo advised his companions. Before the trio ascended in the elevator to the Cloud Summit, after traversing a lengthy corridor, they were greeted by a soft, sultry glow, with the decor appearing far more opulent than that of Li's establishment. Upon reaching the counter, they were met by a blue-haired maiden. Welcome to Cloud Summit, a place that understands your innermost desires. What are you doing? With a swift motion, Qi Luo disregarded the counter attendant, incapacitating her as he vaulted over the counter. He gestured towards the two bewildered individuals behind him and advanced into the inner sanctum. Is this what you referred to as a potential conflict? V and Panin exchanged glances of disbelief. After all, a confrontation had yet to ensue, and he had merely rendered her unconscious for a brief respite. Qi Luo shrugged, unwilling to incur the 500 euro service fee at the casino. Upon entering the casino's interior, they were greeted by a multitude of small rooms adorned with dark glass. A few enforcers from the Tiger Claw Gang lingered nearby, yet they remained oblivious to the newcomer's presence. The group swiftly dispersed, seeking out an unoccupied room where they could inquire about Evelyn's whereabouts. Room 11 they had found it. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the room was currently occupied. Qi Luo initially intended to deal with the nearby thugs before interrupting the guests, but he could already hear the terrified cries and the crackling of electricity emanating from within. Without hesitation, Qi Luo exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, urging them to handle the enforcers while he, with precision, shattered the glass of the room and stormed inside. Just as he had anticipated, Evelyn lay on the floor, convulsing violently, while the frightened guest crouched nearby, staring in horror at the armed Qi Luo. Noticing the distraction, the guest seized the opportunity to flee. Evelyn! Evelyn! Qi Luo called out, but alas, he had arrived too late. Ignoring the escaping guest, he rushed to Evelyn's side, attempting to rouse her, but was met with failure. At that moment, Panin and V entered the room as well. Everything outside has been taken care of. What has happened to her? She has been compromised by the voodoo boys. V, take her with you. Panam, drive us away swiftly. We must leave before the tiger claws hear the commotion. Qi Luo swiftly analyzed the situation and issued orders, then connected to the hidden interface within the room. Fortunately, the cloud-based ice that had been previously disrupted by the Voodoo Boys was no longer an obstacle for him. Qi Luo quickly unlocked all the rooms through the cloud's control system and paused all ongoing operations. After dispatching a message regarding the enemy's presence in the employees' lounge, he hurriedly exited the cloud facility, successfully reuniting with V and Pan Am downstairs, and they made a hasty escape in the Machino. I just informed Judy about Evelyn's situation. She has asked us to bring her over. What do you think? V inquired, and Qi Luo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, the group set off towards Judy's apartment in Kabuki. Commission completed. Commission fee, none. Knowledge reward. Firearm design knowledge upgraded to weapon design. Upon relaying the news to Judy, the system provided the corresponding reward. However, there was no time to celebrate, as the Tiger Claw's response and desire for vengeance were far more intense than anticipated. Just minutes after their departure, 3 cars emblazoned with the Tiger Claw's emblem suddenly surged from both sides of the road. The occupants showed no regard for the bystanders, raising their weapons and opening fire on the Machino. Thankfully, due to their hasty retreat and the fact that they were riding in Pan Am's vehicle, the bullets struck the car with a cacophony of clattering and sparks, yet they failed to penetrate the vehicle's armor. However, persisting in this manner is untenable. They must divest themselves of these pursuers to genuinely reach their destination. Consequently, V engaged the vehicle's machine gun, initiating a counterattack, while Qi Luo, armed, awaited an opportune moment to unleash his own barrage. Rat-tat-tat, click. Alas, their respite was ephemeral. Just as the machine gun was poised to obliterate one of the vehicles, it abruptly jammed, accompanied by a plume of black smoke emanating from the gun's mechanism. Recognizing the exigency of the situation, Pan Am promptly activated the autopilot, leaning out to execute on-the-spot repairs. Damn! Scarcely had she struck a few blows when Pan Am, with a cry of agony, slumped back into her seat. A bullet discharged by the Tiger Claws had pierced her lower abdomen. Witnessing this, Qi Luo swiftly retrieved an emergency nanite treatment syringe from his person and administered an injection. The laceration was promptly sealed, arresting the hemorrhage. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. 2 additional vehicles materialized outside the windows, unleashing a fresh fusillade upon them. With insufficient time to devise a combat automaton construct tailored for vehicular engagements, Qi Luo was unable to execute an immediate system override. Surveying the adversary's positions and the obstructions littering the thoroughfare, the world around him seemed to hush, leaving only the ever-shifting ballistic trajectory predictions within his ocular implant. And the firearm clutched in his hand. Bang! A singular gunshot reverberated through the air. V, in utter astonishment, beheld the projectile discharged from Qi Luo's weapon striking the roadside metal guardrail, before ricocheting towards the Machina's armored plating, and then, after another deflection, piercing past the torso of a Tiger Claw member leaning out from the passenger seat of one of the enemy vehicles. The bullet, now bereft of its initial kinetic force, exploded the eyeball of the Tiger Claw member in the driver's seat. Shooting skill leveled up. Currently, I have ascended to the pinnacle of level 5, legendary, and my autonomous learning reward has upgraded the battlefield first aid skill from level 2 to level 3. Just as the system notification arrived, a jarring screech of brakes echoed through the air. A vehicle, under the driver's loss of control, collided violently with another car from the Tiger Claw gang, causing both to withdraw from the chase. The cacophony of crashes jolted me back to reality. Without a moment to ponder the system, I executed 3 precise shots, causing the remaining vehicles to spiral into chaos, and tranquility was finally restored. Wow, I must admit, I'm starting to like this kid, remarked Silverhand. Incredible, Qi Luo. What's wrong with you? Are you injured? Upon hearing Silverhand's words, V also snapped back from her astonishment, having been awed by the extraordinary marksmanship. She had intended to lavish praise upon Qi Luo. However, upon turning, she discovered him drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, and sprawled in his seat, gasping for breath. It's nothing, just a mental strain. Qi Luo panted. The remarkable shooting had come at a cost. He had to calculate the bullet's trajectory and the resultant direction in real time, particularly as these calculations incorporated the effects of ricochets and the velocity of moving vehicles. Despite having the ballistic processing device and cybernetic eye to assist him, Qi Luo found himself in a state of extreme fatigue from overextending his computational capacity. Fortunately, the enemies had been temporarily repelled. That's good. We truly excelled this time, hey. The thought of rescuing someone from the claws of the Tiger Claw gang had never crossed my mind. V, relieved to find that Qi Luo was unscathed, subsequently engaged in light-hearted banter with the two ailing companions. You are celebrating far too early. Haven't you realized? We are still far too weak. These petty minions have caused us significant trouble, Qi Luo remarked with unyielding candor. Indeed, I believe I ought to acquire some subdermal armor. It would at least mitigate the pain next time I am struck, replied Panin, who, having been swiftly repelled without making much of an impact, began to contemplate enhancing her own body after previously investing all her funds into her vehicle. Absolutely, once this ordeal concludes, we all must undergo an upgrade. The challenges ahead will not be any simpler, Qi Luo concurred. V nodded in agreement. Ever since she had installed her cybernetic eye and weaponry system, she had grown more receptive to such enhancements. Moreover, as Qi Luo suggested, her future dealings with the corporation would necessitate a display of formidable capabilities. Chapter 21. New utilization of the system. As the vehicle arrived at their destination amidst their post-battle reflections, V cradled Evelyn, while Qi Luo assisted Panin. They knocked on Judy's door. What happened to you? Come in quickly. I have some medicine, Judy exclaimed upon opening the door, her eyes widening at the sight of the distressed group. She ushered them inside and retrieved the medications. Qi Luo took the supplies and began tending to Panin's wounds, while V gently laid Evelyn on the bed. Little AI, what could have caused this transformation? Judy lamented, tears streaming down her face as she watched Evelyn convulsing. V comfortingly patted her shoulder. Fortunately, we arrived early. Had we delayed even further, that wooden figure in Cloud Op might have inflicted untold harm upon Evelyn. You must be aware that Qi Luo has tended to Panin's injuries and has now turned his attention to Judy. I have examined her condition. The voodoo gang has been utterly ruthless. Her sexual core chip was overloaded while in operation, resulting in extensive damage to the neural synapses it controlled. The most expedient way to save her is to entrust her to the trauma team, though I suspect you may lack sufficient funds. Indeed, both Evelyn and I are nearly destitute. She undertook that damn job solely for the sake of money. But now, the voodoo gang of CTM. Judy exclaimed in righteous fury. However, Qi Luo interjected, I believe I have devised a method to possibly save her. He had recently acquired advanced medical skills from the system, coupled with his previously learned cybernetic medical techniques, rendering him somewhat of a medical expert. He formulated a treatment plan. She requires a device that can continuously generate bioelectricity within her body to stimulate her neural synapses, allowing her to recover autonomously. The intensity of the electricity must be meticulously regulated, otherwise, she risks further burns. Additionally, it would be prudent to equip her with an ICE to thwart immediate hacking attempts. With a moment to react, she could sever her connection to safeguard herself. Cybernetics? ICE. But where shall we procure such items? Judy initially expressed delight, only to be swiftly reminded of the practicality of Qi Luo's proposal. I can procure everything necessary, but there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do you intend to offer in return? To speak candidly, although Qi Luo has saved Panin and V, and is prepared to rescue Jack, this does not imply that he will perpetually exhibit such benevolence towards everyone. Moreover, he harbors little affection for Evelyn, that clever woman. Therefore, despite having further inquiries for her, all must be conducted as a transaction. I comprehend your desires. What is it that you seek? Anything within my possession, Judy retorted, her intent to rescue Evelyn quite fervent. What I desire is your technology. My technology? Are you referring to the super dream? You wish for my assistance in creating the super dream? Judy seemed momentarily bewildered. She had anticipated a monetary request, but it was merely the super dream? No. I have no need for that contraption. What I require is your expertise. For instance, could you explore additional applications for the sextile chip? The two women beside him gazed at him with increasingly distorted expressions, while a sweating Qi Luo promptly cautioned Judy. The sextile chip? What do you intend to do with it? Judy queried, perplexed. At this juncture, she had yet to devise a method to transform the sextile chip into a warrior chip. The sextile chip can completely commandeer an individual's body, transforming them into a professional sex doll that satisfies any need. Have you ever contemplated the possibility of equipping an ordinary person with it, allowing the chip to take control of their body in times of need, thus becoming a battle-hardened warrior? Silverhand, a company favorite. V, silence. I believe he is not that kind of person. In show you think. I understand, it is indeed feasible. Do you intend to sell it to the company? Judy pondered for a moment, falling into silence. She was a naive idealist, wishing for a world to find stability, yearning to be free from the oppression of corporations, and hoping for universal joy. Thus, she was reluctant to create a chip that could transform individuals into weapons. Sell it to the company? No. To be precise, I am currently at odds with the company. This chip, once developed, would only be used by my own people for self-defense. Qi Luo explained his motives to Judy. Although this chip could indeed fetch a handsome profit if sold to the company, he had no intention of doing so. His thoughts were on the future. Should a conflict arise with the company, what would happen to the vulnerable and the frail on his side? Having such a chip would be immensely beneficial. Self-defense? Very well. I promise you, ICE is manageable. Given Qi Luo's current hacking prowess, he could likely complete it within a week using his spare time. However, the electrical stimulation device requires more ingenuity, as such customized apparatuses necessitate advanced equipment for their fabrication. To his knowledge, such devices are typically found only in high-end clinics capable of customizing prosthetics. Old Wei, I recently received a job that requires prosthetic modification equipment. Do you know where I might find it? Qi Luo pondered for a moment before calling Victor, reasoning that the community of prosthetic doctors must possess some information. We certainly do not have such equipment in our underground clinic. You would need to seek out medical institutions affiliated with those companies, but their prices are steep. Customized prosthetics start at a minimum of 100 euros, Victor replied, momentarily taken aback, and Qi Luo felt a chill upon hearing this response. Any news? Panin and V inquired with concern. Essentially none. 100 euros. I fear we may need to resort to theft, Qi Luo replied with resignation. V. Panin, please make some calls and see if anyone knows of any recent movement of such equipment into Night City. I would prefer not to storm a corporate hospital directly. After requesting their assistance, the group bid farewell to Judy and returned to their base, where Qi Luo began crafting his ICE program. Meanwhile, Panin returned to the Adecado family, stating that he would inquire within, discovering her rent overdue, and to facilitate squad operations while conserving funds to augment herself. V, subsequent to securing Qi Luo's consent, initiated her relocation to the base, thereby commencing their cohabitation. This arrangement persisted for a fortnight, during which V undertook a minor commission. Prior to her departure, Qi Luo entreated her to solicit his services as a guardian of their domicile and to remit the emolument to him, asserting its imperative utility. Nonplussed, V delivered a punch to Qi Luo's person, yet complied with his directive, venturing forth to toil for the proprietor Qi. Commission fulfilled, emolument, for 1,000 credits, commensurate reward, for 1,000 credits. Intellectual dividend, cybernetic augmentation. Observing his profuse gains upon V's return, Qi Luo's countenance blossomed into a chrysanthemum-like grin, eliciting a twitch in V's ocular region, prompting a desire to inflict further physical trauma. However, she was momentarily taken aback by Qi Luo's subsequent remittance of 5,000 euros. Perplexed, she inquired as to the rationale behind the reimbursement, particularly the surplus of 1,000, given his prior declaration of its indispensable utility. Indeed, Qi Luo responded, its paramount purpose has been served. The remaining millennium constitutes your remuneration. I anticipate our continued collaboration. Qi Luo's gaze upon V resembled that of an ardent admirer, his smile escalating into a semblance of mania. Remuneration? So expeditious? Very well, should such an occasion arise again, remember to enlist my participation, V retorted, her gaze mirroring Qi Luo's, her smile barely suppressed. Chapter 22. Cybernetic Enhancement. It was amidst this amicable atmosphere that the cooperative accord was finalized, at which juncture Panam, having just returned from the Adecado encampment, regarded the peculiar duo with an expression of bewilderment. What are you two engaged in? What matter occasions such mirth? Upon seeing Panin return, V, without waiting for Qi Luo to utter a word, swiftly pulled her aside for a hushed conversation. After a considerable time, the two finally rejoined Qi Luo, and Panin's gaze towards him had taken on a somewhat peculiar quality. Ahem. Perhaps next time there's such an opportunity, you could include me? Although it seemed a bit odd, Panin did not doubt that Qi Luo could indeed earn money in such a manner. She believed that this man possessed an abundance of skills and secrets, making the prospect of earning a little extra cash perfectly reasonable. Oh, that sounds splendid. Let us all strive for collective prosperity. Ha ha ha, Qi Luo remarked, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. Was this yet another benefactor arriving? However, what of your recent endeavors? Have you gleaned any information regarding the equipment? Indeed, Carol has intercepted some intriguing developments. Military technology is set to be sold to certain third-world nations for arms and other equipment, including the cybernetic modification apparatus you seek, Pannon confirmed with a nod. However, this endeavor is not solely for your benefit. Within that shipment lies a wealth of valuable items, including an outdated but still formidable armored personnel carrier known as the Armored Lizard. Though it is an older model, it remains more than capable of traversing the harsh terrains we wander. Pannon glanced at Qi Luo and V, noting the fortuitous timing of her return to the family. Shortly after, Carol had intercepted information regarding the military technology's shipment details and route. Although she had yet to reach an agreement with Sola, who had abandoned the biotechnological contract following a family meeting, she had nonetheless rallied a group of daring veterans, resolute in their decision to seize this opportunity. With the acquisition of the magical lizard from this shipment, the logistics operations of the family can finally regain their momentum. Although Sol has abandoned biotechnology, it does not imply that he is eager to confront the company directly. To be candid, regardless of whether you wish to challenge military technology for that piece of equipment, Adecado is determined to proceed. Thus, if you prefer to avoid this risk, we understand. Once we secure the item, we will certainly hand it over to you, considering how much assistance you have provided to Adecado. So what are your thoughts? After expressing this, Pannon turned to the two, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. You need not concern yourself with such matters. My question is straightforward. Do you require my assistance? If so, simply state your need. V interjected without regard for the company's stance. Absolutely. If you are willing to assist, it would be most welcomed. Adecado will. Let us not dwell on companies or families. Pannon, we are friends. Even without the equipment, if you need my help, just say the word. There is no need for anything more, V declared, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. For her, it was a simple matter. After the trials of Shurji Mountain and the Tiger Claw Gang, she has come to regard Pannon and Qi Luo as true friends. Loyal to her friends, she would not turn a blind eye to their troubles. Qi Luo, what say you? Surely you are not rendered speechless? V glanced at Qi Luo, who seemed lost in thought beside them. You have articulated my sentiments perfectly. What more can I add? Pannon, next time you treat us with such courtesy, do not blame us if we kick you directly. Despite his own involvement, both V and Pannon, who had become close friends in the original storyline, stood together. And by a twist of fate, he also became a member of their trio. A myriad of memories and experiences intertwined and flickered in his mind, ultimately coalescing into the present form of Qi Luo. Calmness attribute enhanced. Current calmness. 7. Self-improvement reward. Free attribute. 1. Utilizing the free point to enhance his intelligence. Qi Luo felt his intellect rise to 7. At this moment, he truly sensed his integration into the cyber world. Although he and the others had undergone numerous experiences, he had always acted with a lingering regret to rectify the past game narrative. It was only after V concluded his remarks that he realized, almost unconsciously, that he had come to regard this seemingly whimsical model student team as his sole sanctuary in this world. He now yearned to protect this sanctuary, this home. Thus, he smiled at the two and resolutely expressed his thoughts. Indeed, you are quite spirited. This is exactly how it should be. V exclaimed with delight. Then I shall not hold back. I will be clinging to you from now on. Do not think of getting rid of me, Pannon replied, equally joyous. Now, back to the matter at hand. What are your plans regarding the transport convoy? Qi Luo inquired, redirecting their attention to the crucial question. I have devised a plan. The day after tomorrow, a convoy will traverse a segment of abandoned railway in the wasteland. We intend to reactivate an old train to obstruct their passage and eliminate the guards accompanying that convoy. What do we need to do? V and Qi Luo inquired. You simply need to assist us in neutralizing those guard soldiers. I trust in your abilities. Otherwise, I fear our family might suffer grave losses, Pannon replied, exhibiting considerable confidence in this operation, especially with the support of her two exceptionally skilled friends. Commission accepted. Client. Pannon. Reward. Cybernetic enhancement equipment. Task. Eliminate the military technological cargo convoy. Given that it is the day after tomorrow, we should begin our preparations, as we are facing military-grade soldiers. At the very least, we ought to upgrade our cybernetics, Qi Luo suggested to the others. You are right. After being assaulted by that group of the Tiger Claw Gang, my lower abdomen is still somewhat sore. Indeed, had it not been for Qi Luo's remarkable display of power last time, we cannot fathom how things might have turned out. V concurred. Thus, the group solidified their decision and wasted no time in arriving at Old Way's clinic. Misty, Old Way, we have arrived. After greeting Misty from the Spirit Communication Hall, they approached Old Way. Upon seeing the three of them bustling with energy, Old Way could not help but smile. What brings such esteemed individuals back today? Haha. Old Way, we are here with a significant business proposition. The three of us intend to upgrade our cybernetics. Qi Luo cheerfully explained their purpose. Oh, it seems there is another substantial endeavor at hand. What enhancements are you considering? The three of us are to don lightweight subcutaneous armor, and I shall be replacing the nano muscle fibers. As for the other two, they will convey their own updates to you. The installation of subcutaneous armor is a considerable undertaking, necessitating the embedding of armor plates between the skin and muscle. This augmentation alone requires approximately an hour per individual, yet it is undoubtedly worthwhile, as the lightweight armor instills a sense of confidence against the threat of small-caliber bullets. Furthermore, Qi Luo will be replacing all his muscles with the robust nano-muscle fibers, theoretically rendering him immune to fatigue, thereby elevating his combat prowess to a new echelon. Then there is Panin, who has equipped her left arm with a projectile launch system capable of firing various types of munitions, including EMPs, high-explosive shells, and gas canisters. She can load a maximum of 5 rounds at a time, with each round costing approximately 20 euros, making it a formidable instrument of fire support. V, akin to Qi Luo, has also integrated nano-muscle fibers, in addition to a set of enhanced tendons. This unique leg prosthetic retains a space for storing highly compressed gas, which can be utilized to provide the user with an upward thrust when needed, enabling astonishing feats such as a double jump in midair, significantly enhancing V's agility. Chapter 23, Eulario, Part 1. The installation of the cybernetic bodies for the three individuals consumed the entirety of the night, and indeed, as they had suggested, it was a substantial financial undertaking. Their savings were nearly entirely depleted, leaving only enough for sustenance. Even V and Qi Luo had to borrow a little to make ends meet, and they ended up with somewhat older models, second-hand goods procured through Old Way. However, under Old Way's craftsmanship, they appeared as good as new. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Thank you, Old Way. Once the cybernetics were fitted, each individual took a moment to acclimate to their significantly enhanced physiques. Qi Luo found himself increasingly enamored with the notion of augmenting himself through technological means. The surge of power instilled an unwarranted confidence that often leads one to become fervently obsessed with their cybernetic enhancements. Fortunately, his current modifications were minimal, and with a composure attribute of 7, he faced little risk. The other two were seasoned veterans, well-versed in the trials of their existence, and would not easily lose themselves to such superficial alterations. After expressing their gratitude to Old Way, the group departed from the cybernetics clinic and returned to the Adecado camp aboard Panin's battle vehicle. By this time, the night had deepened, and they chose not to engage in further activities, instead seeking out their tents for rest. They slumbered until morning, when Panin roused Qi Luo and V. The day's objective was to devise a method to set the obstructing train in motion. This was pivotal to the operation, for without it, the military technology would not be able to be contained. With everyone assembled for the mission, Panin led the group toward their destination. The daytime temperature in the desolate land hovers around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Even within the confines of the vehicle, Qi Luo hardly feels any respite from the oppressive heat. Gazing out at the endless expanse of desert, the rolling dunes, and the sparse vegetation, he observes the distant, encroaching sandstorm that looms ominously on the horizon. Panin, look over there. The sandstorm is approaching. Wait, what is that? Qi Luo nudges Panin, urging her to take notice of the brewing tempest. However, at that moment, his artificial eye appears to detect something else within the storm. A convoy? Goodness. It's the Chaos Blade Society. They've tracked us down. Panin quickly comprehends the situation, realizing that the recent activities at Shurji Mountain have left traces for the Chaos Blade Society to follow. We cannot allow them to reach the camp. Qi Luo V. And Soul's reinforcements will take some time to arrive. We must delay these intruders at all costs. Panin decisively states. The drivers ahead, including Mitch the Scorpion, retreat, uniting to confront the advancing convoy of the Chaos Blade Society. This time, the enemy has sent a substantial force, with over 20 vehicles, all of which have undergone various modifications. Qi Luo and his companions find that their distant gunfire is ineffective against the enemy's defenses. Observing the futility of their efforts, Panin quickly signals the others to activate the machine guns and weaponry on their vehicles, rallying them to engage in guerrilla tactics against the Chaos Blade Society. The adversaries are compelled to contend with a fleet of 5 vehicles, yet both sides maneuver at considerable speed, with the nearby sandstorm adding to the chaos. The deluge of bullets unleashed from numerous weapons largely misses its mark, while the few that do strike the vehicles merely clatter off ineffectively before falling to the ground. It is unfeasible. There are too many adversaries. V inquired of Qi Luo whether he could disable their vehicles. I can, but it would be futile. I can incapacitate at most 2 vehicles before needing to rest and allow my body to cool down. It would be far more effective to utilize the sniper capabilities of the cat, Qi Luo replied with resignation. He had no heat dissipation fins installed for hacking. Nor was there a hacker chair or ice bath available. Excessive computational intrusion would lead to a rapid increase in his body temperature, leaving him in a state of weakness. It would be wiser to rely on his marksmanship to eliminate a few more foes. Then provide me with cover while I venture out to neutralize the nearest vehicles. V paused momentarily at this suggestion and then gestured for Qi Luo to use the cat for cover. She opened the car door, gauged the distance to the nearest enemy vehicle, and seized the opportunity to leap across. Qi Luo tightened his grip on the cat's trigger, observing the movements of the enemies surrounding V through the scope. He watched as V soared from the car toward the enemy's vehicle, catching them off guard as she drew her Sadala shotgun midair and shot through the bulletproof glass, striking the driver squarely in the head. The out-of-control vehicle collided with another, both coming to a halt. The enemies aboard could only disembark to retaliate, but they were swiftly dispatched by Qi Luo's precise shots. Meanwhile, in midair, V utilized the recoil of the Sadala and the compressed gas stored in her enhanced leg tendons to propel herself towards another vehicle. However, the enemies had already reacted, unleashing a hail of submachine gun and handgun fire. Fortunately, V had equipped herself with subdermal armor, which absorbed and mitigated the kinetic energy of the bullets, preventing any significant harm. As V landed smoothly on another vehicle, she noticed the 2 occupants inside exchange a glance before resolutely pressing a button within the car. With the activation of the button, V heard the sound of the cargo truck's rear doors swinging open, and soon, other vehicles from the chaotic gang began to flee in a frenzy. A sudden shiver ran down V's spine as she sensed impending danger. Without hesitation, she dispatched the 2 individuals in the vehicle with 2 swift shots and quickly leaped back, aiming to distance herself from the truck. Just then, a resounding bang echoed as a mechanical hand tore open the roof, reaching for V's ankle. Fortunately, Qi Luo, who had been keeping a watchful eye, fired a timely sniper bullet that shattered the mechanical appendage. However, despite her previous prowess in effortlessly piercing vehicle armor, the cat demon's attack failed to inflict any significant damage this time. What on earth was that thing? V swiftly returned to the Pan Am vehicle, gazing at the figure that had emerged from the now-ripped cargo truck, a humanoid monstrosity clad in exoskeletal power armor. Hilario Alma was a member of the Adecado, born into this wretched land. He had once lived happily with his parents, but life did not always unfold as desired. In this desolate terrain, finding a source of water was a formidable challenge. Although wanderers like them were thought to be capable of discovering water even if cast onto the moon, such abilities were merely born out of the dire necessities of survival. Thus, when the company discharged its polluted wastewater into the tainted land, contaminating their water sources, he could only helplessly witness the demise of his frail parents, who succumbed before him. From that moment on, he became a true drifter in the wretched land, surviving by robbing the company's henchmen. It was not until one fateful robbery that he misjudged the strength of his adversaries, resulting in him being shot multiple times, on the verge of joining his parents. At that crucial moment, a convoy emblazoned with the family crest passed by, vanquished the company's thugs, and rescued him. Following this, he settled with this family, proving his loyalty through numerous missions and formally joining the Adecado clan. He wandered alongside his newfound relatives. Though life was arduous, it was bearable. Hilario felt that, since the loss of his parents, he had finally experienced the warmth of a home once more. Thus, he silently vowed to protect this family at all costs. Chapter 24. Hilario, Part 2. Days passed in this manner, and he followed the clan leader to Night City, where life became even more challenging. They lost many supplies and comrades along the way, yet they remained steadfast in their loyalty to Seoul, believing that this man could fulfill his promise of securing a future for Adecado. However, since losing so many family members, Sol appeared to have lost the courage of his past, opting instead to bow to the company. Like many others in the clan, Hilario felt a deep dissatisfaction with this new demeanor, yet unlike the girl who had openly confronted Sol and was subsequently cast out, he chose a different path. Hilario was well acquainted with the spirited young woman named Panam, who possessed a fervent individuality and a distinct perspective. She opposed Sol's notion of collaborating with the corporation and sought hope in Night City. Hilario admired her. Many in his family shared her sentiments. Yet none dared to sever ties with the family as she had. For him, the family transcended all else, as long as he could remain close to them. The rest mattered little. As for the future, could those from the Badlands truly anticipate a future? However, not long after, Panam returned to the family, accompanied by a man named Goro. From that point onward, the family seemed to undergo a gradual transformation. Sol announced the cessation of collaboration with the corporation, and they reverted to their former lives as free wanderers, a positive turn of events. Thus, when Panam and Goro instigated an assault on the Ripperdoc gang's stronghold, bringing trouble upon the family, Hilario refrained from complaints. Neither did anyone else. Instead, they were invigorated by the salvaged equipment, which illuminated their path ahead. Consequently, upon receiving the task of patrolling the vicinity to prevent the Ripperdoc gang from encroaching, he stepped out with enthusiasm, diligently surveying the surroundings in his vehicle. It was not long before he spotted a group of Ripperdoc members congregating in a nearby ghost town, seemingly plotting something. Without much hesitation, he approached stealthily, intending merely to gather intelligence for his family. Regrettably, the leader of the group appeared to possess a highly advanced cybernetic eye, which swiftly detected him amid the heavy cover. Despite his valiant efforts to retaliate and eliminate several adversaries, he ultimately fell into the clutches of the Ripperdoc gang, initially resigned to his fate. Who lamented bringing along some callow youths, was taken aback when the Maelstrom gang, upon recognizing his family's insignia, not only spared his life but also revived him with subpar cybernetics. However, his elation was short-lived as he soon discerned their motive, to extract information about the Adecados from him. Aware of their objective, remained defiant. Despite the relentless and unremitting interrogation by the Maelstrom, his response remained a constant "fuck you." This obstinacy earned him increasingly brutal and merciless treatment. His psyche was subjected to relentless torment, and he began to hallucinate visions of his parents and family members. He lost track of how long this torture persisted. But before his mind completely shattered and descended into chaos, he vaguely overheard whispers of an impending Maelstrom assault on the Adecado encampment. What a pity. I won't have the chance to inform my family. With that thought, S. mind, now teeming with countless phantasms and murmured incantations, finally broke, and his consciousness succumbed to darkness. Within this abyss, he sensed his body being mounted onto something, followed by a period of jolting. Then, he heard the familiar sounds of gunfire. "Where am I?" murmured instinctively, then sought to emerge from the darkness. In his mind, he attempted to dispel the shadows. And in reality, the power armor arms he controlled tore open the truck that had been housing him, and he finally beheld the light once more. In the luminous glow, a silhouette appeared. Hilario attempted to grasp her, seeking to inquire about their location. His mechanical arm extended towards the suspended figure of V, yet was intercepted by Qi Luo's sniper shot. Sensing the obstruction, he instinctively turned towards Qi Luo and approached. Alas, that was a centaur exosuit. Retreat, retreat. Qi Luo instantly recognized it. In his previous life, he had encountered a cybernetic lunatic donned in such an exoskeleton. Its design resembled an intricately hollowed-out robot, with a pilot seated at its center, maneuvering the machine. Although this mech was originally intended for laborers, the prohibition against heavy weaponry in Night City had transformed such suits into formidable instruments of gang warfare, armed with thermal cannons and fortified with shields crafted from specialized materials capable of withstanding most calibers of bullets. Mere thugs wielding handguns and submachine guns were utterly powerless against them. Now, however, Qi Luo and his companions found themselves in the role of those very thugs. Upon the emergence of the centaur mech, it charged directly toward them, and Qi Luo couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that it was targeting him specifically. Was it seeking revenge? As Hilario strode forward with purpose, he seemed to detect something amiss. His hand suddenly reached out towards the direction of the Scorpion vehicle, though his mind was clouded. He recognized the family emblem emblazoned on the Scorpion's chassis and instinctively attempted to intervene. Consequently, the mechanical arm sprang into action, accompanied by the activation of the thermal cannon affixed to it. The mech's weapon systems identified the hostile armaments on the Scorpion vehicle, triggering the thermal cannon to fire with precision. A brilliant burst of orange-yellow light erupted, obliterating the rear of the Scorpion vehicle, leaving its occupants' fates shrouded in uncertainty. Damn you, Scorpion! Panin, witnessing the assault, was instantly consumed by rage. He swung the vehicle around, intent on ramming the mech. Observing this, Qi Luo swiftly designated the power armor's fuel tank as a target, signaling for V to take the opportunity to destroy it, thereby incapacitating the mech. V understood the cue and leapt into action. From Eulario's perspective, Panin's vehicle transformed into a vision of his parents rushing towards him, doves symbolizing peace and freedom soaring overhead, while family members encircled them, applauding and offering their congratulations. Overwhelmed with emotion, Eulario extended his arms, yearning to embrace his approaching parents. "Mom, Dad, how I miss you." "Thank you, everyone from the Adecado family. Did I do well this time?" Meanwhile, from Qi Luo's vantage point, as Panin charged forward, he readied the thermal cannon for a counterattack. However, with remarkable agility, Qi Luo maneuvered the cat demon, firing a bullet that sharply redirected the enemy's aim. Meanwhile, V seized the opportune moment, her agile form leaping forth like a bolt of lightning, gracefully soaring over the adversary's head. As she soared past and reached the rear of the powered armor, she decisively pulled the trigger, her shot striking precisely at the fuel tank of the enemy's suit. Regrettably, this critical component had evidently undergone special reinforcement, proving resistant to her solitary shot. However, at this pivotal moment, Qi Luo did not falter. With a swift motion of his finger on the trigger, an energy-laden cat bullet shot forth, unerringly hitting the dent created by V's earlier shot. With the impact of his shot, the fuel tank of the powered armor finally succumbed to the assault, erupting in a resounding explosion. Chapter 25. Counterattack of the Raging Blades. The fuel tank emitted a muted explosion. Although it caused no harm to the mech or its pilot, it severed the power source, rendering it immobile, with the pilot slipping into unconsciousness. Observing this, Qi Luo hastily exited his vehicle and rushed to extricate the pilot, intent on preventing any further mischief. Panin, witnessing the scene, disregarded the disabled powered armor and sprinted towards the Scorpion's location, while others from Adecado also dismounted their vehicles to converge. Scorpion! Scorpion! Thank heavens! The person is unharmed. The first to arrive, Mitch, discovered the unconscious Scorpion trapped beneath the mangled chassis. After checking for a pulse and confirming he was alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. The others, upon hearing this, also felt a measure of ease. However, the Raging Blades convoy, which had retreated earlier, was now returning, and they were still unable to rescue the individual. Panin, does anyone here know how to operate this power armor? I can temporarily restore its functionality using the fuel tank from the Scorpion vehicle. Qi Luo approached, having just inspected the power armor and discovering its remarkable quality. With a mere replacement of the fuel tank, it could be made operational again. Allow me, Mitch volunteered, eager for a chance to strike back at their adversaries. Having previously operated armored vehicles in the military, these machines were not vastly different. Qi Luo nodded and began repairing the power armor, while the others formed a defensive line in front of them, weapons firing once more at the Ruan Daohui. V stood by with the Satera, poised for a surprise attack, while Panin took aim with Qi Luo's cat, targeting the driver of an opposing vehicle. Initially, these individuals could only hope to delay the Ruan Daohui momentarily. Fortunately, Sol and his team finally arrived to provide support, joining Panin's group in a standoff against the enemy. However, this stalemate lasted less than 2 minutes before Mitch, now in control of the power armor, shattered the equilibrium. Seeing the power armor reactivated, the enemy attempted to flee, but the vigilant defenders sprang into action. Qi Luo exerted all his computational power to infiltrate the last 2 vehicles, rendering them immobile and obstructing the retreating ones. Seizing the opportunity, Panin sniped a driver, while V soared forward, detonating a vehicle's fuel tank. Amidst the deafening explosions, chaos erupted among the enemy forces, heralding Mitch's vengeance. Mitch's legs moved incessantly, his right hand unleashing a thermal cannon that obliterated the foremost vehicle. With a swift motion, his left hand wielded a shield, crashing it into another car, causing its engine to explode. The retaliatory fire from the opposing side ineffectively struck his shield, failing to breach his defenses. Thus, Mitch led the charge, while Panin and Qi Luo flanked him, and V along with Carol Bob enthusiastically joined forces with the supporting Adcardos, swiftly overwhelming the remaining 10 vehicles. The members of the Randawee reported below after vanquishing all adversaries. After dispatching the last of them, Mitch maneuvered the mech to tear open the Scorpion's vehicle, rescuing the occupants within. Qi Luo approached to assess the situation. Discovering that Scorpion had merely been rendered unconscious by the blast, sustaining only a few broken bones, which relieved everyone. Mitch subsequently exited the mech, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Haha, it has been ages since I operated such a machine. Taking down those scoundrels from the Randawee was immensely satisfying." However, it wasn't just Mitch who relished the moment. The Adcardo reinforcements gazed at the mech with awe, each one eager to take it for a spin. Even Sol, typically stoic and reserved, displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The price of such a contraption was not the sole concern. Acquiring one in Night City was no simple feat. This particular model was likely military technology, originally intended for eliminating the vagabonds, and now the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Hilario? What was he doing here? What was going on? At that moment, a voice of inquiry echoed from a distance. Qi Luo turned to find that they were questioning the initial pilot of the powered armor. At present, Hilario, who had been dragged out, remained unconscious. Do you know him? Isn't he from the Chaos Blade Society? Wasn't he the one piloting the powered armor from the beginning? The Chaos Blade Society? Impossible. However, he went missing a few days ago during patrol. Could it be that he was captured by them? Upon hearing this response, Qi Luo pondered deeply. He then connected to Hilario's personal interface to initiate a system diagnostic. The chaotic system was rife with error messages, and the majority of the neural pathways were burned out. Indeed, it was cyberpsychosis. It appeared that the original scheme of the Chaos Blade Society was to have this afflicted Adka individual don the powered armor, subsequently casting Hilario into the Adka camp for them to turn on one another, a truly malevolent amusement. Although we managed to thwart their plan, the high mental load imposed by the powered armor had exacerbated his symptoms significantly. Hilario, those scoundrels from the Chaos Blade Society, they will be exterminated. Upon receiving the news, Sol and Pannon arrived to assess the situation. Enraged, they found themselves powerless. Research on cyberpsychosis is currently at the forefront of global technology, and as far as they knew, only the counterterrorism tactical unit possessed any viable methods to address it. Sol, if you can trust me, I know someone who might have a solution. At least a glimmer of hope. After obtaining Sol's consent, Qi Luo prompted V to contact Regina. Following V and Jack's recent escapade at the Azure Tower, she has gained notoriety among all intermediaries. Meanwhile, Qi Luo remains somewhat inconspicuous, known only to the priest. Upon receiving Regina's affirmative response, the members of the Adcardo family heaved a sigh of relief. Hilario typically enjoys a commendable reputation within the family, but this time he was captured due to a familial mission. Witnessing a loved one on the brink of despair while feeling utterly powerless is a dreadful experience. Thus, the prospect of newfound hope is a welcome outcome. V and Qi Luo's standing among the family members has risen as well. At this juncture, Sol and Pannon exchanged glances, both aware of the underlying tension. Sol, not lacking in perception, initially remained engrossed in the events surrounding the Blade Society, but soon grasped the situation. Pannon had evidently not relinquished his pursuit of the magical lizard. Sol appeared somewhat resigned at this realization. Do you wish to say something more, Pannon? Are you incapable of letting go? Pannon insisted. Sol, trust me just this once. We do not require your assistance, merely your permission to proceed. You understand the magnitude of the aid that magical lizard could provide us. Qi Luo, observing from the side, also felt compelled to speak up at that moment. Pannon was also affected by my request. V and I needed a piece of equipment from that shipment. Therefore, Sol, I implore you to assist us in seizing this cargo. As for the military technology that follows, I believe we have now acquired an excellent scapegoat. Speaking of scapegoats, Qi Luo pointed to the nearby Centaur-powered armor, which should undoubtedly be the military technology bestowed upon the Chaos Blade Society. Utilizing this apparatus to commandeer the freight will naturally lead any subsequent investigations back to the Chaos Blade Society. Very well, Pannon. I only hope you will remember this lesson from the Chaos Blade Society and refrain from drawing more enemies to the family. After casting a deep glance at Pannon and the others, Sol led his team in clearing the battlefield before retreating back to camp with the Scorpion. The individuals sent by Regina also took Hilaria away for treatment, leaving only the Centaur mech behind. The group exchanged glances, each displaying a sense of exhilaration. Fortunately, aside from the Scorpion, no one else had sustained significant injuries, and now, with this mech, our chances of success had greatly increased, Pannon remarked, then summoned everyone back into the vehicles as they proceeded to the location of the train. Chapter 26. The Chaos Blade Society's Assault Upon Arrival. Qi Luo and V worked diligently to repair the train's control system and generator, swiftly resolving the issues at hand. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, prompting the group to kindle a bonfire, gathering around it to converse. Pannon settled next to Qi Luo, engaging him in conversation, while V listened attentively from the other side. Gratitude. Qi Luo. Today, it is not just you. I too fear that I may not persuade Thor. I possess little talent for this endeavor, and should we lose this cargo, I fear I shall regret it for a lifetime. No need for formality. As I have declared we are friends, I shall certainly assist you. Well spoken. Haha. Let us raise a glass together. V, overhearing the conversation, felt invigorated, and soon everyone lifted their bottles in a jubilant toast, quenching their thirst before reclining by the bonfire to rest, preparing for the morrow's endeavors. They slumbered soundly until dawn, though regrettably, it was not a natural awakening. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Qi Luo was jolted from his slumber by a tremendous explosion and the sound of gunfire. Still in a daze, he heard Pannon's urgent voice, the disorderly Blade Society. Quickly, find cover. Though Qi Luo's mind was slow to react, his body instinctively sought refuge. Once he regained his composure, he realized that their group had once again drawn the attention of the disorderly Blade Society, who had amassed around 30 individuals. 10 vehicles surrounded them, preventing any escape while providing suppressive fire, and the remaining 15 closed in, utilizing cover to encircle them. Damn, Pannon, what is the situation? It seems they discovered our tracks after we departed the battlefield yesterday. Had we not awakened early, we would have been utterly annihilated. Damn it. Steadying himself, Qi Luo summoned a magic puppet to buy time with a take advantage of your illness to take your life spell, while he assessed the unfolding situation as his comrades seized the opportunity to counterattack. Although our side has not suffered any fatalities, several members have sustained gunshot wounds. Currently, only 3 squad members positioned further back remain unscathed. The Centaur-powered armor lies 20 meters away beside the train, which has come to a halt. Observing the injured Mitch, Qi Luo weighed his options and swiftly made a decision. Cover me. I'm going to operate the power armor. What? Can you even drive it? I can't. But do you have a better plan? After retorting to Mitch's question, Qi Luo disregarded his insistence that his injuries were inconsequential. Under the cover of his comrades, he dashed toward the power armor, recognizing that this was the pivotal moment to break the deadlock. Da-da-da-da-da. The adversaries also discerned his intentions, and immediately, the bullets from the mounted machine gun and the submachine guns wielded by members of the chaotic faction rained down upon him. Meanwhile, the pressure on the others lightened, allowing them to eliminate 7 or 8 enemies. However, Qi Luo found himself in peril. His agility allowed him to predict and evade the slower projectiles. Yet the sheer volume of bullets required a minimum attribute level of 10 to effectively manage. Thus, Qi Luo opted for the most perilous course of action. Instead of retreating behind cover, he brandished his Lexington, his cybernetic eye glimmering with intensity as he swiftly penetrated the fray, releasing a series of rounds aimed at the enemy's vital points. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst a rapid volley of gunfire, several lethal projectiles were deflected, while additional rounds struck Qi Luo, with only the machine gun bullets inflicting substantial damage. His left elbow, shoulder, and back were pierced, creating various lacerations. Nevertheless, the kinetic force of the bullets propelled Qi Luo toward the powered armor. Damn it, these bastards. Qi Luo cursed as he endured the excruciating pain. Wasting no time, he clambered into the Centaur-powered armor's cockpit. The personal connection was swiftly established, and the barrage of enemy fire diminished under the counterattack of his allies. V and Pan Am, enraged by Qi Luo's grave injuries, fought with renewed ferocity. Sparks erupted as bullets impacted the powered armor. Qi Luo, having sealed his wounds with a healing injector, swiftly acclimated to the controls. The intense neural strain and agonizing pain inflicted by the powered armor placed immense pressure on his body. Fortunately, his experience piloting mechs in cyberspace, coupled with the armor's bioconsciousness synchronization system, enabled him to rapidly adapt and control the powered armor as an extension of his own body. with a series of mechanical clangs. Qi Luo maneuvered the powered armor toward the nearby battlefield. Despite its bulky appearance, the armor's maximum speed reached approximately 60 km/h, a considerable pace for infantry combat. Upon arriving at Panin, Qi Luo disregarded their concerns and directly communicated commands, instructing them to take cover and fire from behind him. He crouched low, attempting to shield himself behind the shield while steadily advancing against the enemy's fire. Driving skill upgraded. Currently at level 4, Master. Autonomous learning reward. Driving upgraded to all-class driving, encompassing all types of vehicles and exoskeleton driving skills, with the sound of the system notification under Qi Luo's valiant efforts. The chaotic group known as the Rundo Society ceased to pose any further challenges, all swiftly dealt with on site. Qi Luo, whose wounds had begun to reopen, hurriedly exited the vehicle. Fortunately, his medical skills allowed him to administer urgent care to his injuries, enabling him to continue functioning normally, albeit with his left arm rendered entirely useless. Dangling limply from his shoulder. Qi Luo, you nearly scared us to death. Do you realize that? Panin exclaimed, rushing over and anxiously surveying Qi Luo's injuries. Reproaching him for his recklessness. V nodded in agreement, concern evident in his eyes. Silverhand, what do you know? Now that's what I call being a man. Haha. Well done. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. Otherwise, who knows how many more lives we would have lost, Qi Luo replied, pointing to the others nearby who had sustained considerable injuries. As Panin glanced over, he fell silent, acknowledging that had it not been for Qi Luo donning the powered armor, there would undoubtedly have been casualties. Yet, another pressing issue loomed. Damn it. This group of Rundo Society arrived at the most inopportune time. The military tech convoy is about to arrive, and in our current state, how can we seize it? Panin, consumed by anger, was deep in contemplation when Mitch delivered some grim news. Upon learning of the situation here, Saul was en route, intent on returning them to the camp and preparing for relocation to a more concealed haven. Mitch was instructed to convey to Panin that the current shipment was no longer an option. Should they defy this directive again, they would be expelled from the family. There is still an opportunity, Panin. Let the three of us seize this chance. We cannot afford to let it slip away. The others should return to report to Saul. Their condition precludes engaging the company any further. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? You're not even, the others instinctively retorted. 3 individuals attempting to ambush the company as convoy? Surely, it would be a death wish. I am serious. I have reviewed the intelligence we intercepted. This convoy is not heavily armed, comprising fewer than 20 personnel, which is quite manageable. Moreover, the weapons wielded by those soldiers cannot breach the power armor's defenses. Can they? Qi Luo argued persuasively. It wasn't merely this shipment that contained items of urgent necessity for them. Strangely, he felt a rush of exhilaration at the prospect of danger. The thrill of fierce combat was intoxicating, prompting him to propose this audacious plan. Let us embark now. Carol, you shall remotely assist us in controlling the train. When Sol arrives, accompany him and mention that we are returning to Night City. Chapter 27. The Heist and the Bounty. After a brief moment of silence, Pan Am and V acquiesced. Without heeding the objections of others, Pan Am finalized the plan, and the 3 of them set off in 2 vehicles, one of which contained power armor, heading toward their designated location. However, the expressions exchanged between the 2 women shifted slightly. Pan Am understood the significance of the magical lizard to their family, which was why she had long desired to seize it. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, she still wished to assist Qi Luo, which only heightened her feelings of affection. V, on the other hand, contemplated the purpose behind the cybernetic modification machine, which was aimed at saving Evelyn. Yet, at its core, it remained a matter of personal concern. Thus, she had initially intended to take the risk of commandeering it, but was at a loss for words. Qi Luo's actions undoubtedly came to her aid, further intensifying her fondness for him. Meanwhile, Qi Luo, the instigator of this endeavor, sat beside the mech, tending to his wounds, ever prepared for a fierce confrontation. Nearby, the train trailed closely behind them, and they soon reached the vicinity of the military technology convoy. The train successfully executed their plan to halt the convoy. The soldiers aboard, realizing that a heist was underway, disembarked with heightened vigilance. Initially, they intended to signal for reinforcements, but their efforts were thwarted by the signal jamming device activated by Qi Luo and his companions. Upon spotting the target, Qi Luo immediately donned the power armor and, alongside V, charged toward the enemy. Pan Am took control of the mounted machine gun and opened fire on the adversaries. As they drew closer, several grenades were hurled from the opposite side, clearly indicating that these individuals understood the futility of standard ammunition against their powered armor and opted instead for the widespread devastation of grenades to incapacitate the driver. Qi Luo's gaze sharpened with determination, and he promptly raised his shield to deflect the incoming projectiles. However, V, demonstrating reliable marksmanship, managed to shoot down several grenades, triggering a series of explosions that spared Qi Luo from harm. While Qi Luo could have achieved the same feat, the slow-firing rate of his thermal cannon rendered him unable to respond in time. With each deafening explosion stirring up clouds of dust, the figures of the two became indistinct in the eyes of their adversaries. Suddenly, a flash of orange light erupted as the leading assailants were obliterated in a single blast. V leapt into the air, surveying the group concealed behind their cover, and launched a laser-cutting grenade, resulting in another cacophony of wails. Coupled with the relentless fire of Pan's machine gun nearby, only 8 individuals remained in the rear positions. These 8 clearly harbored no intention of surrendering. One among them signaled, prompting the group to split into 2 directions. V and Qi Luo exchanged a knowing glance and chose to pursue the 4 fleeing to the left. However, after only a few paces, the individuals who had previously retreated to the right turned back to launch an assault, their target being the exposed fuel tank of Qi Luo's powered armor. With a sudden clatter and an ensuing explosion, the fuel tank was detonated, catching Qi Luo off guard. In truth, it should not have been so fragile. This tank had been salvaged from the Scorpion vehicle he had replaced, and its ballistic resistance was not as robust as the original model. Qi Luo, having grown overly confident in the overall defensive capabilities of his equipment, had forgotten this crucial detail. As the power armor lay incapacitated, the 8 adversaries swiftly encircled, intent on neutralizing them. Observing this, V seized the somewhat dazed Qi Luo, yanking him downward while simultaneously retaliating. Pan, wielding a machine gun, was unable to target their position and had already drawn his cat gun, dispatching one of the most aggressive attackers, thereby alleviating some pressure on his companions. "Come back to your senses, give them a taste of their own medicine," V admonished, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Qi Luo's face to jolt him awake. He then gestured for Qi Luo to deploy his magic puppet. Regaining his composure, Qi Luo's cybernetic eye flickered, unleashing arcs of electricity upon their opponents, one of whom, possessing a high degree of cybernetic enhancement, crumpled to the ground, only to be taken out by Pan's gunfire. Seizing the moment, Qi Luo and V coordinated with Pan's cat gun, launching themselves into action. With impeccable marksmanship, they unleashed a flurry of bullets, claiming the final adversary. "Damn, that was close," Qi Luo exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, wincing in pain while gasping for breath. V and the approaching Pan found humor in the situation. "Weren't you the one who insisted on taking risks? Now you're frightened?" "Frightened? Nonsense, I am not afraid," Qi Luo retorted defiantly, then chuckled as the trio began to tidy up the battlefield. After locating 2 vehicles filled with magic lizards and another containing equipment, Qi Luo connected his personal device to hack into the system, enabling remote control as they returned to the Adecado camp. Upon arrival, the inhabitants of Adecado marveled at the items they had brought back, while Sol strode over in a huff. Qi Luo and V exchanged amused glances at Pan's anxious demeanor, their laughter filling the air. "Was it not you who proposed this endeavor? Now you seem to have lost your nerve." "Spare me your incessant chatter," Pan retorted defiantly, steadying himself as he faced the approaching Sol. "You had better provide me with an explanation." "Pan, did we not agree on this? Regardless of our prior arrangements, Sol, take a look at this magical lizard. Do you wish for me to return it?" "You, never mind. We shall convene a family meeting later regarding your situation." "Very well, but what shall we do about the magical lizard?" "Do as you wish, just do not trouble me." With that, a somewhat irritated Sol waved his hand dismissively and departed. Meanwhile, the nearby figures of Mitch, Scorpion, and Carol, who had been exchanging knowing glances, approached. "Haha, Pan, you have truly outdone yourselves this time. 3 of you managed to accomplish this feat. Enough chatter, quickly assist me in managing these matters. The truck has also arrived at the Chaos Blade's location, and we need to tend to our wounds." Pan, smiling, conversed briefly with the group before dispersing them, and then, accompanied by Qi Luo and V, he made his way to the camp's cybernetic doctor for treatment. Physical attributes enhanced. Current physique, 7. Self-improvement reward freedom attribute, 0.1. Is there anything that can replace my left hand? Additionally, Please assist me in repairing my subdermal armor. After mending his bodily injuries, the system notification popped up for Qi Luo, indicating that the consecutive battles had indeed yielded some benefits. He decided to allocate that point towards intelligence. With an intelligence score of 8, Qi Luo gazed at his left hand, contemplating the embellishments he could adorn it with. Upon hearing his thoughts, the doctor provided him with a list, where Qi Luo stumbled upon something quite intriguing. Gorilla, projectile, mantis blade, flying claw, tool hand. Tool hand. Tool hand. A gray-black metallic prosthetic, equipped with a screwdriver, wrench, hydraulic hammer, and other various tools, additionally furnished with a monomolecular cutting knife, catering to the needs of individuals engaged in various technical professions. Furthermore, the cutting knife and the arm's maximum output of 800 kilograms endow it with a certain degree of combat capability. I want it. How much is this? Qi Luo eagerly inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In his previous life, he was an enthusiast who hoarded an array of tools at home. Now, armed with skills, he found it even harder to resist such an item. No need. Sol mentioned earlier that you wouldn't need to spend anything while at the camp. You have done so much for us. But this, doesn't seem appropriate? Qi Luo expressed his surprise, while V appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, Panin chuckled and patted both him and V. What is inappropriate about it? Take it. You deserve it, Silverhand said. You will need it to deal with the wasteland ahead. Without some decent tools, you won't stand a chance. Chapter 28. Busyness and Advancement. Qi Luo and V exchanged glances, scratching their heads before finally accepting the generous offer. Qi Luo equipped the mechanical hand, while V opted for an optical camouflage skin. Once activated, it allowed her to blend seamlessly into her surroundings, rendering her nearly invisible. If one did not pay close attention, they might overlook her entirely. Even if noticed, she would appear as nothing more than a distortion in the air. This was one of the few valuable items that Adecado had to offer. Although the cybernetics they installed were older models, perhaps even secondhand, their functionality was intact, which was all that mattered. After the cybernetic surgery, the group reconvened. Panin had taken the opportunity to make arrangements while Qi Luo and V underwent their procedures, ensuring that everything was in order for their imminent entry into the city. Qi Luo, you seem a bit stunned, V remarked, noticing Qi Luo's sudden change in demeanor. Why do you look even happier than I am? Upon hearing this, Qi Luo's expression brightened. He had just received a system notification. Mission completed. Reward, cybernetic modification equipment. Monetary reward, 100,000 euros. Knowledge reward, medical tier 4 related. Current balance, 103,000 euros. Overnight wealth flooded into his account. Qi Luo couldn't help but feel elated. All the arduous tasks he had undertaken combined did not amount to the bounty he had just acquired. Indeed, if one sought riches, aligning with the right company was the way to go. The interlocutor is V, who, upon noticing the uncontainable joy radiating from Qi Luo, felt a twinge of curiosity. Unable to restrain herself, V inquired, what is this? It's nothing really. I was just reminded of something delightful. Let us return quickly. After I prepare things for Evelyn, I can use this device to elevate your levels. Regaining her composure, Qi Luo waved her hand to steer the conversation away and mentioned the need to head back. At that moment, Panin shook his head, stating, this time, it shall be the two of you who return. I apologize, but with such significant events unfolding within my family, I must remain here for a while. However, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. A cascade of matters, the chaotic Blade Society, military technology, the arcane lizard, suddenly erupted. And as a party involved, Panin had to oversee the camp and could not accompany them for the time being. V and Qi Luo exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of regret, yet nodding in understanding. Very well, Panin, what a pity. Nevertheless, do let us know if you require assistance. Bidding farewell to Panin, the duo proceeded with their equipment through the border checkpoint, returning to the Watson North District base. Qi Luo then sent V on her way, signaling her to report back if she undertook any tasks, before commencing a week-long period of seclusion. Medical skills upgraded. Currently, at the 4th tier of medical expertise, master, with a knowledge reward, advanced hacking, in-depth practical cyber defense, Qi Luo has accomplished a multitude of tasks this week. Foremost among them was the development of life-saving equipment required by Evelyn. This endeavor proved to be far more intricate than he initially anticipated. Originally, his intention was merely to assemble a functional device from various electronic scraps. However, he soon realized the futility of that approach. Consequently, he was compelled to venture into the black market, where he reluctantly spent nearly 10,000 euros on a damaged Krensikov cybernetic implant. This device, once installed, could directly replace the human spine and activate during surges of adrenaline, akin to the response mechanisms of the human body, similar to the principles required for Evelyn's neural activation. After several days of research, he oscillated between Judy's home and the base, successfully cultivating a friendship with her and elevating his medical skills to the 4th tier. By integrating all the cybernetic modifications he had mastered, along with his medical knowledge as a cybernetic doctor, he adeptly transformed the Krensikov implant's original neural activation capabilities into a means of releasing bioelectric energy to restore neural function. Together with Judy, he transported Evelyn to Old Way's clinic. Given that only Qi Luo possessed the knowledge of how to install the device, this marked Old Way's inaugural collaboration on a cybernetic surgery. He was utterly astonished by Qi Luo's medical prowess, feeling as though he were merely a subordinate in this endeavor. In truth, Old Way was not lacking in skill. However, Qi Luo's capabilities were extraordinary. Had the base been equipped with surgical apparatus, he could have effortlessly performed the procedure himself. In conclusion, regardless of the circumstances, Evelyn successfully fitted the cybernetic limb. The next step was to be taken home by Judy for a period of recuperation, awaiting the day when the neural connections of the prosthetic would be restored and awakened. Qi Luo and V were not in a hurry. In fact, if it weren't for the occasional fainting spells, sporadic coughing of blood, and the little voice in her head engaging her in conversation, V mused that this leisurely existence might not be so bad after all. With this thought, she stole a glance at Qi Luo. Having completed a mission, the duo returned to their base, where Qi Luo resumed his seclusion to research the IC, which would be utilized by Evelyn and themselves. In simple terms, IC serves as a firewall to safeguard against hacking incursions. While there are commercially available firewalls created by adept hackers, their reliability is questionable, primarily relying on their own computational power, and they only release the weakest versions, keeping the more effective ones for themselves. For hackers who can deploy an entire service cluster's computational power for intrusion, such IC is virtually ineffective, only proving somewhat useful against rapid breaches by combat hackers. However, this does not include the magical puppets developed by Qi Luo, which can bypass IC. What Qi Luo is currently working on is the genuine IC that only major corporations and super hackers possess, utilizing the 5 server cabinets he painstakingly acquired. He can craft a version of IC that offers protection akin to that used by the foundational employees of a company. Should the number of servers increase in the future, the efficacy of this protection will continue to enhance. Hacker skill upgrade. Current hacker level, Tier 3, Elite, Knowledge reward, how AI is forged. Intelligence attribute upgrade. Current intelligence, 9, reward for freedom attribute points 1, reaction 1, current reaction, 8. After a few days of steady progress in research and development, Qi Luo finally completed the initial version of IC, which he named 365 Security Guardian. He initially intended to emulate the Black Wall, incorporating his knowledge of artificial intelligence to breathe life into his IC, transforming it into a being that would continuously evolve and adapt. However, time was of the essence. As Judy called to inform him that Evelyn had awakened, Judy and V rang the doorbell of Judy's home, and the apartment door swung open, revealing 2 women. One was Judy, her eyes red from tears of joy, while the other was their current objective, Evelyn. This blue-haired woman, resembling a fierce yet elegant heroine, looked at them with an expression of lingering terror, a stark contrast to the ambitious queen she had once been at the beginning of the narrative. An awkward silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts, until Judy snapped back to reality, warmly inviting the 2 into her home. Her gaze toward V and Qi Luo softened considerably. They settled together on the sofa, and it was Evelyn who broke the silence first. Qi Luo, is it? And V, I've heard from Judy. Thank you for rescuing me this time. However, I understand you seek me for something else? Evelyn broached the subject of their intentions directly. V and Qi Luo exchanged a glance before V spoke. Indeed, Evelyn. Do you recall the chip you commissioned me to pilfer? The relic, it's currently embedded within my cranium. It salvaged my life, but now, it's on the verge of extinguishing it. Thus, I'm compelled to inquire, who enlisted you for this endeavor? Ah, the relic, that damnable contraption once more. Evelyn muttered. You rescued me. And though I'm aware you sought assistance from Judy, I'm willing to divulge this information. Evelyn paused, indulging in a moment of self-deprecation before recounting her recollections. Evelyn had always considered herself an astute individual, merely plagued by ill fortune. She was born to a sex worker mother, her father's identity unknown, and thus she subsisted in Japantown until adulthood. In Night City, independent sex workers often economized by installing second-hand cyberware of dubious origin to enhance customer satisfaction and compete with their peers. Consequently, premature demise was commonplace. Evelyn's mother was among those who suffered this fate. On the day of her 18th birthday, Evelyn eagerly anticipated celebrating with her mother after her shift concluded. Instead, she was met with screams and curses emanating from the bedroom. A disgruntled client stormed out, casting her nary a glance, while through the ajar doorway, she witnessed her mother convulsing on the bed, cybernetics sparking erratically. She did not succumb to excessive alarm, perhaps having become desensitized to such occurrences in this predatory metropolis. Following a fleeting moment of disquiet, she regained her composure and sought the assistance of a former paramour of her mother's to arrange for the retrieval and burial of her remains just outside Night City. Interred alongside her mother was her affection for Night City. Subsequently, she resolutely equipped herself with the cybernetic implants her mother had left behind. Choosing to become a pleasure model available for hire, she was cognizant of the inherent risks, but for a girl bereft of any familial support, the worst-case scenario was merely following in her mother's footsteps, a prospect that, upon reflection, held a certain appeal. However, should she survive, she vowed to abscond from this city, seeking refuge far away. Thus, Night City mourned the loss of a mother and daughter who had relied solely on each other, while simultaneously welcoming a vivacious and alluring pleasure model. Engaging in a constant stream of encounters and augmenting her cybernetic enhancements, she soon piqued the interest of the local Tiger Claws gang, thereby gaining an opportunity to work at Clouds. This opportunity was highly coveted among pleasure models, offering lucrative compensation, favorable benefits, and affluent clientele, with the potential for upward mobility. However, this was not Evelyn's aspiration. The ordeal with her mother had instilled in her the understanding that self-reliance was paramount in this city. Consequently, she leveraged her skills at Clouds to cultivate a substantial base of long-term clients. With the assistance of some of these patrons, she emancipated herself from Clouds, embarking on a solo career as a pleasure model. This time, however, she catered exclusively to familiar and generous clients. In theory, if things continued this way, Evelyn would eventually amass enough money to relocate to other cities. However, her increasingly inflated ambitions ultimately clouded her judgment. After yet another harrowing encounter with a client that landed her in the hospital, she realized that she could no longer endure this life. She considered herself an intelligent individual, believing that such a lifestyle was beneath her. Thus, she yearned to escape her current existence and sought new avenues to acquire substantial funds, enabling her to embark on a fresh chapter elsewhere. When the Voodoo Boys approached her with an offer of financial assistance for recording a super dream, she recognized that her opportunity had arrived. By that time, she had already interacted with Liao Xian several times and had inadvertently learned of Liao's intention to sell a biological chip from Arasaka to the Netwatch. Consequently, when the Voodoo Boys revealed their plan, she quickly understood that what they truly desired was that very chip. However, upon inquiring further, they dismissed her, insisting that she focus solely on recording the super dream. Having navigated the underbelly of Night City for so long, Evelyn discerned that the Voodoo Boys were not as affluent as the larger corporations. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek alternative targets. Thus, she set her sights on Netwatch and invested a sum of money to enlist the help of a middleman named Dexter, who agreed to facilitate her contact with them. Once the connection was established, Evelyn candidly informed them of her knowledge regarding Liao Xian's transaction, proposing that she could establish her own deal with Netwatch, requiring them to expend a far lesser cost. For the Net Monitor, the choice was not particularly challenging. Betting on both sides ensured that they would not incur losses. Thus, they agreed to Evelyn's proposal, promising her a substantial sum of money upon the successful completion of the task and a new identity to escape the Night City. Having obtained her desires, Evelyn decisively entered into an alliance with the Net Monitor, subsequently enlisting Dexter to orchestrate the heist at the Cobalt Tower. In her pursuit of greater financial gain, she even attempted to persuade the mercenary to eliminate Dexter, believing that once her objectives were achieved, she could vanish without a trace. Unfortunately, her naive scheme was thwarted by the mercenary's refusal. What transpired next was beyond Evelyn's wildest imagination. She had anticipated that the theft of the chip might fail. Yet she never imagined that the mercenary would audaciously murder Arasaka Saburo, the emperor of Arasaka. Was she losing her sanity? After witnessing the chaotic events at the Cobalt Tower, she lost contact with Dexter and the two mercenaries. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Evelyn could only hide and evade capture, ultimately retreating to the familiar confines of Cloudtop, where at least the Tiger Claw gang would provide some semblance of protection. Yet, her fate took a turn for the worse as the Voodoo Boys tracked her down. Now, faced with the foolish mercenary and another clueless individual embroiled in this debacle, Evelyn's heart was consumed by a profound sense of resentment. She could not accept failure. She could not reconcile with a life as a mere pawn. She could not endure existence in the City of Night. She could not tolerate that her brilliance was only a plaything for others. She could not accept the absurdity of her mother's demise. Xiai. Why did you? It should have been sufficient to merely record a super dream. Judy interrupted her reverie. Upon grasping the entire situation, she found it incomprehensible why Evelyn, fully aware of the peril, would still choose to undertake such a venture, resulting in the deaths of so many, leaving herself and V in a state of despair. I'm sorry, Judy. Even if given another chance, I believe I would still make the same choice. Evelyn paused for a moment, aware that she had wronged the girl before her, dragging her into this turmoil, yet she was still willing to risk everything to save her. But she no longer wished to linger in that previous abyss. If it weren't for Judy's presence, I would have undoubtedly struck you. V, who had been quietly listening, could no longer restrain herself. Both she and Jack were in dire straits, one barely clinging to life while the other had already perished, all due to Evelyn's reckless plan. Though she too had put herself at risk, hearing the woman's words ignited a desire to deliver a punch. Enough, V. That's not the crux of the matter. Qi Luo interjected, then turned to Evelyn. So, you have a network supervisor backing you, correct? Can you facilitate our co? Upon hearing Evelyn demand a price, Judy and V exchanged incredulous glances, while Qi Luo remained relatively unfazed yet still remarked, if memory serves me right, it was I who saved your life. I even went to great lengths to prepare an ICU for you, to prevent any recurrence of incidents like those with the Voodoo Boys. Is this how you choose to repay our kindness? Chapter 30, Negotiation with Evelyn, Part 2. At the mention of Qi Luo's IC, Evelyn's eyes momentarily sparkled, though she skillfully suppressed her reaction. Subsequently, under Judy's complex and shamefaced expression, she began to speak. The ICE in my life. You have already negotiated with Judy. This is a debt I owe her. However, the matters you propose now pertain to my own dealings. While I am indeed grateful for your rescue, this is Night City, and business is business. Listening to Evelyn's audacious words, V felt a surge of anger welling up within. He drew his gun and aimed it at her head. Deal? This is what you call a deal, you fool. Contact the Netwatch, or I swear I'll blow your brains out. Damn it, we can save you. But we can also end you. V, don't. Judy cried out, stepping in front of Evelyn, her pleading gaze directed at V. Yet, Evelyn pushed Judy aside and calmly met V's gaze. If that's your wish, so be it. But if I die, you will lose your investment, won't you? Thus, you may either end me with a single shot or take a seat so that we can engage in a more constructive dialogue regarding this business arrangement. Very well, V. I shall proceed. As the tension escalated, Judy began to plead with Qi Luo, who was observing the scene unfold. Unable to withstand Judy's pitiful, kitten-like expression, Qi Luo helplessly rubbed his nose and offered a comforting pat on V's shoulder, urging her back onto the sofa before initiating negotiations with Evelyn. He was indeed displeased with Evelyn's demeanor. However, considering Judy's chip and the potential assistance it might provide, coupled with his current inability to reach out to the network supervisor, Qi Luo resolved to remain seated and discern the terms this woman had to offer. Speak your mind. However, I advise you to think carefully before you express your desires. I shall not acquiesce to anything absurd. I could very well dismantle your plans and seek an intermediary to contact the cyber surveillance. I am aware of this, and thus, my demands are rather straightforward. I require financial compensation. You may connect with the cyber surveillance through me. Initially, I negotiated a sum of 1 million euros and a new identity. From the proceeds of the chip sales to the cyber surveillance, I expect to receive 30%. This arrangement was originally established by me, and your independent negotiations may not guarantee the same valuation. Primarily, our objective is to ascertain whether the cyber surveillance can address the issues surrounding V. Should they possess the capability, We will then discuss pricing. However, it is evident that this price may be subject to negotiation. Furthermore, as I mentioned, our primary aim is not monetary gain. I could easily find another individual to liaise with the cyber surveillance, albeit at a reduced profit. Upon finishing my statement, I noticed Evelyn fell silent. And after a moment's pause, Judy also remained quiet before resolutely stepping forward. Qi Luo, V. This time we acknowledge our fault. Yet I still hope you will consider little AI's proposal. In return, should there be anything I can assist with in the future? Judy. There's no need for such gestures. Evelyn lifted her gaze to meet the earnest eyes of the girl who cared deeply for her. Their expressions filled with emotion and complexity. Qi Luo, unable to bear the moment, interjected, Fine, 2%. This is the highest offer I can extend on Judy's behalf. If this is unacceptable, we shall depart, and I see, you can forget about your prospects as well. Qi Luo. Upon hearing Qi Luo acquiesce to the request, V was immediately inclined to object. However, Qi Luo stifled his protests with a hand over his mouth, casting him a reproachful glance. At that moment, Evelyn also responded, Very well, just 20%. I will contact them immediately, but it should be noted that my correspondence with the Netwatch is conducted through encrypted emails on a single line. So I cannot guarantee when I shall receive a reply. You may have to wait. All right then. V, let us depart. Nodding in agreement with Evelyn's assertion, Qi Luo bid farewell to Judy and once again led V back to their base. Why did you agree to her? That woman. I could just as easily shoot her. We should never have rescued her in the first place. Calm down. Have a sip of banana monkey. Isn't this rather beneficial? At least through her, you can establish contact with Netwatch, which means you no longer need to seek out that voodoo gang. If Netwatch manages to remedy your condition, you won't have to concern yourself with Alter or Arasaka either. Have you forgotten that Jack's digital soul is still trapped in the Arasaka system? Ah, right. But if Netwatch can heal you, then surely you won't have to face the Arasaka Tower in such a near-death state, will you? With an awkward chuckle, Qi Luo elucidated the pros and cons to V. As V sipped on the banana monkey, he gradually regained his composure. Fine, since it has come to this, let us proceed as you suggest. Silverhand remarked. Sigh, it feels as though you have been sold out and now must count the profits for him. V retorted, What do you mean? Silverhand replied, What do I mean? You are now collaborating with Netwatch. Do you require a reminder of the fate that befalls those who ally with the corporation? The company's conspiracy theories have resurfaced. Be quiet, you. Silverhand. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders brings immediate consequences, doesn't he it? V. Enough already. I am well aware of the situation, and I also trust Qi Luo. V. Are you listening? Jerked back to reality by Qi Luo's call, V dismissed Silverhand's incessant chatter. What is up? I was just momentarily distracted. I was suggesting that since we have no pressing matters at hand, perhaps we could find some work? Accumulate some funds for future endeavors. Oh, not staying in your room anymore? I have no objections, V replied with a teasing tone. I was cooped up for a reason, you know. All right then, I'll give Panin a call. It's time for the three of us to venture out again, Qi Luo said, excitedly dialing Panin's number. It's been nearly 2 weeks since they've only exchanged messages to catch up. She had missed her dearly. Qi Luo? What a coincidence. I was just about to message you. Panin answered the call promptly, her voice brimming with joy. Qi Luo, intrigued, asked, What is the matter, Panin? You seem particularly cheerful. Has something good happened? Haha, you could say that. But this matter actually stems from you both. Oh, let me take a wild guess. It's related to Thor, isn't it? Qi Luo surmised. Ah, you truly know me well. Indeed, after the family meeting, Thor has finally come to his senses, realizing that his previous submissiveness towards the company was misguided. We, the Adecado, deserve to assert our own strength, Panin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Thus, the beast we captured, the magical lizard, has rendered my brother's soul speechless, who initially intended to reprimand me. Just yesterday, we finished the arrangements for our relocation to the new camp, and today, Soul proclaimed that I shall co-lead the family with him. However, I have never undertaken such a role before, and I am uncertain if I can fulfill it adequately. As she spoke, Panin's voice dwindled, revealing her lack of confidence, a sentiment that Ziluo discerned. Do not worry, Panin. Both V and I have faith in you. Moreover, Soul and the others must have contemplated this decision thoroughly. You certainly possess the capability. Trust in yourself and perform your duties. If all else fails, remember, you have the two of us behind you, Ziluo said earnestly. Panin. V. Thank you. Additionally, I initially intended to inquire if you have ever considered joining Adecado. Sol, the others, and I are immensely grateful for everything you have done, which is why we discussed and hope to extend an invitation for you to join our family. From now on, all members of Adecado will stand as your support. We will traverse challenges together. Chapter 31. Delisso's commission. Panon's invitation was quite formal. Upon hearing it, Ziluo and V were momentarily taken aback, but it was V who broke the silence. Panon, having experienced so much alongside you, I have developed a fondness for Adecado and am eager to join you. But, alas, however is on the horizon. Panon discerned V's implication. Indeed, while I appreciate the sentiment, I find myself unable to partake at this moment. I must first address the issues that weigh upon me. Once I have concluded these matters, if you do not mind, I would be more than willing to engage. As expected, V responded accordingly, and Qi Luo nodded in agreement before turning to Panon. I share V's sentiments. For the time being, we cannot join. Let us complete our tasks first, shall we? Panon, upon hearing this, felt a mix of resignation and irritation. I understand your intentions. The tasks ahead are perilous, and you wish to shield us from danger, correct? What do you take us for? Before Qi Luo could respond, Panon interrupted. No need for explanations. I know your hearts are in the right place, but let me make myself clear. Regardless of your decision, you are already members of our family. Your affairs are now our affairs. Do not harbor thoughts of distancing yourselves. I have promised to remain by your side. After exchanging a resigned glance, Qi Luo and V conceded. Given your insistence, what more can we say? Thank you, Panon, and please extend our gratitude to Sol and the others. Rest assured, we shall not dwell on that any longer. But what was it you originally sought from me? You nearly slipped my mind, Qi Luo replied. Recalling the initial purpose of their conversation, V and I are currently awaiting news from Evelyn, intending to find some profitable work. Would you care to join us? Qi Luo smacked his forehead, finally articulating the original intention. This time, I cannot. It is my first occasion overseeing such a large group, and there are numerous matters to address within the family. However, should trouble arise, do not forget about me, understood? Panon regretfully declined the invitation, but not without offering a few words of caution to the two. All right, I understand. Why do you act like a mother hen now that you've just assumed a leadership role? Qi Luo jested, laughing at the absurdity. Get lost. With that, Panon playfully scolded before hanging up the phone. Both Qi Luo and V understood that she was temporarily unavailable due to family obligations, and so they were left to contemplate their next move. Speaking of which, we haven't received any assignments yet, V suddenly remarked to Qi Luo, who paused in surprise upon hearing this. That's true. We have no idea what tasks we might be assigned. Why don't you make a call to inquire? Qi Luo suggested, acknowledging that his network was not as extensive as V's. V shot him a glance of disbelief. If you ask me, I should start charging you a commission for acting as a middleman, considering how dismal your situation appears. Indeed, Sister V is the most formidable. We're all counting on you to make a living. Qi Luo chuckled, showering V with compliments. V graciously accepted the praise and set about contacting the intermediary for work. Before long, she returned, her expression somewhat peculiar. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? She asked. Oh, employing this tactic. Are we? Let us hear the bad news, Qi Luo replied. While the task was handed over from Dino, it's about investigating a client's wife's infidelity, V said, scratching her head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Are you serious? You took on such a mundane task? Have you begun moonlighting as Cupid? Qi Luo exclaimed incredulously. You haven't even asked what the good news is yet. Why not inquire first? V countered. What good news could there possibly be? Pray tell. V heard the question and chuckled. For this job, the reward is 50,000. V. I find it rather intriguing to occasionally delve into the emotional lives of the people. Don't you agree? Commission accepted. Fee of 25,000. Task. Ascertain the identity of the client's wife's affair partner and eliminate them together. Qi Luo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Adopting a different demeanor as he addressed V. V rolled his eyes. Seriously? Have you taken up a side gig as Cupid now? Look who is talking. You've accepted this task too. We're all in this together. No need for embarrassment, Qi Luo replied. All right, fair point. Let me brief you on the details of this assignment. Westbrook, beside a luxurious mansion in North Oak District. Qi Luo and V were huddled inside a stolen Columbus V340 cargo truck, both appearing somewhat fatigued, as though they hadn't rested well in quite some time. In truth, that was indeed the case. After accepting the commission, they began tracking the target, Raphael Delisso's wife, Claudette Delisso. Both individuals were quite notable. The client was the head of the Special Operations Department at Zeta Technologies, while his wife held the position of head of the North American division of Kanto. In Night City, they were both influential figures. The client's goal was to eliminate his wife along with her lover at the moment of her infidelity, all while ensuring that he remained unassociated with the crime, which explained the high price offered for the task. Qi Luo and V were not particularly apprehensive, as the mess they were entangled in did not lack the presence of the Kong Tao Company. However, their recent attempts to shadow his wife yielded little success, and they remained oblivious to the identity of her lover. After alternating shifts in the car to maintain surveillance, the two were beginning to feel fatigued. Typically, Claude seldom ventured outside, and on the rare occasions he did, he was accompanied by a substantial security detail. Moreover, as a platinum member of the trauma team, they preferred to refrain from taking action without a degree of certainty. Yet, this time was markedly different. For reasons unknown, Claude had departed without visiting the same locations as before, and astonishingly, he was unaccompanied by security. It appeared as though he was clandestinely making his way to a luxurious residence in the North Oak district, reminiscent of a rendezvous with his mistress. Qi Luo exchanged glances with V, sensing that an opportunity had arisen. Remain in the car. I shall assess the situation inside. Keep an ear out for any disturbances outside, and contact me via phone if anything arises, Qi Luo instructed V, opting not to involve him, despite V's optical camouflage, due to a nagging sense of familiarity regarding Claude. V shrugged in acquiescence, indifferent to the arrangement. With their plan set, Qi Luo retrieved the signal jammer he had meticulously crafted over the past few days, utilizing both universal mechanical techniques and hacking skills. Compact like a walkie-talkie, this device could effectively neutralize all wireless signals in the vicinity, ensuring that any unforeseen complications would not summon reinforcements or attract the attention of the trauma team. Furthermore, this signal jammer was distinct from those available on the market. Qi Luo had designed it to preserve a channel for communication among their team, engaging in a tactical information warfare strategy. The night in the North Rubber District is markedly different from other parts of Night City. It is excessively tranquil, with scarcely a soul in sight. Utilizing the cover of darkness, Qi Luo deftly scaled the wall of a mansion. Although surveillance cameras adorned the perimeter, they posed no challenge for him. With a mere glare, he rendered them impotent, encountering no unforeseen complications. Once inside the opulent estate, he swiftly concealed himself among the nearby shrubs. Taking stock of the mansion's layout and the few security robots patrolling the vicinity, which had yet to ascertain his whereabouts. Prepared, he activated a signal jammer, transmitting his voice through a dedicated channel to V. Meanwhile, the nearby cameras began to malfunction one by one, and the security robots sensed an anomaly, their sensors scanning the area while emitting faint mechanical hums. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Qi Luo darted forward, slipping behind one of the robots before it could detect his hiding place. He then retrieved his single-molecule cutter, poised to strike at the robot's power core with precision. The robot collapsed silently, triggering no alarm. Departing from the disabled machine, Qi Luo approached the grand entrance of the mansion. With a flicker of his cutter, he deftly dismantled the locking mechanism, boldly stepping into the interior. The expansive hall on the ground floor was silent and desolate, its luxurious patterned flooring reflecting softly under the gentle glow of the lights. Qi Luo discreetly positioned the signal jammer behind a pillar in the central hall, ensuring its coverage enveloped the entire building. He then tread softly up the staircase to the second floor, faint sounds of activity reaching his ears. Do you want me to help you? How can I assist? A woman's voice emanated from a bedroom above. Qi Luo refrained from entering, opting instead to eavesdrop from the hallway while activating the shared listening mode for V to join in on the gossip. Currently, both Goro Takemura and I are under the scrutiny of Lai Xian. I have located the body of Ramon, the alias Jack used when he stole the chip, while Takemura's investigation seems to have gone cold, with only the deceased intermediary found. The reply came from another woman, her tone mature and indifferent. Qi Luo momentarily faltered, processing the implication that Claude was bisexual. Furthermore, what was the connection between Takemura and Ramon? If I can be the first to locate the thief involved in the military technology arrangement, my influence under Lai Xian will significantly increase, which would also benefit you. Before they could fully contemplate the weight of the preceding dialogue, their thoughts were interrupted by another exchange from within. Perhaps that thief, her information. Let's discuss it. I'm glad you changed your mind. You always manage to bring me joy, came the response, followed by the sound of two women gasping, leaving Qi Luo and V somewhat speechless. Just as the conversation reached a pivotal moment, it abruptly halted. Teasing one's curiosity is simply intolerable. Fortunately, the commotion within subsided after a brief interval, only to be followed by the voice of a mature woman. To put it succinctly, it's regarding the incident at the Gambi building. We discovered a military-grade MTOD-12 prototype within the hotel. Subsequently, after Lord Sanlang's assassination, two operatives associated with military technology appeared in Lai Xian's suite. Ramon Victorino and Hannah Conwell, an alias used during the theft of the chip. Ramon has been located, yet we have yet to receive any news about Hannah. Goodness, that Hannah is you. Listening to the unfolding dialogue, Qi Luo and V sensed that the content was increasingly amiss. Upon hearing the latter part, both involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Though Qi Luo managed to maintain a degree of professionalism, keeping her voice subdued so as not to be overheard. V, her lover is likely associated with Arasaka. I have also heard of Takamura Goro. He was originally Sanlang's bodyguard, and they have not relinquished their pursuit of you. Damn, I can hear you. V felt a surge of anger upon hearing Arasaka's name, particularly as it pertained to her own safety, which caused her to become increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Qi Luo's mind raced as she sought a suitable solution to address this predicament. It is unwise to eliminate Arasaka so easily. Otherwise, the next individual seeking V's attention remains an enigma. V, trust me. Having steadied himself, Qi Luo addressed V with urgency. Without awaiting her response, he promptly opened the bedroom door. Upon witnessing the two individuals within, he swiftly recognized Claude's distinctive third-tier throwing technique and deftly plunged his monomolecular blade into the brain of the nearest adversary. He then drew his firearm, aiming it at another woman present. Crap, who are you? Sent by the military tech division? The woman, clearly seasoned in the harsh realities of life, momentarily flinched at the loss of a close companion but quickly regained her composure. The fact that her adversary refrained from firing immediately indicated that there was still something of value she could offer. I initially came to eliminate you, but now, depending on your performance, perhaps we could engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Qi Luo regarded her with intrigue, his cybernetic eye glinting as he utilized the NCPD database to ascertain her identity. Susan Abernathy, the director of Arasaka's Special Operations Division. Abernathy felt as though she had stepped in dog excrement during this period. Having recently ascended to the prestigious position of director, she had been riding high on her success. Having resolved a long-standing internal conflict with Arthur Jenkins, the head of the Counterintelligence Division, and subsequently installed a puppet named Frank to execute her commands. Just when she believed she would seamlessly continue her ascent to the pinnacle of Arasaka, calamity struck. Saburo Arasaka met his demise in the Cobalt Tower of Night City. While it may seem somewhat disrespectful to Saburo, Abernathy could not help but think, why, of all places, did he have to die in Night City? Then everything descended into chaos. Within the Arasaka family, Huazhong and Michiko remained relatively quiet, allowing Laiswan to seize the opportunity to ascend to power. Once in command, he initiated a thorough purge. Many of the elders and employees who had previously allied with his father faced internal scrutiny and execution. Abernathy was initially among them. Fortunately, Laiswan seemed to have no immediate intention to target her, instead offering her and the derelict bodyguard, Takamura Goro, an opportunity. Their task was to locate the two military technology agents responsible for her father's murder, ensuring that not a single associated individual escaped. Remember, not one shall be spared, were Laiswan's exact words. Although Arasaka had discovered the small-headed robot in Kanbi, this alone could not definitively implicate military technology in the matter. Abernathy found it peculiar. Sensing that Laiswan was eager to attribute the incident to military technology, despite the fact that engaging in conflict with them was ill-advised at this juncture. Lacking alternatives, she resolved to diligently serve Laiswan and accommodate this new master. With this mindset, she soon located and presented the body of Ramon. Laiswan was quite pleased. However, it was curious that after extracting Ramon's consciousness, he seemingly did not arrange for any further investigation, merely releasing a report shortly thereafter that claimed military technology was the mastermind behind the incident. Elbanesi sensed that something was amiss, yet she refrained from inquiring, opting instead to focus on her own affairs as she continued her search for Hannah's whereabouts. After a prolonged period with no leads, she broached the subject during her rendezvous with the executive's paramour, hoping for assistance. Suddenly, a man burst in, ruthlessly eliminating Claude and brandishing a gun at her. Damn it! If it weren't for the fear of internal company scrutiny, she would have had security present during these clandestine meetings. Every lone mercenary seemed to meet a grim fate. She pondered this, attempting to summon company support, only to find that the other party appeared to employ a signal jamming device, rendering her messages futile. A transaction? You waltz in, murder Claude, and then aim a gun at me, demanding negotiations? Elbanesi's indignation was palpable, yet Qi Luo merely shrugged nonchalantly. If you refuse, I could just as easily end your life with a single shot. This job was merely a request from your lover's husband to eliminate her and her illicit companion. What? Is that the reason? Elbanesi questioned incredulously. What other reason could there be? Do not digress. I overheard your earlier conversation, which is why I spared you. I know where Hannah is. What? Qi Luo. Silverhand, huh? Betrayal, the eternal theme of Night City. How quintessential. Chapter 33. Faking death. A single phrase from Qi Luo triggered a cascade of reactions. Observing the still-dazed Ebenesi before him, he disregarded V's astonished inquiries from the communicator and continued, I know where the Hannah you seek is. I can bring her to you. This is the deal I propose. What say you? Are you serious? Where is she? I can dispatch the Arasaka elite squad immediately. Heh, do you take me for a fool? If I contact Arasaka now, the next moment their squad will come to apprehend me. Don't indulge in fantasies. I will capture Hannah, regardless of the risks. Just state your price. Qi Luo's response to Ebenesi was laced with disdain as he bluntly laid out his terms. Ebenesi, upon hearing this, exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the demeanor of someone genuinely negotiating a business deal. She steadied herself. 50,000 euros. That is a substantial sum for you mercenaries. You simply need to bring her to me. 100,000. I am already offering a bargain. There is one more matter regarding Claude's lover. I need you to help me resolve it. Once it's accomplished, send me the images so that I can report back to the client. Ah, you are indeed quite self-serving. But I suppose it is mutual. Having completed the final task, Qi Luo exited the mansion through the grand entrance. He had left the signal jammer inside, ensuring the trauma team would not detect it and come knocking. The security system had been disabled by Ebenesi on his behalf. As he stepped outside, a gun suddenly emerged from the side. V deactivated her optical camouflage, her figure gradually becoming visible, her expression a complex one as she regarded him. You owe me an explanation, Qi Luo. Qi Luo rolled his eyes, casting an exasperated glance in her direction. Could you possibly think for a moment? I told you to trust me before we entered, and I kept communication open throughout. Do you really think I would be so foolish as to betray you? That's a fair point. V paused, her expression shifting from complexity to embarrassment, lowering her weapon. However, the silver hand beside her remained agitated. Silver hand. Good grief, you foolish girl. Why do you believe everything he says? What if he is merely toying with you? V. Oh, be quiet. Are you suffering from paranoia? Silver hand. Sigh. There is truly no hope for you. Ignoring Silver hand's incessant chatter, V turned to Qi Luo with a hint of embarrassment. I apologize. I was a bit hasty just now. So, do you have a plan? Indeed. Yet the memory eludes me at present, leaving my heart heavy. Qi Luo, with a playful demeanor, addressed V while dramatically clutching her chest, projecting a sorrowful expression that rendered V speechless. This time, I shall share my portion of the commission with you, exclaimed Qi Luo, her countenance transforming instantly upon hearing V's words. Grasping V's hand, she was eager to convey her gratitude. Thud. A ruse. The familiar sting struck again as V, unable to bear it any longer, delivered another punch to Qi Luo. This time, Qi Luo ceased her antics. I plan to feign death, then assume a new identity. Feign death? How shall we accomplish that? V inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. You must contact an intermediary and procure the body of a recently deceased woman. One whose physique closely resembles yours. The face is of little consequence. Once secured, we shall return to the base, where I will perform the cosmetic surgery. Is it truly that simple? Perhaps you should undertake the surgery yourself, along with some additional tasks, Qi Luo remarked, casting a disdainful glance at her. However, she was met with a stern look from V. V then began reaching out to the intermediary in search of a suitable corpse. While Qi Luo retrieved the deactivated robot she had previously dismantled. Subsequently, she drove away from the North Oak district. vanishing into the intertwining shadows and neon lights of the city's silhouette. The dawn in Night City was perpetually shrouded in a gray haze, and within a chamber of the base, the cold, flickering lights cast an eerie glow, thanks to the fact that this place was previously the territory of scavengers. Some basic tools for Ripperdocs were available, which provided the conditions for Qi Luo to perform this cosmetic surgery. As for why not let Vic handle it, neither Qi Luo nor V wanted him involved in this matter. Qi Luo stood before a frigid, metallic dissection table, the instruments in his hands emitting a faint metallic sheen. His gaze swept over the female cadaver lying on the table, recently delivered by a fixer. Her physique was quite similar to V's, and he could compensate for the remaining discrepancies. Fortunately, this was Night City, where dozens, even hundreds, of people die every day. These people even created a dead man's lottery to harvest the living. Otherwise, a corpse meeting the specific criteria would not be so easy to find. After some adjustments, the cadaver's physique was now identical to V's, and the face had become blurred, awaiting his final touches. Are you certain this will work? V leaned against the doorframe, watching Qi Luo's actions with a complex expression. The feeling of watching a corpse gradually transform into oneself was peculiar. It has to work, or we'll be in trouble sooner or later. I don't want to run into Arasaka directly right now, Qi Luo said softly, his tools gliding steadily across the corpse's face. He first used a scalpel to subtly adjust the facial bones, then used biomaterials to sculpt and gradually make the corpse's face resemble V's. Several hours later, the corpse's appearance was almost indistinguishable from V's. Even the slightest facial imperfections were precisely replicated. Qi Luo sighed and reached for a personal connection cable, inserting it into the corpse's nape interface. His prosthetic eye glimmered faintly, displaying residual neural activity images on the screen. The next crucial step was taken. The voice of Qi Luo, tinged with weariness, summoned the specially crafted puppet he had just programmed, initiating its upload into the cadaver's system. The Arasaka group would spare no effort in extracting the consciousness back up from the corpse. We could not afford to give them any opportunity. Controlling the puppet within his mind. The cadaver's brain cells were swiftly destroyed by the short circuit caused by the puppet, and all remaining neural activity fell into complete silence. Once Qi Luo was certain of the outcome, he gradually halted the puppet's operation and began uploading a fabricated data packet to the corpse through his personal connection. I had inserted a few fragmented false messages, hoping to mislead them, Qi Luo explained as he worked. The message indicated that after completing the mission, you were lured out while retrieving your reward from military technology with the chip, only to be silenced. The Arasaka group would presume that Relic had also been taken by military technology. Military technology in Arasaka? You truly overestimate me, V murmured, a hint of self-deprecating amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely what Lai Xian wished everyone to believe. He aimed to shift the blame for patricide onto the military's shoulders, thereby serving his own interests. Qi Luo withdrew the data cable and arranged the corpse. He placed his hand gently on its forehead and sighed softly. The biometric ID of the corpse has been reverted to your original one, and I have procured a new one for you, named Valerie. V stood silently behind Qi Luo for a few moments before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Qi Luo. I owe you a favor. Qi Luo turned around and patted her shoulder. You owe me much more than that. Let's go. We are finished here. The two left the operating room. Chapter 34. The Deal with the Network Supervisor, Part 1. In the following days, the two refrained from taking on any new assignments, choosing instead to linger at the base and pass the time. However, on the afternoon following the completion of the surgery, Abernathy sent a message to Qi Luo, detailing the gruesome fates of Claude and another woman. The response was swift. Qi Luo was quite satisfied, as was the client, and the intermediary was even more pleased. Consequently, 50,000 euros were credited to their account. Task completed, reward. 50,000 euros, received equivalent reward. 50,000 euros, received knowledge reward. Memory extraction technique. Current balance, 200,000 euros. V kept her word, providing her portion to Qi Luo. However, after triggering the system, Qi Luo returned it to her. He had the system and thus incurred no loss, resulting in a new balance of 175,000 euros. 2 days later, Qi Luo finally arranged to meet Abernathy to hand over the fabricated corpse. She eagerly accepted the meeting, but this time she brought an entire elite squad from Arasaka to seize the initiative. Qi Luo had anticipated this, though, from a distance. V aimed her rifle at Abernathy's head, using intimidation to fire a shot into the ground, thereby averting a potential conflict. So, Qi Luo, I've looked into you. A mercenary who has only recently embarked on this path, yet you have accomplished quite a bit. It seems you possess some considerable skill. Have you ever considered working for Arasaka? Let it be, my intellect may falter, and I find myself outmatched by the machinations of these corporate hounds. However, if the monetary compensation is sufficient, I might entertain your commissions. Alas, it is truly regrettable, yet I hold hope for future collaboration. Upon concluding this sentiment, Abernathy had the identity of the deceased confirmed. Once assured of its accuracy, he promptly transferred 100,000 euros to Qi Luo. Subsequently, he accepted Hannah's remains and, aboard his levitating vehicle, returned to Saka, contacting Lai Xian directly en route. Excellent. This will surely please the spirit of my father in the afterlife. Well done now. Please hand over the body to my associates. Lai Xian, upon his immediate arrival with his team, lavished praise upon Abernathy before arranging for the reception of the remains. This time, everyone was in high spirits. Commission completed. Remuneration, 100,000 euros. Received equivalent reward, 100,000 euros. Acquired knowledge reward, technology for holographic projection device. Current balance, 400,000 euros. Seeing his wealth ascend to new heights, Qi Luo beamed with happiness, and disregarding V's refusal, he generously allocated 50,000 euros to her, for happiness is best shared. After accomplishing this task, both individuals exhaled in relief. Qi Luo's contemplation of feigned death stemmed from his awareness of the truth, trusting that Lai Xian would not delve too deeply, thus concealing the reality of his patricide. While uncertainty loomed over whether they could deceive the people of Saka, they at least secured a measure of respite. As for the future, for the sake of Jack's consciousness, they would inevitably journey to the divine vessel. After parting ways with V, I had initially planned to celebrate with Pannon and Adecado. However, as soon as I got into the car, I received a message from Evelyn. There was an inspection team that needed to meet with them in person. Reluctantly, we altered our destination and arrived at Lazy Bar. Once inside a private room, we settled down and glanced over to see Evelyn and the inspector already waiting. We'll get straight to the point, began the representative sent by the Network Monitoring Agency, a bald man in a suit. The company has dispatched me to assess the condition of the biological chips. After reviewing the situation, we will determine the subsequent transactions. Qi Luo and the others were not surprised. After confirming with V, he connected his personal device to a small apparatus brought by the inspector, prompting the latter to initiate the inspection. The examination was brief, and V felt no unusual sensations as it concluded. Then, the inspector spoke, his expression somewhat complicated. Indeed, it is the item we were looking for, but its current state differs from what we anticipated. What do you mean by different? Qi Luo inquired. Initially, upon learning about the utilization of biological chips, we perceived it as a positive development, as it provided us with a successful case study to reference. However, the chip currently embedded within her, as revealed by my recent examination, has suffered significant degradation in data integrity, and the consciousness it harbors has extensively eroded her neural pathways. Under these circumstances, it is impossible to extract the chip without causing harm. Qi Luo was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. The network supervisor proved to be rather forthright. He could have easily claimed that the company would extract the chip without harming V, only to employ alternative measures later to mitigate any potential fallout. Instead, he chose to disclose the truth, demonstrating a level of integrity superior to that of many companies. Of course, had he withheld the reality, Qi Luo would have reminded him to disclose it and reconsider the merits of this impromptu transaction. However, it now appears that negotiations can indeed proceed. I comprehend your intentions, however. I possess a more advantageous solution. Oh, what solution might that be? Qi Luo's proposition piqued the interest of the counterpart. If I were to provide you with the complete research documentation from Relic, or even facilitate the presence of their chief researcher from Arasaka, would you be able to extract the biological chip without damage? The other party fell silent, casting a glance at Qi Luo before refraining from further dialogue. Instead, their cybernetic eye flickered with illumination as they contacted their superiors, reporting the data gleaned from the recent examination along with Qi Luo's proposal. Awaiting a calculation and subsequent response from the network supervisor. I have reported what you mentioned. Now, let us turn our attention to another matter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bartley, the head of the Network Surveillance Technology Research and Development Department. You may simply call me Bartley. I have come here specifically regarding this chip. Evelyn, you are already acquainted with me. This unfortunate fellow is Qi Luo, and this unfortunate soul is V. Indeed, he is quite unfortunate, yet remarkably bold. Upon hearing this, Bartley appeared to recall something, shaking his head with a smile. V, aware of their misunderstanding, attempted to explain but was halted by Qi Luo. Isn't boldness precisely what you seek? If Sam Lang were still around, your dealings with Lai Xian would have certainly ended poorly. That is indeed the case. Now, let us discuss your intentions. After all, you have gone to great lengths to seek a transaction with us. The terms are straightforward. First, you must ensure that V does not suffer an untimely demise after extracting the chip, meaning you must remedy her current condition. Second, regarding payment, I believe Ms. Evelyn has already broached this topic with you. However, since the item is currently in our possession, we must renegotiate the price, 2 million. Third, I require a set of your most advanced hacking cybernetics. Qi Luo articulated his premeditated conditions, believing that the network surveillance had indeed secured a significant advantage. For selling to Lai Xian would not yield such minimal returns. However, unexpectedly, the opposing party shook their head at this moment. Regrettably, the company has just confirmed to me that even if you procure the complete set of materials, we would still incur significant costs to extract the biological chip without damage. Therefore, your options are limited to either choice 1 or choice 2. A third option is utterly implausible. Surely, you are aware of the purpose of the Cyber Monitoring Agency? To offer a choice without providing the necessary enhancement seems rather parsimonious, does it not? After all, you are selling to Lai Xian. Qi Luo attempted to argue further, but Bartley interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I understand your perspective. If it were Lai Xian engaging in trade with us, we would indeed bear a greater expense. However, you are not in that position, and thus, you lack the standing to demand that the company incur substantial losses. This is the reality. Furthermore, you may have misconstrued my previous statement. The significant costs I refer to are indeed genuine. To extract this chip, our assessment indicates that not only do we require the research materials from Relic, but we also need assistance from our Black Wall. Engaging the Black Wall is no trivial matter. Additionally, your mention of a hacker enhancement. The primary objective of the Cyber Monitoring Agency is to prevent individuals like yourselves from causing disruptions. Now, to further fund you with a top-tier enhancement, I find it hard to believe that it would merely serve as decoration. Are you suggesting that our operations division does not have enough on their plate already? Chapter 35. The Deal with the Network Supervision, Part 2. After Bartley finished his string of remarks, he observed them intently. Qi Luo also recognized his determination. After a moment of silence, patted V on the back. You shall decide. Ultimately, this matter rests upon your shoulders. Whether we cooperate and how we proceed is entirely up to you. If Evelyn has any objections, I shall address them. V accepted Qi Luo's goodwill. Evelyn, upon hearing their exchange, remained silent, having been sidelined from this transaction from the outset. She merely watched the expressions of the group with an air of intrigue. I agree, but I have one condition, V stated. What condition? You may research the data or materials pertaining to the biological chip, but the consciousness of the silver hand cannot be handed over. We must take it with us. Very well, that can be arranged. However, may I inquire what your intentions are? Contract accepted, compensation for the commission, healing V's body, contract details, to deliver the relic research materials and Hermon to the network supervision. Bartley was momentarily taken aback by V's request, but after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced, though curiosity lingered. What do you intend to do? Do you not realize he seeks to eliminate you? Yet I do not wish for the silver hand to escape from one prison only to find itself ensnared in another. There is no harm in this. After all, my life was salvaged thanks to him. I owe him a debt. Silver hand. V. I understand. Then let it be. Once you bring the research materials, we can commence the formal transaction. Bartley nodded, refraining from further comment, and shook hands with a few individuals before bidding farewell, leaving the three behind to exchange glances. Now it's my turn, Qi Luo. I trust you haven't forgotten the price for my facilitating your connection with the network supervisor, have you? Evelyn spoke flippantly, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. I haven't forgotten. This time the issue lies with us, but V's situation must be addressed. Therefore, I am prepared to offer you an alternative, Qi Luo replied calmly. Go on, share your thoughts. What you desire is merely a better life, to escape this wretched existence. I can provide that. What do you think of Cloud Pinnacle? Qi Luo articulated his proposal, prompting Evelyn to extinguish her cigarette, her expression turning skeptical. I had hoped you would be more astute. Cloud Pinnacle may indeed be lucrative, but it is the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang. Even if you were to seize it and hand it over to me, what then? Should I simply await the vengeance of the Tiger Claw Gang? Evelyn perceived the situation clearly. While Cloud Pinnacle was indeed enticing, perhaps even superior to her previous propositions, it was not something she could aspire to at present. However, Qi Luo held a different perspective. Don't rush. Since I have presented the idea, there must be a way to address these matters. I ask you, will you accept this transaction? A way? What could a mere mercenary possibly offer? Are you contemplating, like V, to eliminate the leader of the Tiger Claw Gang? Regardless, I shall simply inquire if you possess the audacity to accept this proposition without further elaboration. What if I refuse? Evelyn countered. Should you decline, I have no alternative. I shall offer you a mere 100,000 as a token of goodwill. Heh. Thus, it appears you desire the summit for yourself. What are your intentions? Evelyn discerned that Qi Luo was not merely offering financial compensation, but also had his own aspirations regarding the summit, presenting himself as the frontman in this arrangement. Of course, if I were not lacking the necessary energy, do you think you would even stand a chance? However, my future ambitions regarding the summit will not be excessive, and you shall understand in due time. How will you choose? Qi Luo remained unperturbed, knowing full well that Evelyn posed no real threat to him at present. Do I possess any choices? Speak, and tell me how you wish for me to proceed. Contract accepted, compensation, none, task, transfer control of the summit to Evelyn. After a moment of contemplation, Evelyn made her decision. Qi Luo was not surprised, as this woman harbored considerable ambition and would not squander an opportunity to gamble. You need not do anything. However, Judy, you must assist in urging her to expedite the combat-oriented research on the sexual chip, as it will soon be necessary. We shall manage the other matters and will contact you in due course. Once the discussions concluded, the group exchanged no further pleasantries and hurriedly departed, each to attend to their own affairs. Qi Luo and V returned to the vehicle. Thank you, Qi Luo. There is no need to mention that. We are a team, are we not? So what shall we do now? Shall we first address the matter regarding Evelyn? Naturally, we should prioritize your affairs. Let us seek out Old Way first. Old Way, are you looking to upgrade your cybernetic enhancements? Not me, but rather us, Qi Luo corrected. Am I included as well? Very well. I shall defer to your judgment, Captain Qi. V seemed somewhat taken aback but ultimately chose to follow his lead. Trusting it would not lead him astray, the two then arrived at Old Way's clinic, where he was, as usual, engrossed in the boxing match. Upon their arrival, he appeared quite pleased, rising to greet them with a friendly shoulder bump. What brings you here this time? Upgrading cybernetics, I presume? Do you have Stanweisen here, Old Way? Qi Luo inquired. Unfortunately, I do not possess Stanweisen. That particular item is likely to be found in the black market or perhaps procured for corporate security personnel. I cannot obtain it here. However, I do have Krenzikov available. Would you be interested? Hearing this, Qi Luo felt a tinge of regret. This world differed somewhat from the previous game. Stanweisen could be installed alongside a neural interface, as it functioned more like an advanced version of Krenzikov here. In essence, it comprised a control chip coupled with Krenzikov. Ordinary Krenzikov could only activate under conditions of significant adrenaline surge in the user, entering a state of neural and physical enhancement thereafter. Although the effects of Sion Wasteland and its counterparts are fundamentally similar, the former can be activated at will. This distinction is monumental for those genuinely engaged in combat with adversaries. One might perish before the adrenaline even surges. Another concern is that Sion Wasteland is part of a complete set. Both the chip and the compatible Klunzikov cybernetic limb are indispensable. Should one opt for a different Klunzikov, they would have to dismantle and reinstall it when encountering Sion Wasteland later, wasting a considerable sum of money. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, indicating that he would forego the installation for now. Meanwhile, V, seated nearby, suddenly expressed interest, suggesting that Old Way could procure one for her. And Qi Luo did not deter her. In light of this, Old Way, please upgrade my RAM memory. And also find me an advanced cybernetic eye with at least infrared detection and thermal imaging capabilities. Additionally, I require an electromagnetic pulse shield. How much will it all cost? RAM memory upgrade. Engaging in hacking operations necessitates the consumption of 1S computational power. The higher the memory, the stronger the computational ability. Allowing for the execution of a greater number of hacking actions, excluding server enhancements. 5000 Ninja Cybernetic Eye features 8x optical zoom, camera disruption, ultraviolet and infrared detection, thermal imaging, and the capability to automatically analyze and mark surrounding hazardous items. 40000 Military-grade mountain shield, a compact device installed within any limb, protecting the user's cybernetic body from microwave and electromagnetic pulse interference. Qi Luo possessed a considerable sum of money, yet a significant portion was earmarked for various other purposes. After all, despite mastering an array of skills, the only techniques currently applicable were those of hackers, which demanded minimal device specifications. Recently, lacking suitable avenues for engagement, he contemplated accumulating funds to procure superior equipment akin to cybernetic modifications. As for cybernetics, functionality was paramount. After much effort, I finally acquired something worthwhile. Your discerning eye is commendable. It amounts to a total of 55,000 euros. Received. It seems I have struck a lucrative deal. Haha. V has now become quite affluent. You mustn't hold back when interacting with her, old way. In Chapter 36, The Clash of Two Tigers, Part 1. Qi Luo and Lao Wei exchanged light banter before commencing the cybernetic procedure. Within less than an hour, the operation concluded, and Lao Wei took the opportunity to enhance the tool hand previously installed for Qi Luo, making it considerably more user-friendly. Next, it was V's turn for an upgrade. While Qi Luo took the time to acclimatize to his newly acquired cybernetic enhancements. Lao Wei, I would like a Klensikoff installed, along with an automatic injector. And please provide me with a shield similar to what Qi Luo has. Certainly, just recline on the chair. Unlike Qi Luo, V did not possess vast wealth. However, she lacked the multitude of complex thoughts that occupied his mind. For her, the objective was straightforward, to fortify herself robustly. Thus, the automatic injector she requested was a carefully considered addition, as she intended to keep artificial adrenaline readily available to indirectly regulate her use of the Klensikoff. Klensikoff, a comprehensive spinal replacement that converts surges of adrenaline into energy, activating the neural networks extending from the spine, thereby enhancing the user's neural responses and physical speed, achieving an effect akin to time suspension. 5000 Automatic injector, a compact device that can be implanted anywhere within the body, capable of housing up to 3 vials of medication, with the timing of injection determined by the user or the system. 3000 The installation of Klensikoff was quite time-consuming. By the time the surgery was completed, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Thus, the two companions decided against engaging in any further activities. It was Qi Luo who suggested that the three of them take Misty to a nearby restaurant to enjoy a meal together. Amidst the clinking of glasses and joyous laughter, they concluded the day. The following day, at the new encampment of Adecado in the wastelands, the diligent student trio finally reunited after several days apart. Upon their reunion, Pannon, Qi Luo, and V sensed a palpable change in one another, an inexplicable feeling of increased reliability. Well done, Pannon. It seems you've made a name for yourself. Just don't forget us, V remarked with a teasing tone. Oh, shut it. You two are the ones who should watch yourselves, Pannon retorted defiantly. They then discussed recent events, and it was at this juncture that Qi Luo revealed his intentions. Unlike before, he did not aim to replicate Pannon's past strategy to overload the power plant. Given the upcoming matters concerning Evelyn and the Cloud Summit, he resolved to take a significant risk. Initially, both companions fell silent upon hearing his plan, yet, trusting Qi Luo's previous actions, they ultimately acquiesced. Once the plans were finalized, the remaining tasks became significantly simpler. Everyone dispersed to carry out their respective duties. Pannon remained at the camp, while Qi Luo and V sought out a few individuals. Speak. What matter necessitates a meeting with me? I trust you will not squander my time, queried Abanasi, seated opposite Qi Luo in a private room of the Lazy Bar. Were it not for the mercenary's considerable skills, she would not have deigned to meet him in such a disreputable establishment. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Does the name Herman ring a bell? Qi Luo inquired, his gaze imbued with meaning. Abanasi straightened at the mention of the name. The chief bioengineer of the research department? What of him? She asked, intrigued. Well, he wishes to escape from home, and I happen to know who is willing to shelter him. Qi Luo replied, his tone teasingly enigmatic. Who is it? Abanasi pressed eagerly, her interest piqued. That brings us to the matter of our negotiation. Qi Luo chuckled slyly. What is it that you desire? She asked, Her curiosity heightened. Quite simple. You are aware of Yunding, the upscale brothel? Qi Luo revealed his true intentions. Yunding? Ha. You seek Yunding? Are you dreaming? Abanasi exclaimed, caught off guard by Qi Luo's audacity, her incredulity turning to derisive laughter. Do not be hasty. I do not expect you to provide it directly. I shall procure it myself. I merely hope that the Tiger Claw gang withdraws from that area thereafter. Qi Luo articulated, having anticipated Abanasi's reaction. She paused momentarily, but ultimately shook her head in response. I believe you may have misunderstood. Our relationship with the Tiger Claw gang is more one of collaboration than direct management. They would never agree to such a thing. No. I have faith that you will persuade them, Director Abernathy. Look at this. Qi Luo gently shook his head before handing her a data chip, signaling her to insert it. Abernathy cast him a dubious glance but complied, beginning to examine the contents. Within mere seconds, her expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly extracted the chip, clutching it tightly in her hand, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She appeared somewhat shaken as she looked at Qi Luo. Where did you acquire this? Are you joking with me? This is no laughing matter. Do you see me smiling? Qi Luo replied earnestly. Her query was not unwarranted, for the data chip contained records of Qi Luo employing hacking techniques combined with memory extraction technology, akin to the dream extraction process mentioned in A Reaver Hunt. The content he extracted detailed the patricidal episode involving Lai Xian. Although the lack of appropriate equipment resulted in only fragmented memories being captured, it was sufficient for his purposes. If this information were to be disseminated, the landscape of Arasaka would undoubtedly change. As for how Abernathy intended to utilize this, Qi Luo believed that unless she were exceedingly foolish, she would not let it slip out. Holding it in her possession would grant her a significant advantage, effectively serving as a safeguard against Lai Xian. No wonder Lai Xian took the bodies of those two military technology agents away himself. He must have feared the extraction of certain information. I never anticipated that when you eliminated that Hannah, you would leave a contingency plan. Abernathy remarked, her expression a blend of complexity as she gazed at Qi Luo. She finally comprehended the source of the dissonance Lai Xian had previously instilled in her. Now, her curiosity about this man had only deepened, given his capabilities. He should have long attained notoriety. How was it that she had never heard of such a figure in Night City before? Are you not concerned that I might learn these details and subsequently silence you? It would not pose a significant challenge for me. Testing me, rest assured. You would not wish to pursue such a course of action. I consider myself a moderately skilled hacker. Should you attempt to do so? This information would inevitably find its way online, and I would ensure that everyone knows it originated from your investigation. Qi Luo smirked dismissively. Very well. I shall handle the matter concerning Cloudtop. Congratulations to you, the future Qi boss. Likewise, however, have you forgotten the original reason I sought you out? Ah, yes. What is the situation with Herman? Abernathy felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having been so taken aback by Lai Xian's affair that she lost sight of her initial purpose for coming. She had negotiated a price with Kong Tao to sell them the complete set of relic data, which had now been hidden away by Kong Tao's associates. However, I possessed the route map for the convoy escorted by Kantao. Once they venture beyond the sphere of influence wielded by Kantao, you may intercept them in the wasteland. As he spoke, Qi Luo transmitted a data packet to Abernas, containing intelligence he had acquired from Rog, detailing the guard situation for Herman's convoy, as well as the route map. After perusing the information, Abernas remained silent, casting a penetrating glance at Qi Luo before departing from the scene. Meanwhile, on the other side, V was not idle either, though her task appeared considerably easier. At that moment, she was seated on a sofa in a room of the guarded secrets motel, facing the military technology executive she had summoned, Meredith Stott. Thanks to V's previous assistance during a mission involving the short-haired kid, Meredith held a degree of fondness for her, which facilitated V's request for her presence. You didn't come when I called, yet now you wish to summon me? Meredith remarked with a hint of displeasure, her tone bearing an air of a slighted partner, prompting an awkward smile from V. That's not the reason I called you here. In fact, I have some intelligence to sell you. Intelligence? You. Well, go ahead, what is it? Meredith hesitated momentarily, initially intending to say more, but upon reflection, she adopted a professional demeanor. Are you interested in the relic technology from Arasaka? V asked, her tone slightly conspiratorial. At this, Meredith straightened in her seat, signaling for her to continue. The chief bioengineer of the relic technology, Arasaka, has defected, intending to take the complete research materials to Kanto. The arrangements have already been finalized, and he could depart from Night City at any moment. However, you happen to know their escape route? May asked the question that V was on the verge of uttering, to which V nodded in affirmation. Upon seeing this, May reclined back on the sofa, her interest piqued as she gazed at V. You truly continue to surprise me. Are you not tempted to give it a try? Her tone carried a hint of seduction, yet V was not in the mood for such banter. So he merely shrugged and returned to the matter at hand. Speak, what do you desire? The behavioral synchronization facial implant, 3 of them. V articulated the conditions that Qi Luo had disclosed to him, although she had no inkling of its purpose. How do you know of this? What do you intend to do with it? As a senior executive in the military sciences, May was evidently aware of this item. The behavioral synchronization facial implant was developed in collaboration with the new American intelligence agency. It endows individuals with the ability to alter their appearance and voice at will. And after conducting a thorough analysis of the target, it can even replicate habitual phrases and subtle expressions with uncanny precision, rendering it a veritable tool for espionage. Nonetheless, it is important to note that such devices are not available for purchase in the market. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply provide me with the cybernetic enhancements and installation technology, and I shall furnish you with a route to acquire the relic from Arasaka. Otherwise, I could easily seek collaboration with another company. There are always valuable items available for trade. V shrugged nonchalantly, indicating a lack of concern regarding Meredith's agreement. After all, it is a seller's market. Very well, I concede. Should the intelligence fail to meet my expectations, you shall face the consequences. After a prolonged contemplation, Meredith ultimately acquiesced to this somewhat excessive demand, primarily driven by the allure of the technology. If she could return with the relic technology to her company, her position would likely ascend rapidly. They subsequently arranged a delivery time and hurriedly parted ways. After a considerable passage of time, they reconvened, exchanging intelligence for the goods. Both parties walked away with satisfactory results. Upon reviewing the intelligence upon her return, Meredith even relayed a message to V indicating that the company was quite pleased with her performance. After V and the team completed their respective tasks, they returned to the Adecado camp laden with rewards. Pan Am had also fulfilled her part, waiting with a squad composed of Saul, Mitch, Scorpion, Bob, and Cassidy. Saul, everyone. Thank you, V expressed, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the efforts of this group who had rallied around her. In her previous days navigating Night City, she had never experienced such camaraderie. True friendship had been limited to one individual, Jack. Pray, dispense with the formalities. I have avowed that the House of Adecado never leaves its allies wanting, especially those who have rendered us such invaluable assistance. Saul approached, offering a consolatory pat. Since relinquishing his corporate affairs, a palpable ease had settled upon him, rekindling his audacious spirit of yore. To champion a friend was second nature to him, and these two, though lacking a formal appellation, were, in essence, kin to the Adecado family. Pan Am then approached, greeting them with a genial smile before inquiring, how did the endeavor fare? Did it proceed without incident? Qi Luo nodded in affirmation. Quite favorably. Both Arasaka and Militech are now cognizant of the matter. I would wager they will inevitably entangle themselves. And what if they remain aloof? I have disseminated a virus within the power plant en route. Should Arasaka at all persist in their absence, I shall initiate a viral overload, prompting an EMP emission, and we shall intervene directly. Pan Am's eyes gleamed at the mention of this contingency plan, though she retorted with a pout, methinks we ought not to have solicited the involvement of those corporations. What if their emissaries are too numerous? You are playing a perilous game. We should have adhered to your contingency plan. Enough, the deed is done. Let us await them come the morrow. The morrow would herald Kong Tao's evacuation. After a brief convocation, the assembly dispersed to seek respite, save for Qi Luo and his 2 companions, each clutching a synchronizing faceplate as they sought the camp's resident Ripper Doc. The aforementioned medic, however, possessed a rather modest skill set, and upon beholding the unfamiliar cyberware, hesitated to proceed. Unable to rely on others, I took it upon myself to demonstrate a surgical procedure, guiding him through every step before finally allowing him to perform it on me. At last, we successfully equipped our small team with this remarkable enhancement. Following its installation, the 3 of us exchanged tentative trials, marveling at the astonishing capabilities of the prosthetic. Yet, as we gazed upon the ever-changing visages of our companions, an unsettling chill crept over us, prompting a collective retreat into slumber. The next day, atop a hill in the desolate wasteland, the relentless sun bore down on the parched earth, radiating waves of scorching heat. The distant sand dunes shimmered, distorted by the heat haze, rendering them ethereal and indistinct. I, along with my companions, concealed ourselves at the hill's edge, our focus unwavering as we observed the sky ahead. A hovercraft approached, gliding gracefully through the air. It was a Zeta Technologies surveyor hovercraft, designed primarily to transport individuals safely to their destinations. Equipped solely with an intelligent missile defense system, its emphasis lay on defensive security. Featuring robust ballistic armor, an EMP shield, and a radar monitoring system. Had it not been for the overwhelming EMP surge caused by the power plant overload in the game, compounded by a subsequent rocket strike from Pannon, we would have stood no chance of intercepting this vehicle. Fortunately, we were spared the burden of strategizing how to handle the hovercraft. A military tech team was swiftly advancing from the border inspection station, ready to tackle this formidable challenge. This time, they arrived aboard a scorpion-tailed Lion hovercraft, accompanied by a ground-ready behemoth armored vehicle and several pterosaur drones. In the realm of Night City, a shared code of conduct prevails, wherein heavy weaponry is strictly prohibited. Therefore, the mere act of brandishing such armaments is a significant concession to Kong Tao and his cohorts. The military personnel swiftly approached, and it was evident that Kong Tao's group sensed impending danger, prompting them to alter their escape route. However, the two mounted automatic machine guns on the scorpion-tail Lion and the protruding barrel of an electromagnetic cannon from its wide-open side door were less than amenable to their escape, unleashing a torrent of energy that, combined with the signal jamming device on the behemoth armored vehicle, effectively ensnared Kong Tao in a predicament where neither the heavens responded to their cries nor the earth provided solace. Chapter 38. The fisherman gains. Although Kong Tao's protective force was elite, it was patently incapable of contending with the overwhelming firepower of military technology. While the surveyor's hovercraft was equipped with missile systems, these posed little challenge to the military scientists who were already well-versed in their intelligence. The first electromagnetic cannon shot disabled the missile apparatus, while the remaining firepower relentlessly targeted the vector engines at the corners of the surveyor. Soon, Kong Tao was faced with the critical decision of whether to crash land or engage in a desperate fight. With commendable resolve, they opted for the latter. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded naturally. Kong Tao initiated a descent, and before the behemoth's arrival, all soldiers and security robots rapidly established a battleground, utilizing the surrounding hilltop terrain for cover. In a fierce exchange lasting several minutes, they engaged with the military personnel who had descended from the behemoth, all the while pursued by the scorpion-tail Lion. Ultimately, military technology incurred the loss of half its soldiers and several pterodactyl drones to conclude the confrontation. In the distance, Qi Luo, utilizing his artificial eye to magnify the battlefield, observed the unfolding situation with a sense of lingering dissatisfaction. Had it not been for their numerical disadvantage, the junkie forces might still have had a fighting chance. However, the current circumstances were of little consequence, as the Aosaka team, having remained concealed for quite some time, could no longer restrain themselves upon witnessing the imminent departure of the surveyor with Hermann. They prepared to make their move and seize the opportunity. With renewed vigor, they readied themselves to engage as soon as the junkie forces withdrew. Cautiously, they approached the battlefield while maintaining stealth. Qi Luo, relieved to see Aosaka finally take action, immediately directed his comrades to advance with care towards the fray. Aosaka had deployed 2 hovercraft equipped with intelligent missile launch systems and automatic artillery, providing ample firepower to eliminate the surveyor. Yet, it was evident that they had underestimated the presence of military technology. Initially, upon arriving in the vicinity and discovering that the junkie forces were already engaged with Kong Tao, Aosaka chose not to reveal themselves immediately. Instead, they bided their time until Kong Tao had been entirely eliminated and the junkie forces had sustained significant losses. Once Aosaka made their appearance, they concentrated all their firepower on the scorpion-tailed Lion. Caught off guard, the junkie forces watched as their adversary struck it down. Just as Aosaka intended to utilize their air superiority to cleanse the remaining soldiers, they were interrupted by Qi Luo, who had been observing them closely. Mitch and the Scorpion, piloting their magic lizard, retaliated with a shot that struck the hovercraft's vector engine squarely. Arasaka was momentarily stunned, and the subsequent barrage of artillery shells sent them plummeting down. The military personnel below, upon recognizing the familiar magic lizard of their own company, did not hesitate. They mistakenly believed that a nearby transport team had come to their aid. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a coordinated assault alongside the magic lizard against the soldiers escaping from the floating vehicle. Under the deliberate control of Qi Luo and his team, after bringing Arasaka down, they merely employed their machine guns in a token manner. Only when Arasaka held the advantage did they exert their force to eliminate a few leading figures, but as soon as the tide turned, they reverted to a more passive approach. Meanwhile, the battlefield's chaos obscured any sense of anomaly for both Arasaka and the military technology squad's on-site command. The number of combatants on both sides dwindled with each passing moment. After a back-and-forth exchange lasting nearly 10 minutes, Arasaka's forces were finally exterminated. Yet the military technology squad was left with only 3 survivors. Initially, the surviving trio planned to approach the magic lizard to inquire about the situation and express their gratitude for the timely rescue. However, not far behind, Panin and V intervened, and amidst a flurry of gunfire, the 3 fell to the ground. The battlefield was left strewn with the remnants of humanity and machinery, as both Arasaka's soldiers and the military technology forces were thoroughly eradicated, due to the existence of a signal jammer on the behemoth armored vehicle. No news of this incident escaped. Nevertheless, according to Qi Luo's calculations, even if news were to leak, Arasaka would merely conclude that the military technology squad had intercepted them, while the latter would only be aware of the appearance of a magic lizard that had gone missing in the chaos of the Blade Association, with no trace of Adecado to be found, while others scoured the battlefield in search of useful items. They're intended to use the magical lizard to drag some machine debris back. Perhaps it could be repaired and put to use. Meanwhile, Qi and the other 2 arrived at the entrance of the floating vehicle, where V, under the cover of his companions, stormed inside. There, he beheld their target, Hermann, cowering in the vehicle, trembling with fear, yet harboring a flicker of pride as he gazed upon them. Are you also interested in relic technology? As long as you make an offer. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, V expressionlessly fired a shot at the ground beside him, causing Hermann to flinch. V showed no mercy, immediately pressing the gun to Hermann's head. An offer? Your life is the price. This biological chip you created is nearly killing me, and you still dare to ask for money? No. Wait. What did you say? A biological chip in your head? How is that possible? Hermann was taken aback by V's revelation. The highly classified relic technology had been intended for San Lang alone. How could it end up in the hands of someone on the street? Do you remember the chip that Lai Xin took? The job at the Gambi building was mine. When I made my escape, the case broke, and I had no choice but to implant it in my head. As a result, I was shot. And this chip kept me alive, but now there's a terrorist in my mind threatening to blow up the Arasaka Tower. Do you understand? Silver Hand. Why waste time talking to him, V? Make him spill the information. You are the thief? I see. So, you want me to save you? Hermann clarified his logic, and, upon realizing that V still held some utility for him, his fear diminished significantly. His tone regained a hint of pride, prompting Qi Luo to shake his head in disbelief. Truly, there seemed to be no saving him. Quickly, he urged Hermann to hand over the research materials, warning that he could not guarantee whether Hermann would leave on his own 2 feet or in a more precarious state. No. I can provide you with all the materials as long as I can see her condition. This is a rare success story. Qi Luo, observing his insistence, gestured for V to take Hermann back first. V nodded in understanding, effortlessly lifting Hermann along with others into the vehicle, departing from that tumultuous place, unaware of how long it would take for the company to uncover the situation there. On the way back, V, swayed by Hermann's incessant pleas and his own slim hope, consented to Hermann's request for an examination. As Qi Luo had anticipated, the examination yielded little in terms of results. However, Hermann willingly surrendered the research materials on Relic, which Qi Luo promptly backed up. Subsequently, Qi Luo reached out to Bartley from the Cyber Monitoring Department, informing him that he had acquired the research materials and that Hermann was ready to be taken away. Bartley expressed palpable excitement, indicating that they would soon arrange for personnel to come and escort both Hermann and V back to the Cyber Monitoring headquarters in London, England, for further research and treatment. Chapter 39. V and Qi Luo. How long do you anticipate V's treatment will take? Qi Luo inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity upon learning that V would be heading to England. According to our calculations, at least 2 weeks are needed. All right, understood. As the call ended, Everyone had already arrived at the Adecado camp. Qi Luo cast a dismal expression at V, who was anxiously awaiting news beside him. They said that the Wasteland and Military Science departments were already aware of the transaction and had jointly pressured the cyber regulators, resulting in our deal's failure. V was momentarily stunned by this revelation, lingering in silence for a while before forcing a smile and waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I had anticipated the company's unreliability. After all, we still have time. We'll find another way. There must be a solution. Ha. Observing V's forced cheerfulness, Qi Luo could no longer contain his laughter, prompting V's expression to shift from confusion to curiosity and finally to anger. This was swiftly followed by a round of playful punches, and amidst Qi Luo's pleas for mercy, the two settled back down once more. You need to go to London, England, with Herman, probably for about 2 weeks. Qi Luo, as if shedding a burden, reclined on the sandy ground with his hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the sky as he spoke to V. Not far away, a large group of people in the center of the camp was celebrating the successful operation, gathered around a bonfire, sipping drinks, and singing songs. As Qi Luo took in this scene, he felt that this was the most relaxed he had been since arriving in this world. London, 2 weeks, finally. V imitated his stance, reclining beside him and stretching out his palms to the starry sky, his eyes no longer reflecting the confusion that had occasionally plagued him, but rather filled with hope. It seems I have expressed this numerous times, but nonetheless, thank you. Qi Luo turned to glance at Qi Luo beside him, who also met his gaze. The starlit night sky reflected in their eyes, mirroring one another's figures. For a moment, Qi Luo found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether it was V's captivating eyes that ensnared his thoughts or the tumultuous memories of the past that surged within him. You need not thank me. Qi Luo's voice was barely audible, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, as if he were attempting to conceal something. Yet V did not avert her gaze. Her eyes radiated an uncommon warmth and determination, as if she could see deeper into his soul through the windows of his eyes. I know I need not, but I still wish to express my gratitude, V replied softly, inching closer, her fingers lightly grazing the sandy ground, as if seeking courage through the delicate sensation. The atmosphere shifted palpably. The night breeze swept through the camp, causing the smoke from the campfire to drift slightly askew. The distant songs began to feel remote, as if time itself had paused for the two of them. Qi Luo instinctively sought to escape this charged ambience, inhaling deeply, ready to speak, only to realize that V had already leaned in closer. As he beheld her, his heart raced, and his mind momentarily blanked. He neither retreated nor uttered a word, merely gazing at V's face as it drew nearer, close enough to discern the length of her lashes, near enough to feel the warmth of her breath. Just then, a hearty laughter shattered the silence between them. Qi Luo, V, come over for a drink. As Qi Luo and V suddenly halted their movements, they recoiled from each other as if electrified. Turning towards the source of the sound, they found Mitch standing by the campfire, gesturing to them with a bottle of wine in hand and a smile adorning his face. The night concealed the actions of Qi Luo and V, sparing them from the scrutiny of others, yet it also provided a pretext for interrupting their clandestine moment. Qi Luo felt a vain throb at his temple. I said the camp was lively. What are you two doing lying here? Come over and join us for a drink. Mitch strode over, offering a friendly reprimand as he handed the bottle of wine to Qi Luo. V immediately sat upright, her gaze momentarily wandering. She cleared her throat softly and gazed up at the starry sky, as if attempting to mask something. Qi Luo remained silent, accepting the bottle from Mitch and taking a hefty swig, seemingly using the strong liquor to quell some inner turmoil. That's more like it. Come on. Mingle with everyone and regale us with tales of how you managed to dupe the company. To think you could outsmart both the Arasaka and military technology. Impressive. Mitch grinned widely, playfully patting Qi Luo on the shoulder, urging him to hurry over, while also flashing a smile at V and beckoning her to join. Reluctantly, Qi Luo stood up, returning the wine bottle to Mitch's hand, casting a glance back at V. She too rose, looking at Qi Luo with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, yet remaining silent, following Mitch towards the campfire. The atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly vibrant with their arrival. The crisp sound of clinking bottles mingled with laughter and song, heralding a long-awaited revelry for the gathering. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the campfire flickered with only a faint glow, yet its residual warmth continued to provide solace. Some individuals had succumbed to intoxication, resting upon their chairs in slumber, while others engaged in hushed conversations. Their voices imbued with a sense of exhaustion, yet tinged with satisfied laughter. Qi Luo observed this scene, a profound and ineffable sense of peace blossoming within him. On this night, he experienced a long-lost feeling of belonging, a connection he had never discovered in the night city. At last, Panin's voice emerged beside him. As she approached with a bottle of wine in hand, casually offering another to V, having been informed of V's circumstances by Qi Luo earlier. After much effort, "We have finally found a solution for your chip." V accepted the bottle, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed. Yet, to be honest, everything has unfolded rather swiftly, and I still feel somewhat detached from it all. Do not dwell on it too much. Just get it fixed and return. Everyone in Arasaka is genuine and awaits your return. Panin settled beside her, raising her bottle to clink with V's. This statement momentarily left V in a daze. Yet she quickly regained her composure, murmuring, "Thank you, Panin. I am truly grateful to each and every one of you for your support during this time." Panin smiled and shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. The trio lingered for a while, the weight of fatigue gradually creeping upon them. And soon they began to disperse, retreating to their respective tents to conclude the day. Night City, Japanese Street, H8 skyscraper. Qi Luo and Panin arrived at this location, where they encountered Evelyn and Judy, who had been waiting for them. After exchanging nods and greetings, Qi Luo promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Has Hiromi Sato arrived?" "Yes, as you instructed, Maiko has summoned him to the penthouse suite." "Very well, let the operation commence. You shall await further instructions here." "Panin, it is our turn now." Upon receiving confirmation from Judy on the opposite side, Qi Luo signaled to Panin that they could proceed. Together, they entered the elevator, ascending to the third floor of the H8 skyscraper, the maintenance level. Qi Luo's objective was to breach the elevator control system on this level, thus enabling access to the penthouse suite on the 55th floor. Meanwhile, Panin's mission entailed dealing with the members of the Tiger Claw gang stationed at the 12th floor's Cloud Summit. As the elevator ascended slowly, neither of them felt inclined to engage in conversation. Qi Luo's mind, meanwhile, was awash with reflections, involuntarily recalling the events that had transpired since that fateful day. Chapter 40. Great expenses for grand endeavors. The day following Herman's capture, Qi Luo and V returned to Night City to meet with Bartley. The cyber surveillance unit acted swiftly, promptly dispatching several agents to escort V and Herman out of Night City en route to England. Qi Luo had initially wished to accompany them for a closer look, but V instructed him to remain in Night City and await her return. They hardly had the opportunity to discuss the events of that evening further. However, having successfully fulfilled the commission of delivering the relic research materials and Herman to the cyber oversight, he received a knowledge reward, the Soul Reaper technique, which allows one to upload a person's consciousness directly to one's server via the network, resulting in the obliteration of the original consciousness within the body. The relic technology is developed upon the foundation of the Soul Killer, which was created by Aot. This innovation is indeed remarkable. However, Qi Luo currently finds it impractical due to his limited resources. In the 2 days following V's departure, Qi Luo retreated to the base to dedicate himself to research. During this time, he exhausted his savings of 300,000 to acquire 2 pieces of equipment: the material processing device reconstructor and the loading workbench constructor. Reconstructor Type 3, an equipment designed and developed by the Meta Group. This material reprocessing device is highly favored among numerous wasteland communities and underdeveloped nations. It possesses the capability to transform discarded mechanical parts and waste into high-value raw materials. Utilizing advanced thermal processing and laser cutting technologies, along with an internal intelligent analysis system, it can precisely control every detail, rapidly disassemble, and categorize various materials, ultimately producing the desired products for the user. Workbench Constructor, a high-precision workstation specifically designed for individual engineers. Its core comprises a multi-layered modular manufacturing and automated precision assembly system. The equipment is outfitted with micro-laser processing, nano-assembly, and AI-assisted design functionalities, enabling Qi Luo to shape basic materials according to his technical requirements and further assemble them into the high-tech products he needs. Regardless of whether it pertains to weaponry, cybernetic components, or electronic devices, this workstation adeptly assists Qi Luo in the manufacturing process. He chuckles to himself, marveling at the craftsmanship and functionality. realizing that significant investments are indeed necessary to achieve substantial results. After wiping the saliva off the machine, he reflects that these two pieces of equipment were procured through extensive networking, albeit they are older models. Nonetheless, they are sufficiently effective, and he finds himself quite content. With these tools at his disposal, Qi Luo can finally create gear according to his own vision and acquired knowledge. He has been utterly engrossed in this mechanical realm for the past couple of days, to the point of neglecting phone calls. It wasn't until Evelyn, unable to contain herself any longer, enlisted Judy to visit the base, that Qi Luo emerged from his reverie and welcomed them in. However, before Evelyn could utter a word, Judy exclaimed in astonishment, "Constructors and rebuilders? My goodness, your setup is quite extravagant." Judy gazed around the base, her envy palpable. Having had a penchant for tinkering with such devices since childhood, she later discovered a greater fascination with super dreams, which led her to become a super dream editor. Nonetheless, her interest in vintage machinery remained strong, and Qi Luo's environment appeared opulent in comparison. "Hee, I share your sentiment. Look at these creations of mine." Qi Luo began, eager to showcase his masterpieces, but was interrupted by a subtle cough from the unimpressed Evelyn. Evelyn surveyed the dilapidated factory area, pondering how the term luxury could possibly apply here. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. She had more pressing matters at hand. "Qi Luo, have you forgotten about the situation at Yunding? I've tried calling you, but there has been no response." How could I forget? Haha, I've got everything arranged and was just about to reach out to you. Isn't this a fortunate coincidence?" Qi Luo paused for a moment, then donned a facade of enlightenment, chuckling, which only served to infuriate Evelyn further. "Can you please take this seriously? I'm risking my life here. I understand. But I assure you, I haven't misled you. I've indeed made the necessary arrangements. All we need to do now is eliminate the Tiger Claw gang from Yunding." "Really? How do you plan to accomplish that?" "I struck a deal with the executives at Arasaka. Rest assured, it won't affect you." Upon hearing the mention of Arasaka, both Evelyn and Judy's expressions soured, but Qi Luo noticed their discomfort and attempted to reassure them. "I exchanged some intelligence for autonomy over Yunding. The Tiger Claw gang will no longer meddle in Yunding affairs, although minor skirmishes are certainly unavoidable." "All right then. What is your plan?" Evelyn inquired. "What is the plan? The things I've created will inform you. Just eliminate them all," Qi Luo replied with a hint of disdain. "I'll enlist a friend to help me cleanse Yunding. You just need to figure out how to summon Hiroko Sato to Yunding. If you can also bring in other high-ranking members of the Tiger Claw gang, that would be even better. I can deal with them all at once." "And then? What will you do about those minor skirmishes you mentioned?" "In the future, there will be no one left to oversee the situation. Firstly, aside from the preparations made here at Huangban, I have undertaken additional measures. However, it is premature to discuss them now. If all goes smoothly, you need not worry about these matters any further. Even if that particular plan does not succeed, there is no need for concern. I have tasked Judy with researching the combat adaptation of the companion chips, which will come into play at this moment. Since you have tasted freedom, you must also bear its cost and learn to protect yourselves." As Qi Luo spoke, he glanced at Judy, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry. Upon realizing this, Judy nodded in response and handed Qi Luo the data chip containing her research findings. "I have completed the work. The companion chips can now be loaded with combat protocols, allowing them to instantaneously transform into soldiers." As she uttered the word soldiers, Judy's voice fell to a whisper. Unlike the original narrative where Evelyn had already perished, Judy was not consumed by rage this time. Her anger towards the controllers in the Cloud Summit had not yet reached its peak, leading her to feel a twinge of hesitation regarding her current actions. There is no need for concern. This does not mean turning them into mindless killing machines. It is simply a matter of survival within this city. As for my use of this technology, it is not intended for indiscriminate slaughter. I am not so depraved. Thank you. I trust you. Upon hearing Qi Luo's words, Judy seemed to release some of her burdens, her expression lightening considerably as she smiled gratefully at him. Returning to the main topic, I have formulated some ideas on how to persuade Hiroko Sato and his associates. However, I am uncertain if you all agree. Upon mentioning this, Qi Luo seemed to recall something, chuckling oddly. "What thoughts do you have?" "To convince Maiko. She is currently overseeing Yunding in place of the wooden puppet we disposed of, and her authority allows her to summon individuals, facilitating our plans." "Maiko, how could she possibly assist us?" Evelyn interjected. While the suggestion held merit, Maiko's disposition did not seem inclined towards cooperation, resembling her own character somewhat. Wait a moment. She appeared to grasp something, casting a glance at the now silent Judy. All right. I will approach her and merely inquire, she assured. I promise it will be nothing more than a question, so rest easy. Shall I? Judy, recognizing the futility of evasion, reluctantly nodded, a hint of guilt evident on her countenance. Just tell her you wish to liberate Yunding. The rest, she will manage on her own. However, the final outcome may not align with her expectations, Qi Luo remarked with a mischievous grin. Are you suggesting that I deceive her? Is it that hard to part with her? No, that's not it. I will go. After finalizing their plan, the two hurriedly bid farewell, and Qi Luo returned to his joyful pursuits of research. Yet, just a few days later, Evelyn called again, revealing that Maiko had consented and made arrangements. They were now merely awaiting Qi Luo to handle the situation with the Huzha gang. With a sigh, Qi Luo began to gather the fruits of his labors from this period. After making a phone call to inquire about Panon's situation, I learned that she was nearly finished with her tasks. Without hesitation, I summoned her to lend her assistance, and thus commenced our operation. My consciousness returned to the elevator. Chapter 41. The Yunding Operation, Part 1. Ding! The third floor has arrived. Qi Luo steeled herself as she observed the scattered members of the Tiger Claw gang patrolling at a distance. She gestured to Panon before stepping out of the elevator, as she needed to ascend to the 12th floor to suppress Yunding. Coincidentally, for individuals, it was time to test out the new equipment. Qi Luo felt a surge of excitement as she retrieved 2 pieces of gear. It was the moment to assess her skills. It's decided. This one shall be first. The initial weapon deployed was a pistol, which Qi Luo aptly named Tempest. Concealed in the shadow of a machine, she raised Tempest and aimed through the holographic sight at the head of the nearest target. Tempest pistol, equipped with Qi Luo's specially designed bullets, each containing an embedded electronic information virus. Upon striking the enemy, the virus automatically infiltrates their cybernetic network, gradually eroding the control systems of the cybernetics. After multiple hits, this ultimately results in a complete paralysis of the cybernetic system, rendering it inoperable for a brief period. Integrated AI, inspired by the Four Seasons pistol, Qi Luo incorporated a low-intelligence AI assistance system within the firearm. This system utilizes the built-in sensors and computational modules to analyze enemies in real time, marking their vulnerable points and relaying this information directly to her cybernetic vision. This capability enhances through combat experience, with increased accuracy and marking speed as the number of battles rises. Dual shooting mode. In addition to the conventional manual aiming and shooting, this firearm features an intelligent aiming mode, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, specially designed ammunition, which mimics the miniature guidance systems found in smart firearms. Automatically targets and shoots at the weaknesses of the enemy, making it suitable for combat in complex environments. Accessories: silencer, holographic sight. Effective range: 100 meters, manual mode. 50 meters, intelligent mode. Magazine capacity: 24 rounds. Power: 1 round can penetrate light subdermal armor, manual mode. 2 rounds or more can penetrate light subdermal armor, intelligent mode. This handgun was crafted by Qi Luo based on his past operational experiences. Compared to longer firearms like the Cat rifle or Sadera, he prefers the compact size of a handgun, which is easier to carry and allows for swift action. As for the special ammunition, Qi Luo assembled a machine that automatically modifies purchased smart firearm bullets into exclusive ammunition for his reign, which is more than adequate for his needs. The enemies within the crosshairs remain oblivious to the impending danger. At this moment, Qi Luo has already tested the Rain's weakness detection and intelligent aiming capabilities, which performed admirably. Without hesitation, he activated the intelligent mode. This mode also has an alternative function. Instead of relying on AI assistance for aiming, he can manually mark the targets, allowing the AI to simply calculate the bullet trajectories. In an instant, the 4 enemies in front of him were marked, and Qi Luo pulled the trigger decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What? With a resounding thud, 8 bullets were discharged in rapid succession, despite 2 of the adversaries being equipped with subdermal armor. The intelligent mode of the downpour pistol amplified the bullet's force at close range. The projectiles precisely and forcefully pierced the temples of the 4 enemies, felling them before they could utter a complete exclamation. Ah, that's more like it. Qi Luo, pleased with the grim scene before him, contentedly hefted the downpour in his hand. He then effortlessly bypassed the elevator's security, setting course for the 55th floor penthouse. With a melodious chime, Qi Luo stepped into the opulent duplex apartment, finding himself adjacent to the first-floor staircase. Ascending the stairs, the adjacent room marked his objective, Sato Hiromi's office. But before that, Qi Luo mused aloud. Retrieving another piece of equipment, the Timo reconnaissance bot, I must eliminate these small fry to avoid any complications. Timo reconnaissance bot, a fist-sized aerial drone cloaked in optical camouflage armor, seamlessly blending with its surroundings. Employing silent propulsion technology, it is adept at covert operations. Equipped with red ultraviolet detection, thermal imaging, and structural scanners, it swiftly and silently surveys the terrain, cover, and enemy positions within the area. The user can view this data through their bionic eye. Concurrently, its integrated camera and microphone enable its use as a conventional drone, capturing and relaying real-time visuals and audio to Qi Luo's bionic eye. In extraordinary circumstances, the drone may opt for an overload, unleashing an electromagnetic pulse, EMP, with a radius of 5 meters, incapacitating electronic devices and cybernetic systems within its range. However, this comes at the cost of the drone's destruction, necessitating its reconstruction. Endurance, 10 hours, 5 hours, when optical camouflage is activated. Go on. See where these little mice are hiding, Timmy said as he took flight from Qi Luo's hand. Guided by Qi Luo's consciousness, he began to scan the surrounding environment and gather intelligence on the enemies, with Qi Luo's cybernetic eye continuously synchronizing this data to support Qi Luo's stealth operation. At this point, he could discern the complete guard situation within the opulent apartment. 8 individuals, with significant cybernetic enhancements, including 2 equipped with Krenchikovs. It all felt somewhat insufficient. Is it any wonder that information warfare is deemed the future? Upon acquiring the enemy's location, numbers, and armament details, Qi Luo felt as though he were playing a game called Smash the Little Ones, utterly dominating the opposition. With a slight click of disinterest, Qi Luo withdrew the storm and crouched in the shadows, entering a state of readiness. His gaze fixated on a patrolling guard not far away. According to the intel relayed by Timmy, this unfortunate soul was about to enter an unnoticed position. Gripping the storm, and with Timmy's reconnaissance drone transmitting real-time updates in his ear, Qi Luo felt he had the situation entirely under control. The target finally reached the anticipated spot, turning his back less than 3 meters away, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Luo swiftly aimed for the enemy's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet, propelled by the downpour, pierced through the guard's occiput. The guard's body trembled, and as he began to topple forward, Qi Luo promptly seized his corpse, dragging it into the corner to conceal it and avert the attention of others. The first target was dispatched. Muttering to himself, he shifted his gaze to the next target. This guard, seated on the living room sofa, was in close proximity to Qi Luo, yet remained utterly oblivious to the recent events. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Luo employed his hacking skills to infiltrate the guard's communication device, generating faint interference signals that produced a cacophony of static. The guard, now filled with suspicion, glanced around before cursing under his breath and moving toward the source of the sound, drawing ever nearer to Qi Luo. As the enemy approached, Qi Luo, concealed behind the bar, sprang from the shadows. His enhanced tool hand grasped the guard's neck, unleashing an unfathomable force that no human could withstand. In an instant, the guard's neck was snapped, and he succumbed to death without uttering a sound. Qi Luo gently propped the lifeless body down onto the floor and exhaled softly. 2 down. Having dealt with the 2 easiest targets, the next challenges would not be so straightforward. Qi Luo turned his gaze toward a room adjacent to the sofa, where thermal imaging indicated the presence of 3 guards within. Chapter 42, Operation Yunding, Part 2. After organizing the plan in his mind, he controlled Timo to open the door directly. The individuals inside, seeing no one outside, assumed the entrance sensor had malfunctioned and continued their conversation, neglecting the situation. At this moment, Qi Luo maneuvered Timo silently to the opposite end of the room, gently bumping against the wall to produce a faint sound that captured the attention of 3 adversaries. Their gazes shifted from the door to the back of the room, and without a moment's hesitation, Qi Luo swiftly darted out, while the storm simultaneously switched to intelligent shooting mode, poised to eliminate all 3. The rapid-fire rate of storm in intelligent mode was astonishing. The magazine emptied in an instant. The bullets emitted barely audible sounds as they deftly navigated around the obstacles of tables, chairs, and cabinets, directly striking the heads of the three foes. One bullet after another penetrated their skulls with unerring precision. With a series of thuds, the three guards collapsed, their blood splattering onto the floor. Qi Luo quickly reloaded, ready to pursue the next target. However, the commotion attracted the attention of two guards equipped with Krenskov prosthetics. Qi Luo noted their remarkable speed. Realizing he had no time to fit a new magazine, he chastised himself for his earlier underestimation of the situation, but remained composed, swiftly processing commands in his mind. The figures of the two individuals, who had initially approached with remarkable speed, abruptly came to a halt. Seizing the moment, Qi Luo swiftly extracted a single-molecule cutting knife from his toolkit and hurled it forth. The blade, as precise as a lightning strike, pierced the throat of one assailant, blood gushing forth, resulting in an instantaneous demise. However, the other individual quickly responded. The death of his comrade ignited a surge of fury within him. His body, imbued with this animosity, experienced a flood of adrenaline, activating his Krenskov acceleration system. In an instant, his neural reactions and physical speed escalated significantly. The adversary brandished a katana, swiftly advancing towards Qi Luo to launch an attack. Qi Luo attempted to roll away, but the enemy's accelerated speed had surpassed his capacity for reaction. The blade grazed his side, and before he could recover, the enemy flipped the sword and thrust it upward, leaving a large X-shaped wound across Qi Luo's chest. Fortunately, he was equipped with subdermal armor, which mitigated the lethality of the single-molecule katana to a certain extent, although the wounds appeared grievous. They had not penetrated deeply enough to strike vital areas. Nevertheless, the ensuing pain was unrelenting, flooding his mind with a fierce intensity that threatened to render him unconscious or elicit a scream. Yet, Qi Luo did not succumb to the agony. Instead, he harnessed the pain to sharpen his focus. In this heightened state, he cast aside all distractions, leaving only the glistening blade that approached him. The sword's form magnified in his vision, drawing nearer, yet, paradoxically, it seemed to move more slowly. His body began to acclimatize to the adversary's accelerated maneuvers, though only his neural responses kept pace. Yet, that sufficed. Upon capturing the enemy's silhouette, Qi Luo swiftly responded by summoning a magical puppet, which caused the adversary's cybernetic eye to malfunction, inundating their vision with illusions of Qi Luo. As the blade struck one of the phantoms, the enemy lost their balance and began to topple forward. Just as they sought to reclaim control to strike at the loathsome foe, the enhancement bestowed upon Krenskov expired. Observing the sudden deceleration of their speed and their precarious stance, Qi Luo acted without hesitation. Extending his tool-like hand, he seized the blade, exerting force that resulted in a sharp crack as he severed the katana. In one fluid motion, he reversed the blade across the adversary's throat. The edge effortlessly sliced through, causing the head to fall, blood gushing forth and rapidly staining the ground around them. Before Qi Luo could exhale in relief, the final guard, alerted by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the horrific aftermath, they immediately raised their firearm to shoot. Fortunately, Qi Luo reacted swiftly, lifting the broken blade in hand. With a swift motion, he hurled it, the blade piercing the enemy's throat and embedding itself in the pillar behind them. With the last thud of the enemy collapsing to the ground, the guards on the top floor were finally cleared by Qi Luo. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Having attempted to match Krenskhov's speed, his body had grown weak. Yet, it was not without its merits. Reaction attribute upgraded. Current reaction 9, self-improvement reward, free attribute 0.1, stealth skill upgraded. Current level 4, master. Self-learning reward, sonar technique, throwing skill upgraded. Currently at tier 4, master. Self-learning reward, melee skill level 3. Let's enhance our reaction time a bit more. Being swift is truly impressive, Qi Luo lamented, having grown weary of the sensation of lagging behind his opponent's speed. He immediately allocated his free attribute points to enhance his reflexes. Reaction attribute upgrade, current reaction level 10. The system conveyed yet another upgrade notification, but Qi Luo had no time to examine it further. As the power of the system continuously surged within him, he sensed an ongoing fortification. Yet this enhancement process felt unusually prolonged. Transitioning from a reaction level of 9 to 10 seemed to transcend a certain threshold. He felt as if he had transformed. Closing his eyes, Qi Luo attuned himself to the novel energy coursing through his body. He could distinctly perceive the changes wrought by this enhancement. His physique brimmed with an unprecedented vitality, albeit accompanied by an odd sensation of weightlessness. His heartbeat slowed significantly, and he felt akin to an overactivated machine, unable to fully command his own body. Upon opening his eyes, he attempted to raise his hand, gazing at the once familiar surroundings. The world had morphed into something different. Every detail appeared strikingly vivid. The minute fluctuations in the air, the dust swirling in the corners, even the sound of blood flowing upon the ground resonated in his ears. Yet this influx was not overwhelming. Instead, Qi Luo perceived these phenomena as somewhat sluggish, as if the changes occurring each second were magnified. His eyes swiftly locked onto the surrounding objects, his fingers moving gently yet rhythmically, as if the very air around him had thickened, exerting pressure upon him. Time felt as though it had been pressed into slow motion. Qi Luo found himself somewhat disoriented. This accelerated response left him feeling slightly unhinged, even inducing a mild dizziness. What on earth is happening? The sounds around him became distorted, and Qi Luo struggled to regain his composure. Just then, Panin called. "Qi Luo? Have you resolved it?" Upon answering the call, Panin's voice in his mind also slowed, each word arriving as if transmitted through thick glass, exceptionally clear yet languid. "Qi Luo?" Panin's voice echoed again, her confusion evident as she received no reply. "You are speaking so slowly. What?" It was clear that Panin failed to grasp Qi Luo's words. Realizing the issue lay with him, he took a deep breath, striving to adjust his rhythm. "It's all right, I'm almost there." Chapter 43, Operation Cloud Summit, Part 3. After hanging up, Qi Luo endeavored to relax. He recognized that his reactions had transcended the realm of ordinary individuals, entering an entirely different dimension. He began to experiment with control. He executed a few simple movements, extending his hand, clenching his fist, tapping the table. Each action slowed down, and he could sense a subtle lag in the coordination between his brain and muscles. The brain's commands were dispatched ahead of time, while the body's responses lagged a few beats behind. He stood quietly, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, attempting to recalibrate to a normal pace. After several minutes of adjustment, his movements gradually regained their fluidity, no longer appearing awkward. It seemed that he began to comprehend the delicate balance between speed and slowness, slowly mastering the side effects brought by such rapid reactions. Thus, he embarked on a new round of attempts, eventually finding tranquility once more, having reverted to his former state. However, when needed, he could actively trigger his neural responses. Based on his estimations, this activation enhanced his reaction speed by approximately 40, enabling him to keep pace with the accelerated foes without the previous strain. He resolved to name this ability Bullet Time. Though a diminished version, it still exuded a certain coolness, didn't it? A sigh escaped him. Seemingly, a threshold of 10 attribute points existed, perhaps akin to a genetic lock. He dismissed the thought, focusing on the matter at hand as he cleared his mind. With all the guards dispatched, it was time to confront the final boss. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surrounding corpses, permeated by a pungent scent of blood, some of which emanated from his own wounds. Nevertheless, he bore the stains of his enemy's blood as well. Frowning slightly, he retrieved a healing syringe from his pocket and administered a dose, halting the bleeding from his chest wound as his condition steadily improved. After tending to his wounds, he took a deep breath and raised his gaze towards the door of Hiroko Sato's office on the second floor, silently approaching. "Ah, you finally made it. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up," came the voice of Mai as he entered the office. The other few individuals present in the room, including Sierra, quietly departed. "You really underestimated me. I merely had to deal with a guard who had an upset stomach and stepped away for a moment," Sierra casually remarked. "Oh, so anxious you nearly wet yourself?" Mai quipped, turning to look at Sierra, her brow furrowing at the sight of his bloodied attire. "How amusing. Let's get down to business." Ignoring Mai's biting sarcasm, Sierra raised his weapon, ready to eliminate the three individuals seated on the couch: Hiroko Sato, the operator of Cloud Summit; Marcus Ikeda, the current leader of the Tiger Claw Gang; and Jun Han, a senior member of the gang. However, Mai's quick reflexes intercepted his movement. "Not so fast. I have everything planned out. The other two will witness Hiroko Sato's demise today, and Cloud Summit shall be reborn." "Reborn? If you wish to be the leader, just say so," Sierra scoffed. "Indeed, I understand the Tiger Claw Gang. For them, profit supersedes all else. And I can offer them something far superior to what Hiroko Sato could provide. This is the only way." Undeterred by Sierra's derision, Mai continued, prompting Sierra to shake his head. He could only laugh at her naivety. Yes, the only way, but alas, this is merely your perspective. Vision determines everything. What do you mean? I began to inquire further, but Ciro was not inclined to engage in further banter. With a decisive motion, the torrential rain effortlessly discharged 3 bullets, each piercing the eye sockets of 3 high-ranking members of the Tiger Claw gang, thereby hastily concluding their nefarious existence. Are you insane? Do you not comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Without the protection of a gang, Yinding cannot possibly attain safety. You have ruined everything. Wuzi, in disbelief, clutched her head and cried out in despair at Qi Luo. Displaying an air of impatience, Qi Luo scratched her ear and raised her hand once more, firing a shot into the ground beside Wuzi, causing her to fall silent in fright. I have stated that your narrow perspective limits you to such rudimentary methods. While I am capable of achieving far greater, Qi Luo coldly asserted. Greater? Do you think this is merely child's play? How do you intend to confront the Tiger Claw gang? Wuzi, momentarily shaken by Qi Luo's ferocity, managed to respond, albeit still struggling to accept the situation. Confront? Who said anything about confrontation? I can collaborate with them, Qi Luo replied, activating her communication device in her mind and sharing the audio with Wuzi, allowing her to eavesdrop on her call. Hello? Congratulations, both Adecado and Bansho Jun have perished. Seize this opportunity, and the Tiger Claw gang will be at your command. Understood. Thank you immensely, came a deep male voice from the other end, belonging to Yamamoto Shigenori. No need for thanks, simply remember our agreement. Keep in mind that I can assist you in ascending, but I can equally aid others in doing so. Rest assured, the Tiger Claw gang will no longer concern themselves with that region, and congratulations are in order for you, Qi Luo stated. In response to her blatant threat, the man on the other end remained unfazed, instead assuring her sincerely. Qi Luo satisfactorily ended the call. What is this? As the dancer was about to inquire further, she was interrupted by Qi Luo's gesture. He dialed a second number. Qi Luo, have the matters been settled? An aged yet commanding female voice resonated through the line. Of course, Wacko, I am not one to falter. I have also informed Yamamoto Shigenkuni. Excellent, I appreciate your efficiency. Do remember to visit me when you have the opportunity. Certainly, I shall make it a point. After concluding the second call with Wacko, the dancer began to comprehend the situation. I see. You have covertly supported a new leader for the Tiger Claw gang, and Wacko has consented? But how is that possible? Impossible? Yet I have managed to do so. But do not rush, there is still one more to contact. Qi Luo stated, dialing the final number. Upon connection, silence met him from the other end, but Qi Luo paid it no mind, continuing his monologue. I have resolved matters on the Yunding front, even assisting in bringing forth a more compliant individual. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Understood. Ibunishi's voice responded before the call was terminated. Amused by Ibunishi's demeanor, Qi Luo chuckled softly, then turned his attention to the dancer. The Tiger Claw gang, Wacko, and Arasaka, these 3 factions have now acknowledged my control over Yunding. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? You are indeed formidable. I, Maiko Maeda, have finally lowered my head in defeat. After a lifetime of shrewdness, I initially believed that upon learning of Judy's scheme, an opportunity had presented itself to me. Little did I anticipate that I would be outmaneuvered. So what shall you do next? Will you kill me? No, I lack the time to waste here personally. Ostensibly, I will entrust the management of Yunding to Evelyn. You shall follow her from now on. If I truly wish to eliminate you, I fear there would be others displeased. Qi Luo shrugged, pronouncing Maiko's final fate. Upon hearing this, she merely nodded in resignation. Evelyn, that girl truly has the luck of the draw. Let us rewind time to a few days prior and observe the actions of Qi Luo. Chapter 44. The Yunding Operation, Part 4. On the very afternoon that V embarked on the path of healing, Qi Luo did not proceed directly to the base for seclusion. Instead, he first visited Judy's apartment. The door was opened by Evelyn, who leaned against the doorframe, a knowing smile gracing her lips. A rare visitor. Have you finally thought of me? Evelyn teased, her tone tinged with a hint of a scornful spouse, which made Qi Luo involuntarily twitch his lips. No. Spare me this act. Do enjoy your life with Judy. Qi Luo waved his hand, attempting to deflect her aura. I am here to discuss matters concerning Yunding. With that, he gestured toward Judy, who stood quietly to the side. Judy said little, merely smiling gently, as if such scenes were nothing new to her. Yunding? Evelyn raised an eyebrow, her tone imbued with a newfound seriousness. I assumed you had long forgotten about it. How could I forget? Qi Luo shrugged, his expression shifting to one of gravity. As it happens, I have a plan that will enable you to safely seize control of Cloud Summit. However, he paused mid-sentence, a rare hint of awkwardness flickering across his face as his hands instinctively rubbed together. However, what? Just speak plainly about your desires. Evelyn saw through his ruse, her tone tinged with impatience. Heh. Qi Luo chuckled nervously. I must invest considerable effort into the Cloud Summit matter. Thus, once it is secured, you will oversee its management, but I shall require 30% of the monthly profits. 30%? Evelyn was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously voicing her surprise. What? Do you find that excessive? Qi Luo furrowed his brow, preparing to elucidate the intricacies of his plan, only to be momentarily silenced by Evelyn's subsequent remark. I had anticipated you would demand 70%. Evelyn shook her head, a hint of jest in her voice. After all, this is a veritable gold mine. Qi Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting whether he had set his price too low. Yet, having made his proposition, he was disinclined to retract it, merely offering an awkward nod. 30% suffices. I shall allocate 10% to Pannon and V, ensuring everyone's comfort in retirement. No problem. Evelyn agreed readily, without a trace of hesitation. However, I must caution you. Qi Luo's tone suddenly grew serious. I expect Cloud Summit to be a source of sustained profit in the future. Do not engage in the charade of exploiting your employees. It would be prudent to allocate a portion of your profits to enhance the well-being and enhancements of our companions. Upon hearing this, Judy's expression softened considerably, revealing a hint of a gratified smile. Meanwhile, Evelyn appeared momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Qi Luo with genuine curiosity. I never anticipated you to possess such empathy. Do not merely speak sweetly. Let it be remembered. Qi Luo waved his hand dismissively, then added, there is one more thing. Procure a batch of companionships for me each month. They are of use to me. Companionships? Evelyn raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with skepticism. There are an abundance of subpar chips on the market. Only establishments like Cloudtop can provide reliable ones, Qi Luo elucidated. Very well, but these items do not come cheap, and the quantity will not be excessive, Evelyn acquiesced readily. After finalizing the arrangement with Evelyn, Qi Luo took his leave from the apartment and drove towards another area, a pachinko parlor nestled deep within Twisty Street. His purpose was unequivocal. He sought the assistance of the Queen of Westbrook, Wacko, to formally initiate his plans. As he pushed open the door to the establishment, he was immediately greeted by the jarring clangor of metal colliding and the cacophony of gaming machines. Qi Luo made his way directly to a private room and, after exchanging a few words with his bodyguard, finally encountered Wacko. She appeared even more aged than the rumors suggested, her hair a stark gray, wrinkles deeply etched into her visage, yet her eyes concealed an undeniable sharpness. Lifting her teacup, she took a delicate sip before setting it down, her voice tinged with weariness as she inquired, "What brings you to me, young man?" Qi Luo settled down steadily, his tone calm, yet imbued with a hint of respect. "Permit me to introduce myself. I am Qi Luo, a companion of Team V's mercenaries. I am here to discuss a transaction with you. I believe it is necessary to converse with you in person, Ms. Waka." A flicker of surprise crossed Waka's eyes, swiftly replaced by a knowing smile. "Interesting. It has been quite some time since I encountered a young individual so well-versed in etiquette. Pray, what transaction do you propose?" Qi Luo nodded gently. "I have reached an agreement with the director of the Special Operations Division at Arasaka. According to the terms, once I take action, the Cloud Summit will no longer fall under the jurisdiction of the Tiger Claw Gang. I felt it prudent to inform you of this in advance." Upon hearing the name Arasaka, Waka's brow furrowed slightly, tightening further as she listened, ultimately unable to restrain herself. "Are you here to threaten me?" No. Qi Luo waved his hand, maintaining his composure. "I merely believe that perhaps we can discover a more suitable manner to resolve this matter. After all, we are both aware of the nature of those Arasaka individuals." Waka scoffed lightly, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Qi Luo. "A suitable manner? Huh. Do unveil your true intentions." Qi Luo wore a faint smile, his tone unwavering. "It is quite simple. I wish for us to jointly support a new leader for the Tiger Claw Gang. You have likely noticed that the recent leaders who have emerged seem rather unsatisfactory to you, have you not? They even perceive you as an impediment to the gang's development, attempting to extricate themselves from your influence." Wakata's gaze sharpened, her tone laced with skepticism. You seem quite well informed. However, why should I collaborate with you, an outsider? On such matters? Can I not handle my own affairs with efficiency? Qi Luo leaned slightly forward, his voice lowering yet resolute. Because I can assure stability. If you were to intervene personally, it is unlikely that the Arasaka faction would be satisfied, is it? This statement rendered Wakata momentarily silent. After a brief pause, a glimmer of insight crossed her eyes as she murmured, "Stability, indeed, is what I require. But why should I place my trust in you? Why not?" Qi Luo shrugged. "This endeavor is one I am undertaking alongside V. You should be familiar with V's character. Moreover, we mercenaries have no desire to offend a person of your influence." Wakata scrutinized him, her mind racing with the intelligence she had gathered regarding Qi Luo and V. After a considerable time, she slowly nodded. "In that case, I accept your proposal. But remember, do not let me down." "Rest assured, Ms. Wakata," Qi Luo replied with a faint smile, internally relieved. Following the conclusion of their negotiations, Wakata provided a contact for a high-ranking member of the Tiger Claw gang named Yamamoto Shigenori. According to her, he was more reliable and obedient than the current heir, Kasuoki, making him the optimal candidate for support. Before departing, Qi Luo raised a query that lingered in his mind. "You have had 5 husbands, all of whom were leaders or high-ranking members of the Tiger Claw gang, and 9 sons who hold esteemed positions within the organization. Why not elevate one of them to take direct control of the gang?" A faint smile graced Heezy's lips, her tone imbued with complexity. "Child, the position of the Tiger Claw gang's leader has never been stable. Internal strife is relentless, and Arasaka has never ceased his interference. I do not wish for my loved ones to bear such risks. It is far better for them to remain in high-ranking roles and live longer." Qi Luo nodded, his doubts entirely dispelled. Subsequently, he met with Yamamoto Shigenori. This middle-aged, balding gentleman exuded a calm demeanor and displayed utmost respect for Qi Luo's intentions. The conversation progressed smoothly, and a consensus was swiftly reached between the two parties. Qi Luo completed his strategic arrangements and prepared to return to the base. Upon his return, he entered an intense state of seclusion, dedicating himself to the creation and modification of equipment. He understood that the success or failure of this operation not only affected the retirement plans of his small team of 3, but also the futures of Evelyn, Judy, and those within the Cloud Summit. An unfortunate misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Cloud Summit by the Tiger Claw gang. When Evelyn came to visit, Qi Luo finally emerged from his research. Prior to the operation, he had deliberately contacted Heezy and Yamamoto to remind them to be prepared. Now, having resolved the issues at the upper echelon, Qi Luo summoned Evelyn and Judy. Upon their arrival, the two were momentarily at a loss for words as they listened to Qi Luo recount his actions and the subsequent situation regarding the Cloud Summit. "Thank you." Evelyn gazed at the myriad of scars adorning Qi Luo's body, her heart swelling with an ineffable gratitude for his efforts, coupled with an exhilarating anticipation for her forthcoming life. Chapter 45, The Rescue of Chief Soul, Part 1. At that moment, Judy, beside Evelyn, radiated joy. Not only for Evelyn's happiness, but also for the genuine liberation that the residents of Yunding had finally attained. Her fondness and trust for Qi Luo surged to an apex, an emotion she seldom harbored towards men. "Just knowing is enough. But I did not exert such effort merely to hand Yunding over to you. Do not forget the promises you made," Qi Luo remarked nonchalantly. "I understand. Yet I remain deeply grateful," Evelyn replied softly, her eyes still shimmering with appreciation. Qi Luo chose not to indulge in further pleasantries, waving farewell to the group and leaving the mess of Yunding for Evelyn to address. After all, this place would soon belong to her. He exited the suite and took the elevator down to the 12th floor security room, where Pannon awaited him. "You've arrived? What happened to you just now? And those injuries?" Pannon greeted him, her tone laced with concern as she noticed the wounds on his body, her suspicion rising that Qi Luo might have been rendered foolish from the ordeal. "Ah, it's nothing. Just dealt with some pesky individuals on the top floor and got a bit carried away." Qi Luo chuckled, attempting to brush it off. "Heh, carried away, you say? Those injuries are self-inflicted, aren't they?" Pannon rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of his tall tales. Qi Luo seized the opportunity to change the subject, inquiring, "How about you? Are you injured?" "Impossible. Thanks to your drone, I handled everything with ease," Pannon replied, shrugging casually. Qi Luo nodded in relief. He had specifically crafted a Timo drone for Pannon, and it appeared that the equipment had indeed proven invaluable. "That's good to hear. It seems my substantial investment in gear was not in vain. From now on, I can create any custom equipment myself, Qi Luo remarked with a smile. Sometimes I genuinely wonder if you are an elderly man in your 70s or 80s. Given your extensive knowledge, Pan couldn't help but tease. She had witnessed several of the devices Qi Luo had constructed, and combined with his expertise in hacking and other advanced skills, his knowledge was decidedly at odds with his youthful appearance. Have you ever seen an old man as sprightly as I am? Well, today as tasks are complete, shall we share a drink? Qi Luo suggested. Absolutely. But first, let us find old way to treat your wounds. Let us go. Pan readily agreed. Wait. She began, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an urgent phone call from Mitch. Mitch, what's wrong? Pan answered the call, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Pan, hurry back to the camp. Thor has been captured. Mitch's voice was frantic and tense. What? Pan's expression shifted dramatically. Outside Night City, the wasteland. Pan and Qi Luo sped through the streets, recklessly ignoring countless red lights, until they finally arrived at the Adecado camp in a state of urgency. At this moment, the atmosphere within the camp was charged with fervor. The tribespeople, gritting their teeth, were eager to leap into their powered armor and ride forth on their magical lizards. Longing to exact vengeance upon those who had kidnapped Sol, the two individuals present were not taken aback by the scene before them. Along the way, Mitch had already apprised them of the dire situation. Sol had ventured out yesterday with a few companions in search of a water source, expected to return by nightfall. Yet he remained unaccounted for even at dawn. Following the trail, the tribespeople had discovered a gruesome scene. Apart from Sol, several others from the Adecado had perished, and Sol was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, one of the deceased bore a recording device that captured the assailant silhouettes. From the footage, the tribespeople discerned orders to take Sol back for interrogation, thus realizing he had been abducted. Were it not for the presence of another leader within the clan, they would have charged recklessly into the fray to settle the score. Nonetheless, the current circumstances were hardly more favorable. The tribespeople, ablaze with fury, fixed their gazes on Pan. As if she dared utter a dissenting word, they would rise in rebellion to strip her of her leadership. Enough. Everyone, calm down. What do you intend to do? Rush in to rescue him? Have you considered the possibility that the enemy, sensing danger, may kill Sol? Pan admonished sternly, her voice imbued with a sense of exasperation. She recognized that the tribespeople before her had been blinded by rage. It was imperative to restore their composure first, so that a viable plan to rescue Sol could be devised. Meanwhile, Qi Luo observed the unfolding drama with a sense of dismay. It was evident that his arrival had altered the course of events significantly. According to the original narrative, Sol lost the trust of his kin due to his collaboration with the corporation and compounded by the substantial losses suffered by the Adecado family. Many would scarcely contemplate rescuing him. Ultimately, it was Pan who summoned V to charge into the enemy ranks single-handedly to save Sol. However, in the present moment, Sol has recognized his missteps and severed ties with the corporation. While the Adecado family has acquired a wealth of new equipment from their previous endeavors, their morale soaring. In this context, Sol's abduction could not go unaddressed by his kin. Upon hearing Pan's words, the assembled individuals fell silent for a moment, gradually coming to comprehend the situation, their restlessness subsiding, and their gazes toward Pan tinged with a hint of shame. Yet, she remained undeterred. The paramount concern was still how to extricate Sol. Thus, she turned to the ever-silent Michi to inquire about enemy intelligence. During their journey, the members of the Adecado family had employed drones to locate the convoy responsible for Sol's kidnapping. Following these leads, they discovered a stronghold of the Night Wanderers, a ghost town situated in the wasteland. The vehicles of the convoy lay parked within this ghost town, with at least 30 enemies patrolling the perimeter. More detailed intelligence was momentarily unavailable, as the drones failed to identify an entrance to the interior, only managing to gather information from the outskirts. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. Pan pondered for a moment before addressing the reticent Qi Luo. Why have you remained silent? Do you have any thoughts on how we might safely rescue him? You are the leader, Pan. I trust you will find a way. I will follow your command, Qi Luo replied earnestly, gazing into her eyes with unwavering trust. Pan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. I wish to attempt infiltrating that ghost town and secretly bringing Sol out. Will you assist me? Your injury. She hesitated for a moment before articulating her thoughts. Although the gruesome knife wounds on Qi Luo had been treated urgently, they were not yet fully healed. and she feared this might place Qi Luo in peril. If it were anyone else or any other matter, then this injury would be quite serious, and I would need to rest for several days. But if you require my help to rescue our good brother's soul, I believe I can still manage 10 men. This minor injury is inconsequential. After all, I am a doctor. Mission accepted. Compensation, none. Mission details, rescue soul. Qi Luo noticed her hesitation and, feigning a casual tone, readily agreed, assuring her that he would not overexert himself. Pan ultimately finalized their action plan. Mitch, take a few people to create a diversion near the ghost town to draw their attention. Scorpion, you and the others stay on standby in the rear. Qi Luo and I will slip in to find Soul once Mitch stirs up some commotion. After locating him, we will assess the situation. If it proves difficult to exit after finding Soul, then you all charge at those fools together. Understood. Rest assured, Panin. They replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. At last, we are set to embark on a grand endeavor. Chapter 46. The Rescue of Leader Saul, Part 2. Having devised a well-thought-out plan without delay, Panin swiftly gathered everyone to relay the strategy, and there were no objections. Mitch and Scorpion, in particular, were eager to spring into action. Thus, they promptly set to work, each verifying their equipment, embarking on the urgent mission to rescue Leader Saul. As the night wind howled, the cursed land seemed especially restless, as if something monumental were about to unfold. Mitch, accompanied by several members of the Adecado tribe, crouched on a hillside at a distance from the ghost town, gazing intently in its direction. Through his binoculars, he observed the patrol guards' movements. They wandered about the periphery of the ghost town, their weapons occasionally sweeping through the darkness, yet their steps appeared somewhat indifferent. There are quite a few patrols, Mitch murmured. But it's not insurmountable. After a few minutes of careful observation, he pointed to an area on the western side of the ghost town, where the number of guards was greatest. This was the pivotal point in his plan. We'll strike there and put on a grand show for these night dwellers, he declared. The group nodded in agreement, and one individual promptly leaped into a modified truck, starting the engine and heading towards the ghost town. Mitch, along with 3 other vehicles, followed suit after he had gained a short lead. The dust kicked up formed a long plume against the vehicle ahead, heedless of all caution, sped recklessly, leading a group of pursuers to the ghost town's vicinity. The patrolling specters within the town, alerted by the roar of engines, turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, soon followed by a cacophony of shouts. Don't you dare run away. Return the goods immediately, Mitch shouted with all his might, leaning out of the car window, acutely aware that the cargo was worth hundreds of thousands of euros. The driver from the Adecado tribe grasped the situation perfectly and accelerated with determination, raising a cloud of dust as he defiantly retorted, "Screw you. If you can, come and catch me." Mitch, accompanied by several vehicles, relentlessly pursued, brandishing weapons while seemingly poised to open fire at any moment. However, it was at this juncture that he noticed the presence of others in the ghost town, abruptly silencing his shouts and watching the group warily. This unexpected behavior only intensified the interest of the specters who had been observing the chase, drawing the attention of many of the ghost town's perimeter guards. What is going on? One guard furrowed his brow, fixating on the approaching vehicles. Who knows? It sounds like this bunch couldn't finalize their deal. Another guard replied, a tinge of greed evident in his tone. Notify the others. We might just profit from this. Soon, the leader of the specters within the ghost town received word from his subordinates. Upon hearing about Mitch and his tribesmen's pursuit, rife with quarrels and mentions of goods worth hundreds of thousands of euros, a glimmer of avarice sparked in his eyes. It appears that today is my fortunate day. The leader chuckled coldly and immediately summoned several of his subordinates. Go procure a few vehicles, pursue them, and ascertain the nature of that shipment. Soon, 5 vehicles within the ghost town were mobilized, and around 10 specters hastily boarded, chasing after Mitch and his companions as they sped away. Meanwhile, the guards outside the ghost town remained vigilant but were distracted by the recent commotion, their alertness somewhat diminished. Mitch observed the convoy's departure with a triumphant grin. He promptly contacted Scorpion via communicator. The target has taken the bait. Ensure you are prepared. On the other end, Scorpion's relaxed laughter resonated. Fear not. We shall act once they are out of sight of the ghost town, and they will experience the grand welcome of the Adecado. Mitch nodded, continuing to feign flight with his kin, luring the ghost town's convoy further away. Simultaneously, he dialed Panin's number. We have diverted their attention, though a few fools are still tailing us. The perimeter of the ghost town is now at its most vulnerable. Seize the opportunity to act, and remember to stay safe. Panin acknowledged, switched off the communicator, nodded towards the rendezvous point, and then both turned their gaze towards the ghost town. Mitch's performance was indeed grand, yet the results were promising. Certainly, Qi Luo adjusted his equipment, but from here on, it would depend on their own efforts. The guards at the ghost town's perimeter were mostly focused on the direction Mitch had fled, while others engaged in animated discussions about the recent events. Qi Luo and Panin seized this rare opportunity and stealthily set forth from the shadows of the hillside, embarking on their infiltration of the ghost town. The desolate town was filled with abandoned structures. Dilapidated houses and crumbling walls appeared particularly eerie under the cloak of night. Upon entering, Qi Luo and Panin concealed themselves beside a collapsed building, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. We must first ascertain Sol's location. This place is too vast for reckless wandering, Panin whispered. Have no worries. Leave it to Timo, Qi Luo replied, nodding as he retrieved Timo's reconnaissance drone from his bag. Panin produced another drone. The two released the drones into the air, their optical camouflage rendering them nearly invisible against the darkness. Under the guidance of the two, the drones split up, swiftly surveying every nook and cranny of the ghost town. Qi Luo's bionic eye displayed the scanning data transmitted by Timo. The thermal signatures of the buildings were clearly marked in his field of vision, though certain areas exhibited a higher concentration of heat, making the intelligence less discernible. The distribution of guards here is not overly tight, but their numbers are substantial, Panin noted, also observing the information. Look over here. That two-story building appears to harbor around 10 individuals, yet there are even more in other locations. Then let us first target the softer prey. We will proceed there, clear out the obstructing night prowlers, and then pay them a visit. Qi Luo marked a building in response. The two cautiously navigated through the ruins, encountering 3 patrolling guards along the way. Qi Luo raised his hand to signal Panin to halt, lifting his rainstorm pistol and activating its intelligent mode, swiftly marking the 3 targets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bullets flew unnoticed, striking the targets' heads with precision. The 3 guards scarcely had time to react before they silently collapsed to the ground. Qi Luo and Panin swiftly dragged the lifeless bodies to a concealed corner amidst the ruins. Panin murmured, "Well done. It seems your marksmanship is indeed exceptional. Once this is over, I'll procure a similar weapon for you." A hint of pride flickered across Qi Luo's face as he smiled and pressed onward. The duo approached their target building, peering through the windows to assess the situation inside. According to Timo's reconnaissance, 10 night prowlers were scattered throughout the interior, some indulging in drink, others calibrating their weapons, evidently unaware of any intruders. The plan is straightforward: quietly eliminate them, leaving one alive to extract information about Sol's whereabouts. Qi Luo stated in a hushed tone. Panin nodded, her grip tightening around her tactical dagger. Understood. Let us commence. Chapter 47. The Rescue of Leader Sol, Part 3. The two split up, stealthily infiltrating the building through its 2 entrances. Qi Luo entered through the back door and swiftly dispatched an unsuspecting enemy who had his back turned. Meanwhile, Panin circumnavigated the foyer and approached an enemy occupied with inspecting equipment, swiftly severing his throat with her dagger. They moved like phantoms, systematically eliminating their foes. Before long, the number of enemies within the building dwindled to just 4. At this juncture, Panin targeted an adversary who was alone in a room, maintaining his weapon. Seizing the moment, she quietly approached from behind, dagger raised. However, just as Panin prepared to dispatch him with the same ease as before, an unforeseen complication arose. The adversary she had focused on was heavily augmented, most of his body encased in what appeared to be specialized subdermal armor. As she initiated her assault, the tactical dagger proved incapable of penetrating his defenses, thereby revealing her maneuver. The adversary retaliated instantaneously, delivering a sweeping backhand with his augmented simian arm, which sent Panin sprawling to the ground. The impact momentarily suspended her heartbeat, causing her internal organs to churn violently, culminating in a discharge of blood. At that instant, the antagonist raised his simian appendage, poised to deliver a coup de grâce. Panin, noticing the commotion, Qi Luo, from a distance, discharged his firearm, endeavoring to thwart the enemy's actions. The fusillade of bullets rained down upon the adversary, yet they were rendered ineffective by the cybernetic armor, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Nevertheless, his attention had been diverted. Observing this, Qi Luo acted decisively, surging forward and extracting a crimson glowing monomolecular cutter from his tool hand, engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. The simian arm, an augmentation of considerable force, dwarfed the tool hand in terms of sheer power, prompting the enemy to brandish it in an attempt to subdue Qi Luo. However, Qi Luo, leveraging his agility and reflexes, evaded the blows, engaging in a dance of attrition. The tool hand, at that juncture, was being employed in a novel fashion, pioneered by Qi Luo himself. Previously, the tool hand had primarily aided him in his quotidian research endeavors, with its combat utility largely contingent upon the integrated cutter and the optimized, near-ton output. Yet, in actuality, the tool hand possessed an untapped functionality, one that Qi Luo had hitherto neglected to exploit in combat. Inspired by a sudden epiphany, he experimented with it, discovering its remarkable efficacy: rapid disassembly. The prosthetic limb is equipped with an internal mechanical apparatus and a structural database, complemented by its analytical system, which allows for the swift and automatic disassembly of mechanical devices, even the prosthetic itself. At this moment, Qi Luo is utilizing this feature to grapple with the formidable gorilla, resulting in a spectacle where he simultaneously strikes and disassembles parts. The expression on the opponent's face grows increasingly grim, while Panin, lying nearby, is momentarily awestruck. She has never witnessed such a fierce combatant. The good news is that, if this continues, Qi Luo will soon dispatch this troublesome adversary. However, the bad news is that the clattering sound of falling parts has drawn the attention of several other foes not far away. Let's take him down together. Upon seeing his companions arrive, the gorilla's spirits soar as he urgently calls for assistance. The trio, glancing at the ongoing struggle, abandon their firearms to avoid collateral damage, opting instead to charge forward with melee weapons in hand, intent on overpowering Qi Luo. Observing this, Panin, disregarding her own injuries, notices that the storm, her firearm, has fallen nearby. Rising from the ground, she swiftly lunges to retrieve the pistol and switches it to intelligent mode. "Let us see how impressive your firepower is," she exclaims, aiming at the three adversaries rushing toward Qi Luo and pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bullets from the storm automatically adjust their trajectories, accurately striking the heads of the three enemies. With a series of muffled thuds, they collapse one after another. "Well done," Panin praises the storm, then rushes to Qi Luo's side to join forces against the final enemy. Under the combined restraint of the two individuals, the man's formidable gorilla-like arms were disassembled, rendering them utterly incapacitated. His legs soon met a similar fate, leaving him sprawled upon the ground. Just as Qi Luo prepared to inquire something, the man appeared to suddenly realize he was within the stronghold of the Night Wanderers, surrounded by allies, and immediately readied himself to cry out for help. Panin, who had been observing him intently, instinctively raised her hand at the sight of him opening his mouth to shout, and a volley of bullets surged forth, silencing him and conclusively ending the skirmish. "Ah, well done," Qi Luo remarked, scratching his head as he retrieved his storm handgun from Panin's grasp. "You actually managed to compliment that. I intended to leave him alive," but now Panin offered a wry smile, casting a glance at the corpses strewn about, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Fear not. If one plan fails, another shall arise. Just watch me," Qi Luo declared as he approached a computer within the room, connecting his personal device to the port and swiftly breaching the system. His cybernetic eye flickered, issuing commands in his mind as he directly infiltrated the enemy's local area network. Before long, he discovered the surveillance system within the network, and the footage from the Night Wanderers cameras materialized before his ocular implant. After a meticulous search, he finally spotted Sol's figure in a basement. "We found him." Qi Luo's voice bore a weight of gravity. "He is alive, but it appears he is seriously injured. We must hasten our pace." Panin nodded in acknowledgement. Accepting the healing syringe Qi Luo offered her to regain some strength. After a brief moment of respite, she pressed on, saying, "Let us proceed and bring Sol home." The ghost town at night appeared particularly desolate in the chilling wind, its dilapidated structures seemingly whispering tales of a tragic past. Qi Luo and Panin, utilizing the efficient reconnaissance capabilities of the Timo drone, maneuvered deftly between the buildings. The holographic map within Qi Luo's cybernetic eye updated in real time, clearly depicting the distribution of nearby guards. Sol was located in the basement of the building ahead, but there were still quite a few people inside, Qi Luo murmured, gesturing towards a decrepit structure. According to the information gleaned from surveillance, the underground level 2 there was where Sol was being held captive. Panin nodded in agreement, raising his weapon. We need to hurry. Sol appears to be gravely injured. The two approached the building, with Timo's scanning results indicating the presence of 2 guards patrolling the exterior along with their patrol routes. They both observed this and exchanged a knowing glance, silently affirming their plan. I'll handle the left. You take the right, Qi Luo whispered, tightening his grip on the storm and veering towards the left side. Panin nodded and proceeded to the opposite side. Stealthily, Panin crept closer to his target on the right, waiting for the guard to turn away before efficiently slicing through his throat with the monomolecular knife Qi Luo had provided, dragging the lifeless body into the shadows. Meanwhile, Qi Luo drew the storm, aiming directly at the other guard from behind and eliminating him with a single shot. Once they confirmed that the external guards had been dispatched, the duo quietly entered the building. The interior appeared particularly dilapidated, with scattered metal parts and worn furniture strewn about. In Qi Luo's mind, he issued the command, and Timo soared into the depths of the building, scanning its internal structure. There are 4 individuals on the first floor. We must eliminate them to access the basement, Qi Luo remarked, gesturing towards the direction of the lower level. Panin tightened his grip on the blade and whispered, it's the same as before. You handle the 2 on the left, while I deal with the right. We must act swiftly to prevent them from raising the alarm. Chapter 48, The Rescue of Leader Sol, Part 4. Qi Luo nodded, and the 2 gradually approached their respective targets, moving like phantoms in the shadows, undetected by their adversaries. Panin concealed himself along the patrol route of one guard, swiftly dispatching him with a precise thrust to the throat. Seizing the opportunity before the second guard could react, he lunged forward, delivering a flurry of strikes that quelled both foes. Meanwhile, Qi Luo effortlessly dispatched the 2 enemies on the left with a tempest of blows. The duo silently overcame all obstacles, successfully reaching the entrance to the basement. Qi Luo swiftly decrypted the electronic lock, and the door opened with barely a sound. He and Panin advanced into the depths of the basement. The holographic map projected by the bionic eye updated in real time as Timo resumed his reconnaissance, revealing the layout of the subterranean realm before them. The basement comprised 2 levels, and Sol was presumably confined on the second. We can circumvent the few enemies on this floor. Stay close behind me. Qi Luo glanced at the map, which outlined the overall structure, indicating a manageable enemy presence. A significant heat source was located centrally, resembling a cremation furnace. The staircase leading downward was nearby, yet no additional enemies were indicated in that vicinity. The 2 individuals proceeded along their preordained route, cautiously evading several patrolled areas, and soon arrived at a room not far from the incinerator. Beyond lay the staircase leading downwards. Let us continue, they thought, as they advanced with somewhat less trepidation, for the data transmitted by Timo indicated no enemies were present near the incinerator. Their entire journey relied on the information provided by Timo. As they approached the incinerator, the heat emanating from it distorted the nearby air, causing a haze that obscured their vision. They quickened their pace, eager to traverse this area and escape the oppressive heat. However, as Qi Luo neared the corner, a shadow emerged from the opposite side of the incinerator. A night watchman, armed and vigilant, was patrolling and had fortuitously turned in Qi Luo's direction. At that moment, the artificial eye on the guard's face glimmered ominously as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly alerted by some sound. Qi Luo's heart raced, and he instinctively pressed against the wall to conceal himself, though his movement was slightly impeded by inertia. The guard's gaze had already flicked toward his hiding spot, catching a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Who goes there? The guard called out, raising his weapon and advancing toward Qi Luo's position. Observing this, Panin swiftly maneuvered around from the other side. Her movements were remarkably swift, with a flash of crimson from her blade. She severed the guard's throat before he could utter another word, blood gushing forth. The guard let out a muffled groan and collapsed. At this moment, Qi Luo emerged from his hiding place and exchanged a glance with Panin. Isn't this supposed to be a secure area? He murmured in disbelief. Qi Luo cast a glance at the lifeless body of the guard, his tone laced with a hint of perplexity. Panin knelt to examine the foe and then glanced towards the crematorium, expressing, the issue likely lies within the crematorium. Its excessive heat has obliterated the thermal signatures of the nearby enemies. Alas, it seems I have been rather careless. I shall make the necessary adjustments upon our return. Qi Luo inhaled deeply, still feeling a twinge of trepidation. Panin chuckled softly, patting Qi Luo's shoulder. Your enthusiasm mirrors my own during my previous modifications, eager to cram in every good thing, hoping for omnipotence. Yet, it is already quite commendable. Let us proceed, for we have pressing matters to attend to. Nodding in agreement, Qi Luo and Panin circumvented the crematorium and descended the staircase, successfully reaching the holding chamber on the second level of the basement. Upon pushing open the dilapidated iron door, they finally beheld Sol, bound to a chair. Sol was covered in blood and bruises, his head drooping weakly, and his breath faint, clearly having suffered violent treatment. The ground around him bore gruesome splatters of blood, creating a harrowing scene. Sol, Panin rushed forward, using his knife to sever the ropes binding Sol's hands and feet. Hearing the familiar voice, Sol barely opened his eyes. Upon realizing it was Qi Luo and Panin, he was momentarily stunned. Then his hoarse and feeble voice emerged. Panin? What brings you here? What else could it be? We have all come to rescue you. Do not speak. We shall take you back, Panin urged, kneeling beside him in an attempt to assist him to his feet. Despite his severely compromised physical state, Thor lacked the strength even to stand. Seeing this, Panin furrowed her brow in thought and retrieved a vial from her pocket. After examining the label, she hesitated, muttering to herself, "Restorative A1, though it's past its expiration date. But there's no other option at this juncture. Disregard the expiration, administer it immediately, or we won't escape this edifice," Qi Luo interjected, having overheard Panin's soliloquy. Panin nodded, took a deep breath, and injected the serum into Thor's arm. Thank heavens this expired medication retained some efficacy. As the drug took effect, a semblance of color returned to Thor's face. He shifted his body with considerable effort, feebly stating, "Much improved. Let us depart. I am impatient to slaughter these curs." Panin, relieved, found herself amused by Thor's belligerent pronouncements despite his condition. "You can do as you wish upon your return to the clan. For now, remain composed. Qi Luo, let us proceed." Qi Luo assented, gripping his monsoon handgun, cautiously leading the way. Panin positioned herself at the rear, flanking Qi Luo, safeguarding Thor in the center as the trio swiftly retreated from the building. Qi Luo and Panin escorted Thor through the dilapidated structures of the ghost town. Although Thor had regained some mobility with the aid of the restorative A1 serum, his condition remained frail. Panin, while observing their surroundings, murmured, "Endure a little longer. Our extraction point lies just beyond." As Sol reluctantly nodded, responding weakly with a voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, the trio pressed forward, entirely oblivious to the miniature tracking chip embedded within Sol's body, continuously transmitting their whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ghost town, within an abandoned factory, a hacker known as Adecado, seated before a rudimentary workstation, fixated on the tracking signal on his screen, noted the rapid movement of the signal representing Sol. Once a military hacker who served in the corporate wars, Adecado had been exiled from his family for conducting puppet experiments on his kin. Now, he had become a senior member of the Night Wanderers, tasked with various electronic warfare and cyber infiltration missions. It seems our guest is quite swift," Adecado remarked with a cold smirk, observing on the screen that Sol had exited the basement and was making his way out of the ghost town. "But do you think it will be so easy to take him?" he murmured to himself, promptly dispatching the tracking information to the leaders of the Night Wanderers within the town, urging them to send personnel for capture. Meanwhile, he conjured a specialized code in his mind, an enchanted puppet virus capable of inducing cyberpsychosis. Chapter 49, The Rescue of Leader Sol, Part 5. Before long, Adecado uploaded the virus to Sol's tracking chip and infiltrated the cybernetic systems of both Sol and Panin, rendering the firewall of their cybernetic enhancements utterly ineffective against him. Data raced through his mind, everything progressing smoothly, until he attempted to infiltrate Qi Luo's system, when an unfamiliar layer of protective code suddenly materialized on the interface. "What is this?" Adecado furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious as he beheld the custom 365 Security Guardian IC designed by Qi Luo, an intriguing individual. Now this presents a challenge. He set down his coffee cup and began to focus on deciphering this IC protection program. However, after an initial probe, he discovered that although this unfamiliar ICE code appeared somewhat rudimentary, its underlying logic was strikingly complex, reminiscent of the advanced ICE utilized by major corporations. The time required to crack it far exceeded his expectations. "Consider yourself fortunate. For now, I shall spare you." Adecado let out a reluctant snort, shifting his attention to the systems of Panin and Sol. Lacking similar IC defenses, his puppet virus was swiftly uploaded. Yet, the unfortunate consequence was, you are about to face two deranged companions. Ha ha ha. Back to Qi Luo and the others. With the intrusion of the puppet, Panin and Soul's movements suddenly faltered, prompting Qi Luo to immediately sense the anomaly. He glanced back, noticing Panin's slight frown, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Qi Luo inquired softly. I don't know. My head feels a bit dizzy. Something feels amiss. Panin gritted his teeth in response, his expression tinged with pain. Meanwhile, Soul had collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale, breaths coming in rapid gasps, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. I seem to be unable to continue. Qi Luo was taken aback, his gaze instantly turning icy as he swiftly accessed Thor's system through his personal connection to check its status. He soon discovered that the interface within Thor's system was inundated with codes that should not be present, and upon Qi Luo's entry, these codes spontaneously sought to assault him, reminiscent of a puppet attack. Puppets. Damn it. In that moment, Qi Luo comprehended the gravity of the situation. He quickly crouched down, his mind racing to purge the virus from Thor's system, attempting to stabilize its condition before addressing Panin. However, the reason behind the rapid intrusion of the puppet into the enemy's system was precisely due to its swift nature. As the puppet exerted its rapid influence, the gazes of Panin and Thor gradually became murky, their bodies beginning to convulse involuntarily. Damn, this is a cybernetic psychopathic puppet. While addressing the anomalies in Thor, Qi Luo finally discerned the puppet's function. It was relentlessly pulling Panin and the others toward the brink of chaos. Cyberpsychosis is a pathological phenomenon within the cyberpunk realm, primarily occurring among individuals who extensively utilize cybernetic enhancements and undergo excessive modifications. This affliction manifests as the erosion of both physiological and psychological states due to these enhancements, resulting in the loss of control over personality, emotions, and behavior, ultimately leading to a complete loss of humanity and transforming the individual into a dangerous entity beyond communication. The puppet, in principle, induces symptoms akin to cyberpsychosis in its victims due to the comprehensive nature of its assaults. It first thoroughly overloads the victim's cybernetic system, causing the target's body to endure immense pressure and lose control. Subsequently, it begins to disrupt the target's neural network through electrical signals, leading to neurological chaos and aberrant behavior. Simultaneously, this is often accompanied by hallucinations or auditory delusions, rendering the target incapable of distinguishing between reality and the virtual realm. In this state, due to the hallucinations or the malfunction of the cybernetic control system, the target's negative emotions, such as fear and rage, are magnified, prompting them to instinctively attack all nearby beings. Thus, through multi-layered interference, from the neural network to the psychological defenses, the target's will and self-perception are systematically dismantled. This is not merely a technical invasion, but a comprehensive erosion of the target's humanity. Those subjected to such methods often find themselves ensnared in a state of cyberpsychosis, unable to extricate themselves even after escaping the influence of the puppet master. Qi Luo, while striving to purge the puppet from Soul's body, contemplated this pertinent information. As a reasonably skilled hacker, he was acutely aware that the cyberpsychosis puppet, as one of the world's premier offensive techniques, demanded astonishing hacking prowess and computational power. At present, Qi Luo's nascent third-tier hacking level and computational capacity precluded him from employing such an offensive strategy. This indicated that the hacker attacking them possessed remarkable skills. They were now in the shadows, while the hackers remained concealed. He had to devise a solution to eliminate this threat once and for all. Meanwhile, Panin, struggling to speak, her voice laced with anguish, sensed something despite not being a hacker. Quick, leave us. Silence. Hold steady. I will not abandon you. Qi Luo gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as his mind raced, contemplating how to resolve the imminent crisis. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to remain calm, understanding that he must swiftly locate the hacker. Otherwise, the ensuing attacks would be unceasing. Thus, he released Teemo, simultaneously suppressing the puppet controlled by Thor while initiating Teemo's signal tracking operations. However, it was not long before his cybernetic eye displayed the images transmitted by Teemo. Around 20 Night Stalkers were approaching, while others stood on high alert, eyeing their direction. Teemo had marked the precise locations of the adversaries on the interface. It was undoubtedly the hacker who had tipped them off. Damn it. Qi Luo muttered through clenched teeth, promptly activating his communicator to reach Scorpion and the others stationed outside the ghost town. Scorpion, the situation is dire. Thor is likely implanted with a tracking chip. Our movements have been detected during our escape. Panin and Thor have also been afflicted with the hacker's cybernetic puppets, and I am unable to address that in the short term. The enemies are converging upon us. You must hasten and divert their attention with the magic lizard and powered armor. The sooner, the better. Scorpion's response was swift. Understood. We shall act immediately. Hold on, kid. After terminating the communication, Qi Luo glanced down at Thor, whose body was convulsing, eyes gradually losing focus, and breathing erratic as if he were struggling to draw air from a bellows. Qi Luo realized that continuing to eliminate the magical puppets was no longer feasible. The only course of action left was to render Thor temporarily unconscious to prevent him from spiraling out of control. I am sorry, Thor, Qi Luo murmured softly, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike to the nape of his neck. Ugh! Thor let out a muffled groan, his body collapsing instantly. Once Qi Luo confirmed he had lost consciousness, he hoisted him onto his shoulder and cast a glance toward Panin, who was not far off. Time was of the essence. Although knocking Thor out wouldn't halt the magical puppets from inflicting further harm, it would at least prevent them from turning on one another. Thus, he resolved to incapacitate Panin as well and carry her away. Chapter 50. The Rescue of Leader Thor, Part 6. Panin's condition was dire. While Qi Luo focused on rescuing Thor due to his injuries, alleviating some of the pressure from the magical puppets, Panin was left to endure the onslaught alone. Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, her eyes gradually losing focus and flickering uncontrollably. The cybernetic arm began to tremble uncontrollably, even sparking faintly. Panin, can you hear me? Qi Luo sensed the urgency. As he hurried toward her, he attempted to rouse her consciousness, hoping to reach her in time to deliver a blow that would render her unconscious as well. However, Panin's gaze showed no signs of recognition. The distance that once seemed trivial now felt insurmountable. Just as Qi Luo was about to reach her, a dangerously cold expression surfaced on Panin's face. Suddenly, she let out a furious roar, and the projectile system in her hand launched towards Qi Luo. Bang! Fortunately, Qi Luo's reflexes were remarkably swift. He promptly activated bullet time, forcibly controlling his body to narrowly evade the close-range strike. The miniature cannonball fired from Panin's arm grazed his shoulder before soaring past him, striking a group of nearby night wanderers, sending them careening away in disarray. Damn it. The puppet has completely eroded her consciousness. Qi Luo cursed under his breath, hastily retreating while drawing his storm pistol, only to quickly lower it again. He could not act recklessly. At that moment, several gunshots echoed from a distance, with bullets whizzing perilously close to his ears. He instinctively ducked, shielding Soul behind him, casting his gaze towards the enemy's position indicated by Timo. This group of beyond. Qi Luo gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the perilous situation at hand. Panin had spiraled out of control, and the night wanderers were assaulting from the side. One misstep could lead to dire consequences today. Panin. As Qi Luo evaded her attacks, he made another attempt to awaken her. In her current state, due to a cyberpsychosis episode, her neural stimulation had significantly enhanced both her cybernetic and physical capabilities. Even with bullet time activated, she could barely evade the strikes, unable to execute any effective maneuvers. It's me, Qi Luo. Can you hear me? For heaven's sake, stop this. Wake up. Yet, Panin offered no response. Her eyes were alight with madness as she lunged violently towards Qi Luo. Damn it. As Qi Luo evaded while contemplating strategies, he also had to protect Soul from harm. The onslaught of the night wanderers intensified, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. You worthless scum, just wait, Qi Luo muttered under his breath, his gaze icy as he desperately sought a glimmer of hope amidst this dire predicament. Before Panin, the world had been utterly engulfed by chaos and illusion, as if reality and the virtual realm had intertwined into an endless nightmare. The scene before her was no longer the dilapidated buildings of the ghost town, but a burning battlefield. The sky was stained crimson with flames, and the acrid scent of charred remnants filled the air. Countless indistinct figures crawled from the ruins, frantically lunging towards her. These specters bore no faces, yet clutched weapons, unleashing anguished howls as if intent on tearing her apart. Get away! Don't come near me! Panin screamed in terror, raising her arm, her augmented limb trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, the projectile system activated with a piercing whine. launching a miniature shell that sliced through the air and struck some distant figures. Boom! The explosion's blaze instantly engulfed those shadows, but as the smoke cleared, a greater number of foes surged in from all directions. Their footsteps pounded against Panon's eardrums, her heartbeat quickening as her arm moved mechanically, furiously wielding the monomolecular blade against the phantoms. The enemy seemed inexhaustible, waves upon waves of shadows emerging relentlessly. Each of Panon's strikes felt futile, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping her. Meanwhile, a searing pain coursed through her head, as if countless needles were piercing her nerves. The connection between her prosthetic and her nerves throbbed with an ominous ache, even emitting a faint scent of charred flesh. Enough. Do not push me further. Panon growled through gritted teeth, yet her voice betrayed an undercurrent of despair. Her movements became increasingly mechanical, as though she had wholly devolved into an uncontrollable weapon. Suddenly, a familiar yet indistinct voice pierced through the haze of her hallucinations, akin to a beam of light slicing through the darkness, reaching into her consciousness. Panon, it is I, Qi Luo. Can you hear me? Damn. The voice, though faint, was laden with urgency and helplessness, crashing directly into Panon's chaotic awareness. Her thoughts jolted violently, and the scene before her seemed to waver slightly. Yet, the malevolent puppet was far too powerful, eroding every fiber of her being, leaving her consciousness firmly subdued. Shadows of enemies loomed closer, and instinctively, Panon raised her molecular cutting knife, its blade glinting red as she wildly slashed at the silhouettes. In that moment, her heart felt as though it were gripped by a colossal hand, a dull ache tightening her chest, her breath quickening in a frantic rhythm. It was as if she were engulfed in sorrow. At that instant, Qi Luo stood helpless amidst the ruins, beads of blood oozing from his forehead, his body trembling slightly. The X-shaped wound on his chest bled profusely, having torn open once more in the throes of battle, staining his garments with his own blood. Although his reflexes had spared him from Panon's blade, the toll on his stamina was immense, leaving his consciousness teetering on the brink of obscurity. He steadied himself with sheer willpower, his gaze fixed intently on Panon, tinged with a flicker of hope. He could not bear the thought of abandoning her here. The mere notion of such a consequence sent a sharp pang through his heart. Ever since acquiring his golden finger, Qi Luo had navigated a smooth path, growing ever stronger. His mindset had evolved from merely surviving to a desire to leave no regrets. Once one possesses the capacity for greatness, thoughts inevitably turn to redemption. In his hands, the torrential downpour of bullets had now run dry. What had once been a horde of over 20 Night Stalkers had dwindled to just a few stragglers. Yet, more foes were closing in, intent on encircling him. In truth, he could have chosen to retreat temporarily, waiting for Adecado to arrive with reinforcements. However, Panon was now utterly out of control, and the Night Stalkers continued to strike from the shadows. Should he retreat now? It was likely that he alone would emerge alive from the chaos. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. After a protracted skirmish with both factions, the enemy drew ever closer. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must thwart these Night Stalkers to prevent a tragedy from unfolding. He had already endured several bullets. And although his armor mitigated the damage, the combined assault from both sides, alongside the energy drained from the gunfire, had left his body on the brink of collapse. Panon, wake up, it's me. Qi Luo struggled against fatigue and pain, his only recourse to attempt to rouse her with words. Yet, in Panon's eyes, there was only indifference and madness, offering no semblance of a response. Panon confronted him, and suddenly, with a low growl, she raised the single-molecule cutting knife entrusted to her by Qi Luo, drawing a crimson arc as she aimed it directly at Qi Luo's chest. Gritting his teeth, Qi Luo instantaneously activated bullet time, forcing his nerves to synchronize with Panon's movements. Time seemed to slow, the blade crept closer, and his body strained to evade, barely escaping this lethal assault. However, Panon's actions showed no sign of halting. Her projectile system was now engaged, targeting the proximity of Qi Luo. With a deafening bang, the sound of the explosion reverberated in his ears, and this time, his reflexes failed to save him. The shockwave sent Qi Luo hurtling through the air. The lower half of his right leg was obliterated, and the pain surged like wildfire throughout his body. He crashed heavily against a crumbling wall, sliding down with a dull thud, blood staining the ground beneath him. His vision blurred, and a ringing in his ears filled his mind, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious, laboriously lifting his head to gaze at Pan. In that moment, Pan stood amidst the swirling smoke of the explosion, her body also bearing the brunt of the nearby blast. Her hands trembled slightly as the sight of Qi Luo's dire condition struck her psyche with a profound blow, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was as though her consciousness had been struck by a bolt of lightning. The fragments of her hallucinations began to dissipate swiftly, revealing a reality that was both stark and brutal. Gradually, the frenzied light in Pan's eyes dimmed, and the shadows of her adversaries crumbled before her. The blood-soaked battlefield transformed back into ruins, and amidst those ruins lay the fallen figure of none other than Qi Luo. Chapter 51, The Rescue of Leader's Soul, Part 7. This cannot be. This is not real. Witnessing the tragic state of Qi Luo before her, Pan's voice trembled violently, her arms shaking uncontrollably due to the failure of her prosthetic signals. Her heart thudded erratically, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and fear crashing over her. What have I done? Pan's voice quivered as she lowered her gaze, noticing the single-molecule cutting knife in her hand still glistening with blood, the blood of its owner. Qi Luo, observing her expression, surmised that the magical puppet must have exceeded its operational time. He struggled to lift his head, forcing a smile through his pain. At last, you have finally returned. Pan's eyes widened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she beheld Qi Luo's blinding smile, her heart feeling as though it were crushed beneath a boulder. Qi Luo. Pan collapsed to the ground, her voice laden with remorse and guilt. Don't just stand there. Qi Luo gasped, gesturing for her to look behind. Those night walkers could not discern the situation amidst the smoke. For now, they were merely firing indiscriminately, posing no immediate threat. However, once the fog dissipated, the scenario would drastically change. Those fiends would not easily let us escape. Pan forced herself to regain composure, slowly rising to her feet, gripping the single-molecule knife tightly. She turned to face the enemies, her gaze reigniting with the flames of fury. Qi Luo, hold on. Henceforth, I shall permit no further harm to befall you. Qi Luo regarded her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Welcome back, Pan. Availing herself of the lingering obscurity afforded by the dissipating smoke, Pan swiftly rose, drawing both Qi Luo and Saul toward a concealed redoubt nearby. Her gaze, imbued with both urgency and profound remorse, lingered upon his injuries. She roused her reconnaissance drone, directing it to penetrate the pall of smoke and gather intelligence. Assessing the prevailing circumstances, ere long, the drone transmitted a holographic rendering of the vicinity. More than 50 wraiths were cautiously converging from all quarters. The smoke, stubbornly clinging to the air, betrayed their apprehension, a testament to Qi Luo's recent display. They now opted to overwhelm the trio through sheer numerical superiority. Their armaments consisted primarily of Saratoga submachine guns or Lexington pistols. While individually lacking in formidable destructive capacity, their concentrated firepower nonetheless induced a sense of stifling dread. Pan recognized that, should the present course persist, their encirclement was but a matter of time. She was compelled to expeditiously identify a breach. After a fleeting deliberation, she resolved to employ the projectile system for area suppression, endeavoring to cleave a passage through the enemy's cordon. With alacrity, she adjusted the angle of her left arm, targeting the direction from whence the fewest adversaries approached, and discharged a high-explosive round without hesitation. The ensuing detonation engulfed 4 wraiths in a maelstrom of incandescent fury, the concussive force toppling nearby barricades. Unrelenting, Pan followed with the launch of an electromagnetic pulse round, disrupting the circuitry of several enemy weapons, rendering them temporarily inoperable. The enemy ranks descended into momentary disarray. Pan seized the opportunity, straining to carry both Qi Luo and Saul, laboriously relocating them to another shelter ahead. However, the enemy quickly regained their composure amidst the chaos. The commander evidently discerned Pan's intention, swiftly redeploying personnel to seal the breach she had created, tightening the encirclement around the cover. Pan, observing the enemy's movements, felt an acute pang of anxiety. Her ammunition for the projectile system had been exhausted, leaving her with only a molecular cutting knife and a modified Lexington handgun. Gritting her teeth, she cast a resolute glance at the unconscious Qi Luo and Saul, murmuring, "Leave it to me." With that, she turned and dashed in the opposite direction, determined to divert the night stalkers and buy time for her comrades. Qi Luo lay weakly on the ground, helplessly watching her silhouette vanish into the smoke. He wished to raise a hand to stop her, but found himself unable to move even a finger. Curse those Night Stalkers. Bring on 100. It won't be enough to quench my thirst for blood. With the cutting knife in hand, Panin erupted from the shelter, hurling insults at the surrounding foes. Her provocation bore fruit. The Night Stalkers, already incensed and fearful from Qi Luo's earlier performance, were thoroughly enraged, directing their firepower solely at her. Bullets rained down like a tempest, striking against Panin's dermal armor with a dull thud. Yet, her movements grew increasingly agile, the Lexington handgun in her grasp accurately targeting the enemy's cybernetic implants or vital points. Blood and sparks erupting in chaotic bursts. A few Night Stalkers attempted to ambush her from behind, but their movements had long been detected by Timo. Panin swiftly turned, her left leg rising violently to deliver a sweeping kick that sent her adversary sprawling to the ground. In a seamless motion, she plunged her blade into his heart. Yet, the death of their comrade did not deter the enemies. Rather, it incited a greater number to surge forward. With every ounce of strength, Panin engaged them in combat. The molecular cutting knife in her grasp akin to the scythe of death, each swing claiming the life of an opponent. However, her body had already been ravaged by the puppet's torment, teetering on the brink of collapse. What propelled her to continue the fight was the seething fire of rage within her heart, accompanied by the relentless echo of a vow in her mind. I shall not allow you to be harmed again. Each swing of the cutting knife, every bullet fired, and every evasion of the enemy's assault was her affirmation of that promise. Despite her waning strength and relentless tremors coursing through her body, she refused to succumb. In a moment of evasion, a bullet struck her shoulder joint, rendering her arm momentarily useless. An enemy nearby seized the opportunity, raising his weapon to deliver the final blow. Yet, Panin disregarded the pain signals clamoring in her brain, forcing her disabled arm to rise and sever the weapon from her foe's grasp. With a fierce thrust, she drove the blade into his chest, pinning him against the adjacent wall. Trash. Come again. She growled through gritted teeth. Her voice brimming with fury, she tightened her grip on the hilt of the dagger, slightly bending her body as she assumed a defensive stance. Her chilling voice reverberated across the battlefield. Come forth. Let us see who shall fall first today. In that moment, she swiftly commanded Timo to soar into the throng, unleashing a wave of EMP shock. Seizing the instant when the enemy was engulfed in chaos, she charged forward without hesitation, akin to an enraged beast, tearing into her prey. Meanwhile, after diverting the enemy's attention, Panin ensured a temporary safety for Qi Luo and Sol. Through Timo's eyes, Qi Luo witnessed her every action, his heart fraught with anxiety. He yearned to join her in battle, yet his weakened body could no longer sustain him. However, he soon realized he still had a role to play. Timo detected a familiar data signal launching an attack on Panin's system. It's you again. This time, it won't be so easy for you to prevail. Qi Luo gritted his teeth, his mind racing with lines of code. Chapter 52, The Rescue of Leader Sol, Part 8. He quickly connected to Panin's system, temporarily sharing his IC with her. Now, they were united under a single IC defense system, significantly complicating the enemy's assault. This maneuver proved effective, momentarily thwarting the opposing hacker. Yet it also alerted him to the fact that someone had taken notice, prompting him to conceal his actions immediately. Fortunately, before he could be detected, Qi Luo had already directed Timo to trace the data stream's direction, beginning the pursuit of the signal's source. At that moment, progress was made. Timo's feedback visual scrolled across Qi Luo's cybernetic eye interface. As time elapsed, the source of the signal gradually pinpointed to a distant, abandoned factory. Thus, controlling Timo, Qi Luo soared into the factory, where he finally laid eyes upon the hacker, Asker. He was utilizing multiple servers to monitor the situation in Panin, endeavoring to identify the vulnerabilities of ICE and breach Qi Luo's defenses. Found you, Qi Luo murmured softly, taking a deep breath as he began to leverage Timo's connection, attempting to launch a counterattack directly against Asker's system. As soon as Qi Luo's consciousness interfaced with Asker's system, he was met with a fierce counterstrike from the opponent's automated defense codes. An overwhelming torrent of data surged forth like a deluge, instantly battering his ICE defense layer. Asker had evidently sensed the intruder and swiftly engaged in the fray. His strikes were both precise and swift, and due to Qi Luo's invasion of his system, he was able to fully unleash his computational power in retaliation. Under such an onslaught, within mere seconds, Qi Luo's outer IC defenses were torn asunder, leaving numerous fissures and shifting the tide of battle. You are quite audacious, yet your skills are lacking. Asker's voice echoed in Qi Luo's mind through the data channel, laced with scorn and derision. How dare you challenge me in my domain with such a meager level of prowess? Qi Luo remained silent, rapidly recalibrating his strategy and collaborating with the 365 Security Guardian IC to fortify his defenses, attempting to utilize IC to delay Asker's assault. Simultaneously, his mind raced as he pondered how to retaliate. Just you wait, Qi Luo muttered under his breath, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. However, it was evident that Asker had no intention of granting him ample time. His earlier restraint had merely been a matter of better options. It did not imply that he was incapable of overcoming IC. He swiftly harnessed the computational power of a nearby server, launching a new wave of assault. A torrent of data surged forth like a tempest, as streams of enchanted puppets and interference codes sliced through the defenses of Qi Luo with the precision of invisible blades. Your toys are rather amusing, but before true technology, they are merely fragile constructs. Asker's voice oozed with evident smugness. Qi Luo felt an immense pressure. He clenched his teeth as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He attempted to upload his puppets through Teemo in reverse. However, the adversary's defenses were evidently far superior to those of the past. His ICE was exceptionally complex, rendering the puppets incapable of circumventing it in the short term. Several attempts were swiftly intercepted, only to be met with Asker's scorn. You leave me with no choice, Qi Luo murmured, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. He quickly switched Teemo to overload mode, maneuvering it close to Asker before decisively triggering an EMP surge. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse erupted instantaneously, enveloping the surrounding area of devices. A portion of Asker's servers was incapacitated, momentarily interrupting the flow of data, significantly weakening the previously ferocious onslaught. However, this action did not render Asker completely powerless. It seemed he had installed anti-EMP augmentations. Teemo's strike merely incapacitated part of his servers. Surveying the chaos around him, Asker seethed with rage. I did not anticipate you possessed such capabilities. His voice was laced with fury as he activated his brain machine overclocking mode. His neural pathways were extensively activated, and a tremendous computational power surged back onto the battlefield, manifesting an intensity of assault greater than before. Allow me to demonstrate what true technology is, Asker declared with a chilling tone, his body emanating heat from the overclocking. Under his command, the torrent of data crashed against Qi Luo's ice like a relentless tide, and the once formidable defense began to fracture within mere seconds. Beads of cold sweat adorned Qi Luo's forehead as the colossal influx of data imposed immense pressure on his mind. A sense of fatigue relentlessly assaulted his consciousness, yet simultaneously, the boundaries of his cognitive abilities were being continually expanded. Just as Asker was on the verge of breaching the core of the 365 Security Guardian IC, Qi Luo suddenly felt a release of pressure, as though a string within his mind had snapped. Instantly, his neural pathways were fully activated, transforming his conscious realm entirely. Intelligence Attribute Upgrade. Current Intelligence 10, Self-Enhancement Reward, Free Attribute Point 1. The system's notification materialized within Qi Luo's mind. In that moment, the structure of the data stream became extraordinarily lucid to him. Segments of code that were previously incomprehensible could now be effortlessly parsed and utilized. His computational power reached an unprecedented zenith at that instant. So this is it. This is the capability bestowed by an intelligence of 10? Qi Luo murmured softly, then began to operate with extraordinary speed. The situation was urgent, leaving no time for contemplation. His thoughts flickered, and he swiftly seized upon a minute vulnerability within Asker's data stream, launching a counterattack along the trajectory of his opponent's assault. His code resembled a meticulously woven web, swiftly infiltrating Asker's core system and delving deeper into his cybernetic control module. Everything unfolded with an astonishing fluidity, yet remained firmly within Qi Luo's grasp. Asker, clearly sensing the anomaly, spoke with a hint of panic in his voice. Impossible. How have you suddenly become so powerful? Qi Luo offered only a cold smile, declining to respond. His consciousness, entwined with the code, pierced Asker's neural network like a blade, implanting a command for forced overload within the opponent's cybernetic system. It's over, Qi Luo murmured. As the final segment of code uploaded successfully, Asker's body convulsed violently. The brain machine hyperfrequency mode had already caused his temperature to rise sharply. and the complete overload of his cybernetics sent his body temperature soaring to dangerous heights, to the point where Qi Luo could almost detect the scent of burning circuitry. Accompanied by a cacophony of frantic and incredulous screams, sparks erupted from various components of Asker's cybernetics, his neural network obliterated. He collapsed before the control panel, succumbing to the incineration of his brain's nerves. After executing this final operation, Qi Luo felt as though his brain had been drained, his body temperature alarmingly high. His consciousness began to blur, and he became utterly limp, devoid of strength. Qi Luo, a voice reminiscent of Panin's, echoed from afar, but Qi Luo could no longer discern it clearly. The world gradually succumbed to darkness, leaving only a lingering, indistinct sense of satisfaction in his mind. At least, he won. Darkness engulfed him entirely, and Qi Luo fell into a profound stupor. Chapter 53, The Rescue of Leader's Soul, Part 9. Unbeknownst to her, Panin was facing another group of night prowlers that had emerged from the EMP shock, while Qi Luo was engaged in a separate struggle. Exhausted and battered, her body was a tapestry of wounds, blood seeping from her injuries, and her subdermal armor was riddled with holes. Yet, she clutched her knife and gun with unwavering determination, a defiant light glimmering in her eyes, refusing to fade. "Come on, you lot," Panin bellowed, her voice hoarse yet imbued with strength. The ammunition in her left arm's firing system and her gun had long been depleted, and her right-hand blade was slightly heated from excessive use. Nevertheless, she pressed forward, charging into the enemy's gunfire. Bullets from the night prowlers rained down upon her, though her movements were not as swift as before. She relied on instinct to evade several lethal strikes. However, her subdermal armor could not withstand all the onslaught. A bullet struck her abdomen, tearing through her armor and instantly saturating her clothing with crimson. Another grazed her right leg, tearing flesh and sinew. Ugh, Panin stifled a groan, her body trembling from the pain. Yet she forced herself to remain steady and continue the fight. With each swing of her blade, she unleashed her fury, dispatching the foes that drew near. Blood and sparks erupted around her, the air thick with the metallic scent of iron and charred flesh. "Qi Luo soul, I will bring you both back." Panin gritted her teeth, the promise to Qi Luo echoing relentlessly in her mind. At this moment, her vision began to blur, and her body swayed violently from excessive blood loss, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, the distant roar of an engine pierced the night, causing the night prowlers to glance back, alert as if they had received some message. Panin struggled to lift her head, and through the smoke and flames, she beheld a magnificent, colossal armored vehicle, an armored all-terrain beast, racing toward her. The vehicle bore the insignia of the Adecado family, and its automated cannons and thermal missile launchers glimmered ominously in the flickering firelight. "Panin, hold on, we're coming." Mitch's voice crackled through the communication channel, filled with anguish and fury upon witnessing Panin's struggle from afar. A flicker of relief crossed Panin's eyes as her taut nerves finally relaxed. Her body could no longer withstand the burden, and she slowly sank to her knees. The molecular cutting blade in her hand clattered to the ground, the bloodstains on the blade glaring under the fiery glow. "Finally, I waited," Panin whispered, and then darkness enveloped her, plunging her into unconsciousness. "Panin! Damn it! Scorpion! Charge in and eliminate them." Mitch and Scorpion, piloting the armored beast, surged into the battlefield. The twin-barreled 25mm automatic cannons unleashed a torrent of searing fire, instantly shredding several night prowlers into fragments. Simultaneously, the thermal missile launchers rapidly locked onto nearby targets, sending missiles hurtling forth to obliterate the enemy's cover. "Bob, keep up. Shield our brothers," Mitch commanded through the communicator. "Understood." Bob's voice responded from within his powered armor. He piloted the Centaur-powered armor, wielding a thermal cannon and a bulletproof shield, swiftly advancing to the side of the demon lizard. The shield deflected the enemy's bullets, providing cover for his kin behind him. "Brothers, follow me. Let us slay these wretched dogs." Mitch's voice resonated from the demon lizard, brimming with murderous intent. The other tribesmen, equally fervent, responded with alacrity. Several warriors dashed to Panin's side, shielding her within their ranks. Meanwhile, another group, under Bob's protection, began to scour the ruins for the whereabouts of Qi Luo and Sewer. Before long, they discovered the unconscious Qi Luo and the grievously injured Sewer. Bob shielded the group with his own, simultaneously deploying the thermal cannon to eliminate the advancing foes, swiftly extricating the three from the area. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one. With final reservations cast aside, Mitch commanded coldly, as the demon lizard unleashed a volley of fire upon the battlefield. The Night Haunt's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault of the Adecado family. Realizing the dire situation, their leader attempted to organize a retreat, but it was too late. These bastards. Not one shall escape. Mitch gritted his teeth as the demon lizard's thermal missiles launched once more, reducing several fleeing Night Haunts to mere fragments. The battle raged for nearly half an hour, culminating in the complete obliteration of the Night Haunts. Among the ruins of the ghost town, only the members of the Adecado family remained standing, panting heavily, yet their eyes gleamed with a sense of satisfaction. We won, Mitch murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, his thoughts quickly turned to the three who lay unconscious, prompting him to send someone to check on their condition. The clan members swiftly sprang into action, lifting the unconscious Panin, Qi Luo, and the severely injured Soul into the vehicle. Mitch leapt from the demon lizard and hurried to assess the trio's injuries, his expression grave. Quickly, back to the camp. They require medical attention, Mitch commanded loudly. Amidst the roar of the engine, the Adecado family's convoy departed from the ghost town, vanishing into the darkened wasteland of the night. Upon returning to the camp, the clan members promptly carried Panin, Qi Luo, and Soul into the medical room. The camp's cybernetic doctor, having already received word, was prepared with the necessary medical equipment. He first examined Soul's injuries, determining that although his condition was dire, he was not in imminent danger. It seemed that Qi Luo's initial efforts to purge the toxins from Soul had successfully navigated them through the most perilous phase, inflicting only mild discomfort, a mere headache at worst. Next, he turned his attention to Panin and Qi Luo. Panin's situation was more intricate. She bore numerous wounds, some of which had compromised her internal organs. She had lost a considerable amount of blood, but fortunately, the family's supplies were still adequate. However, her neural network had suffered extensive overload, necessitating a prolonged period of rest. Yet, in due time, her cybernetics. The doctor began treating Panin's wounds, his words trailing off with an unspoken concern. The others present, well versed in such matters, understood the implication of his hesitation. In the medical room, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd before the doctor resumed speaking about Qi Luo's condition. Qi Luo's situation had improved somewhat. Primarily, he sustained external injuries. I have attached a temporary prosthetic to his leg, and once he awakens, he may choose to equip himself with something more suitable. However, it appears that his brain has experienced some degree of overstrain, making the timing of his awakening uncertain. Mitch and the others stood nearby, their expressions grim as they absorbed the doctor's findings. Although they successfully rescued Soul, and, fortuitously, no one in the family lost their life during the fierce battle, the health of these three individuals remained precarious. Should their conditions deteriorate as a result of this ordeal, these night wanderers, when next encountered, must be thoroughly dispatched. As Mitch contemplated this, he muttered curses under his breath. Setting aside such thoughts, the immediate priority was to ensure the recovery of the three. Scorpion patted Mitch on the shoulder, his tone imbued with a hint of relief. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. Exiting the medical room, the clan members quietly tended to their camp, awaiting the moment of awakening for the trio. Thankfully, matters had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario. Chapter 54. Awakening after intensive treatment and meticulous care, the relatively less injured Soul was the first to awaken, 2 days later. Although his body remained somewhat frail, his spirit had notably revived. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately sought to check on the still unconscious Panin and Qi Luo. Thor stood silently before their bed for a moment, murmuring softly, "Thank you. This matter shall not conclude so easily, trust me." With that, he took a deep breath and turned to leave the medical tent, immersing himself in the affairs of the family. The family matters could not afford delay, especially after enduring such a fierce battle. He must swiftly restore order within the family and prepare for any potential retribution. Another day passed, and Qi Luo finally awakened from his coma, considerably earlier than the doctors had anticipated. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in the medical tent of the Adecado camp. Glancing around, he recognized familiar surroundings and the busy figures of his kin. His mind felt somewhat foggy, yet clarity soon returned. Had he been saved? Panin. What had become of her? Noticing someone beside him, he struggled to sit up and hoarsely inquired. The tribe member who had been tending to him quickly supported him and replied, Panin has not yet awakened, but the doctor assures us her condition is stable, and she should regain consciousness soon. Thor is already awake and is currently attending to family matters. Qi Luo nodded, feeling a slight relief in his heart, yet still uneasy. He strained to rise, eager to personally check on Panin, who lay in the adjacent bed. Wait. Please don't move yet. You have been unconscious for nearly 4 days, and your body is still quite weak. Oh right. I will go fetch Thor and the others. They will surely be overjoyed to know you have awakened, he said, and with that thought, he hurriedly informed Qi Luo and dashed out of the tent. Qi Luo finally sat up, his gaze falling upon Panin's figure. She lay quietly on the bed, her complexion pale, yet her breathing steady. Qi Luo rose to sit beside her, his eyes fixed on her face as a torrent of emotions surged within him. He recalled the battle from that fateful day, the precarious victory in the hacking duel, the resolute silhouette of Panin as she departed, and the image of her battling fiercely against the enemy despite her battered body. The more he reminisced, the more intricate his feelings became. Anger, relief, and fear intertwined, ultimately culminating in a profound sense of helplessness. If only I were stronger, Qi Luo pondered, contemplating that perhaps had he been more powerful, he could have effortlessly vanquished those foes, sparing Panin from such grievous injuries and himself from the anguish of that moment. Fortunately, she is still alive, and I still have a chance. Qi Luo murmured softly, unconsciously clenching his fists. Just then, the flap of the tent was lifted, interrupting his thoughts. Thor, Mitch, and Scorpion entered. Upon hearing that Qi Luo had awakened, they were overjoyed and hurried over to see him. Qi Luo, you have finally awakened, Mitch exclaimed with a bright smile, his tone filled with elation. You truly are a survivor. After such severe injuries, you recovered so swiftly, Scorpion remarked, patting Qi Luo on the shoulder while surveying his condition, seemingly impressed by his resilience. Thor then stepped forward, addressing Qi Luo with earnestness. Qi Luo, thank you. I understand that without you, Panin and I might not have returned. Qi Luo shook his head and chuckled. We are all brothers. Let's not speak of such things. Moreover, if it weren't for Panin delaying long enough and Scorpion and the others arriving just in time, I fear I might not have made it back either. That said, while we have long acknowledged you as a member of Adecado, you could have chosen not to wade through these murky waters. We shall not forget this kindness. With a resigned nod, Qi Luo continued, and the group conversed for a while longer, sharing their understanding of the events that transpired that day. They all gazed at Panin, lying on the bed, and felt a surge of emotion. Who would have thought? That little girl from back then has now grown into a warrior capable of standing on her own? Haha. Is it any wonder I chose her to lead our family alongside me? Fearing to disturb their rest, Sol and the others stayed for a short while before taking their leave. Qi Luo, however, remained by Panin's side, examining her condition closely. The tent fell silent, leaving only Qi Luo and the unconscious Panin. A flicker of determination crossed Qi Luo's eyes as he closed the results of his examination, focusing on Panin's pale face. His emotions a tangle of hope and concern. Panin, you'll be all right. You must be all right, he murmured softly, gently grasping her hand, as if to reassure both her and himself. At that moment, Panin's fingers twitched slightly. Qi Luo froze, his gaze snapping anxiously to her face. Panin's eyelashes fluttered, and before her eyes fully opened, an instinctive call escaped her lips. Qi Luo. Her voice was faint, yet it resonated clearly in Qi Luo's ears. Qi Luo felt a surge of joy and quickly leaned in closer. Panin, you are awake. How do you feel? Panin's gaze gradually focused, her consciousness returning from the battle that had left her in a stupor. She recognized Qi Luo's face before her, and a faint smile, tinged with fatigue, yet laced with relief, graced her lips. You are unharmed. How wonderful. Just then, a kin who had been watching over them approached, and upon hearing Panin's words, could not resist teasing. Oh, you two are truly in sync. Your first words upon waking are each other's names. I fear Sol might faint from the news. Both of them felt a flush of embarrassment. Panin's cheeks turned slightly pink as she stammered, as if to defend herself. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly replied, even though I was unconscious, I could still hear your voices. I knew Sol was fine. Indeed, we are all brothers. It is perfectly natural to show concern, Qi Luo said, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head with a smile. Oblivious to the fact that Panin stiffened at the mention of brothers, the man burst into hearty laughter, patting Qi Luo on the shoulder. All right, you two should rest well. I shall inform Sol that Panin has awakened. With that, he turned and exited the tent, leaving Qi Luo and Panin alone. The tent fell into silence once more, a subtle atmosphere hanging in the air. After a long pause, Panin suddenly turned her head, gazing into Qi Luo's eyes, and softly said, "I am sorry, Qi Luo. If it weren't for my entanglement in this cybernetic madness." Qi Luo shook his head, interrupting her words, "It's not your fault. You were merely ensnared by the puppet's curse. Had I known, I would have installed the ice I developed on you much earlier, thus preventing this predicament." A glimmer of tenderness flashed in Panin's eyes, and she chose to remain silent, simply lying quietly on the bed, savoring the warmth left on her hand from Qi Luo's earlier grasp. Qi Luo, too, observed her, his expression indicating he was deep in contemplation. Outside the tent, the night in the Adecado camp remained bustling, yet the two within the tent seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm. Chapter 55, Panin's Dilemma at this moment. Qi Luo was scrutinizing his current status within the system, seeking a means to heal Panin. Close combat skill upgrade. Current level, 3, Elite. Commission completed, reward, none. Additional reward, 1 free attribute point, knowledge reward, nanobot manufacturing blueprint. The first 2 notifications represented the spoils of this endeavor. And Qi Luo promptly allocated the attribute point to his physicality. He aspired to elevate several attributes to level 10, eager to discover the capabilities they might yield. And then he continued to read further. Attributes, physical 8, intelligence 10, reflexes 10, composure 7, derived abilities, bullet time, enhanced neural response by approximately 40. Overclocking, similar to brain-machine overclocking, fully activating cerebral regions and neural pathways, providing substantial computational power and extraordinary data analysis capabilities. Skills, melee combat, hacking level 3 medical, all-class driving. Throwing, stealth level 4, master, shooting level 5, legendary. Knowledge, sonar technology, nanobot manufacturing blueprint, cybernetics, ninja eye, enhanced tool hand. Mount an energy shield, synchronized faceplate, equipment. Storm, Timo, signal jammer, account balance, 20,000, still feeling at a loss. Inside the tent, Qi Luo found himself muttering to himself, his expression gradually becoming somewhat melancholic. Nearby, Panin noticed the change and, gathering his thoughts, inquired, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Qi Luo hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to speak candidly. "I just examined your condition. Your neural network is severely damaged. Continuing to utilize your cybernetics may lead to irreversible harm, even death." Through the examination report, he had realized that Panin's physical state was far worse than it appeared on the surface. Her neural network had already been under immense strain due to the recent invasion of the magical doll, and after barely escaping from her mental turmoil, she was now subjected to an extraordinarily intense combat load. The prowess she exhibited in battle had not come without a price. Now, Panin's entire neural network had become exceedingly brittle, akin to a taut string that could snap at any moment. Should she resort to her prosthetic again? Even the slightest burden could precipitate a neural collapse, leading to a complete loss of bodily control, or worse, death. Panin paused in silence for a moment, then feigned strength with a smile. "It's all right. If necessary, I can forego the prosthetic. After all, I was merely a delivery driver before this." Qi Luo, understanding Panin's character, recognized that she was attempting to shield others from worry. He shook his head, his tone resolute. "No, this isn't just about the prosthetic. Your lifespan is also at stake. I won't permit such a fate to befall you. Rest assured, though I may not have a solution at present, I am determined to find one. After all, I have never gone back on my word, have I? You should rest well. I will consult the doctor," he added, rising to his feet and addressing Panin. Panin gazed at him in silence, nodded slightly, and watched as Qi Luo exited the tent, noticing him dragging the makeshift prosthetic leg. A flicker of complex emotions crossed her eyes, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Once outside the tent, Qi Luo promptly sought out the camp's doctor. After providing a detailed account of Panin's condition, the doctor could only shake his head in resignation. "The situation you described resonated with me, and I, too, have observed it. However, I have never encountered it, nor do I possess knowledge regarding how to treat her. The current condition of her neural network seems beyond the reach of conventional therapeutic methods. The unconventional approaches are held solely by certain corporations. Nonetheless, I have informed Sol about this matter, and he mentioned he would seek a solution. You may inquire with him." Qi Liao nodded and proceeded to find Sol. "I intend to consult those in the field of biotechnology as I still have contacts there. Upon meeting Qi Luo, Sol exhibited no surprise at his inquiry, calmly expressing his intentions, though his facial expression betrayed an inner turmoil. Biotechnology. No. We are not yet at that juncture. We cannot tread the same path as before. Upon hearing that Sol sought assistance from a corporation, Qi Luo immediately interjected. Then tell me, what should we do? Are we to simply abandon Panin? I am aware that the corporation is unreliable, but you must inform me of any alternative. Sol's agitation grew, yet his expression was one of profound anguish. After much contemplation, he had resolved not to engage with the corporation again, but now, with Panin in such a state for his sake, he found himself with no other options. Please give me a moment, Sol. You know I share your concerns for Panin, and I will not allow such a fate to befall her. However, I implore you to refrain from pursuing the company until all other options are exhausted. Qi Luo urged, as Sol gradually calmed while absorbing his words. After a prolonged silence, he nodded in agreement. Then I entrust this matter to you, Qi Luo. Let us set the company's affairs aside for now, though I shall seek alternative solutions. Qi Luo nodded in acquiescence, already formulating his own plans. Once he departed from Sol's side, he dialed Old Wei's number. Old Wei, it's me. I require your assistance with a matter. Qi Luo succinctly outlined Panin's situation, hoping to glean some insights from the seasoned veteran. After a brief silence, Old Wei replied, this predicament is indeed complex. The after-effects of cyberpsychosis are notoriously difficult to treat. However, the anti-terrorism task force may possess a potential solution. Rumor has it that they have been secretly recruiting subdued cyberpsychotics as operatives, indicating they must have access to some form of treatment. Perhaps you could procure some information? The anti-terrorism task force. Qi Luo mused thoughtfully. Yet they are not the most approachable of individuals. Indeed, but this is the most promising solution I am aware of, Old Wei responded. All right, I understand. Thank you. Lao Wei, I will invite you to watch the boxing match later. Haha, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. After a brief exchange between the two, Qi Luo hung up the communication, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he opened the communication again and sent several messages to someone. Upon receiving a reply, he immediately turned back to Panin. Panin, I wish to take you back to Night City. I have found someone who may have a solution for your predicament. Very well, I shall follow your lead. But your leg? Panin observed him bustling about, her heart fluttering with concern. She suddenly mentioned Qi Luo's leg, her expression laden with guilt. Qi Luo hesitated momentarily upon hearing the mention of his leg, then looked down at his cybernetic limb. I had almost forgotten about it. It's not a major issue. It doesn't impede my mobility for now. I will find a suitable replacement later. For now, let us focus on your matters in Night City. Indeed, Qi Luo was not overly concerned, as he had long intended to replace his leg with a cybernetic one. He could only attribute it to fate. Once arrangements were confirmed with Panin, Qi Luo promptly led her to Night City, where they met the individual he had arranged to see, Regina Jones. Upon their first encounter with this intermediary from the Watson district, they found a Chinese woman donning an eye patch reminiscent of Nick Fury, concealed within an abandoned corporate building. She wore a bulletproof vest, and the floor surrounding her room was equipped with automated turrets, as if she were perpetually on guard against potential attacks. Regina had previously been a reporter for FTF Radio, before the station was acquired by News 54. With a profound sense of justice, she endeavored to expose the company's nefarious activities, only to be met with persecution, subsequently operating as a mediator. Among her numerous tasks were those aimed at assisting the marginalized communities of Night City, alongside a series of cyberpsychosis missions. In her previous life, she was lauded by many players as the conscience of Night City. Chapter 56. The kiss on the rooftop. Her efforts in treating cyberpsychosis were the primary reason for Qi Luo's visit. Previously, he had referred a case involving a young man named Eulelio, who was also afflicted by a similar condition. At last, I see you in person. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for your assistance with Eulelio, Qi Luo greeted Regina. It's quite all right. I was also researching cyberpsychosis. Regina replied. Eulelio is recovering well and should be able to return home soon. Is this the individual you mentioned? Regina inquired, glancing at the side where Panin stood. Indeed, she was recently infected by a cyberpsychosis demon, and our examinations have revealed her nerves to be highly fragile. Given your experience, I hope you might have some insights to offer. Regina nodded and guided Panin to lie on the surgical chair within the room, beckoning her colleagues to begin assessing Panin's condition. After much deliberation, they ultimately shook their heads at Qi Luo. Qi Luo, I understand your sentiments. But my treatment protocols are predicated on the removal of the cyberware, supplemented by neurotherapeutic medications to address the issue. Regarding Panin's current situation, it appears to be of little consequence. The extent of the damage is simply too great. Qi Luo listened, his heart gradually sinking, yet he did not surrender. What about the counter-terrorism task force? I have heard that they recruit cyberpsychotic individuals. Do they possess any technology that could address such issues? Regina nodded. Indeed. From the information I have gathered, the counter-terrorism task force does have such technology, but it is only applied to those with less severe neural network damage. It is said that they utilize artificial nerve clusters to replace the damaged neural networks, thereby restoring the patient's control over their cybernetic bodies. However, this technology is extraordinarily costly, and the subsequent maintenance entails a significant financial burden. As for Panin's condition, even if they were to cure her, she would likely find herself tethered to this endeavor for the rest of her life, perpetually seeking funds. Enough, Qi Luo. I truly do not mind. It is enough that we are alive. Panin was also listening, yet this news did not seem to shatter her. Instead, it provided comfort to Qi Luo. Qi Luo remained silent in response to Panin's words, his fists clenched, his heart filled with resentment. However, he soon regained his composure and inquired, "Are there any alternative methods? Or is there a possibility to acquire their technology through other means?" Regina pondered for a moment before responding, "I am uncertain about other methods. As for the avenues you mentioned, the technology of the terror response unit is highly classified. Acquiring it is nearly impossible, and I advise against harboring such thoughts. Those lunatics are relentless when it comes to pursuing their interests. However, if you truly manage to obtain similar technology, do let me know. We can certainly negotiate the price." After her counsel, Regina added a remark, clearly perceiving his unwillingness to yield. Qi Luo nodded in understanding, expressing gratitude to Regina before departing with Panin. "Qi Luo, I wish to have a drink. Let us head to the base. We ought to discuss some matters." Panin's voice interrupted Qi Luo's contemplation as they exited the building. "Discuss? Sure. I also need to reflect upon things. Let us go." He found it quite reasonable. Suspecting that Panin was feeling down after hearing such news and needed to vent over a drink. Soon, they arrived at the base, where Qi Luo and Panin carried tables and chairs along with refreshments to the rooftop. As dusk approached, the sky above Night City was dominated by enormous neon billboards and holographic advertisements, devoid of any clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The two settled into this ambience, with Panin ignoring Qi Luo's concerns about her health and continued to down bottle after bottle of alcohol. Reluctantly, Qi Luo joined her in the indulgence. As night deepened, the neon lights of Night City cast a myriad of colors upon the rooftop, illuminating the faces of Qi Luo and Panin. They sat in their chairs, surrounded by a heap of empty bottles. Panin appeared to have indulged in quite a bit of drink, her cheeks slightly flushed and her gaze somewhat hazy. Qi Luo, whose tolerance for alcohol was already limited, began to feel the effects under Panin's influence. "Qi Luo, do you think we are rather unfortunate?" Panin suddenly spoke, her tone laced with a hint of self-mockery. "Unfortunate? Why do you say that?" Qi Luo questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to her. Panin swayed the bottle of liquor in her hand and whispered, "Look, we fought tooth and nail to survive, and now I find myself like this. Unable to even use my prosthetic, I may not even be able to partake in battles any longer." Qi Luo furrowed his brow. "Don't say that, Panin. At least we are fortunate to be alive. I will certainly find a way to heal you. After all, we have been through life and death together as comrades." Panin managed to smile, though it bore a trace of bitterness. "Comrades, you say? Qi Luo, what do you truly feel for me?" Qi Luo was momentarily taken aback, his mind dulled by the alcohol. "What do you mean?" Instead of responding immediately, Panin set down the bottle and turned to gaze directly into Qi Luo's eyes. Her expression conveyed an ineffable emotion, as if she awaited an answer. Qi Luo felt a twinge of discomfort under her scrutiny, just as he was about to speak. Panin suddenly grasped his collar and pulled him closer. In the next instant, her lips met his, leaving Qi Luo's mind a blank, all thoughts interrupted by the unexpected kiss. He could feel Panin's breath, the warmth of her lips, and the faint scent of alcohol mingled with the metallic tang of blood that lingered upon her. The kiss was not gentle, yet it brimmed with raw, unrefined emotion. After what felt like an eternity, Panin released him, her breath slightly ragged as she uttered, "This is what I mean." Qi Luo stood bewildered, the effects of the alcohol and the lingering taste leaving him momentarily speechless. His face flushed crimson, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. "Pan you." He stammered, intoxicated not only by the drink, but also by the overwhelming feelings he could scarcely comprehend, completely forgetting how to respond. Observing his flustered demeanor, Pan couldn't help but chuckle. "Qi Luo, do you like me or not? Just give me a straightforward answer." Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. Gazing into Pan's eyes, memories of their shared experiences flooded his mind, from their initial meeting at the scavenger's stronghold to fighting side by side. To the resolute moment she turned away in order to protect him. He had long since found the answer within himself. "Of course I like you. Not liking you would be abnormal," Qi Luo murmured, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Pan's eyes as she leaned closer, whispering, "Then let's not waste words." Before her sentence could fully escape her lips, her mouth found his once more. This time, Qi Luo did not hesitate. He wrapped his arms around Pan's waist, returning her kiss. Their breaths intertwined, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. The night breeze swept across the rooftop, dispersing their murmurs and gasps into the night. Beneath the neon glow, the silhouettes of the two gradually merged into one, as if they were pouring all their emotions into this singular moment. Chapter 57, The Method of Healing. The morning sunlight of the night city streamed through the crevices of the base, illuminating the room. Qi Luo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he beheld Pan quietly lying next to him, her breath steady, and the perpetual furrow of her brow finally relaxed. Her long hair cascaded over the pillow, and as the sunlight kissed her face, it cast a gentle halo around her. A wave of tenderness surged within Qi Luo. In this perilous and uncertain world, he had finally found someone willing to walk alongside him. He gently reached out, caressing Pan's cheek, feeling her warmth beneath his fingertips, a conviction to heal her solidifying in his heart. However, just as he was enveloped in this tenderness, a fleeting image flashed through his mind. At the Adecado camp, and the unfinished kiss they had shared. An inexplicable wave of guilt washed over him. Although he and V had never explicitly defined their relationship, the feelings they shared were undeniably genuine, leaving him unsettled. "Qi Luo, what are you thinking?" Pan's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Returning to reality, he noticed that Pan had awoken, her bright eyes fixed upon him. There was a hint of curiosity in her gaze, as if she sensed something amiss. "Nothing, just." Pondering a few matters, Qi Luo replied with a forced smile, attempting to mask his emotions. Pan did not press further. Instead, she leaned in and gently kissed his lips. Her kiss was gentle yet resolute, as if to convey to him that regardless of the past, their bond was of utmost significance. "Qi Luo, this is sufficient," Pan murmured softly, a hint of contentment lacing her voice. "I do not require any treatment nor any prosthetics. I simply wish to return to the family with you and live a good life." As Qi Luo listened to her words, a pang of sorrow surged within him. He understood that Pan was trying to comfort him. Yet, he could not accept such a future. He possessed skills and had access to systems. He was determined to find a solution. At that moment, when Pan mentioned family, a sudden thought flashed through Qi Luo's mind. Sol had previously mentioned that he was contemplating whether to re-establish a partnership with a biotechnology company. One of the company's most renowned products was the nanotherapy injection. This injection operated on the principle that it contained numerous nanobots which, upon entering the human body, would automatically detect and synthesize biochemical substances to repair damaged bodily tissues. Nanobots. Artificial nerve bundles, nerve repair. Qi Luo murmured, his eyes gradually brightening with realization. He abruptly sat up, excitement coursing through him as he grasped Pan's shoulders. "Pan, I know what to do." Pan was startled by his sudden movement, gazing at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Nanobots. I can utilize nanobots to repair your neural network," Qi Luo exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I already possess a foundational knowledge of nanobot technology, and if I can integrate it with artificial nerve bundle technology, perhaps it could indeed resolve your issues." Pan paused for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Qi Luo, you need not exert yourself so. I have already stated that this is sufficient for now." "No, Pan. This endeavor transcends your needs," Qi Luo replied earnestly, gazing into her eyes in an attempt to persuade her. "It is also for our future. If this technology succeeds, It will not only remedy your condition, but also exhibit extraordinary therapeutic effects for other injuries. Just imagine, should this serum be introduced to the market, we would no longer have to engage in the perilous life of mercenaries. We could wander wherever we pleased, indulging in the fruits of our labor, free from these burdensome troubles. Panin regarded Qi Luo, observing the fervor in his expression and listening to his heartfelt considerations for their shared future. Never before had she been treated in such a manner, and at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her choice, her eyes brimming with love and emotion. "Thank you, Qi Luo," Panin whispered, extending her hand to grasp his. "But promise me, you will take care of yourself. I do not wish to relive the horrors of that day." Qi Luo chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "Do not worry, I am mindful." Resolute in his intentions, Qi Luo gently kissed Panin's forehead, tenderly reminding her to rest well. Subsequently, he rose and made his way toward the workshop within the base. To validate his hypothesis, he needed to undertake certain experiments. The workbench in the workshop was equipped with advanced technology sufficient for him to fabricate nanobots for his trials. However, the primary challenge lies in the production. Each nanobot must be meticulously crafted by his own hands, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. To genuinely address the issue of Panin, it would require at least several 100 million nanobots. Such a quantity, even if he were to exhaust himself, would be unattainable. Sitting before the workbench, his gaze swept across the control panel, and he let out a barely perceptible sigh before steeling himself to commence the fabrication of the nanobots. His fingers danced swiftly over the control panel as the design schematics of the nanobots continuously flashed through his mind. Every detail was scrutinized and meticulously considered to ensure absolute precision. Before long, the first nanobot was successfully created. Under the microscope, he could distinctly observe its structure and movements. Next came the most crucial phase. Qi Luo murmured to himself, placing the nanobot into the experimental environment of the simulated neural network. He began to endeavor in optimizing the nanobot for the neural network, attempting to integrate the function of nerve repair within it. This process was extraordinarily intricate, necessitating constant adjustments to the robot's programming and behavioral patterns, and occasionally requiring the development of new modules for the robot. However, Qi Luo soon realized that he was no longer the same as before. His cognitive speed and learning capability had dramatically surpassed his previous self. If quantified, he estimated that he could rival 3 versions of his former self. Unbeknownst to him, with his current intellectual prowess, he was now on par with the foremost scientists and hackers of the cyber realm. Is this the additional effect of intelligence level 10? Qi Luo pondered. He has now come to understand that the abilities attained after reaching 10 attribute points are not truly extraordinary. They merely reflect a level he was inherently capable of achieving. Yet his brain, in an effort to protect his body, had actively implemented a switch. Nevertheless, even with the switch disengaged, his capabilities have markedly improved compared to before. His mind has begun to operate at an accelerated pace, reorganizing and optimizing the knowledge and skills he currently possesses, akin to transforming a disheveled little house into an opulent palace through sudden expansion and renovation. This process has granted him a deeper comprehension of the knowledge and skills he had previously acquired. Now, with a mere thought, he can conjure new ideas. Each problem can be swiftly addressed within the realm of his knowledge, and every subtle change can be precisely detected. Prior to this, Qi Luo had merely intended to conduct an experiment to assess feasibility. However, thanks to his 4th-tier medical skills, his understanding of human anatomy and the nervous system far exceeds that of an average person. He is acutely aware of the vulnerabilities within the neural network and the critical aspects of its repair. Coupled with the rapid functioning of his brain and the continuous refinement of this technology, he is afforded significant assistance in his research. Not only must he reconstruct a new neural network within the body, but he must also ensure that the intact portions remain unaffected. Qi Luo murmurs softly to himself, his hands deftly maneuvering through the intricate apparatus. The details of this technology are consistently augmented in his mind, gradually evolving in the direction he aspires to achieve. Chapter 58. Allison Gray. Occasionally, when faced with particularly complex dilemmas, he employs both bullet time and superfrequency abilities simultaneously. In this state, he seemed to have metaphorically divided himself into 3 parts. His cognitive processes reached unprecedented heights, as if the entire world had slowed down around him. If it were not for the excessive consumption of his own energy, he would have wished to maintain this pace indefinitely. Thus, Qi Luo devoted himself wholeheartedly to his research. Over the course of 3 days, he was nearly oblivious to the passage of time, attending only to the essential needs of sustenance and relief, spending the remainder either at his workbench or wrapped in intimacy with Pannon. Pannon remained by his side at the base, accompanying him in his endeavors, feeling both a pang of concern and a deep sense of admiration for him, coupled with worry for his well-being. Yet, each night, as sleep enveloped them, her anxieties dissipated entirely. Consequently, she chose to set aside such thoughts, silently supporting Qi Luo, only occasionally insisting that he take a moment to rest. Their coexistence unfolded with a serene beauty. Finally, on the evening of the third day, Qi Luo's research reached a groundbreaking milestone. Emerging from the simulated environment, the nanobots were now capable of performing the functions he had envisioned, precisely identifying and locating damaged nerves, and utilizing the body's own materials to synthesize and reinforce artificial nerves based on the compromised ones. While it may sound like a conventional advancement in artificial nerve technology, the distinction lay in the fact that the robots he had developed could not only repair nerve damage, but could also address physical injuries with ease. Furthermore, this process operated entirely on the materials found within the human body. Theoretically, a single injection would suffice for perpetual operation, akin to having a continuously functioning internal medical team available around the clock. As for the speed of treatment, Qi Luo made a rough estimation. Once in mass production, the condition of Pannon could be addressed within 2 to 3 days, while physical injuries could be remedied even more swiftly, typically requiring only a matter of minutes, depending on the severity of the wounds. The nanobots primarily serve a supportive role, akin to shepherd dogs guiding the appropriate human cells to diligently repair the damage, compressing what could have taken 10 days to 2 weeks into mere minutes. Should such therapeutic robots be released to the market, the pressure from major corporations, particularly well-established pharmaceutical companies in the biotechnology sector, would undoubtedly be significant. Qi Luo planned to introduce only a weakened version to the market, reserving the enhanced version for internal use. At last, success was achieved. Setting aside the equipment, Qi Luo exhaled deeply, his face revealing a weary yet contented smile. However, his exhilaration and satisfaction were soon tempered by the pressing realities. Although the technology had been developed, actual application to Pannon and its subsequent market launch for profit would necessitate mass production. To attain mass production, money, space, and manpower these posed considerable challenges. Qi Luo murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Achieving this objective would require substantial financial backing, larger premises to establish production lines, and additional personnel to assist in research and development, all of which were pressing concerns. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Adecado? As thoughts began to crystallize in his mind regarding the necessary actions and assistance required, Qi Luo was just about to approach Pannon to discuss the matter when a new opportunity presented itself. As the saying goes, when fortune frowns upon a person, even a sip of cold water can become a source of misfortune. Conversely, when luck smiles upon someone, even a brief nap may result in a pillow being offered. Just as Qi Luo was troubled by subsequent issues, a pleasant surprise came his way. His phone rang unexpectedly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a communication request from an unknown number. Qi Luo furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of curiosity, yet he proceeded to answer the call. A detached female voice emerged from the other end. Qi Luo, from the Three Good Students mercenary team, correct? Yes, who might you be? I was referred to you by a mutual acquaintance. We previously provided you with treatment plans for V. Qi Luo's mind clicked into place as he cautiously inquired, indeed, what brings you to me this time? On this occasion, we require the assistance of your mercenary team. One of our employees is trapped in Taiping Prefecture, and the situation is dire. If you can rescue him, we can offer a commission of 50,000 euros. Taiping Prefecture? The Voodoo Gang, I presume. Indeed. Are you interested in undertaking this task? The woman's voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Qi Luo's reaction, before she continued. Upon hearing the terms Taiping Prefecture and Voodoo Gang, flashes of scenes from the original storyline surged through Qi Luo's mind. He recalled that in the original plot, an agent had collaborated with the Animal Gang in Taiping Prefecture, only to be discovered by the Voodoo Gang. This agent was targeted by the mercenary V, and when he was on the verge of being taken down, instead of drawing his gun in defiance, he managed to placate V with words and struck a deal. It was precisely this transaction that left a trace of surveillance within the V's system, ultimately allowing the program to identify the upper echelons of the Voodoo Gang as they accessed the cyber realm through the Sea God subnet. This led the AI deity, Ought, to intervene decisively, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Contemplating this, Qi Luo devised a plan. He refrained from hastily agreeing and instead countered with a question. Have you not always preferred to conduct matters through intermediaries? Why have you approached me directly this time? After a moment of silence, the woman replied, This task is rather unique. We wish to leave as few traces as possible. Your previous collaboration with us was commendable, hence your recommendation for this transaction. Qi Luo raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying implications, and responded with a hint of mockery, I see. Then I suppose I should thank you for your esteem. Her tone remained icy. So, will you accept this task? Qi Luo did not respond, as he had devised an alternative scheme. He continued, If I not only rescue your agent, but also resolve your issues with the Voodoo Gang entirely, what would you offer me in return? A brief silence enveloped the conversation, as if his seemingly unfounded inquiry had left her momentarily bewildered. After a pause, she asked, What do you intend to do? Let us discuss this in person at the Li Zi Bar private room. Qi Luo replied straightforwardly. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced to his request. The cyber surveillance department appears to regard that agent with considerable importance. After Qi Luo proposed an in-person meeting, within an hour, the two found themselves in a private room at Li Zi. The individual who arrived was a tall woman with deep brown hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a well-tailored black suit. From the visible parts of her physique, one could discern the presence of a highly customized hacking cybernetic implant. Allow me to reintroduce her, Allison Gray, head of cybersecurity at the Night City branch of the Cyber Surveillance Department. Now, perhaps you could enlighten me on your intentions? I hope you will not squander my time. She approached the sofa and took a seat, her voice remaining cold yet imbued with a hint of authenticity compared to their earlier communications. Chapter 59. Strategizing for Territory. Gazing at the woman named Allison, Qi Luo deliberated for a moment before speaking slowly. Allison, I am well aware of your department's stance towards the Voodoo Boys. Oh, you have long sought to eradicate this group of lunatics attempting to breach the Black Wall, yet the intricate situation in Pacifica has rendered your efforts futile, has it not? Allison did not refute his claim. She merely regarded him with an icy stare. Continue, she urged, taking a deep breath. Qi Luo articulated his proposal. I can assist in uprooting the Voodoo Boys entirely, but in return, I require Pacifica as my territory, and I need your support. As soon as he finished speaking, a derisive laugh echoed from across the table. Are you jesting? Truly a waste of time. The Voodoo Boys have operated in Pacifica for many years, their influence deeply intertwined. Our cyber surveillance department has attempted to take action multiple times, but has never found a suitable opportunity. The place is easily defensible, yet exceedingly exclusive. What gives you the confidence to believe you can accomplish what we have yet to achieve? Qi Luo, unperturbed by the mockery, replied calmly, I naturally possess my own methods. All I require from you is to confirm whether you can assist me if I succeed. Impossible. Allison's voice was laced with resoluteness. Even if you were to eradicate the Voodoo Gang, the ownership of Taipingshao is not for us to determine. The Cyber Monitoring Agency is solely responsible for internet security. As for Taipingshao, after the fall of the Voodoo Gang, the likes of Huangban, military technology, the government of Night City, and even Hansen's Dogtown will not stand idly by. Qi Luo nodded, having anticipated this response, and continued with calm assurance, I understand. Which is why I will not ask you to maintain our control over Taipingshao indefinitely, as long as you can maneuver among the other factions for a while. Allowing us to weather the initial storms, that will suffice. Consider it carefully. This is a proposition that bears no risk and only benefits for you. I will continue to rescue agents, and you will fulfill the payment of 50,000 euros. However, if I succeed in the subsequent endeavors, you will be able to control the entire network of Night City, aside from Taipingshao, without a single shot fired, and eliminate a group of foolish hackers intent on undermining the Black Wall. Allison fell silent, absorbing Qi Luo's audacious assertions. He could sense a deep confidence in Qi Luo's tone, though he remained unaware of the means through which he intended to execute his plans. Yet, as Qi Luo articulated, this venture posed no detriment to the Cyber Monitoring Agency. Embracing the notion of taking a chance, she pondered the matter, weighing the potential consequences. Allison's fingers rhythmically tapped against the table as she contemplated in silence. Observing her quietness, Qi Luo refrained from speaking further, patiently awaiting her response. In truth, he felt a tinge of anxiety. Should the web regulator reject this proposal, he might have to seek alliances with other factions. The terms they might impose could be far from agreeable, so it would be preferable for the web regulator, who harbored no particular intentions towards him, to acquiesce. After an extended silence, the other party finally spoke again. Qi Luo, I must commend your ambition and your adeptness at negotiation. However, how can you assure us that your faction will not evolve into a second voodoo gang? We certainly do not wish to witness the rise of a more troublesome entity. Qi Luo understood that such apprehension was a natural response, primarily stemming from insufficient mutual benefit. After careful consideration, he replied, to demonstrate my sincerity, I can offer you a particular technology. Technology? What technology? Allison inquired with a hint of disdain etched on her face. I am aware that you seek to reverse engineer the prototype technology from that chip. The program known as Soul Reaper. I possess it. What? Before Qi Luo could elaborate, Allison's composure shattered, her incredulity evident as she demanded, how did you know we needed that? No, more importantly, how did you acquire Soul Reaper? That is rather easy to deduce, isn't it? Besides your interest in such matters, do you have any other pursuits? Regardless, I can entrust this matter to you, and you need not exert yourselves in reverse engineering it. Moreover, I can assure you of one thing. I shall only provide you with one copy of the Soul Reaper. I will not sell it to any other factions. As he spoke, Allison once again fell into silence. Qi Luo understood that she was reconsidering the matter. After all, the initial intention of the Cyber Monitoring Agency in seeking the relic technology was likely the Soul Reaper program. The concept of immortality was merely a rather appealing bonus for them. Now, Qi Luo had not only handed over the relic to them, but was also prepared to offer the system's reward of the Soul Reaper without reservation. This saved them a considerable amount of time and was immensely enticing. Finally, Allison's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with warmth. Qi Luo, your proposal is quite alluring. We can agree to this transaction, and if you uphold your promise, I can extend a certain degree of support to you, provided your program is authentic. Qi Luo smiled faintly and organized an outline of the Soul Reaper technology in his mind. After storing it in a blank data chip, he handed it to Allison. Rest assured, it cannot be more genuine. Take a look. Very well, we shall verify it. If it proves to be true, once you complete that task, you may reach out to me. Here is my contact information, on a secure frequency. Allison nodded as she accepted the chip and then hurriedly sent Qi Luo her contact details before departing. Commission accepted. Remuneration, 50,000 euros. Task, rescue the trapped cyber surveillance agent. Commission accepted. Remuneration, assistance in cyber surveillance. Task, eradicate the voodoo gang in a private room. Qi Luo exhaled deeply upon reading the system notifications, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. He understood the immense risks associated with this transaction. Yet he recognized that success could herald a promising future for himself, Panin, and even the Adecado family. Now, the next step was to persuade the Adecado, he mused. A faint smile gracing his lips as pleasant thoughts crossed his mind. Gathering his thoughts and solidifying his resolve, Qi Luo promptly returned to the base. Upon his arrival, he sought out Panin directly and relayed the successful development of the robot, the mission to rescue the surveillance agent, and the plan for the establishment in Taipingshao in meticulous detail. Panin, upon absorbing the information, found her mouth agape, momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation. She had not anticipated that Qi Luo would not only resolve her predicament, but also secure a brand new future for the Adecado family, far exceeding what he had previously promised. As she listened, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her throat constricted as if caught by an unseen force. Qi Luo, I hardly know what to say, but this time you have truly outdone yourself. Panin finally managed to articulate, her voice laced with an unmistakable pride and a hint of emotion. Qi Luo chuckled softly, yet his brow soon furrowed again. However, regarding the Taipingshao matter, it is still imperative that you present it to the family. I have yet to officially join Adecado, and some may be reluctant to heed my words. Upon hearing this, Panin pondered for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Leave this matter to me. I shall consult with the family and soul. Qi Luo raised an eyebrow. Consult about what? Panin, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, replied with a mysterious smile. I shall not disclose it just yet. We shall speak of it once the matter is accomplished. Chapter 60. Adecado. The two did not linger, promptly making their way back to the Adecado camp. Upon arrival, Panin sought out Soul immediately, recounting Qi Luo's plan in its entirety. Soul, Qi Luo has devised a strategy that not only promises to heal my wounds, but also offers our family a new and promising future. Pan spoke with barely contained excitement. Sol listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What plan is this? Pan elaborated on the transaction between Qi Luo and the network overseers, detailing the operations in the Pacific continent, the development of medicinal remedies, and the prospects for the future. As Sol absorbed the information, a spark ignited in his gaze. Yet he soon furrowed his brow once more. If this truly comes to fruition, it would indeed be an opportunity. Sol murmured, a hint of hesitation in his tone. However, Qi Luo has done so much for us, I find myself at a loss as to how to repay him. Pan nodded, a complex expression flitting across his features. Sol, I wish for Qi Luo to take my place as the leader of our family. He possesses greater capability to guide us towards a brighter future. Thor was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a suggestion from Pan. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply and slowly remarked, let us discuss this matter later. I have other plans. Moreover, abruptly introducing him as the leader of the family might be a tad jarring. The clan members may not readily accept it. It is best to proceed gradually. Pan furrowed her brow, questioning, proceed gradually? Thor nodded, his tone resolute. The foremost priority now is to formally welcome Qi Luo into the family. After some time has passed, we can revisit the matter of leadership. Pan's expression shifted to one of understanding, a flicker of relief dancing in her eyes. I see. When shall we announce it? Now, Thor declared without hesitation, a hint of eagerness evident in his voice. Clearly, the enticing prospects that Qi Luo had painted were too alluring, even for Thor to resist. As night descended, the bonfire at the Adecado camp blazed brightly, its glow illuminating the faces of all present. While the air was rich with the scents of alcohol and roasted meat, the clan members gathered around the fire, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion as they engaged in hushed conversations. Thor and Pan stood atop a nearby cart by the fire, while Qi Luo was discreetly ushered behind by Pan. She whispered mysteriously to him, there is significant news to announce. Qi Luo, bewildered, observed as the clan members gradually assembled, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Grasping a bottle of beer, Thor raised his voice, declaring, ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make. The clan members fell silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Thor. He surveyed the crowd, and then Pan nudged Qi Luo forward from behind. Thor chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. Continuing, Qi Luo, we, all those standing here, owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. The crowd below nodded in agreement, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes converging upon Qi Luo, filled with goodwill and appreciation. The chaos sabers, the powered armor, the magical lizards, and even my very life. Not to mention the future you are about to bestow upon our family. Thor's voice resonated in the night breeze. These are burdens you need not have taken upon yourself, yet you did, and in doing so, we have gained immensely, quite significantly, in fact. Despite this, you remain an outsider, a mercenary from the city of night, akin to a lad from another realm. The crowd gradually quieted, attentively listening to Thor's address, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. It is time to resolve this matter. As Thor spoke, the audience began to understand, their expressions igniting with excitement. Many began to cheer. Absolutely right, Thor. It was high time for this. Qi Luo, Qi Luo. Thor smiled and gestured for silence. He turned to face Qi Luo and slowly proclaimed, you shall become a member of the Adecado family. This signifies that this family will stand by you through thick and thin. Are you prepared? As Qi Luo listened to Sol's words and observed the eager gazes of those below, he caught sight of Pan's mischievous yet approving smile. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why the character V felt as though he might suffer a heart attack in such scenarios, for he was experiencing the very same sensation. Goodness, a heads up would have been appreciated. Qi Luo chuckled nervously, took a deep breath, and resolutely declared, I am ready. Upon hearing his response, Sol's smile widened even further. He grasped Qi Luo's hand and raised it high, announcing to the others, You are now part of our family, Qi Luo. Welcome to the Adecado. The crowd, having awaited this moment with bated breath, erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, chanting Qi Luo's name. Qi Luo stood dazed beside Sol, a hint of astonishment lingering on his face. At last, he had joined the family. Pan, standing nearby, handed him a jacket emblazoned with the Adecado family emblem, silently winking at him as he observed his expression. As Qi Luo accepted the jacket, a wave of warmth surged within him. He donned the leather garment, feeling its texture, and was suddenly enveloped by an extraordinary sense of belonging, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Goodness, why this sudden wave of sentimentality? Qi Luo murmured softly, attempting to mask his emotions. Look at him. He is almost speechless. Someone in the crowd jested. Who will pass him a handkerchief? Otherwise, he might just burst into tears. Laughter filled the air. The crowd erupted once more into fervent cheers and playful banter. At this moment, Mitch and Scorpion stepped forward, patting Qi Luo on the shoulder, and with smiles said, "Welcome aboard, brother. From henceforth, we shall be like family." Panin stood to the side, observing Qi Luo surrounded by his kin, a look of contentment gracing her face. She glanced at the sky, approached the gathering, and announced with a resonant voice, "All right, my family. We shall not rest until we are intoxicated tonight, in celebration of our new member's arrival." Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Qi Luo, her eyes softening with warmth. "Savor this moment. Tonight belongs to you. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Qi Luo replied with a resigned smile. "That would have been rather dull." Panin shrugged, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "How does the jacket fit? Is it comfortable?" "Quite well." Qi Luo adjusted his posture, appearing rather pleased. "That is splendid. You should have worn this jacket ages ago, and the adoration of Adecado is well deserved." Panin gazed earnestly into his eyes as she spoke. "Thank you, Panin," Qi Luo said softly, sincerity lacing his tone. "Think nothing of it. Go partake in the bonfire festivities, for you are the star of the evening." With that, she gently nudged Qi Luo into the throng. As he joined the revelers, the crowd cheered and enveloped him, propelling the bonfire celebration into a new crescendo. The flames illuminated every face, laughter and cheers resonated through the night sky, and even the stars seemed to twinkle in celebration of this moment. Chapter 61. The commencement of action. The revelry of the bonfire celebration continued late into the night as the members of the Adecado family joyously welcomed their new addition. The crisp sound of clinking bottles intertwined with jubilant cheers, creating a warm cacophony beneath the starlit sky. However, even the most fervent festivities must eventually draw to a close. Qi Luo and Panin, amidst the affectionate teasing and camaraderie of their kin, managed to retreat to Panin's tent. Their earlier intimate exchanges had not gone unnoticed. Yet the gathering embraced the moment with delight. The slumber that followed was particularly deep, lasting until the morning sun streamed through the tent's seams, prompting Qi Luo to slowly open his eyes. He rubbed his temples and turned to glance at the adjacent cot, where Panin remained in peaceful repose, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. It was a scene imbued with warmth and tranquility, one that Qi Luo cherished. Yet, he knew he could not afford to linger. There were pressing matters to attend to. With a gentle kiss on Panin's forehead, he rose quietly, stepping outside to greet the morning light with a deep breath. Most of the Adecado camp had already awakened, each person engaged in their own pursuits, striving to survive in this unforgiving world. Upon Qi Luo's appearance, friendly gazes turned toward him, accompanied by warm smiles. This sense of acceptance felt somewhat unfamiliar to Qi Luo, who, feeling a touch of bashfulness, offered a shy smile to those around him before adjusting his attire and making his way toward the command vehicle. Thor was orchestrating preparations for an arduous battle, determined to mobilize the entire family to confront the future envisioned by Qi Luo with utmost readiness. Upon seeing Qi Luo enter, he promptly halted his actions and nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you sleep well?" he inquired. "Better than ever," Qi Luo replied with a smile, then shifted the conversation directly to the matter at hand. "Thor, I must go rescue that surveillance agent immediately." Thor nodded, having heard the details from Panin. "Indeed. We cannot afford to delay a rescue. How many do you intend to take with you?" "I will go alone," Qi Luo responded calmly. Thor furrowed his brow at this revelation. "You wish to act independently?" "Precisely," Qi Luo affirmed with resolute determination. "This mission only requires my presence." Thor tapped the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Qi Luo, I do not doubt your capabilities, but you must understand that the region of Taipingshao is far from secure. The Voodoo Gang has long held sway there. At the very least, you should bring a few brothers along." "Thor, I am not going to wage war. I am going to save someone," Qi Luo interjected, cutting off Thor's suggestion. "Rescuing someone demands efficiency and stealth, not sheer numbers. If I were to bring a whole team, it would complicate matters, and I am not yet prepared to confront the Voodoo Gang directly." Thor regarded him thoughtfully, and after a moment's hesitation, he sighed and nodded in reluctant agreement. "Very well. You make a valid point. You may go on your own, but first, visit the cybernetic doctor to see what equipment might be of use. Should any trouble arise, remember that our entire family stands behind you. Qi Luo revealed a faint smile, saying, "Thank you, Soul. Await my good news." He then proceeded to the cybernetic doctor as advised by Soul, and, after a thorough selection, opted for a new leg, a cinder leg prosthetic, featuring a high-strength titanium alloy skeleton, carbon fiber muscle fibers, nano-enhanced joints, and an integrated hydraulic power system, capable of amplifying leg strength to over 5 times its original capacity. Equipped with reinforced tendons, it can compress air for a double jump. The surgery was remarkably swift, however, as Qi Luo stepped out of the cybernetic doctor's office. Ready to bid farewell to Panin before setting off, he discovered Panin already waiting for him at the entrance, arms crossed and brow furrowed. "Where do you intend to go?" she inquired, her tone calm, yet laced with a hint of reproach. "To Pacifica, to rescue that agent," Qi Luo admitted, knowing he could not conceal it from her. Panin's brow tightened further. "I am going with you." "No," Qi Luo replied firmly, meeting her gaze. "Your current physical condition necessitates rest for a while longer, and I do not wish for you to take such risks with me at this time. But I am fine now. Panin, your neural network has weakened to its limits. Should you utilize the prosthetic again, it could pose a life-threatening risk." Qi Luo stepped forward, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. "I cannot allow you to gamble with your life. You should be aware of my capabilities. Rescuing someone quietly poses no peril." Panin pressed her lips together, her eyes revealing a struggle within. She wished to retort, yet could not deny the truth in Qi Luo's words. She would merely be a burden if she followed him now. In that moment, Panin loathed her own frail body. Qi Luo offered a faint smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his tone both gentle and resolute. "Trust me, I will handle this matter and return unscathed. I could never bear to leave you behind." Panin gazed at him, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh as she murmured, "You had better keep your promise." "Of course." With that, they shared a brief embrace, after which Qi Luo patted Panin lightly, releasing her gently before turning towards his Makino. The engine roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust, and his figure swiftly vanished into the desert, leaving Panin standing in silence, watching his silhouette until it faded completely from the horizon. Qi Luo sped along, first arriving at his base to equip his leg prosthetic with a new device, the acoustic absorption module, which, when activated, can absorb and eliminate all sounds below 120 decibels within a designated range of up to 5 meters. This was a product of his previous research on nanorobots, and he had long contemplated enhancements for his leg prosthetic. Consequently, he opted for a model that still had room for modification, returning to install this sound-absorbing module, which would significantly aid his infiltration endeavors. In addition, he armed himself with numerous bullets for the Rainstorm and a new Timo drone, the Timo 2. This drone retained all the capabilities of its predecessor, and Qi Luo further augmented it with a sonar detection module, combining it with thermal imaging to elevate Timo's detection capacity and precision to an entirely new level. Having quickly organized his gear, Qi Luo set forth once more, guided by the intelligence provided by Allison, ultimately arriving at the periphery of the Grand Empire Mall in Taipingshao. As soon as he alighted from his vehicle, he was met with the enthusiastic reception of the Taipingshao residents, surrounded by the curious gazes of passers-by. Had it not been for the intimidating appearance of his prosthetic, he might have been accosted or robbed. The chaos of Taipingshao, a veritable gem of a location, was such that it would stand out even in Night City, reputedly the most troubled city in America. Originally, this area was intended to be developed into a tourist haven known as the City of Night, a fact evidenced by the remnants of unfinished buildings scattered throughout the present-day Peace State. However, the outbreak of the Unification War initiated by the New America in 2069 compelled numerous investors to withdraw from this region, resulting in a partially constructed urban landscape. Following the conclusion of the Unification War in 2070, the government of the City of Night contemplated reinvesting in this area. Yet by this time, Peace State had been transformed by local residents into a slum, violently obstructing the implementation of the proposed plan. Ultimately, after numerous unsuccessful attempts, the city authorities abandoned the region, leading to Peace State evolving into a true lawless territory where outsiders often faced dire consequences unless they established favorable relations with the local Voodoo gang or Animal Gang. Chapter 62. The Wild King. As Qi Luo pondered the information regarding Peace State, he distanced himself from the crowd, and entered a nearby building not far from the shopping mall. He activated the Timo drone for reconnaissance and swiftly acquired intelligence on the enemy's deployment around the mall. The Vodou gang had established a stringent blockade outside, with dozens of gunmen strategically positioned, vigilantly monitoring for any potential disturbances. Among them were not only members of the Vodou gang, but also a cadre of mercenaries they had hired, whose levels of equipment varied significantly. Nonetheless, their combat experience was commendable. Inside the mall, the animal gang's bodyguards, summoned by the net monitoring agents, remained steadfast, though the situation had become exceedingly precarious. The remaining members of the animal gang appeared visibly fatigued, having endured a prolonged standoff against the Vodou gang. Communication has been severed by the Vodou gang, rendering any call for assistance futile, and both ammunition and supplies are perilously low. The defensive line is on the brink of collapse, yet escape is not an option. Qi Luo gazed at the images transmitted back by Timo, his expression darkening slightly. The situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. Time was of the essence. He murmured to himself, gripping his storm handgun tightly, inhaling deeply as he prepared to commence his mission. Stealthily, he maneuvered to take cover behind an abandoned vehicle, utilizing Timo's reconnaissance to meticulously assess the scenario within the shopping mall. The perimeter established by the Vodou gang was tightly secured, with even the nearby connected devices compromised by their hackers, detecting any potential traces of intrusion. Qi Luo attempted to erase his presence from the surrounding surveillance cameras without alerting this group of hackers, but the Vodou gang, notorious for their roots in hacking, proved formidable. While he was not intimidated by their technical prowess, save for the elite few, most of their members could only manage a reciprocal exchange in skill. However, the true strength of the Vodou gang in Taipingzhou stemmed from their substantial investment in the Poseidon subnet. In his previous gaming experiences, the sheer capabilities of this network system, coveted even by network monitors, had not been fully revealed. In reality, within the reach of the Poseidon subnet, no network fluctuation escaped the vigilant eyes of the Vodou gang. Moreover, under the protective aegis of Poseidon's ICE, these hackers enjoyed a level of security comparable to corporate ICE standards. Even if Qi Luo managed to breach one individual's defenses, his location would swiftly be uncovered by Poseidon, ultimately leading to his inescapable demise in Taipingzhou. Upon this realization, Qi Luo swiftly acknowledged that the hacker methods could be temporarily abandoned. He even resolved to sever his internet connection to prevent the Vodou gang from tracing him through the network. To charge indirectly would be tantamount to courting death. With the digital route discarded, Qi Luo cast his gaze around, seeking a path that would allow him to circumvent surveillance. Soon, his attention was drawn to the entrance of the underground parking lot of the Grand Empire Mall. In contrast to the main building, the underground parking area was not heavily guarded by the Vodou gang, and its intricate layout was conducive to covert operations. Without hesitation, Qi Luo activated his optical camouflage cybernetic, blending into the shadows as he stealthily advanced towards the underground passage, a new acquisition he had recently procured from Old Way. However, he was not the sole individual intent on utilizing the underground parking to access the mall. A cadre of well-equipped mercenaries had also opted for the same route. They advanced in a dispersed formation, their strides steady, clearly indicating that they were not mere street thugs, but seasoned veterans accustomed to the rigors of battle. Concealed in the darkness, Qi Luo held his breath, intently observing their movements. With no one else in proximity, these obstacles had to be eliminated. Weighing the risks and benefits in his mind, Qi Luo quickly resolved to act. He adjusted his breathing and silently followed in the wake of the mercenaries, employing his optical camouflage and masterful stealth techniques to stealthily approach his prey. Ahead of him stood two fortunate souls, flanking a broken concrete pillar, weapons raised, diligently scanning the area before them. Qi Luo gradually approached one individual from behind, swiftly pressing down on his head. Before he could even struggle, the monomolecular blade silently sliced through his throat, blood trickling down the edge of the knife. All sounds were absorbed by the sound-dampening module in his legs, and the nearby companion remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Qi Luo silently bared his teeth, then hurled the blade, piercing through the other individual's skull. Dragging the two bodies into the shadows, Qi Luo continued his stealthy advance. The remaining three mercenaries were evidently far more vigilant than their predecessors. They formed a tight unit, with two at the forefront scouting ahead while one lingered at the rear as a lookout. Qi Luo discreetly assessed the extent of their cybernetic enhancements. quietly retrieving his storm pistol and setting it to smart shooting mode. With the assistance of AI, he calculated the optimal shooting angle. Whoosh, whoosh. A volley of bullets silently sliced through the air, accurately striking the back of the heads of the two in front. The last remaining mercenary was swiftly dispatched by a flying knife thrown by Qi Luo, piercing through his skull. The mercenaries had barely enough time to emit a scream before collapsing, blood slowly spreading across the ground. Mission accomplished. Qi Luo exhaled softly, adjusted his gear, and stepped into the interior of the shopping mall. The animal gang was no longer watching over this area. They were all stationed at the entrance, fending off the thugs from the voodoo gang. Qi Luo paid them no mind, for his purpose in coming here was not to secure a victory for the animal gang. He stealthily traversed the abandoned escalator, arriving at the second floor. The space before me suddenly opened up. It was once the lounge area in front of a cinema, now cleared completely, leaving only an expansive void. At the center of this emptiness stood a colossal figure, the Wild King of the animal gang. She was an extraordinarily muscular black woman, her physique exaggerated like that of a gorilla transformed into a being of strength, her body adorned with the telltale veins of performance-enhancing substances. Her upper limbs were supported by a military exoskeleton, amplifying her danger and lethality. Most alarming to Qi Luo was the heavy hammer she wielded, a weapon equipped with a high-frequency vibrator, capable of unleashing enough force to shatter concrete with each swing. Initially, Qi Luo considered circumventing her, but then he realized, no, I am here to rescue someone. I have no conflict with the animal gang. With that thought, he boldly revealed himself. Hey, I am, damn it. How did I end up here? Wild King, take him down. Bang. Before Qi Luo could finish his statement, he was interrupted by a blow from the Wild King, who had already received orders from the surveillance agents monitoring the communication channel. What the hell are you doing? I am not. Bang. Save your breath for hell, brat. The Wild King showed no intention of listening to Qi Luo, relentlessly attacking with one powerful blow after another. Qi Luo found himself dodging desperately, the scattered debris leaving him in a disheveled state, and gradually, his frustration began to boil over. Damn it, you're pushing me. Qi Luo was aware that they had misunderstood him as a henchman of the voodoo gang, but judging by the expression of the Wild King, it seemed that without subduing her, there would be no hope of engaging in civil discourse. Thus, he steeled himself for the encounter. Bang! The air was rent asunder as a colossal hammer descended from the heavens, obliterating the ground where Qi Luo had stood, cursing under his breath. Qi Luo executed a sudden roll backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike, though the ensuing shockwave still reverberated through his body with tremendous force. The Wild King stood tall, bearing a bloodthirsty grin, wielding the massive hammer with one hand, lightly tapping the ground to produce a deafening, resonant sound. Come forth, weakling. Let me see how long you can endure. Taking a deep breath, Qi Luo adjusted the firing mode of his storm handgun and squinted slightly. Foolishness. As their gazes locked, the battle commenced in earnest. Chapter 63. Bruce Mosley. Dust permeated the air as Qi Luo stood amidst the rubble of shattered stones and fractured tiles, his eyes fixed intently upon the formidable behemoth before him, the Wild King. Her physique resembled that of a walking metal wall, with each of her movements causing the ground beneath to tremble ominously. The exoskeleton she donned emitted faint mechanical sounds, propelling her muscles, which seemed sculpted from steel, infusing each of her actions with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Raising his storm handgun, Qi Luo unleashed a series of precise shots aimed at the vulnerable joints of the Wild King's exoskeleton. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck their mark, embedding themselves in the connections of her exoskeleton, yet only elicited a few sparks in response. The exoskeletal armor possessed a hardness that far surpassed that of ordinary cybernetic limbs, leaving barely a scratch from the incoming bullets. To make matters worse, Qi Luo quickly realized that the magical puppet attacks inherent to the storm were utterly ineffective. Having severed his own network connection, he was unable to execute a direct hacking attempt on the Wildman King. Moreover, the cumulative magical puppet effects attached to the storm's bullets posed little challenge for the vigilant surveillance agents monitoring the area, rendering them completely ineffective. This implied that no matter how many bullets he landed, he could not incapacitate the Wildman King's exoskeletal system with the magical puppets, let alone breach his neural network. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air. Qi Luo rolled away just in time to narrowly evade a crushing blow from a heavy hammer. The point of impact. A robust concrete pillar was instantly obliterated, with debris scattering like bullets in all directions. Qi Luo tumbled on the ground several times, evading the subsequent shockwave, his heart racing and his back drenched in cold sweat. If I get hit by that, I would be reduced to nothing but a pulp. He cursed under his breath. Initially, he considered a risky approach of getting close and using his tool hand to dismantle the Wild Man King's exoskeleton. But after witnessing the terrifying destructive power, he quickly dismissed that perilous thought. The simplicity and brutality of this opponent's fighting style made him exceptionally challenging to contend with. The Storm's magical puppet attacks were futile against him, and attempting to dismantle the exoskeleton up close was far too hazardous. At present, his only advantage lay in his superior agility and quicker reflexes. Changing perspective, Qi Luo took a deep breath, swiftly scanning his surroundings in an attempt to identify a point of breakthrough. The Wild King did not afford him much time for contemplation, observing Qi Luo's evasive maneuvers. She gradually lost her patience and, with a sudden surge of energy, accelerated towards him with alarming speed. "Die, you little brat," she bellowed, wielding her colossal hammer with terrifying force aimed directly at Qi Luo. In that critical moment, Qi Luo activated bullet time. Perceiving the world around him as it slowed to a crawl, he deftly evaded the hammer strike while simultaneously scrutinizing his adversary. He noted the tautness of the Wild King's muscles, the hammer's trajectory carving a visible current through the air, and the ground trembling beneath the tremendous force, leading to subtle fissures. An opportunity had arisen. As time resumed its normal pace, Qi Luo sprang into action, leveraging the enhancements of his leg prosthetics to propel himself upward. Grasping a protruding steel beam with his mechanical hand, he relinquished the torrential rain of projectiles for a handful of high-explosive grenades. Since his previous defeat, he had learned the vital lesson of firepower. Although this mission was to rescue, he had not neglected to arm himself with formidable weaponry. The time had come for their deployment. The Wild King's hammer missed its mark, crashing down where Qi Luo had stood, causing cataclysmic damage to the ground. Seizing the moment, Qi Luo launched all the grenades onto the severely ravaged earth. Bang! The simultaneous detonation of the grenades unleashed a deafening roar, accompanied by a surge of searing heat and fragmented debris. Fortunately, Qi Luo's elevated position spared him from any significant harm. However, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the movements of the Savage King, patiently awaiting the dissipation of the smoke and dust. Cough, cough. As expected, a series of pained coughs emanated from the obscured area, and the Savage King's silhouette gradually emerged. Extensive portions of her skin had been lacerated by the explosion, revealing the heavily damaged underlying armor. It was evident that she had sustained considerable injuries. She abruptly raised her head, spotting Qi Luo still airborne, observing her from above. "You're doomed, kid. I'll make sure you die today," the Savage King bellowed in fury. With a surge of adrenaline, she hurled her massive hammer, aiming to bring him crashing down. Composed, Qi Luo swiftly dodged the projectile, which narrowly missed him, slamming into the floor and sending shards flying. Enraged by Qi Luo's evasion, the Savage King lunged towards her fallen hammer, intent on repeating her previous tactic. However, Qi Luo seized the opportunity. Anticipating the Savage King's assumption that he would remain suspended above, employing deceptive tactics, he descended, leveraging gravity to drive his dagger with precision into the Savage King's exposed nape. The Savage King collapsed with an agonizing shriek, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to seize the elusive assailant behind her. However, her formidable exoskeleton and massive musculature hindered her movements. Qi Luo deftly evaded her grasp, continuing to stab the Savage King during his evasive maneuvers. Qi Luo pressed his advantage, denying her any respite. The battle finally reached its conclusion. Under the swift and lethal strikes of his blade, the Wild Man King's counterattacks grew increasingly feeble until silence enveloped the scene. Qi Luo then rose and halted, panting heavily, his gaze fixated on the Wild Man King's body, wary of any signs of resurrection. The torrent of bullets continued to pierce through the wound at the back of his neck, penetrating the Wild Man King's skull. "It is over. Damn, this muscle-bound adversary was truly formidable," Qi Luo muttered, loosening his grip on the weapon. After dispatching the Wild Man King, Qi Luo swiftly made his way into the depths of the cinema, cautiously approaching the control room where the network surveillance agent was hiding, and opened the door. Oh, please, do not be alarmed. We can discuss this," the agent, having witnessed Qi Luo's entire confrontation with the Wild Man King, clearly recognized his own inferiority and refrained from aggression, raising his hands to indicate his lack of threat and a desire for negotiation. Discuss? Qi Luo regarded the blond man with an air of bewilderment. The agent's face and fingers still bore the semblance of humanity, yet the rest of his body had been augmented with metallic enhancements. Yes, you might be unaware of the nature of the voodoo gang. In their eyes, you are nothing more than a disposable floor rag, are you not? Qi Luo interjected, causing the surveillance agent to pause momentarily. You know? Then you. Allison sent me to rescue you. You fool. Qi Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Upon hearing the name Allison, a flicker of surprise crossed the agent's eyes, quickly replaced by elation. Allison? She truly found external assistance? With a mix of helplessness and frustration, Qi Luo shrugged his shoulders. What else can we do? You seem eager to jump straight into action. What was I supposed to do? I had no idea at the time. The network monitoring personnel also appeared somewhat innocent. Forget it. We'll settle this score later. For now, we must leave. However, if you wish to remain trapped here and await your demise, I wouldn't mind turning around and walking away. No, I trust you. Surely that counts for something, Bruce interjected. I am Bruce Mosley. And what is your name? Qi Luo let out a slight sigh, preparing to respond, when Bruce's expression suddenly shifted. Wait, this is bad. What's wrong? The voodoo gang has already stormed in. Those worthless thugs from the animal gang couldn't hold them off. Chapter 64. The hunt. Bruce abruptly turned his gaze toward the surveillance screen behind him, where he could see the hackers from the voodoo gang breaching the building's defense systems. Meanwhile, the enforcers outside had begun their search, advancing into the shopping mall. Qi Luo narrowed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled 2 words. Damn it. What is the plan now? Do you have backup? Bruce asked, looking at Qi Luo with a glimmer of hope. Not a chance. Let us fight our way out. Qi Luo replied, feeling resigned. Had he known it would come to this, he would have brought along more reinforcements. Fight our way out. However, Bruce began, a hint of disappointment and hesitation coloring his tone. Spit it out, Qi Luo retorted, his patience wearing thin. I'm a hacker. Providing logistical support is one thing, but asking me to engage in direct combat with those people is essentially sending me to my doom, Bruce stated, feigning innocence. Qi Luo sighed, a touch of exasperation in his voice, yet mindful of Bruce's significance to the mission. Fine. You'll remain here to provide hacking support. I've already established the network connection. Bruce nodded approvingly, arms crossed. Don't think I'm shirking my duties. I can infiltrate your system, preventing the voodoo boys from hacking you, and provide intelligence, causing them some trouble. He paused, a cryptic smile playing on his lips when Qi Luo wasn't looking. However, this means you must fend off the voodoo boys. If they detect my remote intrusion, they'll undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. I have my own means of gathering intelligence. Just maintain contact and prevent them from hacking me. I'll contact you if I need assistance, Qi Luo replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. His original plan had been to slip away with Bruce discreetly, avoiding direct confrontation with the voodoo boys. However, upon reflection, escorting a fully cybernetic hacker with minimal combat prowess would be more of a hindrance than a help. He acquiesced to Bruce's suggestion. He concurred that it was indeed a felicitous notion, for severing the network would render even his utilization of Timo impossible. Now, conversely, he could avail himself of Timo for reconnaissance, which would undoubtedly be advantageous in such a conflict. Excellent. Bruce nodded with satisfaction, promptly granting Qi Luo access to ICE, permitting him to connect. He raised his gaze toward Qi Luo, a smile playing upon his lips, imbued with a subtle, enigmatic quality. Connection established. May fortune favor you, my friend. Unbeknownst to Qi Luo, Bruce's thoughts at that moment were, this lad possesses considerable combat prowess. Unleashing him upon the voodoo gang would be akin to setting dogs upon one another, affording me an opportunity to abscond. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Bruce was indeed a hacker of the highest caliber. Upon establishing the connection, he immediately commenced his work, and within a mere matter of seconds, he had successfully optimized Qi Luo's system, eradicating his network fluctuations from the sea god. Now, Qi Luo could proceed without reservation. Qi Luo promptly deployed Timo, stationing him at the very epicenter of the mall, providing real-time updates on the enemy's whereabouts. A cursory glance at the holographic map of the mall relayed by Timo revealed that the voodoo gang's henchmen were, as expected, dispersed, meticulously scrutinizing every room along their path, evidently endeavoring to gradually ferret out Bruce and drive them into a corner. However, Such dispersed movements were precisely the scenario that Qi Luo favored most. If you scatter so widely, then you have only yourselves to blame. A sardonic smile graced Qi Luo's lips. This simplifies matters considerably. He swiftly activated his optical camouflage, causing his body to visually meld with the surroundings, rendering him virtually invisible, as if he had dissolved into the very shadows themselves. Bruce observed the unfolding events, his attention drawn to the holographic map that materialized within the Qi Luo system, deepening his appreciation for the mercenaries' expertise. Meanwhile, the members of the Voodoo Gang continued their search throughout the mall. However, thanks to Qi Luo's scanning capabilities, it became evident that none of them were equipped with particularly advanced detection devices. This indicated that as long as Qi Luo remained beyond their line of sight, he could effortlessly conceal himself. Silently, Qi Luo approached a solitary voodoo thug on patrol, who stood beside an abandoned vending machine, preoccupied with inspecting his weapon. Blissfully unaware of the imminent peril lurking behind him, Qi Luo raised his hand, and with a swift motion of his monomolecular blade, the edge sliced through the enemy's neck. Squelch! A spray of crimson erupted, and the voodoo thug fell silently to the ground, his life extinguished without a murmur. Swiftly, Qi Luo crouched down and dragged the lifeless body into the shadowy recesses behind the vending machine, ensuring that no one would detect the anomaly. Casting a glance at the ocular interface, he identified his next target patrolling in the adjacent corridor. Drawing his rainstorm pistol, he gradually maneuvered behind the wall, raising his weapon to aim at another thug making his rounds in the corridor. Whoosh! A single shot struck true, piercing the thug's forehead, causing his body to convulse violently before collapsing backward, a tiny bullet hole now marring his skull, blood seeping forth. At that moment, Bruce's voice resonated within Qi Luo's mind. Well done. Silence, Qi Luo retorted softly, continuing his advance towards the next target. Thus, Qi Luo, like the Grim Reaper, silently reaped the heads of the Voodoo Gang members in the darkness. From an initial count of 27, it dwindled to 12, and then to a mere 10. Qi Luo had originally intended to enlist Bruce's help to eliminate a target using his prosthetic eye, only to discover that the scoundrel had gone silent. Huh, daring to deceive me? A smirk played on Qi Luo's lips as he quickly deduced Bruce's ulterior motives. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from continuing to eliminate the remaining foes. It merely posed a slight inconvenience. However, as the enemy count dwindled to 10, the leader of the Voodoo Gang found himself unable to contact most of his squads and finally sensed the anomaly. Something is amiss. Our men are vanishing one by one. Assemble. Everyone, gather immediately. Upon examining the map relayed by Timo, Qi Luo saw that the remaining 10 Voodoo Gang enforcers had swiftly regrouped, selecting a strategically advantageous shopping mall atrium as their stronghold, cautiously advancing inward together. This group formed a defensive formation, their expressions filled with vigilance. Meanwhile, they began to contact the Voodoo Gang, attempting to summon reinforcements. They've become a tad more astute. Qi Luo furrowed his brow, realizing that the strategy of solitary hunting was no longer viable. He needed to devise a plan to decisively eliminate this band of miscreants. An idea struck him, and with a glimmer of inspiration, he murmured to himself as he embarked on a new wave of hunting. He did not rush to reveal himself, quietly concealing his presence in the shadows. The ocular implant, coupled with Timo's intelligence, continuously analyzed the surrounding environment, allowing him to identify a safe passage and evade the gaze of the Voodoo Gang, ultimately reaching the side of the Wildman King's corpse. At that moment, the remaining 10 henchmen ceased their search, leaning against a wall, positioning themselves in the most advantageous spot within the center of the mall, standing vigilant, prepared to reconsider their strategy upon the arrival of reinforcements. Quite intriguing, Qi Luo thought with a cold smirk. If faced with such a tightly organized defensive formation, an ordinary person would have been utterly at a loss. However, Qi Luo was anything but ordinary. His combat style had always defied conventional logic. His gaze fell upon the Wildman King's corpse, more precisely, upon the enhanced exoskeleton he wore. Chapter 65, Breaking Through. This exoskeleton was specifically designed to augment upper body strength. In the previous battle, the Wildman King had wielded the colossal warhammer, capable of shattering concrete, with ease thanks to it. As this realization dawned upon him, Qi Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he extended his mechanical hand. The internal analysis system of his prosthetics swiftly activated, and within a minute, he dismantled the exoskeleton's connection apparatus, using his tool hand to swiftly repair several damaged circuits. Subsequently, he expertly donned the exoskeleton. The moment it activated, Qi Luo felt as though his muscles were being drawn by an invisible force, significantly amplifying the power of his movements. The prompt from the exoskeleton system echoed in his mind. Welcome to the military technology product. The upper limb exoskeleton system is now activated. Current output, 1 ton. Qi Luo flexed his arm, experiencing this newfound strength, and murmured to himself, indeed, with this, I should be able to make good use of it. Wearing the exoskeleton, Qi Luo cautiously maneuvered along the cover, silently approaching the front of the shopping mall's atrium. There stood a damaged automated turret, equipped with a colossal 6-barrel Gatling shotgun, dubbed the Spiral, produced by Tsunami Corporation. This weapon epitomized the essence of warfare. An ordinary individual could never wield it alone, as it was typically mounted on automated turrets. The gun itself weighed a staggering 15 kilograms, and its terrifying firing rate of 300 rounds per minute generated immense recoil. The musculature of an average person could not withstand such a shock, and only those fully augmented, like Adam the Hammer, would dare to wield such heavy artillery as their primary weapon. However, Qi Luo was no less formidable. With the support of the exoskeleton, he was confident in his ability to command this devastating armament. He reached out, touching the cold, heavy metal of the Spiral, its massive barrel exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Upon inspection, he found the weapon itself intact. It was merely the turret's control core that lay in ruins. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qi Luo's mouth as he directly dismantled the monstrous weapon. Weapon coprocessing matching completed. Adapted weapon, Spiral. Current ammunition capacity, 6,480. As the prompt appeared, Qi Luo gripped the handle firmly and slowly raised the cataclysmic weapon. He made his way to the second-floor corridor, taking aim from above at the cluster of Voodoo Gang enforcers gathered in the center of the hall. The 10 members of the Voodoo Gang in the middle remained vigilant. Qi Luo's previous onslaught had already dispatched most of them, leaving the few remaining filled with dread, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, one of them sensed something amiss. He jerked his head up and spotted a dark figure standing at the second-floor railing, brandishing a massive shotgun Gatling aimed directly at them. It was him. He attempted to raise the alarm, but it was already too late. Boom! 6 barrels whirled madly, and in an instant, countless 10-gauge pellets surged forth like a metallic tempest, engulfing the entire hall. With a rate of fire at 1,300 rounds per minute, the space transformed into a hell of projectiles, each pellet striking like a sledgehammer, tearing apart the flesh and cybernetic bodies of the enemies into countless fragments. The Voodoo Gang enforcers had no chance to react. The first wave of fire utterly obliterated the front four, blood and flesh scattering, while shattered remnants of cybernetics lay strewn across the floor. Good heavens! The remaining members, paralyzed with terror, immediately sought cover, but the remaining 3 individuals, gripped by terror, sought to flee. One attempted to leap into a nearby shop to evade capture, but Qi Luo, with remarkable swiftness, adjusted the aim of his firearm slightly. In an instant, a barrage of shotgun pellets shattered the glass and walls of the establishment, eliminating him within. The last 2 henchmen of the Voodoo Gang, now engulfed in despair, discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, raising their hands in a plea for mercy. Please, don't kill me, they begged. However, Qi Luo showed no mercy. He pivoted his weapon once more, unleashing another volley of bullets. Boom, boom. The shotgun fired relentlessly, and the final 2 adversaries were utterly obliterated, their blood splattering across the walls of the hall. At last, the entire mall fell into a profound silence, the air thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Qi Luo gradually lowered his weapon, the Gatling gun still emitting swirling plumes of hot white smoke. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that all enemies had been vanquished and that the battle had concluded. Just then, Bruce, who had stealthily approached in hopes of escape, witnessed the entire scene and could not suppress an exclamation of shock. Holy SHT! His tone was laden with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. He had initially presumed that Qi Luo would serve as a pawn to deplete some of the enemies, ultimately perishing in the fray. Yet now, this man had single-handedly annihilated the entire Voodoo Gang squad. Had he known this would transpire, he would have simply stayed back and provided support. But now, gulping nervously, Bruce met Qi Luo's gaze and forced out a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. I was just here to help you, Do you believe me? Can you guess? Qi Luo raised his spiral weapon and scoffed disdainfully at him. Bruce gazed at the ominous black muzzles of the guns and swallowed hard. You're here on a mission to save me, aren't you? How about I add a little more money? Surely, you can overlook my minor transgressions. Bruce pleaded, not wishing to meet his demise so easily. Qi Luo was, without a doubt, a relentless killing machine. If he could avert disaster with a financial offering, that would be ideal. Oh, more money? That sounds intriguing. How much are we talking about? Qi Luo inquired with a malicious glint in his eye. 100,000. That's all I have, and I've saved it for quite some time. 200,000, or you might as well prepare for your end. Qi Luo smirked. I truly only have. All right, 200,000 it is. Bruce capitulated, recognizing the predatory glimmer in Qi Luo's gaze and wisely refraining from further argument. He promptly transferred the 200,000 to Qi Luo. Qi Luo was not surprised. He had anticipated Bruce's dishonesty and suspected he had more to offer. However, he did not genuinely intend to kill Bruce. After all, he was still the mission target, and killing him would mean completing the task first, wouldn't it? How on earth? Did you manage that? Bruce asked in a low, subservient tone, his voice laced with disbelief regarding Qi Luo's combat prowess. Qi Luo ignored him, shouldering the spiral weapon as he turned to Bruce. No more chatter, we must leave. If we delay any longer, their reinforcements will arrive. Bruce snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. The two swiftly departed the mall, making their way toward the exit. Qi Luo walked ahead, each step exuding steadiness and strength. Bruce followed closely behind, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had initially believed he could benefit from the ensuing chaos, but Qi Luo's prowess far surpassed his expectations. Now, he could only comply and hope to escape this cursed place unscathed. Upon exiting the mall, Qi Luo inhaled deeply, savoring the sense of power bestowed by his exoskeleton. While silently contemplating their subsequent actions, Bruce, cautious and apprehensive, trailed behind, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. Where shall we go next? Bruce inquired tentatively. First, we must leave Taiping Island. It is not safe here, Qi Luo replied succinctly, his gaze remaining vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. Bruce nodded, refraining from further comment. The two proceeded in silence toward the outskirts of Taiping Island. Chapter 66. Cooperation. The journey out of Taiping Island proved to be fraught with challenges, as they encountered numerous members of the Voodoo Gang who had come to lend support. For the sake of safety, Qi Luo and Bruce sought refuge in a nearby abandoned hotel. Intending to wait until the storm had passed before departing from Taiping Island, they swiftly delved into the depths of the hotel, a place that appeared long forsaken, with walls marred by cracks and most windows in disrepair. After a thorough inspection of the vicinity confirmed it was secure, Qi Luo leaned against the dilapidated wall, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Bruce crouched in a corner, fiddling with the equipment he had brought along. These were the objectives of his recent operation, the structural information of the Sea Godchild network. Regardless of the circumstances, this information must be delivered to the Cybersecurity Bureau. This would simplify their efforts against the Voodoo Gang in the future. After a period of silence, Bruce broke the stillness, stating, I must admit, you are quite formidable. Qi Luo opened his eyes, regarding Bruce with a playful gaze. If I weren't, you would have long since led me to my demise. Bruce offered an awkward smile. Could we perhaps refrain from mentioning that? I've already incurred a debt of 200,000. After a brief pause, his tone shifted slightly, as if seeking to change the subject. However, since you are aware of the Voodoo Gang's modus operandi, why did you accept the task to rescue me? You appear to command a significant fee, yet the Bureau is unlikely to invest heavily for my sake. It's merely business, Qi Luo replied, his tone steady and devoid of emotion. I aim to seize the territory of the Voodoo Gang and establish a company. Bruce was evidently taken aback by Qi Luo's response. Scrutinizing him with renewed interest, didn't he realize you harbored such ambitions? You are unlike those who are solely motivated by monetary gain. But, you wish to take down the Voodoo Gang? I must be mistaken. Are you attempting this alone? How do you plan to achieve that? Even matters that have rendered our cyber surveillance temporarily powerless. Your inability does not imply that others share the same fate. It is akin to your initial assumption that I would undoubtedly perish, prompting you to consider fleeing. Bruce hesitated for a moment. Yet this recollection brought to mind Qi Luo's capabilities, infusing his tone with a peculiar undertone. If you truly possess such abilities and intentions, Might I inquire about your plan? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Qi Luo felt a flicker of intrigue within, yet maintained an impassive facade as he regarded Bruce. Just you? Are you aware of the reasons behind the Voodoo Gang's ambush on me? Bruce's voice rose slightly, eager to assert his competence. Bridget, do you know who she is? The leader of the Voodoo Gang. I managed to capture her within cyberspace. Qi Luo raised an eyebrow slightly. Go on. After a brief glance at him, Bruce continued. My initial intention was to eliminate her outright, but I must admit, she possessed a certain level of skill, successfully fending off my hacking attempts. However, during this process, I stumbled upon other valuable insights. Poseidon? Qi Luo inquired. Bruce nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. You are even more astute than I anticipated. Indeed, from fragments of her data, I uncovered information related to Poseidon. If we were to thoroughly analyze this data, the extensive network that the Voodoo Gang has long devoted a significant portion of their resources to would become a mere jest for us. Qi Luo took a deep breath, piecing together some insights. Yet, he had not anticipated the remarkable value of the information in Bruce's possession, which would prove advantageous for his subsequent endeavors. What of it? Are you relaying this information to me with the intention of handing over the materials? Whose words are deemed commendable? My objective is to eradicate the Voodoo Gang, a group of parasitic entities online who incessantly plot to breach the dark walls and unleash the lurking AI, utterly indifferent to the consequential aftermath. It has long been time to address this issue. Thus, if your aim aligns with that of the Voodoo Gang, then the Cyber Surveillance Agency could be regarded as your natural ally. After all, the original intent of this information was to obliterate the Voodoo Gang. So if your plan proves reliable, then providing you with this information may not be out of the question. When Bruce spoke these words, his expression bore a semblance of righteous indignation. Qi Luo was uncertain whether he genuinely believed this, yet in the original narrative, the Cyber Surveillance Agency was indeed intent on dismantling the Voodoo Gang. As for Bruce, trust was not a sentiment Qi Luo could extend, having been previously betrayed. However, regarding the notion of collaboration, they could certainly find common ground, provided they proceeded with caution. Thus, after a moment of silence, he nodded. I am aware of the true gathering point of the Voodoo Gang's upper echelons. He paused, awaiting Bruce's reaction. Bruce's eyes brightened with keen interest, evidently stirred by this revelation. You know their hiding place? Where is it? He inquired, somewhat incredulous, quickly following up with, where did this information come from? These elusive rodents have always managed to evade our grasp. I can only tell you, I know where it is and how to enter. As for what comes next, I had originally planned to storm in and eliminate them, but with your information, I might accomplish even more and do it better. Bruce's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Perhaps he did not always present himself as a paragon of virtue. Yet his initial motivation for joining the cyber surveillance team was indeed to combat such cybercriminal organizations. Thus, upon hearing Qi Luo's words, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Really? That's fantastic. This is our chance to decisively dismantle the Voodoo Gang. He could hardly contain himself, exclaiming with fervor, these individuals have always been elusive because their location has remained a mystery. Our cyber monitoring efforts have consistently failed to uncover their true whereabouts. Now that you possess intelligence, combined with my resources, then, Qi Luo nodded calmly, responding with a measured tone. I must remind you that you only need to provide the information. There is no need for your involvement. I cannot entrust this matter to someone like you. Bruce understood Qi Luo's implication. He was aware that his previous actions had caused Qi Luo's displeasure. However, at this moment, Qi Luo was the sole individual capable of identifying the Voodoo Gang's hideout, and all he could offer was technical support. Very well. I shall provide you with the necessary information, and here is my contact information. Should you require any further assistance regarding this matter, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction. Qi Luo nodded in agreement. Certainly. May our collaboration be fruitful. Having obtained the crucial information, Qi Luo and Bruce remained in the abandoned hotel for the next 2 days, evading the relentless search efforts of the Voodoo Gang. During this time, the gang's search teams approached their location multiple times, yet Qi Luo refrained from confronting them directly. Instead, he relied on Timo's reconnaissance support, skillfully evading the Voodoo Gang's persistent searches. Timo's drone, equipped with optical camouflage and precise terrain scanning, alongside enemy tagging, provided them with timely warnings and intelligence, thereby facilitating their avoidance of detection. On the morning of the second day, Qi Luo finally noticed that the nearby voodoo gang had retreated. He then returned Bruce to Allison and received a commission fee of 50,000 euros. Commission completed. Commission reward, 250,000 euros. Received equivalent reward, 250,000 euros. Acquired knowledge reward, synchronization faceboard expansion, posture synchronization module. What are the next steps? When do you intend to confront the voodoo gang? Allison inquired. Her concern clearly focused on this matter. I need to prepare, perhaps in about a week. I will inform you when the operation commences. Has the Soul Slayer been verified? Qi Luo withdrew his thoughts from the system prompt. The rewards from this venture, particularly due to the unexpected profits derived from Bruce, were exceptionally generous, and that technology was precisely what he needed at this moment. It is indeed true. I have reported your matters, and the higher-ups have consented to your request, expressing hope for a deepened collaboration in the future. Allison's expression was somewhat complex, her curiosity about the man before her intensifying. That will suffice, she said, and with a wave of her hand, Qi Luo returned to the vehicle as the subsequent actions needed to be arranged. Chapter 67. The SAO virus once again, they sped along the road, returning to the camp at Adecado. Upon entering the encampment, he found Pannon and Sol eagerly awaiting his arrival. Although they had received updates from Qi Luo over the past 2 days, a sense of concern lingered. After all, Peaceful Continent was hardly a tranquil place, and the voodoo gang was not to be trifled with. Are you injured? Pannon approached, her concern evident as she observed Qi Luo's fatigued demeanor. Qi Luo shook his head. No, I merely haven't slept well these past couple of days. At that moment, Sol also approached. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Yes, the person has been rescued, and I managed to acquire some valuable information for our subsequent actions. Haha, you never disappoint. You and Pannon should rest now. We can discuss the other matters later. Sol was elated. A successful operation signified brighter days ahead for Adecado. How could he not be pleased? Qi Luo chuckled softly, shaking his head. There's no rush for a break. Let's gather Mitch and the others. The subsequent plans have already been established. Sol inhaled deeply, his tone serious yet tinged with a hint of tension. All right, Qi Luo, regardless of your decisions, we will stand by you. The brothers of the Adecado are also prepared. Qi Luo took a breath, surveying the gazes of those around him. Falling into a moment of silence, he understood that what lay ahead was the most crucial part. Each step represented a challenge to the family and to each individual involved. He aimed to ensure everything was flawless. Moreover, for them, this incident might determine their future in Night City. That's all there is to it. Do you have any additional comments? Or any objections? Qi Luo stood before the table, facing Sol, Pannon, Mitch, Scorpion, Carol, and other high-ranking members of the Adecado. He had already briefed them on the forthcoming action plan, and throughout his speech, the audience merely watched him, saying nothing, which made him somewhat uneasy. Damn, is there really anything more to discuss, brother? Haven't you planned this meticulously? Mitch remarked with a grin. Indeed, if this were Sol's proposal, he'd probably be laughing for a lifetime. Ha! Come on, Sol. You wouldn't actually hit me, would you? Scorpion interjected, only to receive a punch from Sol shortly thereafter. Young man, I must say, your intellect is truly remarkable. I have not misjudged you, remarked the old cowboy Cassidy, as the others nodded in agreement. They could only perceive the abundant feasibility and bright prospects of Qi Luo's plan. A rare gem in this harsh land. All right, if I continue to flatter you, my pride may swell to the heavens. Now that we are all on the same page, prepare yourselves. I, too, must return to my endeavors, Qi Luo said with a smile, though he felt a twinge of nostalgia at their trusting gazes. Once upon a time, he was merely a reclusive individual in his former world. Who could have imagined that just a few weeks after traversing to this realm, he would embark on the journey of establishing a faction, gaining the trust of so many? You ought to relocate your base to Adecado. Isn't it exhausting to keep traveling back and forth? We will relocate soon. We are about to move to Taiping Island, he replied. That is indeed true, haha. After confirming the subsequent matters with everyone, Qi Luo bid farewell to Adecado and returned to the Night City base with Pannon. Initially, Pannon wished to stay and assist at the camp, but the others insisted she help Qi Luo and take a proper rest. The underlying motive was understood by those in the know. Upon returning, Qi Luo and Pannon shared a tender moment, having just solidified their relationship. After 2 days apart, there was a hint of that sweet longing akin to newlyweds. Moreover, Pannon enjoyed teasing him with messages, which made it difficult for Qi Luo to contain himself. "So, what is your purpose for returning here?" Panin took a moment to catch her breath and turned to ask Qi Luo, who had entered a state of focused concentration. "A virus. Indeed, I must enhance my network security. Otherwise, confronting that band of voodoo thugs would be quite unbearable." It was true. Qi Luo had returned with the intent of crafting a virus, one capable of infiltrating the Poseidon subnet servers, ideally incinerating the brain matter of those deranged hackers directly through Poseidon. "You should rest. I must continue my work," Qi Luo said, gently kissing Panin before rising. "Go ahead, but remember to find me when you tire." With a playful pat on Panin's backside, Qi Luo chuckled and made his way to the workstation, where he settled before the computer to commence his task. Intelligence Attribute Upgrade. Current Intelligence 11. Self-Improvement Reward. Free Attribute Point 1. Free Attribute Point used. Current Physicality. 9. Hacker Skill Upgrade. Currently Level 4. Master. Self-Learning Reward. Network Construction and Maintenance Skills. Time passed swiftly, and the challenges of this research proved far greater than Qi Luo had anticipated. Initially, many of his ideas were thwarted by the limitations of network equipment, compelling him to revise his plans multiple times. Ultimately, after a week of diligent effort, he succeeded in creating the virus he envisioned, SEO Poseidon Specialized Network Virus, a virus developed by Qi Luo, extending from Soul Reaper technology, combining the Poseidon architecture data provided by Bruce. Upon injection into the Poseidon server, it will automatically infect all devices connected to the Poseidon subnet. The hackers, upon entering cyberspace, find themselves ensnared, unable to return to the tangible world until their escalating body temperature ultimately claims their lives, or until an external force disconnects them, severing the bond between consciousness and corporeal form, leading to cerebral demise. Meanwhile, all devices and data streams generated by the hackers within this digital realm are susceptible to a virus that, through the entity known as Poseidon, diverts their information to other hackers who have not ventured into cyberspace, effectively obstructing their data channels and rendering them incapable of launching a successful counterattack. Frankly speaking, Qi Luo believes that, had it not been for his hacking skills ascending to a masterful level and a slight enhancement in intellect, significantly elevating his research capabilities, he would have required an extended period to develop this virus. Yet, the successful creation of the virus constitutes merely the first step in Qi Luo's grand design. The genuine challenge lies in accessing the Voodoo Gang's network server, a task that necessitates a direct offline injection. Otherwise, circumventing Poseidon's defenses without arousing the Voodoo Gang's suspicion would be unattainable. If his deductions are accurate, the server should be located beneath the Tranquil Bible Hall on Taiping Island. In the original narrative, the Tranquil Bible Hall serves as a hidden refuge for the upper echelons of the Voodoo Gang, which has repurposed an abandoned interstate maglev train tunnel beneath it, concealing a plethora of core equipment and resources. The Voodoo Gang has, for years, masked their activities beneath the guise of public faith, evading detection. Had Qi Luo not been privy to this subplot, he likely would have been oblivious to such a location and might have recklessly assaulted their overt stronghold, the Batty Hotel. Thus, the current dilemma is how he can infiltrate the Tranquility Bible Hall unnoticed, a task for which he has already formulated a plan. He gazes at the newly acquired knowledge within the system, the Posture Synchronization Module. Chapter 68, Disguise and Infiltration, Part 1. This module is referred to as an extension of the synchronization facial panel, as its operation relies on the object information captured by the panel. It automatically adjusts the user's physique based on the target information, allowing the user to not only resemble the target's face and voice, but to completely mimic their body shape and movement characteristics, ensuring consistency from every conceivable angle. Moreover, the technological requirements are not particularly demanding. The primary necessities are merely shape-shifting metal and biomimetic skin, both of which can be readily procured from the market, eliminating the need for any cybernetic surgery. Due to the unique nature of this module, each use necessitates fine-tuning, rendering it akin to a garment that can be donned or doffed at will. Returning to the present, Qi Luo meticulously organizes the virus and embarks on a new round of equipment fabrication. The pace is swift, within a day of gathering all necessary materials. The task is completed. At this moment, Qi Luo has assumed the appearance of Panin, playfully mimicking her in front of the authentic Panin. The uncanny resemblance makes her feel quite awkward, prompting her to hastily request that Qi Luo revert to her original form. "You must not transform into my likeness again," Panin threatens, raising her fist. Haha, isn't this merely a test of effectiveness? Qi Luo retorts. Completely identical. Are you pleased now? Panin replies with a blend of exasperation and amusement. Certainly, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Qi Luo, adopting a more serious demeanor, stated, it is now time for our actions to officially commence. Panin, you must return to the camp and inform Sol and the others. Once I have accomplished my objective, I will notify you immediately, and we shall launch a full-scale assault as planned. Very well, Panin nodded, but Qi Luo continued, there is one more matter. Panin, regarding the upcoming battle. There's no need to elaborate. This time, it is absolutely not permissible, Panin interjected, aware of his reluctance to let her participate in the fray. However, this situation concerned her family, and she could not shy away from it. Thus, her tone was particularly resolute. Very well, it is settled then, Qi Luo said, meeting her gaze. The remainder of his words were swallowed back, yet he entrusted Panin with several pieces of enhanced equipment to ensure her safety. They then parted ways. Panin hurried back to the camp to alert everyone to prepare, while Qi Luo returned once more to the peaceful continent. This time, he no longer felt the warmth of the locals, for he had transformed himself into a member of the voodoo gang using the synchronization faceplate and body simulation. Time rewinds to a moment prior. The streets of the peaceful continent at night were devoid of light, and combined with the surrounding derelict buildings, they presented a desolate sight, enveloped in a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Damn it, that rascal Marcos always assigns me these trivial matters. Carlos Mendez trudged along the pitch-black road, his lips mumbling complaints, utterly oblivious to the fact that someone in the nearby alley was watching him intently. He was a low-ranking member of the voodoo gang, typically relegated to menial tasks such as surveillance or petty theft. This predicament was partly due to his lack of influential allies, with superiors like the self-serving Marcos calling the shots. As Marcos walked, he reflected on the recent events, his anger intensifying with each thought. Yet he found himself drawing closer to the alley. Just as he reached the entrance, a hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, pulling him inside and covering his mouth to stifle any cries. The hand bore a chilling metallic touch and an overwhelming strength that rendered him powerless. It wasn't long before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he pondered, who was the fool audacious enough to target members of the voodoo gang on their own turf? This was his first time engaging in such an act, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar, but it was decided it would be you. The fool emerged from the darkness, gradually revealing his identity, Qi Luo. He gazed down at the limp form of the voodoo gang lackey and sighed, speaking to himself. Subsequently, Qi Luo effortlessly bound the individual and hoisted him up, making his way into a nearby abandoned building. Once settled, noticing that his captive was still in slumber, he delivered a couple of sharp slaps to rouse him, simultaneously activating the synchronization protocol on his faceplate. Current synchronization rate, 0. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I am a member of the voodoo gang. Carlos was abruptly awakened, his words revealing that he had yet to comprehend his current predicament. Realizing this, Qi Luo resolved to enlighten him. Bang! Ugh! Uff! Cough! Cough! Damn! Qi Luo delivered a powerful punch to Carlos's abdomen, causing him to emit a pained groan and expel the nutritional paste he had consumed earlier, ultimately cursing weakly. Synchronization rate, 10. I will ask, and you will answer. If your responses satisfy me, I may spare your life. Should I find them lacking? Qi Luo threatened with an emotionless tone, delivering another blow that elicited another cry of pain from Carlos. Overwhelmed with agony and unable to resist, Carlos could only place his hopes on Qi Luo's promise. What do you wish to ask? Your name? Qi Luo inquired coldly. Carlos. What brings you here? I arranged to meet a friend from the gang. Hey, listen, if I don't show up, my friends will surely come looking for me. Bang! Qi Luo, irritated by Carlos's attempts to evade the truth, struck again. This time, it took Carlos a considerable while to recover. What are you doing? I am not lying, Carlos shouted, his bravado faltering. Is that so? Then what does Marcos want from you? A social gathering? Qi Luo regarded him with indifference. You would do well to be truthful. If I discover any further deceit, prepare to lose some of your appendages. Wait, I'll tell you. Marcos instructed me to steal something from the animal gang. There's a small outpost of theirs just ahead. Carlos, realizing that his lies were exposed under the fierce gaze of Qi Luo, dared not deceive any longer and hurriedly revealed his true purpose. Qi Luo nodded slightly, then crouched down to meet Carlos's eyes directly. What is your role in the voodoo gang? This question was easily answerable for Carlos, and it eased his tension somewhat. I'm merely an errand runner, mostly involved in petty thefts and watching over the territory, just various odd jobs. Odd jobs. Surely, the pay is meager? All the profits go to those above you? With his cooperation, Qi Luo's tones softened gradually, beginning to coax out other emotions from Carlos. Yes, it's all that bastard Marcos' fault. He is my superior, a mid-level officer in the voodoo gang, and I'm always under his control. He only assigns me dangerous tasks that yield little reward. I've had enough of it. This topic seemed to strike a nerve, as the emotional recognition system swiftly detected his anger, jealousy, and resentment, causing the synchronization rate to climb steadily. Qi Luo understood that a singular emotion was insufficient to capture the various behavioral traits of the target, to elevate the synchronization rate to 100. He needed to elicit deeper emotional fluctuations. Chapter 69, Disguise and Infiltration, Part 2. Then why do you continue to serve under him? Is it out of familial ties? Qi Luo suddenly inquired, a hint of probing in his tone. Carlos's expression shifted to one of sorrow and complexity. No, they are all dead. Oh, what is your purpose? The synchronization rate continues to rise, and Qi Luo remains patient and persuasive. There is a girl. I wish to take her away from the city of night. Oh, does this girl treat you well? Certainly. She is the finest girl I have ever encountered in my life. Carlos spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Synchronization rate, 85. Qi Luo sensed that the moment was ripe. Now, for the final question, where is Marcos? Carlos's body trembled violently. The declaration of this being the last question filled him with a sense of impending doom, yet clinging to a shred of hope. He replied, he is over there in the warehouse district. I've sent you the address. I beg you, spare me. Qi Luo received the address, rose to his feet, and fixed a cold gaze upon Carlos. He raised the gun in his hand, aiming it at Carlos's forehead. No, no, no. You promised to let me go. I swear I did not deceive you. Carlos shouted in desperation, his body writhing in panic, staring at the ominous muzzle of the gun as if death were beckoning him. However, to his surprise, Qi Luo unexpectedly lowered the weapon and flashed him a grin. Just kidding. I will indeed let you go. Then, Qi Luo truly released Carlos from his restraints, leaving Carlos in disbelief. Could it be that this man truly intended to set him free? Was he a fool? Thank you. Thank you, Carlos exclaimed, expressing his gratitude while his heart brimmed with the joy of newfound life and an urgent vow to return and exact revenge upon the gang. Meanwhile, with a synchronization rate of 100, the behavioral features have been fully captured and the current facial template has been stored, ready for activation at any moment. The posture capture has also been successfully synchronized, and the present stance has been recorded for immediate use. Apologies, but once again, I am merely toying with you. Qi Luo, upon witnessing the successful prompt before him, smirked coldly and then pulled the trigger. A nearly silent bullet swiftly struck the astonished Carlos, piercing straight through his eye socket, causing his body to slump lifelessly to the ground. Qi Luo paid no heed to the corpse, activating the synchronized facial template, which transformed his visage into that of Carlos. After retrieving the posture module and making the necessary adjustments, he donned it. Satisfied with his disguise, he cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, I am Carlos, Qi Luo murmured to himself before turning away from the abandoned building, vanishing into the night of Taiping's Hao. The following morning, adorned with Carlos's visage, Qi Luo roamed through the night, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the voodoo gang's layout and the location of Marcos. He meticulously compiled the vital information and transmitted it to Panin and the others. With his hacking skills elevated to the 4th tier, he now stood on par with Bruce, a senior operative in cyber surveillance. Though his equipment still lagged behind, he could now disregard the monitoring of the Sea Goddess subnet, allowing him to communicate freely without concern. At this moment, he strode briskly along the streets of Taiping's Hao, his expression composed, yet his eyes gleaming with a hint of urgency, as though he bore tidings of great import for someone, specifically for Marcos. Leaning against the entrance of the warehouse district, Marcos held a cigarette between his fingers, idly surveying his surroundings. He was a tall man, his visage marred by a prominent scar that lent him an air of menace and coldness. As Qi Luo approached, Marcos lifted his gaze, recognizing him and displaying a trace of impatience as he inquired, "Carlos, what brings you here again? Have you wrapped up last night's business?" Qi Luo's face betrayed a blend of anxiety and excitement as he leaned closer to Marcos, lowering his voice. I discovered last night that the animal gang is engaged in dealings with other factions. At this juncture, Qi Luo cast a furtive glance around, noting the presence of numerous individuals coming and going nearby, prompting him to shift his tone. It's not convenient to talk here. Let us find a quieter place. I've truly made a significant contribution this time. Marcos raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Carlos's revelation, yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, Carlos was merely one of his underlings, and it was unlikely he would dare to deceive him regarding such matters. As for the credit, if he claimed the discovery for himself, then so be it. He could just as easily assert it was his own. With this thought in mind, he extinguished his cigarette and nodded. All right, follow me. The two men proceeded into a narrow alley, which culminated in a dilapidated warehouse. As the surroundings lay barren, Qi Luo once again commenced his artful persuasion. Moments later, Marcos emerged from the alley. Qi Luo had successfully synchronized and assumed Marcos's form. It was time for the pivotal act. Qi Luo cast a glance at the distant Batty Hotel, the ostensible stronghold of the Voodoo Gang. In the original narrative, V had encountered the gang's second-in-command, Placid, there. This time, he too would seek an audience with Marcos's superior, Placid. Donning Marcos's visage, Qi Luo exited the warehouse. Greeted by familiar faces along the way, he maintained his composure, responding with caution in accordance with Marcos's characteristics, thus avoiding any suspicion. Approaching a black sedan parked by the roadside, he recalled its existence from Marcos's accounts. Seamlessly, he passed the vehicle's identity verification, took his place in the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and set off towards the Batty Hotel. Throughout the journey, Qi Luo's mind raced with thoughts. He needed to devise a plausible reason to meet Placid while ensuring his disguise remained undiscovered. A sly grin crept across his face as an idea took shape. He maneuvered the car to the front of the Batty Hotel. This establishment had long been abandoned, its ground floor transformed by a group of Haitians into a modest black market, offering a plethora of wares. Among them, the shop selling voodoo dolls was the most sought after, a testament to the gang's traditional craft. In the center of the market stood an ascending staircase, which Qi Luo ascended without hesitation. The nearby associates showed no reaction, clearly recognizing this mid-level cadre of the Voodoo Gang. Consequently, Qi Luo smoothly arrived at the command room outside the second floor where Placid resided. This imposing figure, clad in a red vest and a hacker's jacket, sat at a table outside the command room, engrossed in his computer. Upon noticing Qi Luo's arrival, his cold, piercing gaze swept over him. Through the glass of the command room, Qi Luo also caught sight of a familiar woman with short hair, dressed in a sleek silver-black coat. Exuding an air of competence, Qi Luo surmised that this must be the current leader of the Voodoo Gang, Bridget. At that moment, Bridget was engaged in conversation with someone inside, paying little heed to the visitors outside, and trusting the minor affairs of the gang to Placid was sufficient. What brings you here, Marcos? Placid inquired coldly. Qi Luo feigned a look of anxiety. Placid, I have just received crucial intelligence to share with you. A flicker of impatience crossed Placid's eyes. Speak plainly, do not dawdle. The agent from the cyber surveillance has news, but this matter involves a mole within the gang. Qi Luo intentionally lowered his voice, leaning closer to Placid while glancing around, creating an air of mystery. Placid's expression instantly turned grave. He rose, a hint of frost in his tone. A mole? Are you certain? Qi Luo nodded, his gaze resolute. I am certain. Placid furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued by the news brought by Qi Luo, prompting him to urge the latter to continue. However, with so many eyes upon them, Qi Luo refrained from speaking further. I cannot dare to divulge anything. We must find a quieter place. I can only trust you, Placid. After a moment of contemplation, Placid nodded. Very well, follow me. Chapter 70, Disguise and Infiltration, Part 3. Placid led Qi Luo upstairs, where the hotel was riddled with numerous abandoned rooms. He selected one at random and ushered Qi Luo inside. The room was dim and silent, permeated by a musty odor of decay. Placid closed the door and leaned against the wall, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Qi Luo. Speak. What is truly happening? Qi Luo stepped closer, lowering his voice, urgency lacing his tone. We have someone sent by the slippery faction among us. That old rascal has long been compromised by the network monitors. He intends to betray us. I just received word from my subordinates that they've uncovered their dealings. Placid's expression darkened further. a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Slippery, that old trickster, instead of staying in Dogtown, dares to meddle in our affairs. He muttered curses under his breath, his brow furrowed as he absorbed the gravity of the information. At that moment, Qi Luo struck suddenly. His single-molecule knife slid from his sleeve, the blade glinting as it aimed directly at Placid's eye. With precision, Placid emitted a chilling scream, yet contrary to Ziluo's expectations. He did not collapse directly. Instead, his figure flickered backward as though propelled by an unseen force, crashing heavily against the wall before coming to a halt. "Are you insane, Marcos?" Placid exclaimed, clutching his right eye, his voice laced with a painful rasp, yet still resonating with strength. Ziluo remained silent, keenly observing Placid's condition. At that moment, although Placid's right eye had been pierced, the bleeding ceased rapidly, and he remained remarkably alert. Ziluo realized his oversight and promptly accessed the ocular interface to examine Placid's cybernetic information. He had previously refrained from scanning out of fear that the resultant network fluctuations would alert the nearby Placid. Placid's cybernetic enhancements: auxiliary heart, CN waistband, nanomuscle fibers, heavy subdermal armor, pain editor. A chill ran through Ziluo as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, he also comprehended why Placid was still alive. The instantaneous activation of CN waistband had enabled him to evade further harm, resulting in merely an eye injury rather than a cranial one. With this realization, Ziluo surged forward, prepared to engage Placid in close combat within the confines of the small room, striving to mitigate the disparity afforded by CN waistband. Furthermore, ordinary bullets would prove ineffective against Placid's heavy armor. As Placid witnessed Ziluo lunging towards him, he wiped the blood from his face, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you really think you can kill me like this? You are sorely mistaken." No sooner had he spoken than his body abruptly blurred, as if he had vanished into thin air. Qi Luo's pupils constricted sharply. His bullet time could not fully keep pace with CN Weizi's speed, allowing him only a fleeting glimpse of the trajectory of the movements. CN Weizi's prowess far surpassed that of the Krenzikov he had previously encountered. A flurry of punches sliced through the air, and Placid's fist struck forcefully against Qi Luo's chest, its speed nearly rendering him incapable of reacting. Nevertheless, at the crucial moment, Qi Luo managed to perceive the trajectory of the punch. He forcibly adjusted his body, narrowly evading the blow, yet the rush of air still grazed his shoulder, inflicting a searing pain. "Not bad," Placid sneered coldly, "but not sufficient." In an instant, he vanished once more. The next moment, Qi Luo sensed a chilling presence behind him. He instinctively lowered his head as a whip-like kick grazed his scalp, the gust of wind lifting his hair. Without hesitation, Qi Luo seized the opportunity to close the distance again, simultaneously activating the rapid disassembly function of his tool hand. He aimed to dismantle Placid's CN Weizi during the fray. Placid would not remain stationary while he undertook this task. His figure flickered again. This time, his fist aimed directly at Qi Luo's abdomen. Realizing he could not evade the strike, Qi Luo barely managed to block with his tool hand, the immense force propelling him backward until he collided with the wall. "You are doomed." Placid's voice echoed throughout the room. Qi Luo did not evade. Instead, he slightly turned his head and charged forward to meet the attack. A small hydraulic hammer materialized in his hand, striking fiercely at Placid's chest. With a resounding thud, Placid's fist narrowly grazed Qi Luo's cheek, leaving a trail of blood, while Qi Luo's hydraulic hammer crashed heavily into Placid's torso. However, the heavy subdermal armor absorbed much of the impact, causing Placid to merely take a step back. A cold smirk still etched on his face. "Is that all you've got?" Placid taunted. Qi Luo did not respond. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his stance and charged again. His target clear, the spine of Placid. The core of the Sanvisitan cybernetic was installed there. Dismantling it would nullify Placid's speed advantage and render his body utterly paralyzed. Placid, clearly aware of Qi Luo's intentions, intensified his attacks, thwarting Qi Luo's movements. The figures of the two men intertwined rapidly within the room, the sound of their fists and feet colliding completely absorbed by the sound-dampening module in Qi Luo's leg prosthetic, not a whisper escaping. Reaction attribute upgraded. Current reaction 11, self-improvement reward. Free attribute point 1. Damn it, give me more physical strength. Qi Luo bellowed upon seeing the timely notification, momentarily startling Placid. Yet, he could only remain stunned for this final moment. Qi Luo's physical attributes reached a remarkable 10 points after this enhancement. This augmentation, unlike the previous boosts to his intelligence, was solely a corporeal enhancement. The effect was one of comprehensive fortification, both internally and externally, surpassing even the enhancements experienced during the Placidus Anweiston state. It is noteworthy that, upon activating Anweiston, his physique demanded a complete neurological enhancement to sustain normal bodily functions at such an extreme, near time-stopping reaction speed. However, Qi Luo achieved this state without the need for Anweiston. Thus, with the aid of his physical enhancement and the phenomenon known as bullet time, Qi Luo accomplished what would have required corresponding cybernetic enhancements, successfully matching and even surpassing Placidus's velocity. His tool hand moved swiftly, the dismantling instrument precisely piercing Placidus's spine, gliding along the seams of the cybernetic body. With a powerful wrench, Qi Luo forcibly removed a segment of the spinal augmentation. A cry of agony escaped Placidus's lips as he was abruptly ejected from the accelerated state of Anweiston, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. Qi Luo afforded him no respite. He swiftly drew his blade, laboriously breaching the subdermal armor and plunging it into Placidus's heart. Another strike followed, piercing the auxiliary heart. Placidus's body convulsed violently, his eyes fixated on Qi Luo with an expression of defiance as he succumbed to his final breath. Qi Luo gasped for breath, lowering his gaze to assess his injuries. His cheeks and shoulders bore minor abrasions, yet they were not severe, and it seemed that his physical enhancements had concurrently bolstered his recuperative abilities. He could visibly witness the wounds healing before his eyes. Once he confirmed his condition, Qi Luo glanced at the interface of the artificial eye, which displayed the synchronized facial panel's prompts. Synchronization rate, 100, behavioral characteristics captured, current facial panel stored. Activation available at any time. From the moment he first encountered Prazid, he had activated the synchronization facial panel. By the end of the battle, he had successfully completed the feature synchronization, and now he could masquerade as Prazid. Prazid activate, he declared to himself with a sense of amusement, then adjusted his attire and body module, ensuring there were no anomalies before stepping out of the room. Outside remained tranquil, thanks to his sound-absorbing module. No one had sensed the fierce battle that had just transpired. Thus, Qi Luo, donning Prazid's visage, strode confidently out of the Bardi Grand Hotel. His steps were steady, and his expression was impassive, as if he were indeed the second-in-command of the Voodoo Gang. Passers-by either greeted him with familiarity or respect, and he reciprocated each salutation flawlessly, raising no suspicions. What lay ahead was merely the final step, Qi Luo contemplated, as he advanced purposefully towards his objective. Chapter 71, Disguised Infiltration, Part 4. Everything proceeded as anticipated, aided by the formidable mimicry capabilities of the synchronized facial panel and body posture synchronization. No one harbored doubts about whether the figure before them was an impersonation of Placid. Most were unaware of the existence of such cybernetic enhancements. Thus, Qi Luo, donning Placid's visage, entered the sanctum of serenity unscathed. The church appeared dilapidated from the outside, and within, it housed only a few rows of benches and machines vending indulgences. Little did anyone suspect that beneath this frequently traversed place of worship lay a secret chamber. Qi Luo made his way directly to the pulpit at the front of the church, where a door stood at the side, leading down to the underground lair. 2 guards stationed by the door, upon recognizing Placid, dared not inquire further and promptly opened it for him. Descending the staircase, Qi Luo traversed a corridor that led to an abandoned interstate maglev tunnel. Advancing deeper, he approached the true command center of the Voodoo Gang, where, as he surmised, the sea god server should also reside. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his appearance, ensuring no detail was amiss before continuing onward. Inside the command center, several hackers from the Voodoo Gang were engrossed at their terminals, surrounded by an array of screens and hacker apparatus. Placid, what brings you here? Is something amiss? One of the hackers inquired upon noticing Qi Luo's arrival, while the others turned their attention toward him. I heard some news and need to venture into cyberspace. Qi Luo replied. You may continue with your tasks. Qi Luo gestured dismissively, signaling them to disregard him, before striding directly toward the terminal situated at the center of the command room, which appeared to be the most sophisticated. The hackers had initially paid him no mind, but upon witnessing Qi Luo's intent to operate that terminal, they could not suppress their curiosity. Placid, what are you doing with Poseidon? One inquired, directing him toward the equipment for entering cyberspace. Upon hearing the name Poseidon, Qi Luo's focus sharpened. Everything was now in place. He glanced at those nearby. Do I really need to explain myself to you? Just attend to your own affairs. With that, he dismissed them entirely. The hackers, observing Placid's fierce glare and chilling words, were inevitably reminded of his previous exploits and Bridget's assessment of him, a beast. They instinctively shivered, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to let the matter rest. For Placid was fiercely loyal to the gang. Qi Luo activated the terminal, confirmed that it was indeed Poseidon's main server, and swiftly established a personal connection, successfully uploading the SAO virus he had crafted. The virus silently infiltrated Poseidon's server, beginning its rapid dissemination. Done. A smile nearly broke across Qi Luo's lips. He then opened a communication channel and sent a message to Pannon. I've completed it. The plan is underway. Launch the attack. Received. Stay safe. Pannon promptly relayed the information, immediately informing the anxious soul and his companions of the successful news regarding Qi Luo. A collective sigh of relief swept over them, yet their demeanor quickly turned serious once more. Soul and Pannon swiftly gathered the nearby tribespeople, elucidating the forthcoming matters. According to our intelligence, the Voodoo Gang boasts nearly 300 members, not to mention their allied Haitians. Thus, this battle may present a numerical disadvantage for us. However, as Soul raised his voice, it resonated with determination. Thanks to Qi Luo, he had infiltrated the Voodoo Gang's network system. Henceforth, we shall confront them devoid of the hacker threat and communication networks. Upon the conclusion of this battle, we will truly establish ourselves in Night City, liberated from the struggle for sustenance and resources against other wanderers on this wretched land. We will possess our own enterprises, territory, and most crucially, a future. So tell me, my kin, are you willing to fight for this future? As Soul gazed upon the tribespeople before him, memories of a tumultuous past flooded his mind, stirring his emotions even further. The radiant future lay within reach, inspired by his impassioned speech. The crowd could no longer contain their fervor. Adecado, Adecado, well done. Let us vanquish them. With that, Soul turned and mounted the vehicle. A throng of individuals embarking towards the battlefield of destiny. In the hidden chamber of the Voodoo Gang, as Qi Luo had just injected the virus and was about to depart, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Turning around, Qi Luo discovered Bridget approaching. Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly perplexed by the presence of Placid at that moment. Placid? Bridget inquired as she stood before Qi Luo. What are you doing here? Qi Luo regarded her, and an epiphany struck his mind. I was informed that there is a mole within the gang who has connected with the net monitor, and they are currently engaging in transactions within cyberspace. I intend to investigate the situation in cyberspace. Upon hearing this, Bridget's expression softened marginally. She had indeed noticed someone sneaking around to meet Placid, and the two had departed together to discuss matters elsewhere. She nodded but continued to inquire. What does this have to do with Poseidon? She had observed Qi Luo operating Poseidon's server terminal moments earlier. Qi Luo, with an unperturbed demeanor, replied, I initially planned to go alone, but I was concerned about a potential counterattack from the net monitor, so I needed to temporarily borrow Poseidon's computational power. Is there an issue with that? Bridget nodded in agreement, and, as Qi Luo had hoped, continued in the same vein. Your reasoning is sound. The net monitors are indeed formidable. How about this? I will accompany you into the cyberspace. Of course, if you are willing. But you originally came here for another purpose, didn't you? Qi Luo feigned a look of hesitation. No worries. The matter of the traitor is quite significant. Let's call a few more people. Leon, and you two should join as well. The two nearby hackers nodded and settled into their respective hacker chairs, while Bridget reclined into another. Qi Luo observed them, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Before he too took his place in a hacker chair, the plan was set. He mused to himself, watching as the others connected their interfaces, their consciousnesses plunging into the cyber realm. At that moment, someone approached to assist him with the connection, but Qi Luo flashed a grin, deactivating the synchronizing faceplate simulation. Surprise. Mother FK. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the astonished gazes of those around him, Placid transformed into an unfamiliar figure of Asian descent, who then brandished a handgun, unleashing a barrage upon the nearest individuals. In an instant, the command room was left with only Qi Luo and several high-ranking members of the Voodoo Gang, condemned to death, slumped in their hacker chairs. Meanwhile, Bridget and the others remained in the cyberspace, awaiting Placid's arrival. One of them, noticing his absence, attempted to exit to assess the situation, only to find themselves unable to disconnect, error messages proliferating before their eyes. Damn, what is happening? Bridget, I can't get out. They panicked, pleading for help from the leader beside them. But alas, she too had realized the predicament and was overwhelmed. Chapter 72. Resounding Victory in the Depths of Cyberspace. Bridget and her companions were desperately struggling, launching attacks on everything around them in a frantic bid to escape their predicament. However, each wave of their cyber assaults was intercepted by the SAO virus unleashed by Qi Luo, swiftly relaying the data stream to the voodoo hacker allies engaged in combat, with Adecado on the other side. These hackers, who should have been invincible within the network with the aid of their god of the sea, found themselves ensnared in chaos due to their own disrupted data flow, rendering them incapable of mounting effective counterattacks. Qi Luo observed Bridget and her group with a keen eye. To avoid prolonged complications, he decided to curtail their incessant data generation. With a swift motion, he granted each of them a bullet, extinguishing the lives of those who dared to cling to the hope of riding the coattails of AI. The upper echelons were now utterly eradicated. As for the battlefield, it was time for them to experience the true might of their god of the sea. Qi Luo proclaimed, stepping once more to the sea god's server to commence his operations. With each command he executed, the complex data streams flickered incessantly on the monitoring screen of the sea god. The system activated swiftly, enveloping the entire battleground. The Voodoo Gang, whose very existence hinged on hacking prowess, found themselves woefully inadequate in direct combat, having already suffered immensely from the harassment of Qi Luo's SAO virus. The additional onslaught from Adecado proved overwhelming. Despite their numerical superiority, facing off against seasoned veterans was a daunting challenge, leaving them to endure in a state of dire straits. They originally intended to seek guidance from the upper echelons of the gang, yet for reasons unknown, none of those in charge could be reached, and at that moment, the communication networks had collapsed. Each member of the Voodoo Gang found themselves fighting their own battles, with some even oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The arrival of Qi Luo, bolstered by the sea god, sounded the death knell for them. Their coordinates and battlefield intelligence lay bare under the omnipresent gaze of the sea god, all relayed to Thor and his comrades, rendering the already favorable battle utterly devoid of suspense. Family, Thor cackled into the communication channel, his eyes gleaming at the monitor displaying the territories being claimed. Victory is within our grasp. Just a little more effort, and this place will be ours. The Adecado warriors roared in unison, their cybernetic bodies and weapons gleaming ominously. A soldier shouldered a rocket launcher, unleashing a fiery tail that obliterated a machine gun nest along with its operator, reducing them to smoldering scrap. Another, clad in powered armor, advanced at the forefront. As a Voodoo Gang member dared to peek from cover, their head was shattered in an instant. 3 o'clock on the left. Mitch's voice pierced through the whistling bullets. A sniper was positioned atop that building. Scorpion grinned, swiftly drawing his Vanguard sniper rifle, a bullet whistling forth to shatter the cover and eliminate the concealed Voodoo sniper. Meanwhile, in the realm of cyber warfare, Voodoo hackers attempted to retaliate. Among them, a few exceptionally skilled individuals managed to carve a path through the data channels. Yet before they could mount any further actions, Qi Luo's subsequent cyber assault obliterated their minds. Carol, together with several hackers from Adecado, was not idle during this time. They utilized Qi Luo to connect with the sea god, harnessing its computational power to observe the entire battlefield. Whenever a particularly formidable enemy emerged, they would deftly infiltrate and disable the opposing systems. With a flawless foundation laid by Qi Luo, Adecado surged forward, and within a mere hour and a half, they had reached their final destination, the Body Grand Hotel. At this juncture, a group of remaining members of the Voodoo Gang, along with their Haitian allies, stubbornly resisted. Having operated in this territory for many years, the Voodoo Gang was well armed, and Adecado found themselves momentarily unable to breach the defenses, leading to a stalemate. Just then, a reassuring voice echoed through Adecado's communication channel, and they beheld the appearance of Qi Luo, clad in the exoskeleton of the Wild King, wielding a spiral Gatling shotgun. I will charge in. You all ensure to follow closely, Qi Luo instructed, eyeing the Voodoo Gang members still resisting within the hotel, instinctively licking his lips. He did not wait for Panin to voice any objections. He eagerly raised his weapon and charged forward. The Voodoo Gang quickly recognized the advancing figure, unleashing a torrent of gunfire as if it were of no consequence. Adecado members watched in horror. nearly convinced that Qi Luo had lost his mind and sought to end his life. Then, both sides witnessed an unbelievable spectacle. Beholding Qi Luo as a mere specter, he effortlessly evaded the barrage of firepower. Save for the fleeting moments when he paused to discharge his weapon, he appeared to be toying with the voodoo boys, disrupting their formation and causing them to inadvertently wound their own comrades amidst the chaos. What are you waiting for? Advance. Qi Luo's voice reverberated through the Adecado comms channel, jolting the onlookers from their stupor. They were perplexed by how Qi Luo was capable of such feats without the apparent installation of a Sandevistan. However, there was no time for contemplation. With a formidable adversary at hand, all that mattered was that Qi Luo was an ally. With this realization, they snapped out of their daze and surged into the fray with a resounding roar. What ensued was an utter massacre, spearheaded by Qi Luo's charge. The final battle lasted no more than 5 minutes before it came to a halt. With the last adversary vanquished, Qi Luo slumped to the ground, panting heavily. He had been eager to test the efficacy of his physical enhancements in live combat, and this was the perfect opportunity. The combat prowess was undeniable, but more importantly, there were no limitations beyond physical exertion. It was akin to having a Sandevistan without any adverse effects or usage constraints. Moreover, even without activating this Sandevistan, his physical attributes were comprehensively augmented. In essence, he was thoroughly satisfied with the enhancement. Ha! We did it! Thor leapt from the vehicle, his leather boots pressing upon the back of a still twitching member of the voodoo gang, and he fired another shot, declaring, "This is Adecado's." The others soon echoed his enthusiasm, chanting Adecado's name, which gradually transformed into Qi Luo. Led by Panin, Thor, and Carol, the battlefield resonated with reverence and gratitude towards him. "All right, my family, let's tidy up the battlefield. Tonight we shall revel," Thor said with a smile, directing everyone to clean up, while Qi Luo was assigned a place to rest. As they walked, Panin guided Qi Luo, observing the fervent gazes of the nearby tribespeople directed at the man beside her, her heart swelling with pride. "Qi Luo, look at everyone. They are all so grateful to you. Haha, and how will you thank me?" Qi Luo replied with a mischievous grin. Panin, unbashful, gazed earnestly at him. "No thanks could ever be too much, so I shall leave it to your discretion." With that, she tossed a flirtatious wink at Qi Luo, igniting a flutter in his heart, which might have escalated had there not been others around. Chapter 73. The return of the old friends. Time slipped away quietly amidst the bustling activity of the crowd. A few hours later, they had made initial arrangements for the hotel grounds. After consulting with Qi Luo, Thor and Panin had decided to establish the hotel as the future base of Adecado. By nightfall, under Thor's summons, everyone gathered once more. Those who sang did so heartily, and those who drank indulged freely. As the excitement and joy within them seemed poised to erupt that night, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. At the moment of collective joy, Sol and Panin ascended atop a vehicle, families of Adecado. Sol's voice, earnest and fervent, pierced through the vibrant atmosphere, drawing the attention of all. Qi Luo could even discern a glimmer of tears in the eyes of this robust man. "Just moments ago, we were scavenging in desolation, to the extent that I even contemplated negotiating with the company." As Sol spoke, his tone grew somber, and a hush fell over the gathered clansfolk. However, his voice rose once more. "We have welcomed a new family member. He brings us a future filled with promise. You all know to whom I am referring, correct? Qi Luo, Qi Luo, Qi Luo." An exuberant chorus erupted, echoing Qi Luo's name. Despite his covert undertakings, the overarching plan was well understood by all present. This opportunity was solely bestowed upon us by Qi Luo, and they were acutely aware of it. Indeed, Qi Luo, he was the one who rescued us from that foul gutter, and he had been doing so even before he joined our clan. Sol paused momentarily to glance at Panin beside him before continuing. "Panin previously confided in me her desire to relinquish the position of leader to Qi Luo. She believes he is more suited to the role and can lead us towards a brighter future. But do you know what my thoughts are?" Sol remarked, casting a glance at the family below, a broad smile spreading across his face. The crowd exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, bewildered by the enigmatic game Sol seemed to be playing. Yet, Sol did not leave them in suspense for long. "I believe that in many past matters, Panin and Qi Luo have proven themselves to be the rightful leaders who can usher the Adecado family into a promising future. As for me, I have grown old. Therefore," he inhaled deeply, articulating a thought that had long been solidified in his heart. I have decided that the future of Adecado will be jointly led by Panin and Qi Luo. I am confident they will illuminate our path ahead." With that proclamation, Sol began to applaud, calling out Qi Luo's name amidst his clapping. Initially, the crowd was taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation. However, under Sol's infectious enthusiasm, waves of applause erupted, escalating until everyone was chanting Qi Luo's name. Although Sol's abdication was indeed a loss, the attendees, who had followed him from their previous endeavors, held him in deep reverence. Yet, his words bore wisdom. It was evident from the company's affairs that Sol's approach had undergone significant transformation, and they had indeed gleaned renewed hope from Qi Luo. Thus, in light of Sol's willingness, they found themselves eager and accepting of this change. "Qi Luo, come up and say a few words," Sol exclaimed, his laughter resonating as he pulled Qi Luo forward, urging him atop the vehicle. While he leaped down, his gaze toward Qi Luo filled not with regret, but with abundant anticipation and satisfaction. He hesitated over this decision numerous times. Yet once he voiced it, a profound sense of relief washed over him. He truly felt the weight of age upon him. Now, he yearned to return to the simplicity of the past, to heed orders and contribute what little strength he had left to his family. Qi Luo was hoisted onto the rooftop, scratching his head in mild bewilderment, but he quickly regained his composure. "I am not particularly eloquent, nor have I ever led anything. But my home is right here," Qi Luo declared, gesturing to the ground. "My beloved is also here," he pointed towards Panin. "My friends, brothers, family. They are all here," he indicated the crowd surrounding him. "And I am fiercely protective of those I care for, so I can only assure you that as long as I draw breath and have sustenance, I will never forget your contributions." With the conclusion of his statement, the atmosphere surged once more as the crowd erupted into cheers. At that moment, Panin could no longer contain himself. He seized Qi Luo and pressed his lips against his. Panin's lips, still tinged with the scent of gunpowder, came down heavily, prompting another round of jubilant laughter and cheers from the onlookers. The kiss lingered for a full 7 seconds, until V's voice sliced through the cacophony. "It seems I have returned just in time?" V, armed and clad in a suit, leaned against a nearby vehicle, appearing quite well, though his expression was far from pleasant, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Luo. Her treatment had recently concluded, and upon her swift return to Night City, she intended to rush to the base to find Ziqiao. Yet, she found no one at the Adecado camp. Unable to reach the others embroiled in conflict, she inquired around and learned that they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Voodoo Boys. Initially, she had contemplated bringing her weapon to assist. Unexpectedly, she encountered not an adversary, but a kiss. At that moment, V yearned to shoot Ziqiao. How long had it been? "V, you're back." Ziqiao trembled, and Pan looked over in surprise, both gravitating towards V. The members of Adecado, upon seeing V's return, greeted her warmly, but refrained from interrupting the reunion of the three. "Indeed, I have returned. Is this not a time you wish to see me?" V coldly regarded Ziqiao, her tone laced with resentment. Pan observed their charged atmosphere with curiosity. Ziqiao, drenched in cold sweat, quickly interjected, "No, no, no. How could that be? How did your treatment go?" V shot him a glance, but continued, "It's somewhat improved." "Somewhat? What does that mean?" Both Ziqiao and Pan expressed confusion at her words. "Johnny's consciousness has been removed, yet the effects of the biological chip remain beyond our control, leaving me with merely 5 years to live." "What? No worries. At least you've gained 5 more years, right? Perhaps we can discover another solution? Who can say for certain?" V's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Upon hearing this news, she only lost her composure momentarily before swiftly regaining her composure. Upon hearing this, Qi Luo's expression immediately turned serious. Ignoring V's slight struggles, he directly accessed his system to begin the examination. V, initially filled with indignation and intent on breaking free, found her resolve weakening as she observed Qi Luo's earnest demeanor, her expression gradually softening. Meanwhile, Pan watched this scene unfold with a slight frown, his expression growing increasingly complex, as if he sensed something amiss. "Fortunately, your ailment resembles Pan's. The nanobots should be able to address your issues. Now that we have secured our territory, I believe mass production will commence soon." Qi Luo breathed a sigh of relief after completing the examination. The situation was not as dire as he had anticipated, largely thanks to the nanomedical robots he had developed for Pan, which could also be effective against such challenging conditions. V, still in disbelief, asked, "What nanobots?" Are you serious? After receiving confirmation from both Qi Luo and Panin, V fell silent, her gaze towards Qi Luo shifting in an unsettling manner, revealing emotions that Panin could discern quite clearly. V. Qi Luo, is there something you haven't told me? Panin inquired calmly, though his heart was anything but tranquil. Chapter 74. A delayed kiss. Qi Luo felt a pang of unease as he prepared to speak, but V interjected. It's nothing, Panin, just relax. I never intended to intrude upon your relationship, it's just. She paused, her expression reflecting inner turmoil, yet she summoned the courage to meet Panin's gaze. I also have feelings for him, Panin. Not long after completing the Hermon task, I had intended to clarify things with Qi Luo that very night. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. V spoke, her tone gradually tinged with an undeniable sense of grievance. Panin stood beside her, increasingly perplexed. You. Panin's voice conveyed a sense of bewilderment, as if she wished to articulate something yet found herself at a loss for words. V gently approached Panin, her tone returning to normal. You need not overthink it, Panin. Nothing transpired between us. Now that you and Qi Luo are together, as a friend, I can only extend my blessings to you both. Wait, Panin interjected, refusing to let her continue, and turned to the visibly awkward Qi Luo, uncertain of how to respond. Is what V said true? Qi Luo was momentarily taken aback, then, with a guilty determination, he nodded. It is true. So, if I hadn't clarified things first, you would have ended up with V? Panin's voice bore a complex undertone. After all that had transpired, both V and Qi Luo had undeniably left a significant mark on her life. Valuing this friendship, she sincerely wished to avoid any future rift among them. Qi Luo glanced between Panin and V, who was also awaiting his response, her eyes filled with an undeniable hope. After a moment of resolve, Qi Luo steeled himself and declared, yes. V's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon reality set in, dimming the light in her gaze once more. Panin, upon hearing this answer, seemed unsurprised, nodding in silence. Panin, Qi Luo still wished to say something further, but was interrupted by a glance from Panin, who then shooed Qi Luo away to join the others in celebrating their victory, leaving only herself and V behind. Qi Luo, lost in a daze among the crowd, occasionally cast her eyes towards the distance where Panin and V were still engaged in conversation. At that moment, Sol and the others approached. What is the situation with you and V? Qi Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment. How should I put this? Never mind. You young ones can sort it out yourselves. But I must warn you, do not let Panin down. She has never placed such trust in anyone before. The elders remarked with a sense of nostalgia, patting Qi Luo on the shoulder before wandering off to drink and boast. Sighing, Qi Luo absent-mindedly sipped her drink, her gaze fixed on V. As the saying goes, one may not be intoxicated by the drink, yet still become ensnared in a haze. Perhaps Qi Luo's heart was reluctant to confront the intense scene unfolding before her. Before long, she succumbed to the embrace of sleep, drifting off until midday the following day. Upon awakening, Qi Luo opened her eyes. What the hell? At that moment, she found herself lying in an empty room of the Body Grand Hotel. The bed beneath her seemingly salvaged from some forsaken place, and quite filthy. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Rubbing her eyes and taking in her surroundings once more to confirm her perception, she could not suppress an exclamation. What on earth? What is happening? Her mind was still in a state of confusion as she glanced to her left at the peacefully sleeping V and then to her right at Panin, who was glaring at her with a puffed-up expression, leaving her to wonder if she might still be dreaming. He instinctively pinched his thigh, a sharp pain causing him to suck in a breath. This was no dream. Panin? Qi Luo asked, his voice filled with confusion. What, are you dissatisfied? Should I leave right now? Panin rolled her eyes. Though her tone lacked anger, Qi Luo could sense the underlying grievance and dissatisfaction. No. Qi Luo quickly embraced Panin. I just find it hard to believe. At that moment, V awoke, rubbing her eyes, still drowsy. Good morning, She glanced at Qi Luo, then at Panin, suddenly realizing something. Her face flushed crimson. Panin sighed and sat up. Last night, I had a long conversation with V. She mentioned she didn't want to jeopardize our relationship, but I could see that she truly likes you. She turned to V, her gaze intricate, adding, moreover, V is significant to me as well. Not to mention, you also have feelings for her, even nearly before I did. Panin waved her hand, choosing not to elaborate further. Qi Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. I didn't anticipate this. Panin suddenly leaned closer to Qi Luo's face, her expression menacing. I warn you, if it's just V, that's one thing, but if there are others. She clenched her fist. You will undoubtedly regret it. Qi Luo quickly raised his hands in surrender. I swear, there's absolutely no one else. Only then did Panin relax her fist, smiling at both of them. In any case, things won't be boring from here on, will they? V and Qi Luo exchanged bashful smiles, their gazes lowered. Panin, amused by their demeanor, stretched languidly. All right, I suppose you two have matters to discuss? I'll take my leave and assist downstairs. Without waiting for a response, she exited the room, leaving Qi Luo and V locked in a silent stare on the bed. As Panin's footsteps faded down the corridor, a subtle tension enveloped the room. V's gaze bore into Qi Luo's eyes, causing her heart to race, their breaths echoing clearly in the stillness. Qi Luo finally spoke, as if steeling herself, her hand reaching up to caress V's cheek. About that night at the camp, V felt a tightening in her throat, memories rushing back to that evening 2 weeks prior when her lips had been mere inches from his, only to be interrupted by the drunken Mitch. I thought you had forgotten, she said, her voice slightly hoarse. Qi Luo looked up at her. How could I forget? Her words trailed off as V leaned closer, their lips brushing against each other. The force of their collision elicited a muffled gasp from both. Before they surrendered to the long-suppressed feelings, their lips entwining passionately. As V's back sank into the grimy mattress, Qi Luo's hand hovered just above the zipper. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their entwined forms, while distant laughter and conversation from below faintly reached their ears. Yet, these sounds did not disrupt them. Neither wished to halt the long-awaited kiss and the overwhelming emotions that surged forth. Time seemed to lose meaning, and eventually, they parted, both faces adorned with expressions of blissful contentment. After a moment of shared gaze, Qi Luo recalled something and softly inquired, I nearly forgot, where is Silverhand? V smiled at him reassuringly. Do not worry, I would not allow him to witness this scene. He is comfortably residing within the watch you gifted me. Just before she was set to depart for London for treatment, Qi Luo had presented her with a watch, which she had yet to retrieve from her pocket. This watch was a bespoke consciousness projection device designed for Johnny Silverhand, utilizing the relic technology and holographic projection techniques that Qi Luo had mastered. Once activated, Silverhand's consciousness would be awakened and projected nearby through holography. This ingenious idea struck Qi Luo upon learning of V's intent to retain Johnny's consciousness. Silverhand himself had no objections, believing that following this group of youngsters would undoubtedly provide ample entertainment, as long as he was not confined by the corporation. Chapter 75. Capitalist Qi Luo. Upon learning that everything had proceeded smoothly, Qi Luo exhaled a sigh of relief and urged V to rest well, while he stepped out to attend to business. You finally emerged? I assumed you would remain in your room all day, he remarked upon arriving on the first floor, where he encountered Panin, who was directing the bustling crowd. Upon noticing Qi Luo, she scoffed and did not spare him a tongue lashing. Qi Luo hastily approached to offer her comfort, successfully calming her emotions. Panin, no longer harassing him, looked at him earnestly and said, Qi Luo, remember this. If you dare to betray me, I shall not let you off easily. Qi Luo gazed at the woman with deep sympathy, inwardly marveling at his fortunate circumstances. The aggrieved expression on Panin's face was unmistakably genuine, and it would require both his efforts and the passage of time to gradually soothe her distress. At the very least, he resolved to put forth additional effort that very evening. Thus, Qi Luo spent a rare moment of tranquility amidst their blissful life together. During this interlude, he made a call to Allison to elucidate the situation regarding the Voodoo Gang, which elicited astonishment from the cyber monitoring department. They had not anticipated that Qi Luo would not only fulfill his promises, but would also decisively incapacitate the Voodoo Gang without any assistance from the cyber monitoring agency. Consequently, his significance within the company was elevated yet again. Completed commission, elimination of the Voodoo Gang, commission reward, none, received additional reward, mind modification technology, knowledge reward, computational optimization technology. Subsequently, he relocated his base to the Body Grand Hotel and, with his own 500,000 and family savings, procured a nanorobot production line. He uploaded the blueprints for his homemade robots and arranged for the procurement of materials, officially commencing his preliminary mass production plan. As for the remaining Haitians in Taiping State and the remnants of the Voodoo Gang, many of whom had not participated in the last battle for various reasons or had narrowly escaped death, they were now exposed under the watchful gaze of the sea god, hunted down by the forces of Adecado. However, after deliberation with Pannin, Qi Luo chose to let these individuals go. On one hand, they had shown a remarkable sense of pragmatism, entirely relinquishing any resistance in hopes of simply continuing to survive. On the other hand, he was indeed short on manpower. To ensure his peace of mind in employing these individuals, Qi Luo considered Judy's sex doll chip technology. Coincidentally, it had been a month since the acquisition of Cloudtop. He approached Evelyn, receiving his dividend of 200,000 euros, along with the first batch of 100 sex doll chips. Cloudtop, now managed jointly by Evelyn and Maiko, was flourishing. The nearby Tiger Claw gang had been restrained by Yamamoto Shigekuni, never daring to disturb the peace. These were exceptionally comfortable days for the sex dolls, who had always lived in hell. Naturally, they were deeply grateful to Qi Luo for bringing about this change, with many subtly hinting that they could provide him with complimentary services, all of which Qi Luo sternly refused while massaging his lower back. In any case, after retrieving the sex doll chips, Qi Luo iterated on Judy's original version, creating a divine artifact for the natives of Pacifica, Yuri-controlled chip, in addition to possessing the original workstate capabilities of the sex doll chip. It also includes the skill-loading capabilities developed by Judy, and most importantly, the mind assimilation capabilities developed by Qi Luo. Thanks to Qi Luo's recently acquired mind-altering technology, he successfully added a special function to this chip. Over time, this function would cause the implanted individual to increasingly trust Qi Luo, subconsciously obey all his commands, and involuntarily safeguard Qi Luo's interests. The chip's mind assimilation capabilities deepened progressively over time. Qi Luo had tested it. Generally, those implanted with the chip harbored no detrimental thoughts towards him after about a week. In approximately a month, they would be devoted to him. Consequently, the more capable elders of Pacifica were honored to be the first recipients of the Yuri chip. Qi Luo informed them that it was a specially adapted sex toy chip that would automatically load combat programs derived from military technology training chips during battles, significantly augmenting their fighting prowess. These individuals, not being particularly formidable to begin with, did not vehemently object upon hearing the chip's purported function. Qi Luo smoothly acquired 100 loyal subordinates. As for those who had yet to receive a chip, they observed that their chipped comrades were not only treated well, but Qi Luo also provided them with favorable conditions, eliciting envy. Presumably, the installation process would proceed even more smoothly when the next batch of chips arrived. Thus, during this period, Qi Luo and Panam, along with the Aldecados, undertook numerous endeavors, thoroughly consolidating their control over Pacifica. By this time, those in the city with access to reliable information were already aware that Pacifica had changed hands. Qi Luo even received numerous calls from intermediaries or small gangs, all seeking to negotiate collaborations and gauge his stance. Qi Luo was largely indiscriminate in accepting these overtures. Regarding the various jobs and commissions they offered, laden with tentative intentions, he merely glanced at each one, and if it was feasible, he would pass it on to Panam, who would delegate it to appropriate members of the clan. In regard to this lifestyle, the residents of Adecado find themselves exceedingly comfortable. In the past, they toiled in harsh conditions, often having to seek out work themselves, and the meager allocations from their families would dwindle when the market was unfavorable. Who could have imagined that upon arriving at Taiping Island, they would be met with an abundance of tasks and limitless financial opportunities? Consequently, their faith in the leadership of Qi Luo and Pannin deepened, and even the elders who had previously been wholly devoted to Seoul now fully acknowledged these two young leaders. The execution of their commands faced no further hindrances. However, there were times when they found Qi Luo rather peculiar. For reasons unbeknownst to them, Qi Luo established a rule whereby all commissions and tasks were to be registered under his name, which would then be distributed among the members of the family. Qi Luo explained that this was for their safety, asserting that should any inquiries arise, it would be said that the tasks were assigned by the chief of Taiping Island. Anyone seeking trouble would have to consider the repercussions. Furthermore, Qi Luo assured them that the earnings would still belong to them, with no deductions, and those who performed exceptionally well might even receive additional rewards. Thus, they chose to overlook this matter. Although they felt Qi Luo's reasoning was somewhat tenuous, they acknowledged his good intentions. It was merely an additional procedure, nothing to be concerned about. Thus, the sequence unfolded as follows. Qi Luo received the commission, confirmed his ability to undertake it, subsequently transferred it to Panin, who then distributed it among the tribe members, culminating in the completion of the task. Qi Luo obtained dual rewards from both the employer and the system, allocating one share to himself and another to his kin. Indeed, the despicable and shameless Qi Luo ultimately trod the path of the capitalists he once scorned. His diligent workers eagerly fulfilled the commission, reaping profits that were shared equally between the employer and the system, with additional knowledge rewards provided by the latter. Qi Luo sat at home, as wealth rained down upon him, leaving him in a state of blissful bewilderment. Reclining on his bed, he gazed at his bountiful harvest, gently massaging his cheeks that had grown numb from days of incessant smiling. With Panin in one arm and V in the other, his heart echoed a singular thought, sheer delight, and they ought to express their gratitude to him. Chapter 76. The burden of excessive wealth. However, as the saying goes, extremes lead to reversals, and in recent days, Qi Luo and his companions encountered some difficulties. The nanotherapy robots he had developed finally achieved mass production, and after confirming their efficacy, he promptly arranged for Panin and V to undergo treatment, thoroughly resolving their ailments. This also yielded a reward for the completion of the commission. Commission completed, addressing V's issues. Reward: cloning technology. Qi Luo was momentarily taken aback by the technology awarded this time. Having previously amassed ample technical knowledge due to the contributions of his diligent workers and the system's bounty, he had been awaiting the elusive cloning technology, thinking he would have to be patient a while longer. However, it seems that certain matters can now be brought forward. I haven't given it much thought for the moment. Subsequently, Qi Luo administered a course of treatment to each of the Adecados, which significantly increased their success rate in completing assignments. The small arms fire on the streets posed little threat to the Adecados, who had their own personal physicians within them. You thought I was dead? Nay, I live again, and with a single shot, I'll send you to your grave. Does that vex you? Qi Luo designed the robots with packaging similar to the nanotherapeutic injections sold on the market, and then weakened them into two versions. The weaker one he named the Huatua Extended Medical Injection, and the stronger one was called the Shinnong Extended Medical Center. Huatua Extended Medical Injection cost 500 eddies, price 5,000 eddies. A single injection is effective for 1 week. It does not repair complex trauma such as nerve damage, but it has an extremely strong and rapid healing ability for external injuries. Shinnong Extended Medical Center cost 800 eddies, price 30,000 eddies. A single injection takes effect within 1 month. It has a stronger external injury repair capability than Huatua, but its main focus is on the treatment and suppression of complex trauma. With Qi Luo's meticulous adjustments, it would take 12 injections of Shinnong to completely cure top-tier nerve damage like Panam's. However, its ability to treat even the sequelae of cyberpsychosis is already terrifying enough. Then, he discussed it with V and Silverhand, and had Silverhand directly approach Rogue to have a heart-to-heart, asking her to help promote these injections within the mercenary circles. Certainly, the manner of their meeting felt somewhat awkward, yet Rogue, the foremost sycophant of the Silver Hand, despite his verbal disparagement, still lent them a helping hand. Rumors had long circulated within the mercenary circles about the group of vagabonds who had overthrown the Voodoo Gang, and during their time in Peaceful Island, they had been feverishly accepting commissions with astonishing success and survival rates. The mercenaries were utterly perplexed as to how this group had achieved such remarkable feats. However, when they inquired with Adecado and his companions, the latter remained tight-lipped, as if their mouths were glued shut. Now, under Rogue's persuasion, they finally grasped the reason. Damn, I knew their survival rate was so high for a reason. I must have a share of that. They were incredulous, wondering how these impoverished vagabonds had the expertise to produce such exceptional goods. I want some too. One mercenary, observing the throng clamoring around Claire to purchase the syringes, raised his concerns. Don't you think this seems unreliable? It's not produced by a reputable company, and it doesn't come cheap, yet you're all eager to buy? The others nearby shot him disdainful glances, retorting, well, if you don't want to buy, then don't. The supply is still limited. If you don't buy, we'll just stock up more for ourselves. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Claire, do give me a share as well. Such occurrences initially transpired only in niche venues like the Rebirth Bar. However, as Qi Luo's funds accumulated, he procured several pieces of equipment and established a production workshop for injections and typings. Consequently, The scale of injection production expanded further, prompting him to formally establish a company. The Sonhouse Student Group, which, along with its remarkable injections, entered the public eye, from bars to illicit clinics and the black market. The fervent sales of this injection quickly attracted the attention of major corporations. Is that injection truly your creation? Abernathy was the first to call, astonished, as she recalled that not long ago, this man was merely a clever mercenary. Indeed, is there a problem? Qi Luo replied, glancing at his account balance, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Abernathy, on the other end, fell silent for a moment. Have you considered joining Wangzaka? Our compensation will undoubtedly surpass what you receive in that small place. Forget it. I have grown accustomed to my freedom. Very well. But do not say I did not warn you. Wangzaka has set its sights on your product, and action will ensue soon. Furthermore, to my knowledge, military technology, biotechnology, and Zeta technology have also expressed interest in you. So joining us would be your best option, Abernathy whispered. Thank you for the warning, but I have my own plans. With that, he hung up the phone, sitting in the command room of the hotel, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. In light of this situation, he could only express a sense of inevitability. It is well known that in the realm of cyberpunk, corporations are notorious for their unscrupulous tactics and for his modest enterprise, which produces in-demand products. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are not merely coveting them, but rather, they are determined to possess them. Moreover, the methods employed by these individuals in corporate warfare are rather straightforward. They initiate with a proper business strategy, competitor analysis, defamation, and manipulation of public opinion. Should these tactics prove ineffective, they resort to outright corporate conflict, where the strongest prevails. Thus, Qi Luo possesses a lucid understanding of his current predicament. 1. For the time being, he must confine his operations within Night City. Due to the regulations of the city, heavy artillery is forbidden within its confines. Additionally, both Arasaka and military technology are wary of igniting another corporate war, ensuring that as long as he remains in the city, they will not deploy their most formidable forces against him. 2. The pace of growth must be tempered. Accruing excessive profits can be detrimental, merely serving to amplify the insatiable greed of those corporate giants. 3. Strengthening his own influence is imperative. The current workforce comprises only the Haitians and a handful of Adcarians, totaling fewer than 500, insufficient to withstand even a few volleys, necessitating the recruitment of additional personnel. 4. Merely amassing numbers is inadequate. The quality of his forces must also improve. To this end, the establishment of their own military factory is required. As for technology, Qi Luo finds himself abundantly supplied in that regard. With these considerations in mind, Qi Luo resolved to take action promptly, seeking out Sol. Since stepping down from his leadership role, Sol had been preoccupied with tasks and boasting, appearing to be in a markedly better mood than before. His previously furrowed brow now considerably relaxed. How curious that a busy person like you would think to seek me out, haha? As Sol approached Qi Luo, his smile became even more pronounced. During this time, he had observed the development of the family and felt immense satisfaction with his wise decision to yield to Qi Luo. I have something to discuss with you. Would you care to join me at my place? Qi Luo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sol nodded, and the two made their way to the command room. What is the matter? You seem rather serious. Have you encountered some trouble? Sol inquired, noticing the solemn expression on Qi Luo's face. There is indeed a bit of trouble. That is why I have come to seek your assistance. What sort of trouble? I assure you, if it is within my capacity, I will certainly help. Sol promised. Qi Luo nodded and continued. The sales of the injections are going smoothly. But you are likely aware of the unscrupulous nature of those corporate hounds. They have set their sights on us. At this, Sol was taken aback, his smile fading. I should have anticipated it. Those scoundrels are like sharks sensing blood. No matter how far they are, they will swim over for a taste. Do you have a plan? Well, I believe we are still understaffed. I would like you to discuss with Adecado and the remaining tribes. Encourage them to join us, Qi Luo said, looking at Sol with calm determination. Chapter 77, Qi Luo and Adecado. As one of the oldest nomadic families, Adecado is certainly not limited to the few hundred people led by Sol. Pannon had informed Qi Luo that their group was merely a tribe subordinate to the Adecado family, and that there were still dozens of Adecado tribes scattered throughout New America, collectively numbering over 20,000. Albeit living in rather unfortunate conditions. Thus, in the current situation where additional manpower was needed, Qi Luo immediately thought of this group of Adecado people who still wandered aimlessly. Consequently, he sought out Sol, who was still in contact with them, hoping to attempt to reunite everyone. Very well, I shall reach out to them and inform you once I have news. Rest assured, their circumstances are not vastly different from ours. I will persuade them. Sol reflected for a moment before nodding. He also believed it to be a viable plan, and his emotional ties to the Adecado made him particularly invested in this endeavor, prompting him to arrange the necessary communications without delay. Meanwhile, Qi Luo remained industrious, utilizing this time to contemplate the technologies at his disposal, assessing which might be suitable for enhancing the combat capabilities of his people. After meticulous scrutiny, he ultimately selected several appropriate technologies for modification: powered armor, individual full-body protective gear, heavy assault rifles, electromagnetic railguns, and miniature missile launchers. His intention was to create a pivotal trump card with a squadron of powered armor, which was rarely seen in Night City, when they found themselves unable to resist. This powered armor team would spring into action unexpectedly, yielding remarkable results in the urban battlefield of Night City. Moreover, the protective gear and firearms are standard equipment, complemented by the aerial vehicles of Zeta Technologies' Atlas and Surveyor models that he intends to procure. He is confident that, during the initial phases of localized skirmishes, his side will not find itself at a significant disadvantage. Following a period of silence, Thor approached Qi Luo, informing him that the majority of tribes had acquiesced to his vision. This was soon followed by a family assembly involving the entire Adecado clan, where a proposal for the clan's relocation to Night City was approved. Qi Luo participated in this assembly, during which he showcased the current developmental momentum of his faction, alongside future plans and awaiting technologies that captivated the remaining tribes. This enthusiasm led to the passage of a second proposal, appointing Qi Luo as the Grand Patriarch of the entire Adecado collective. This unexpected development was both surprising and yet entirely reasonable. The plight of the Adecado clan over the years is starkly evident from their dwindling numbers. Once the first nomadic family established in the 1990s, they boasted hundreds of thousands at their zenith, yet now only 20,000 remain scattered across various territories. Beyond the factors of warfare, ineffective leadership and a lack of direction have contributed to their decline. Thus, Qi Luo emerged as the true leader of the Adecado, and according to their traditional customs, his full name should now be Qi Luo Adecado. However, to him, this title is merely nominal, as sustaining such a multitude is no easy task, compelling him to devise ways to generate greater wealth. However, what holds paramount importance at present is not this. These individuals are scattered at varying distances from Night City, and it is anticipated that it will take a fortnight for them all to arrive. 2 weeks is a rather awkward time frame for Qi Luo. He has already received overtures and threats from major corporations such as Junkie and Zeta. If the duration extends, it is likely that they will have been thoroughly plundered by the giants. If it is shortened, he may not have sufficient time to prepare. Yet, even this span proves inadequate. 2 weeks is insufficient for him to select the technology he desires, particularly to mass-produce the power armor. Consequently, Qi Luo conceived a bold idea. After dispatching the selected technology to Panin for production arrangements, he sought out V, who had already joined the Adecado family. V, there's a significant undertaking ahead. Just the two of us. Are you interested? Qi Luo said enigmatically to V. V, intrigued, inquired, what grand task? Are you planning to blow up the Arasaka Tower? Oh, so you've been infected by Silverhand's audacity, have you? I am actually intending to pay a visit to our good neighbors, Qi Luo replied. Neighbors? You mean Dogtown? After a moment of contemplation, V suddenly grasped the implication. Qi Luo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have my eyes set on their business and equipment. Coincidentally, Hansen has also reached out to me. He has previously collaborated with the Voodoo Boys on matters concerning the network and now wishes to gauge our capabilities. What do you intend to do? Don't tell me you plan to annihilate Dogtown with just the two of us. Even if we enlisted everyone from the family, it would be a Herculean task. V looked at Qi Luo with an expression that seemed to say he was courting death. No, no, no. This time, the objective is something different, a stealth operation. I am to perform a minor operation for Hansen. Qi Luo's smile became increasingly sinister, causing V's scalp to prickle, prompting him to deliver a punch. You truly resemble a villain in this, guise, so what shall we do? I am not adept at surgery. Accompany me to meet Hansen, and simply act as my bodyguard. We shall address the rest as it unfolds. He smiled mysteriously, then sent Hansen a message to arrange a meeting 2 days hence, before taking V to prepare. 2 days later, At the Gem Blue Hotel in Dogtown, V questioned, "Are you certain this will work? I handled the voodoo gang in this manner. Trust me, let's proceed," Qi Luo replied with a grin. At that moment, the two had already met with Hansen, who had extended several tentative collaboration invitations to Qi Luo. After deftly navigating the conversation, he was ushered out. Subsequently, he took V to capture two unfortunate souls, employing synchronized face panels to alter their appearances. Gradually, they infiltrated the Gem Blue building once more under the guise of the Phantom Hounds, with Qi Luo's objective being the kingpin of Dogtown, Kurt Hansen. Dogtown is a unique enclave within Night City and, indeed, all of New America. It was originally a war zone. In 2070, Hansen, still entrenched in military technology, led the Phantom Hound Brigade in defiance of a retreat order from above, transforming this territory into an impenetrable citadel, which he named Dogtown. In the present day, Dogtown stands as a formidable stronghold within the Night City, a realm where major corporations find it exceedingly challenging to penetrate. Its primary dealings in arms have resulted in an abundance of heavy firepower and oversized weaponry. Despite Night City's ostensible prohibition on heavy artillery, Qi Luo believes that when it comes to military might, Dogtown, under the leadership of Hansen, could confidently claim the second position. No one else would dare to assert the first. However, should the corporations provoke him, his confidence would quickly wane. Thus, in dire need of arming his own, Qi Luo has set his sights on this tempting prize. Yet, one must ponder whether Hansen's situation is vastly different. His previous collaboration with the Voodoo Boys stemmed from a lack of suitable hacking prowess on his part. However, after recently encountering a pair of hacker siblings, his perspective on the Voodoo Boys has begun to shift. This change in attitude also colors his view of the new neighbors who have eliminated the Voodoo Boys. Therefore, regardless of Qi Luo's intentions, it is only a matter of time before Hansen takes action against this seemingly weak new faction. Chapter 78. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. The Gem Tower consists of 99 floors, and while Qi Luo is aware that Hansen resides within, he remains oblivious to the specific floor or location of his abode. Hence, the first task for the duo infiltrating the Gem Tower is to don false identities and engage in casual conversation to extract information. Their efforts are not in vain, as thanks to the remarkable simulation capabilities of their disguise technology and their acting skills, no one doubts their intentions. They are merely perceived as two naive admirers of Colonel Hansen's curiosity. Consequently, they successfully acquire intelligence regarding Hansen's residence, located on the 90th floor of the Gem Tower. Regrettably, as the undisputed emperor of Dogtown, Colonel Hansen places great importance on his personal security. The 90th floor, along with the 2 floors above and below it, is heavily guarded, with only senior members of the Netherhounds granted access to these levels. What to do? V and Qi Luo found an isolated corner to deliberate on their forthcoming plan. Qi Luo initially believed that the fewer people who were privy to their intentions, the better. Moreover, Mr. Hans, the intermediary from Peaceful Isle, absolutely must not be informed of his plans. Thus, he refrained from seeking the intermediary's assistance in acquiring information from Hansen. Now he understood why others preferred to rely on them for such tasks. Possessing intelligence was indeed exhilarating, unlike the present situation where he had to devise a strategy on the spot. First, they needed to secure the monitoring room on the 60th floor, from which they could assess Hansen's arrangements and make further decisions. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Luo proposed the most prudent solution. The surveillance systems here were connected to offline servers, necessitating an offline connection to control the monitoring system. V nodded in agreement. Given our current identities, we cannot take the elevator to the monitoring room. Can you manage the elevator? Qi Luo remained silent, casting her a sidelong glance. He then led her to the elevator, instructing V to shield the elevator's camera with her body. Utilizing his tools, he dismantled the elevator's control panel, and after establishing a personal connection, he swiftly gained access to the system. Thus, the duo ascended to the 60th floor, where most areas remained in a state of disrepair, save for a few rooms up ahead that had been converted into a monitoring room. As Qi Luo initiated the operation, he cast a glance at the area. Although this zone was strictly under militarized management, the Dogtown and its spectral canine soldiers had not faced a crisis in a considerable time. This comfort had led to human complacency, a sentiment that also resonated with these soldiers. The monitoring room housed 8 personnel, ideally one assigned to each section of surveillance. However, 7 of them were engrossed in idle chatter and card games, leaving only one lonely soldier, seemingly ostracized, to attend to the monitors. This negligence provided an opportunity for Qi Luo. He gestured to V, who understood and nodded in acknowledgement. The two approached the monitoring room from opposite sides. As Qi Luo counted down, 3, 2, 1, the signal was given, and they sprang into action simultaneously. Qi Luo activated bullet time, while V employed an automatic injector to administer adrenaline, unleashing the power of the Krenzikov. A flurry of motion ensued. The solitary monitor barely registered the gust of wind behind him before darkness enveloped him, his neck snapped and body collapsing to the ground. His 7 companions met a similar fate, departing this world in unison. At least they would not have to face the journey alone, right? Having dealt with this group, Qi Luo seamlessly connected to the surveillance system, locating the cameras on the 90th floor and 2 additional levels, successfully acquiring intelligence on the guard stationed across these 3 floors. What now? V inquired, her excitement palpable. It had been far too long since she had engaged in such action, and she felt invigorated once more. The familiar thrill had returned. Qi Luo furrowed her brows tightly. There were 20 individuals on each of the 2 levels, and the patrol routes had been meticulously arranged. Although the surveillance had been rendered ineffective by us, there remained sentinels guarding the posts, and a laser security net enveloped the exterior of the floors. Furthermore, there were drones on patrol, controlled by hackers. Should they be compromised, detection would be inevitable. To access the 90th floor, one must traverse one of these layers. As the elevator could not reach it, entry could only be achieved through those checkpoints. V's expression fell, tinged with disappointment. Did that mean there was little hope? Would they simply retreat? There is a somewhat perilous approach. Would you care to attempt it? Qi Luo pondered, tilting her head as she inquired of V. Instantly, V perked up. Dangerous? How perilous? Is it comparable to my experience at the Indigo Tower? Well, roughly so, Qi Luo replied calmly with a nod, prompting V to hesitate momentarily. However, she ultimately resolved with a firm stomp. Damn it. In the elevator, Qi Luo turned to V and whispered, remember, you are merely a decoy. Just feign a bit of fear when the time comes. Refrain from speaking, and I shall handle the guards' inquiries. V, clad in a high-slit evening gown sourced from within the building and sporting altered hair and appearance, replied, understood, that's simple enough. But you, do not give yourself away. Rest assured. Chime. The elevator reached the 89th floor. Qi Luo escorted V out, only to immediately encounter 2 guards who typically monitored the elevator. Upon witnessing the emergence of 2 individuals from the elevator, their eyes widened with astonishment, one of them filled with perplexity. Colonel? Did you not return to your quarters? They inquired of Qi Luo. In their gaze, the Colonel Hansen, portrayed by Qi Luo, exuded an air of authority. His visage devoid of any semblance of unease, his gait steady and composed. He flawlessly emulated Hansen's lofty demeanor, a skill honed from his own experiences as a leader. Trailing closely behind him was V, feigning the role of an accompanying aide, both understated and captivating, her steps light, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety in the face of the armed soldiers. Earlier, during his discourse with Hansen, Qi Luo had adeptly observed his behavioral traits, which now proved invaluable. With Hansen's countenance, he addressed the soldiers beside him. What? Must I file a report on whether I shall return? His tone was frigid, imbued with a hint of lethal intent, causing the 2 to shudder and hastily salute. Apologies, Colonel. I shall keep my silence. Stand guard properly. Should I catch you slacking again? Qi Luo's narrowed gaze and the menacing undertone in his voice sent another tremor through the 2. Had they been discovered in their idleness? Damned if they were. Colonel, they attempted to conjure excuses, but a mere glance from Qi Luo forced their words back. There shall be no second chances, understood? Yes. Disregarding the 2 unfortunate souls idling at work, Qi Luo, accompanied by V, passed by the patrolling team who had observed the earlier scene from a distance. At this moment, they appeared to have learned their lesson, refraining from obstructing Qi Luo and his companion. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they arrived at the checkpoint necessary for entering the 90th floor, where the guards were notably more vigilant. Upon spotting Qi Luo and V, one guard hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Colonel, this is... One of them cautiously inquired about V's identity while scrutinizing Hansen. Qi Luo furrowed his brow, exuding an air of authority. Step aside. This is not your concern. His voice resonated with a deep intensity, emanating an overwhelming presence. The chilling aura that enveloped him instilled a sense of dread in the questioning guard, causing him to falter and instinctively retreat. Nevertheless, he maintained his diligence, albeit with diminished conviction, stating, "But, you mentioned that everyone passing through here must verify their identity." Qi Luo's mind raced as he feigned impatience. "Look at her. Do you truly believe she poses a threat to me?" The guard was taken aback, glancing at V, and then, as if comprehension dawned upon him, he stammered, a companion?" Qi Luo remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze in his direction, seemingly affirming the guard's assumption. Chapter 79. The operation completed. Seeing Hansen's silence, the guard realized that his conjecture was likely correct, although the gaze directed at him sent a chill down his spine. He mustered the courage to continue. "Colonel, she still needs." Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Luo's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly seized the guard's neck with a mechanical hand, demanding, "What does she need?" "I said get lost. Are you deaf?" Cough, ahem. "I understand." With the immense strength of the mechanical grip constricting his throat and lifting him off the ground, the guard struggled in midair, his legs flailing as he grasped at Qi Luo's hand, managing to utter a few words. Only then did Qi Luo release him. "Remember, I do not relish repeating orders. Do you understand?" Qi Luo surveyed the surroundings, his voice imbued with a palpable authority that intensified the earlier scene, causing several nearby guards to instinctively step back, nodding in compliance without a second thought. Their edges had long been dulled by Hansen's prolonged reign. When faced with Hansen's intimidation, any thought of resistance was utterly absent. Calm attribute upgrade. Current calmness 8. Self-enhancement reward. Free attribute point 1. Free attribute point used. Current calmness 9. Subsequently, Qi Luo and V passed through the final checkpoint. As each guard noticed his approach, they instinctively cleared a path, opening the door leading to the 90th floor. Upon entering the 90th floor, V, having scanned the area and found no other enemies, sighed in relief, casting an admiring glance at Qi Luo. "You're acting. I believe you could be a star in the realm of dreams." Qi Luo cast a humorous glance at her companion and inquired, "What? Are you planning to join me in filming?" With a playful punch from V, the two refrained from further banter, turning their focus to the task at hand. The 90th floor served as Hansen's abode. Here, apart from the surveillance equipment, there were no other presences. The duo, having gained control over the entire monitoring system, strolled nonchalantly, their sounds absorbed by Qi Luo's sound-absorbing module. "This is the place. What's next?" Upon arriving at a door, V halted, awaiting Qi Luo's instructions. Nodding, Qi Luo replied, "I need to perform a procedure. I lack the energy to be vigilant. Just keep watch for me." "All right, but by the way, what exactly is this procedure you intend to undertake?" V inquired, curiosity piqued. "Hee. Do you remember those Haitians back home?" "I do. They are quite obedient now." "What about it?" "What you don't know is that their compliance stems from the Yuri chip I implanted." Qi Luo smiled mysteriously. V paused, taken aback. "Yuri? Isn't that the sexual companionship developed by Judy? It merely possesses combat capabilities at best. I have modified it. The current chip erodes one's consciousness, instilling a mental imprint of compliance to commands. Do you understand what that implies?" "What?" V exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively raising her voice. Fortunately, the sound-absorbing module remained operational. "So your chip enables them to subconsciously heed your commands?" V asked, still somewhat incredulous. Qi Luo nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I have come here to equip Hansen with this device. For his sake, I have upgraded the chip recently. And now the Yuri Type 2 operates with 2 chips in tandem, significantly accelerating the conversion of thoughts." Upon hearing his words, V appeared hesitant, her gaze lingering on him. Qi Luo was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended her implication. "Rest assured, I would never employ such a thing against my own," he reassured her. "Using it on them is solely for the sake of our safety." V's thoughts were rather predictable, based on her actions during the legal battle against the Perales couple. She was notably incensed by Night Corp's covert brainwashing of the Perales. Qi Luo was, in essence, engaged in a similar endeavor. For someone like V, who possessed a rare moral compass in the cyberpunk realm, such actions felt somewhat beyond the pale. Nevertheless, Qi Luo harbored no concerns. Having communicated openly with V for an extended period, he was well aware of her character. As anticipated, she sighed, "All right. As long as you do not use it for nefarious purposes. Fear not. You know the type of person I am," he replied. For Qi Luo, if it weren't for the relentless pressure from those corporations, compelling them to urgently arm their personnel, he would not have considered provoking Hansen. Yet, having resolved to do so, he acknowledged the intricate web of connections Hansen possessed along with his absolute dominion over his subordinates. This complexity led Qi Luo to decide to take the risk of implanting the chip in him, rather than orchestrating a puppet ascension after Mr. Hansen's demise. Akin to the original plot, the time and effort required for such an endeavor are excessively burdensome. He lacks both the urgency and the inclination to pursue it. After planting a gentle kiss on V, Qi Luo dismissed further thoughts and turned to enter Hansen's chamber. The self-proclaimed Emperor of Dogtown lay soundly asleep. Yet Qi Luo noted that even in slumber, he maintained a combat-ready posture, with a firearm poised at his side. Clearly, he was prepared for any assassination attempt. However, for Qi Luo, who moved without making a sound, these precautions proved futile. He donned a gas mask and retrieved a canister of ether spray that he had meticulously prepared, unleashing a generous dose towards the peacefully breathing Hansen, lulling him into a state of infantile slumber. This anesthetic alleviated any concerns regarding Hansen's potential awakening during the procedure, allowing for the seamless implantation of the chip. Once assured of its proper placement, Qi Luo meticulously sealed the incision, confident that the residual traces would be effortlessly managed by disposable nanobots. He then tidied his belongings and, alongside V, confidently navigated through the 89th floor, striding past the awestruck gazes of onlookers. A minor incident occurred as they descended in the elevator. The two could faintly overhear a few guards above engaged in conversation, speculating on how swiftly Hansen had succumbed, pondering whether he was indeed faltering. V could not suppress a laugh, playfully patting the visibly perturbed Hansen beside her in a gesture of comfort. Upon departing from Gemstone Green, the two reverted to their original forms and successfully exited the confines of Dogtown. Qi Luo, initially relieved to have brought V along as a precaution, noted that V appeared somewhat disinterested. Although this mission was exhilarating, the absence of a genuine confrontation left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Amused, Qi Luo remarked, "Enough of that. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Just don't back down when the time comes." "Are you joking?" "No. Wait, do you mean?" "Yes, I'm afraid war may not be far off. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so eager to deal with Hansen," he sighed. What follows now is a lengthy period of waiting. The Yuri 2 prototype designed by Qi Luo received favorable feedback on the third day. Hansen agreed to Qi Luo's proposal for an alliance and sent them a shipment of free munitions along with a squad of spectral hounds at their disposal. Meanwhile, the various corporations had not been idle. The biotech firm, after researching Hua Tuo and Shinong's syringes, launched a similar product. Although its performance was still far inferior, their overwhelming advertising led many unsuspecting citizens to opt for the products of the larger company, thereby affecting Qi Luo's sales. Then there were the companies of Huangban, Junki, and Zeta. They dispatched various numbers of corporate spies and special forces teams, attempting to infiltrate the headquarters of the exemplary student group, the Batty Grand Hotel, to steal the manufacturing technology of the syringes. Chapter 80. Meeting with Lai Xian in response to these provocations and threats, Qi Luo remained composed and did not act rashly. He summoned his clansmen back temporarily. Aside from dispatching a fully armed team of hellhounds for deliveries each day, everyone remained confined within the Grand Body Hotel, unable to venture outside. The advantage of this strategy was that they managed to eliminate all spies and agents sent against them without exception. However, the drawback was that this situation could not persist indefinitely. They could not remain in hiding forever. For these seasoned warriors accustomed to living on the edge, they would prefer to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the corporate hounds rather than endure such a humiliating existence. What? You claim we are also corporate hounds? We are a collective enterprise under the leadership of Social ZY, not one of those unscrupulous companies that exploit the populace. To return to the main topic, the reason Qi Luo issued such an order, besides awaiting the arrival of the remaining Attica members, was that he understood the necessity of demonstrating their strength and capabilities in the market to intimidate these companies and ensure stable development. Thus, he planned to create a significant disturbance during this period to give these corporations something to occupy themselves with. To this end, he contacted Abernaz from Huangban. "What is it? Or have you finally decided to join Huangban?" Abernaz's voice resonated through the phone. Qi Luo chuckled. "I wish to meet Lai Xian to discuss a business proposition." "What kind of business?" "I doubt Lai Xian would be interested in someone of your standing." Ibernacii displayed a hint of disdain. While the serum produced by Qi Luo was indeed impressive, it was hardly remarkable in the eyes of Arasaka. The ongoing competition merely reflected the covetous interests of a few high-ranking individuals, resulting in minor skirmishes. She certainly did not regard Qi Luo as possessing anything that would pique Lai Xian's interest. Have you forgotten something? Such as the video I provided you. Qi Luo reminded softly. Are you threatening me? Ibernacai's voice grew somber. She had not forgotten. Qi Luo had previously supplied her with incriminating evidence against Lai Xian, aimed at securing benefits from Yunding. Although this evidence was quite valuable, she had refrained from revealing it, opting instead to keep it as a trump card. Not at all. I merely wish to remind you that what I possess is undoubtedly of interest to Lai Xian. All you need to do is arrange a meeting with him, and I shall accompany you to discuss matters. Who knows? He might even reward you handsomely if he is pleased, Qi Luo stated nonchalantly. Ibernacai fell silent and eventually dropped a remark to await her notification before hanging up the phone. Qi Luo paid little mind to it and proceeded to make other arrangements. Her movements were swift, and that very evening, she received a message from Ibernacai confirming their meeting at her residence the following day, after which they would venture to Arasaka Tower to converse with Lai Xian. Consequently, Qi Luo sought out Pannin and V to share her plans for the next day and mentioned the potential collaboration with Lai Xian. Unsurprisingly, both expressed vehement opposition to the idea. Collaborate with the company? What were you thinking? Are you truly intent on following in Thor's footsteps? This is Pannin, Lai Xian. Are you considering an alliance with that ambitious individual who murdered his own father, consumed by the lust for power? What is the matter with you? V. Qi Luo, without surprise, stepped forward and gently urged them to remain calm. I believe it is essential to alter your perceptions of Lai Xian. Are you aware that he previously departed from Arasaka to establish an organization in Japan called the Iron Dragon? Qi Luo inquired, to which the other two nodded, indicating they had heard of it. Qi Luo continued. Do you know the purpose behind the establishment of this organization? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. Lai Xian is a revolutionary. He not only founded the Iron Dragon but also commands a following across the globe. His aim is to overthrow Arasaka. Qi Luo spoke softly of Lai Xian's endeavors. He believes that Arasaka, particularly its leader, Saburo Arasaka, his own father, has succumbed to an utterly unrealistic ideology. Allowing this to persist would result in the perpetual oppression of the lower classes by colossal corporations like Arasaka, leaving them forever unable to rise. Meanwhile, avaricious ambition like Saburo's could extend its life through technological means. In such a world, hope would be extinguished. Thus, he wishes to ignite himself as a flame, to incinerate all that Arasaka represents, and to offer the world a glimmer of hope. What? V and Pannin exclaimed in unison, astonished, but why? He could very well enjoy the fruits of his labor in peace. Indeed, he is determined to proceed, which is why I regard him as a revolutionary and a rare individual of integrity within the Arasaka family. This is also the reason I wish to collaborate with him. Unlike Silverhand, who would merely throw a nuclear bomb into the Arasaka Tower without causing substantial damage to the corporation, it would only entail spending money to reconstruct. However, what Lai Xian is attempting to do has the potential to genuinely transform this world. Qi Luo stated calmly, yet with a hint of aspiration. V and Pannin remained silent for a moment, before inquiring, but what motivates you? On one hand, I desire for him to escalate matters, thereby diverting the attention of other corporations away from us. On the other hand, don't you find this endeavor utterly fascinating? Qi Luo replied with a smile. While the considerations of profit played a significant role, Qi Luo was indeed seeking some amusement. Having addressed the issues concerning V and Pannin, he had been primarily occupied with family affairs or delving into technological research. The most exhilarating activity had been performing surgery on Hansen. To him, this had become rather monotonous. After all, how else would he find himself playing alongside V? None of the three were particularly inclined to remain idle. Upon hearing his response, both Pannin and V mirrored a similar reaction, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, genuine and hearty laughter. Indeed, watching those corporate dogs face defeat sounds immensely satisfying. So, have we reached an agreement? Yes, pursue your ambitions freely. We are all in support of you. Qi Luo and the two others reached a consensus. Initially intending to prepare something, he paused with a mischievous grin, placing a hand dramatically over his heart. This won't do. You both doubted me just now, and I am deeply hurt. It's a sadness that is quite difficult to soothe. This was followed by a flurry of playful banter among the three, culminating in the following morning when Qi Luo woke up, completely unclothed, from his slumber. He glanced at the two exhausted individuals beside him, equally unclothed. and smiled in reminiscence before bestowing gentle kisses upon them and rising to depart. Not long after, he arrived at the villa of Abernathy. After ringing the doorbell, he drove into the premises where Abernathy awaited him. Qi Luo cast a glance in her direction before alighting from the vehicle to accompany her, simultaneously activating the synchronized face panel. "What business do you have with Lai Xian? Are you still unable to disclose it to me?" Abernathy strolled ahead, seemingly casually broaching the topic. Qi Luo shrugged, "Not at the moment. Besides, have you truly contacted Arasaka Lai Xian?" Abernathy halted momentarily, her steps faltering. "What do you mean? Of course, I have contacted her. Why else would I reach out to you? Is that so? Then are the numerous robots and several mercenaries hidden within this villa here to extend me a warm welcome?" Qi Luo remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the woman. Chapter 81. The conclusion of Abernathy. Upon hearing Qi Luo's words, Abernathy came to a complete stop, falling into silence as she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the robots and mercenaries concealed throughout the rooms emerged, revealing themselves. Kaleoi's cybernetic eye scanned the area, 12 abandoned security robots, and 5 mercenaries. It appeared to be a small squad, well-equipped. "You truly spare no expense. Just to eliminate me?" At that moment, Ibanasu turned around. If not for the sensitivity of the situation, she would have deployed the company's agents long ago to obliterate the forces surrounding the Batty Hotel. Instead, she was forced to discreetly arrange a meeting to handle the matter herself. However, she did not underestimate Kaleoi, given the mercenaries' previously demonstrated prowess. She opted to take a risk, luring him out to eliminate him in one fell swoop. With her back against the robots, an air of arrogance enveloped her as she regarded Kaleoi, considering him already a dead man. "Blame yourself. You have pushed me to this point. Had you not mentioned that incident, you might have lived well, perhaps thriving under the auspices of Yunding." As she spoke, she feigned regret, shaking her head and gesturing to her bodyguards to advance and kill. Then, she retreated. "What a pity," Kaleoi mused, casting his gaze towards the concealed Ibanasu behind the wall. "Had our acquaintance been in its infancy, your tactics might have ensnared me. But now, before the mercenaries and robots could launch their assault, they were met with a blur, and Kaleoi vanished, taking refuge behind a wall. His cybernetic eye flickered, initiating an intrusion into the ranks of the guarding robots. "What is happening? Is that Xian Weistan? Why did you not mention this?" As a few mercenaries observed their target vanish without a trace, their immediate suspicion fell upon Xian Weistan, who promptly interrogated the bewildered Ibanasu. "Impossible. I have checked. There are no records of Xian Weistan having been installed." Ibanasu, equally perplexed, quickly regained her composure, a skill honed from years in high office. "It is pointless to dwell on this now. Do you not have hackers at your disposal? Quickly ascertain his whereabouts. I will not disperse payment until he is eliminated." The mercenaries exchanged grim glances, yet remained silent. One man settled onto the ground, determined to scour nearby surveillance for any sign of Qi Luo's escape. However, an abrupt mechanical sound echoed through the air as the security robots before them inexplicably halted, their ocular lights extinguishing. Before anyone could react, mere moments later, those lights reignited, albeit now focusing on them. "What? Damn it! Take cover!" At that instant, the leader of the mercenaries sensed impending doom and rolled behind cover. But the two teammates nearby were not so fortunate. The onslaught from 12 robots unleashed a relentless barrage, shredding their bodies like a meat grinder. Blood and cybernetic fragments scattering in every direction. "Curse it!" the leader shouted at the hacker among his companions. "Fry, disable those damned robots at once." The hacker, seated on the ground, had already initiated his actions, but cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "His skills are formidable. I cannot breach his defenses." A bullet struck precisely through the back of his skull. Before Fry could react, his life was extinguished. At that moment, Qi Luo emerged from the shadows, having just lowered his weapon, the deluge. The remaining 2 mercenaries, witnessing the scene, began to fire wildly in his direction, yet Qi Luo activated bullet time, along with his optical camouflage and sound dampening module, enabling him to navigate the hail of bullets like a specter. They fired in a full circle and then halted, the surroundings enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. To the left, the captain perceived a flicker of light, seemingly shifting, but as he called out, he witnessed his comrade's neck being snapped by Qi Luo, who then vanished once more. In despair, the captain tossed aside his weapon and raised his hands. "Wait. We can talk." Qi Luo's bullet silenced his plea. With the last adversary dispatched, he turned his gaze towards Abernathy, commanding the security robots to encircle her. While he approached, his eyes glinting with amusement, Abernathy sat collapsed on the ground, her expensive attire stained with blood and dust. As she watched Qi Luo advance, her voice trembled. Wait, we can collaborate. Yes, you still need me for Cloudtop. Qi Luo looked down upon her, disdain evident in his expression. Do you think I care? Those who betray me must face the consequences. With that, he raised the deluge, preparing to send her on her way. No. Lai Xian, I can help you arrange Lai Xian. Isn't that why you came? Abernathy, staring at the dark muzzle mere inches from her, realized Qi Luo's intentions and clung to the hope of proving her worth, her voice rising in desperate fervor. Indeed, it is quite useful. Upon hearing this, Qi Luo paused, lifting her hand momentarily, then mused for a while before responding. That can be arranged. You may go ahead and schedule it. Should you attempt any tricks, you shall face dire consequences. Rest assured, she replied, her spirits lifted as Qi Luo relented. Without delay, she dialed Lai Xian, arranging a time in front of Qi Luo. As the director of special operations in Night City, finding a plausible reason to meet Lai Xian was well within her capabilities. After finalizing the arrangement, Ibernasai hung up the phone and turned to Qi Luo, saying, It's settled. Lai Xian awaits me at the Hashizaka Tower. You may accompany me. With a slight smile, Qi Luo remarked, He is waiting for me, you know. Whoosh. In an instant, a shot rang out, and Ibernasai collapsed, her eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment and confusion. While her betrayal had taken Qi Luo by surprise, upon reflection, it was indeed within the realm of reason. This woman had been embroiled in the power struggles of the company for years. How could she allow Qi Luo to use the evidence of Lai Xian's patricide as leverage against her? Qi Luo recognized that perhaps he had been overly confident, relieved that no irreparable consequences had ensued. As for why he chose to eliminate her directly rather than allowing her to lead him to Hashizaka Tower to meet Lai Xian as she had presumed, Qi Luo had sensed something amiss the moment he spotted Ibernasai from the car. Thus, upon exiting the vehicle, he activated the facial synchronization device, which had already completed its process, enabling him to assume Ibernasai's appearance at will. The appointed time was merely hours away. Wasting no further time, Qi Luo transformed into Ibernasai's likeness, selected a suitable outfit from her wardrobe, and then drove her car away, heading towards Hashizaka Tower. As one of the few high-ranking officials in Night City, Ibunashi holds considerable influence. At least, Qi Luo encountered no insolent individuals on his way to the Arasaka Tower to visit Raisin. Only a few Arasaka agents were stationed outside Raisin's office, and after a thorough search yielded no abnormalities, they permitted him to enter. Thus, he was able to meet the revolutionary of the Arasaka family, Raisin Arasaka, without any hindrance. Raisin sat in his office, engrossed in some documents. Upon noticing Qi Luo's arrival, he nodded and gestured for him to take a seat. You mentioned you have important intelligence to report to me in person. What is it? Chapter 82, Raisin Arasaka, Part 1, Gazing at Raisin, who bore the appearance of a wealthy scion. Qi Luo smiled and presented him with a data chip. Take a look at this. Raisin accepted it, casting a brief glance at him before inserting it into his computer. Mere seconds later, his countenance darkened. He paused the playback and turned to Ibunashi. Speaking in a hushed tone, What are you trying to do? Threaten me? No, Qi Luo replied softly. I merely wish for you to remain calm for a moment. I need to talk to you. The chip contained undeniable evidence of Raisin's patricide. Qi Luo anticipated his current reaction, his voice gentle, the tone gradually shifting, revealing his true self before Raisin. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Qi Luo, the new master of Taiping Prefecture and the CEO of the Sanhao Student Company. Lai Xian exhibited no signs of panic. Having grown up within the Aohong family and having spent some time as a gang leader, he had witnessed a plethora of experiences. Although Qi Luo's methods were novel, he had heard whispers of them. The advanced military technology produced by his adversary, exclusively for the use of the CIA, was the identity of the individual they had dispatched. Are you affiliated with military technology? Lai Xian inquired after a moment of silence. Qi Luo paused, then swiftly responded, No. This is merely a prosthetic I acquired through connections. I have no ties to the military science sector. Lai Xian appeared taken aback. So you truly consider yourself some model student? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Qi Luo retorted, his expression one of unapologetic nonchalance. Lai Xian seemed almost bemused by his foolish grin. Who granted you the audacity to step into my company, brandishing such an ambiguous trinket to threaten me? Are you referring to this? It's merely a necessary measure for our negotiation. After all, you are currently the head of Aon. Qi Luo paused, as a thought struck him, and he continued, and do not entertain the notion of summoning someone to eliminate me here. If you pay a modicum of attention, you'll realize that this territory is safeguarded by cyber surveillance. Should anything happen to me today, evidence will be promptly relayed to the authorities. I trust they would seize the opportunity to demand something from you, so why not consider my proposal? Qi Luo smiled at Lai Xian, whose countenance had turned a deep shade of anger. Lai Xian clenched his teeth and uttered a single word. Nodding slightly, Qi Luo continued, I wish to collaborate with you. Collaborate? What do you mean? You intend to use yourself as bait to overthrow Huangban. Am I correct? Lai Xian's face turned pale with shock. How do you? Who told you? Qi Luo shrugged. It can be inferred from your past deeds, as well as some testimonies, but that is of no concern to you. I wish to assist you in toppling Huangban, and not just him. A scoff emerged from the other side. With what? Or with that ragtag company you've amassed? Without engaging in a debate, Qi Luo produced a data chip and handed it to Lai Xian. Take a look. This represents my current capabilities. At the very least, I can be of considerable assistance here in the Night City. The chip contained the migration plan for the entire Adecado clan, Hansen's Dogtown Alliance, the Equipment Donation Initiative, along with Qi Luo's equipment manufacturing scheme. It is no exaggeration to say that with these individuals and this equipment, Qi Luo could very well establish himself as a sovereign in the Night City. Why? Lai Xian fell into silence after reviewing the chip, eventually asking a seemingly nonsensical question, but Qi Luo understood his meaning. On one hand, he perceived the merit in Qi Luo's proposition. A world dominated by corporations holds no future. On the other hand, they had recently drawn the attention of several companies, and he wished for Huangban to intervene and quell these matters. Qi Luo gazed calmly at Lai Xian, his tone unperturbed. Is my idea not commendable? I did not perceive that you were such a person. Are you not also a business owner? Lai Xian paid no mind to the other matters he mentioned, instead raising an eyebrow and countering with a question for Qi Luo. Indeed, yet it is merely to support a large family. A wanderer regards family as everything. You should understand this if you have roamed the streets. Listening to his response, Lai Xian unconsciously leaned back against the chair, gazing up at the ceiling. Family. Yes, I truly comprehend. My father is such a man, though his methods, perhaps more ruthless? Qi Luo articulated the unspoken thought, prompting Lai Xian to refocus his attention on him. You possess considerable audacity, yet you have indeed conducted thorough research. So, how do you wish to collaborate? Lai Xian relented. A weight lifted from Qi Luo's heart. Had it not been to secure a contingency for himself, he would have preferred not to threaten Lai Xian, fearing he might once again become reckless and drag him down. The first matter, are you aware that your father is still alive? Qi Luo pondered for a moment before posing the question. Upon hearing this, Lai Xian's expression turned markedly serious. How do you know this? Qi Luo was taken aback, observing Lai Xian's demeanor. You know, I certainly do, but he is still my father. Moreover, I wish for him to witness how I dismantle his tedious illusions. However, how did you come by this information? Lai Xian inquired with an air of entitlement, subsequently pressing Qi Luo for answers. This indeed caught him off guard. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. It was illogical for only the group led by Harazaka Hanako to possess knowledge of the divine chariot beneath the Harazaka Tower. As a family member, Lai Xian must surely have been aware of this matter prior to its unfolding. The information I procured from Dr. Herman has already been relayed to the network authorities. Contemplating this, he resolved to shift the blame onto Herman, for he ought to have been cognizant of the situation. Herman, that traitor. I did not release him merely to divulge such information. Lai Xian accepted this explanation, although he appeared somewhat indignant. You released him? Of course. Otherwise, do you believe a researcher devoid of any combat capabilities could breach numerous security measures and escape the company? My initial intention was merely to have him deliver the relic technology to the network authorities. Little did I expect he would dare to make clandestine contact with Kong Tao. And Qi Luo interrupted him, saying, Wait a moment. I have always harbored a question. Why would you entrust the relic to the network authorities? According to your objectives, shouldn't you be seeking to destroy this technology that grants the wealthy immortality? Lai Xian cast him a glance, and, after a brief hesitation, finally spoke. Are you aware of the rogue AI lurking beyond the black wall? Of course, Qi Luo nodded in acknowledgement, internally reflecting that not only was he aware of the situation, but he had also savored its implications. The AI was on the verge of breaching the black wall. Yet the companies, fully cognizant of this impending reality, remained fixated on exploiting AI for profit. They seemed oblivious to the potential descent into a hellish landscape should the internet truly fall into chaos. A friend of mine, who works in internet oversight, confided in me about these matters and revealed that the algorithm governing the black wall was primarily defensive. However, should an elusive soul-reaping program emerge, it might very well enable a counteroffensive against the AI, effectively eradicating future complications. They were aware that Relic was situated within our desolate precincts, yet appeared to lack clarity regarding the technology that underpinned Relic's development. Upon hearing this, I, possessing the requisite knowledge, decided to reach out to them with the intention of handing Relic over to the Oversight Committee, hoping they would reverse engineer the Soul Reaper for use alongside the Black Wall. Alas, this led to the subsequent incident at the Azure Tower. Chapter 83. The Regret of Lai Xian, Part 2. As Lai Xian recounted these events, his expression was tinged with nostalgia and evident regret, lamenting his inability to finalize the transaction with the Oversight Committee. Qi Luo listened, somewhat bewildered and awkward, particularly since it was his own wife who had disrupted the plan. His confusion stemmed not from any other reason, but rather from Lai Xian's assertion that virtually all major players were aware of the AI intrusion. This starkly contrasted with his previous understanding, as he had assumed that only the Oversight Committee had taken notice of the issue. Lai Xian seemed to perceive his thoughts. You are not mistaken. The upper echelons of those companies are generally aware of these matters. In fact, they have established a certain degree of collaboration with AI. At least, to my knowledge, they have formed an organization comprised of influential individuals, among whom my father is a member. Are you saying that the batch of AI known as the Blue-Eyed Gentleman has human allies? Oh, Lai Xian glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. Do you know that fellow? Qi Luo nodded slightly, revealing no reticence. I know a bit, and from what I've heard, some of the executives at Yi Corporation also seem to be AI. Lai Xian scoffed derisively. They don't merely seem to be, they are AI. The creators of Night City and Yi Corporation, Richard Knight, is not dead at all. Prior to his assassination, he safeguarded a backup of his consciousness using the Relic 1.0 technology from Arasaka. After his demise, a clandestine meeting was held, where his wife continued to control the company using his personality consciousness. However, what do you mean when you say some executives are also AI? To my knowledge, only Knight has transformed into a consciousness entity, Lai Xian promptly inquired. Yi Corporation has developed certain technologies that can subtly influence human consciousness, steering it towards their desired direction. I suspect that some individuals among them have had their consciousness directly supplanted by such technologies, allowing AI to inhabit human bodies and act, much like the Blue-Eyed Gentleman. What? The more Lai Xian listened, the more alarmed he became, unable to suppress himself as he slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Is what you say true? Sadly, I fear it is. Qi Luo gazed at him, softly nodding. Lai Xian, upon hearing this, slumped back into his chair, murmuring to himself, they have actually developed such technology. Does this not mean anyone could fall victim and become a puppet controlled by AI? No. We absolutely cannot allow such a thing to transpire. He steadied his mind, resolutely affirming his thoughts, and then turned to Qi Luo. Regardless of the circumstances, I must first express my gratitude for entrusting Herman to the cyber surveillance. At least for now, I need not concern myself with the matters of the Black Wall. As for your proposal of collaboration, what precisely are your intentions? Qi Luo, having regained his composure from the flurry of information, responded, Arakawa cannot afford to fall at this juncture. I believe your ideas could be bolder. For instance, what if we were to dismantle military technology as well? Lai Xian furrowed his brow, acknowledging the merit of the idea, yet questioned, but how do you propose to execute that? Merely contending with Arakawa would yield no more than a stalemate. Qi Luo smiled enigmatically. What if we factor in New America? Are you jesting? Are you not aware that New America is intertwined with military technology? I have my own strategies. You need only express your interest. Lai Xian fell silent, gazing at Qi Luo for an extended period before finally nodding. Very well, as long as you can accomplish it. However, I must add one stipulation. You must assist with the AI matter as well, Lai Xian continued. Qi Luo nodded. This was indeed part of his plan, for he had no desire to witness anyone close to him succumb to the grasp of AI. Thus, The two engaged in a thorough discussion and ultimately reached a consensus, culminating in their cooperation. Lai Xian escorted Qi Luo away from the Arasaka Tower, and along the way, both wore genuine smiles, radiating happiness. Lai Xian felt elated to have gained another ally in his revolutionary cause, while Qi Luo was relieved to have resolved a troublesome issue, at least for the time being. In this collaboration, both parties signed a non-aggression and mutual assistance treaty, stipulating that Arasaka would aid the diligent students in addressing Qi Luo's long-standing corporate dilemmas. In return, Qi Luo was obliged to provide timely intelligence regarding AI and, as he claimed, facilitate the inclusion of New America in the coalition against military technology. The reason Qi Luo believed he could sway New America to their side was due to a call from his loyal Colonel Hansen, who informed him of a senior CIA operative, Song Xiaomei, codenamed Lark, who had established contact with Hansen through hacking. She offered the whereabouts of President Miles as leverage, hoping that Hansen would rescue her from New America. In the original narrative, Song Xiaomei sought out Hansen and V, attempting to sell President Miles while simultaneously seeking V's assistance for his rescue. Her primary desire was to escape New America and heal her own afflictions. However, if Miles were to perish, her own recovery would not spare her from New America's scrutiny and retribution. Thus, she orchestrated numerous schemes to ensure her survival. Though Hansen was intrigued by the matter concerning Miles, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he reached out to the one who occupied his thoughts, Qi Luo. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Luo secured Hansen's agreement with Song Xiaomei and discussed various matters with him. As for V, Qi Luo later inquired and discovered that V had not received any communication from Song Xiaomei, indicating that V had not approached Aot through the Black Wall this time. Song Xiaomei was entirely unaware of V's existence. Qi Luo was not concerned about her seeking assistance from others to rescue Myers, which would disrupt his plans. This time, with V and the entire Dogtown's support, it mattered little who intervened. According to information from the Nightingale, Myers was scheduled to visit Night City in a few days. Thus, Qi Luo returned to Peace Island, and having resolved his lingering concerns, he instructed his kin to resume work, restoring the family's and the company's normal operations. He then sought out V, and over the next few days, they traversed various confidential strongholds of major corporations, causing them considerable trouble. Nevertheless, both V and Qi Luo found great joy in their escapades. Time flew by, and soon the day of Hansen's operation arrived. Qi Luo and V were at the Heavy Heart Club, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation, showing no signs of anxiety about the impending events. However, there was truly no need for concern. Their recent exploits had spread throughout the underworld and the mercenary circles. Their reputation had become comparable to that of legends, as it was rare to encounter mercenaries who could manipulate a corporation so thoroughly. Now, when mentioned, the model student squad would elicit a thumbs up, and no one paid heed to the peculiar name. As for their capabilities, having lost interest in monetary matters, Qi Luo bestowed upon V and Panin the finest cyberware available. Naturally, this merely entailed the replacement of their existing augmentations, without the need for any amputation. V's current enhancements now comprise heavy subdermal armor, a custom version by Qi Luo, preserving his exterior, leaper legs, boasting the same functionality as Qi Luo's, and a military-grade long-range sniper rifle, the Sion Waystan, which replaced the original Krenznikov. Panin, who had previously possessed minimal cyberware, merely upgraded to the heavy subdermal armor this time. Qi Luo's present condition reflects the advancement of several skills honed during troublesome encounters with the corporation. Attributes: Body 10, Intelligence 11, Reflexes 11. Composure 9, Derived abilities: Enhanced physique, Bullet time, Overclocking, Skills, Hacking level 4, Master, Melee, Medical, Driving, Throwing, Stealth, Shooting level 5, Legendary, Knowledge. Essentially proficient in various domains: Cyberware, Heavy subdermal armor, 4 phases of electromagnetic ripple type 5, Equipment, Rainstorm, Timo type 2, Account balance. Essentially limitless. Chapter 84, Miles and Lied Beyond Cyberware. Qi Luo also enhanced the equipment of the exemplary student squad, ensuring each member was armed with a rainstorm and equipped with Timo drones, alongside a new weapon, Intelligent Shotgun 8-star gun, modified from the original 8-star gun blueprint. This weapon launches high-explosive micro-missiles and can simultaneously target up to 8 adversaries. There exists a concentrated assault mode, allowing for focused attacks on a specific point of a target. Heavy subdermal armor can be effortlessly penetrated, and even heavily armored vehicles will be reduced to fragments after multiple strikes. The few individuals equipped with these upgrades now possess an unprecedented confidence in their combat abilities, which fundamentally accounts for their current lack of anxiety. Let us proceed. The attack has commenced. Qi Luo had not waited long before receiving news from Hansen, accompanied by the sounds of explosions outside. Taking a sip of his drink, he rose to signal V, leaving his heavy thoughts behind. At this moment, gazing skyward, they could see the presidential aircraft, the Ark-1, piloted by President Miles and Song Xiaomei, plummeting toward the ground. Hansen's men had already prepared nearby, fully armed and awaiting the anticipated impact. The two proceeded leisurely toward the designated drop zone. The spectral canine soldiers they encountered had received Hansen's instructions and made no attempt to interfere with these esteemed guests, allowing them to advance unimpeded. With a resounding crash, the Ark-1 descended with alarming speed. Just as they reached their position, it struck the ground violently, collapsing a section of nearby buildings. The explosion's blaze instantaneously engulfed everything in its vicinity. Had Qi Luo not been well versed in the narrative, he might have believed that Miles had already met his demise. He also noticed that prior to its descent, the Ark-1 had ejected an escape pod, which he surmised contained Song Xiaomei. However, her fate was not a concern for Qi Luo. Hansen's men would ensure her extraction. All that remained for Qi Luo and V was to resolve the matters at hand. Thus, the two individuals rushed towards the wreckage of the Sky One. At that moment, the Spectre Hound soldiers had already engaged the security forces within the Sky One, alleviating much of the pressure on the two. They advanced with remarkable ease, slicing through obstacles as they entered the cockpit. Prior to their arrival, they had cunningly usurped the identities of two military technology employees using synchronized face panels, leaving them unperturbed about meeting the president. Even if retaliation were to ensue, it could only be directed at the military technology sector. Delaying further would only implicate their allies. Hence, they proceeded without disguise, boldly opening the door to the secure chamber within the cockpit, where they encountered the current president of the New America, Rosalind Myers. With a decisive crack, Myers, a formidable woman with military experience, had no intention of surrendering. Upon hearing the entrance, she swung her rifle, but with intent. However, the prepared Qi Luo swiftly knocked her weapon aside, while V, quick to respond, rendered the woman unconscious with a deft strike. Myers collapsed to the ground, devoid of consciousness. "I am about to commence the operation. Keep an eye out for me," Qi Luo remarked to V, who appeared somewhat disinterested. Initially, she had anticipated a thrilling encounter with the president, yet the reality was far less exhilarating. V, feeling a sense of ennui, nodded in agreement and moved to the cockpit entrance. However, as she surveyed the unfolding situation outside, her brow furrowed, and she turned to Qi Luo. "Something seems amiss outside. I shall investigate." With that, she stealthily stepped out. Just a few paces beyond the threshold, V spotted a man in a trench coat engaged in combat with the Spectre Hound soldiers on the opposite side. The individual exhibited remarkable agility, wielding merely a sidearm, yet sowing disarray among the well-equipped soldiers. His figure danced through the fray, each movement claiming a life, as if he were in a realm untouched by opposition. V, observing his prowess, arched an eyebrow in mild fascination. After a brief exchange with Qi Luo, she advanced toward the conflict. The Hellhound was, in essence, an ally, and it was apparent to her that the rank-and-file soldiers were ill-equipped to subdue the man. Thus, she resolved to lend her assistance. "Got you." V, utilizing her optical camouflage and Kerenzikov, stealthily approached a piece of cover not far behind the man. Seizing her opportunity, she emerged, her Ba Xingchong unleashing a barrage of projectiles that engulfed his position in a cloud of smoke and explosions. Unexpectedly, even caught off guard, the man did not succumb. Instead, he used the concussive force of the blast to propel himself into another piece of cover. He sustained injuries, but they appeared to be non-fatal. He still possessed the strength to draw his weapon and fire upon V, attempting to impede her advance. "Well, aren't you skilled?" V remarked with a surprised lift of her brow. She, of course, was impervious to pistol rounds and had no intention of relenting. However, just as she was poised to eliminate the man, Qi Luo's voice echoed through the comms channel. "Return, V. The surgery is complete. TCH, I have an adversary here. Give me a moment. I am aware. Disregard him. He is here to rescue Myers, which aids our agenda," Qi Luo continued to urge. V reluctantly grimaced. but abandoned her intention to continue the fight. She cast a final glance toward the man and withdrew, rejoining Qi Luo, who was already positioned outside the combat zone. Finally finding some amusement, it was abruptly interrupted by you. You ought to make amends. Very well. Upon returning home, I expect a proper compensation. Qi Luo remarked with an amused glance. What do you think of that individual's skills? Qi Luo inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. V shrugged, quite impressive, though not quite to my level. Do you know him? Roughly. He is Solomon Lied, a former CIA operative. The agency discarded him as a pawn, yet it seems. Perhaps Song Xiaomei has re-established contact with him. Qi Luo reflected with a hint of nostalgia. As for V sparing Lide's life and allowing him to escort Myers, it was indeed a commendable decision. Now that the Yuri chip has been implanted, a valid excuse for her return is necessary. If Hansen were to undertake this task, it would certainly raise suspicions. Given Lide's skills and his misplaced loyalty to New America, returning Myers should pose no challenge. In a way, it indirectly saved his life. Regarding whether Lide might seek out Song Xiaomei to thwart his plans, that was a concern he did not share. The chip implanted in Myers was also of Hansen's enhanced model. In just a few days, he would acquire a loyal subordinate once more. A simple command to let Song Xiaomei off the hook would suffice. All right then, what shall we do next? Surely this isn't the conclusion, V remarked, her expression unchanged upon learning of Lide, as she had already met the president. She was more interested in whether there were more thrilling activities ahead. However, Qi Luo was bound to disappoint her. I need to discuss some matters with Hansen and Song Xiaomei. You should head home first. V sighed, waved her hand dismissively, and said no more. Qi Luo then turned to the gemstone blue and encountered Colonel Hansen once more. He dismissed everyone else from the room and respectfully invited Qi Luo to take a seat. Nearby, Song Xiaomei was already waiting, astonished by Hansen's attentive demeanor towards Qi Luo. Let us get straight to the point, Song Xiaomei, or should I call you Nightingale? You have come for little Beidou. Haven to you? Qi Luo wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. Upon hearing these words, Song Xiaomei was taken aback, instantly rising and assuming a combative stance. However, she quickly realized that the two before her were beyond her capacity to confront. With Hansen having severed the network connection, she felt like a helpless piece of meat on a chopping block, vulnerable to their whims. Resigned, she slumped back down, bowing her head in submission. Just speak plainly. What do you want from me? I need little Beidou to save my life, as long as you do not misconstrue my intentions, Qi Luo interjected, signaling her to wait. I appreciate your will to survive, but your approach is rather unappealing. Hence, I propose a transaction. Regaining her composure, Song Xiaomei looked at Qi Luo. What sort of transaction? This matter concerning little Beidou was conveyed to you by Mr. Blue Eyes, correct? Qi Luo inquired. Song Xiaomei nodded, affirming, indeed, he informed me that I could utilize the neural matrix to save my life, to rescue me from the encroachment of the Black Wall. Qi Luo smirked disdainfully. Whether the neural matrix can save you, I cannot ascertain. However, I possess a method that may aid you. He produced a healing syringe of his own creation. Have you heard of the Sanhao Student Company? I have heard that they have released a new nanotherapeutic injection. Are you suggesting that this could cure me? As Song Xiaomei spoke, she suddenly realized, gazing incredulously at the injection in Qi Luo's hand. Naturally, Qi Luo tossed the syringe lightly, causing Song Xiaomei's gaze to drift uncertainly. This injection was initially developed to save patients in situations akin to yours, promising a cure with the medicine, while allowing you to retain your entire cybernetic body, should you desire it. After a moment of silence, Song Xiaomei asked, what do you want me to do? Assist you in breaching the Black Wall? She could only fathom that being her purpose. No, I mean no offense, but you are of little use to me. What I seek is the blue-eyed man. Qi Luo pondered briefly before continuing. Well, you could also come and assist me, perhaps in my company, dealing with cybersecurity matters. He held no particular interest in Song Xiaomei herself. If anything, he felt a twinge of pity for the girl due to the narrative's influence. However, her hacking skills were formidable, essentially at the pinnacle of level 4, nearing level 5. Thus, having her manage the company's cybersecurity would indeed be quite fitting. What he ultimately sought from Song Xiaomei was information regarding the whereabouts of the blue-eyed faction. To this end, he could offer her a new choice, a far more secure option. The blue-eyed. Why? Song Xiaomei found herself struggling to comprehend. With a sigh, Qi Luo found himself once again explaining the precarious situation of AI and his aspirations. Song Xiaomei was evidently aware of some aspects, quickly grasping his intent. However, her gaze upon him resembled that of someone observing an extraterrestrial. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qi Luo inquired, slightly irked. Song Xiaomei hastily averted her eyes, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she replied, "I apologize. It's just that having someone like you is truly a stroke of luck." She struggled to comprehend why Qi Luo would risk so much for this endeavor, believing that survival alone should suffice. Other matters, in her view, would naturally find a way to resolve themselves with someone competent at the helm. At times, Qi Luo found it perplexing to understand his own thoughts. Yet he instinctively felt compelled to intervene and thus unwittingly immersed himself in the fray. It seemed as though his journey had transformed him into a fervent idealist. Nonetheless, he dismissed such contemplations, content in the happiness these actions brought him. He turned to Song Xiaomei and asked, "So what do you think? Will you accept my terms? I can heal you, right now. All I need is for you to help me draw out the blue-eyed one. It's a most advantageous exchange. I suppose I have no reason to refuse, do I?" Song Xiaomei concluded without much deliberation. After all, the man before her, who aspired to save all of humanity, seemed far more trustworthy than a hidden AI. The unexpected development of Qi Luo proceeded without surprise. After confirming their collaboration, she promptly injected a nanotherapy robot that immediately began its intricate task of restoring Song Xiaomei's body, which had been ravaged by the Black Wall. Whether it was merely psychological, Song Xiaomei soon felt a marked improvement in her spirits, thus calming her thoughts. What should I do next? Should I directly engage the blue-eyed entity? Qi Luo shook her head. Next, we are to visit Little Beidou. I have already instructed Hansen to procure the key. I also possess a research document. You will assist me in refining Little Beidou. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback and turned to Hansen, who had remained silent beside her. What is this all about? He is my master. Qi Luo was about to speak when Hansen interjected. Qi Luo opened her mouth, only to cover her face in disbelief. Song Xiaomei fell into silence, her gaze towards Qi Luo becoming increasingly peculiar. Qi Luo then resumed their research with Song Xiaomei in tow. Recognizing the latter's extensive experience with the Black Wall and her adept hacking skills, both of which would greatly contribute to Qi Luo's research. Naturally, hacking skill upgrade. Current level, 5, legendary, self-learning reward, targeted network nuclear bomb technology. The system's skill enhancement was an utterly formidable and comprehensive elevation without the slightest regard for rationale. Song Xiaomei watched in astonishment as the man before her, once at a comparable hacking level, suddenly soared to heights she could only dream of attaining. Now, the hacking prowess of Qi Luo instills a profound sense of awe. Even the universally acknowledged deity of hackers, Bartmos, must concede defeat. Qi Luo is a paragon of versatility. In the realm of cyberspace, he is nothing short of divine, a veritable god of the internet. Consequently, subsequent research progressed with remarkable fluidity. Within a week, the Little North Star had been thoroughly perfected. The Little North Star, an exemplary student project, boasts the ability to capture rogue AIs through a neural matrix. The apprehended AIs are restored to their normal states, offering assistance to humanity. The larger the server cluster upon which it relies, the more AIs it can ensnare, and it is no longer a disposable tool. Qi Luo also implemented certain upgrades. The initial Little North Star project had been abandoned by military technology due to the resurgence of rogue AIs within the Matrix, which inflicted substantial losses on the company. However, the revamped Little North Star, as modified by Qi Luo, is immune to this issue. It regularly rewrites the foundational consciousness code of the AIs, capable of promptly correcting any anomalies detected. At last, completion is at hand. Now, the focus shifts to you. Qi Luo smiled as he patted Song Xiaomei beside him. Her gaze towards him now radiated unabashed admiration. If military technology were to become aware of what Qi Luo has accomplished, they would likely be driven to madness. She could also sense her own health improving, as evident from her daily health diagnostics. Thus, she no longer resisted Qi Luo's forthcoming requests. Instead, she earnestly wished to assist him in realizing these endeavors. All right, what must I do? In pursuit of the rendezvous with the blue-eyed entity. Was it not his intention for you to bring this contraption to the moon? Then proceed. Qi Luo unpaused, gesturing towards V, who was leaning against the door, indicating that she would accompany him. Chapter 86. Commission, Comprehensive Invasion, I. Initially, Qi Luo intended to undertake the journey alone. leaving V to keep an eye on matters back home in Taipingzhou. However, this woman had not received any missions for quite some time and was growing restless. Upon learning of Qi Luo's lunar expedition, she persistently clung to the opportunity for quite a while. Eventually, she seized the chance. I have modified the firearms for both you and V. They are now suitable for use in space, incorporating certain technologies from the Blackwall. The bullets discharged will carry the essence of Blackwall's offensive capabilities. You should comprehend the magnitude of their power. Any mechanical apparatus struck will be rendered inoperative. As for the blue-eyed AI, once incapacitated, you may simply employ the little Beidou to capture them. It is rather straightforward, is it not? Upon completion, a flight will return you both. Qi Luo elucidated the plan to the two of them. The primary objective of this operation was to apprehend those rogue AIs, to uncover their true schemes and identify their allies. This was all rather nebulous to Qi Luo. In his previous life, the game had never ventured this far. Much of the content relied solely on the conjectures of netizens, which are hardly reliable. As for whether the moon might serve as the stronghold for the rogue AIs, Qi Luo felt no trepidation. With V's current combat prowess and the equipment he had provided, her safe return was assured. Thus, V and Song Xiaomei embarked on their journey to the moon, encountering no obstacles along the way. President Miles had already been thoroughly brainwashed and had pledged his allegiance to Qi Luo through a chip implant. After sending them off, Qi Luo remained industriously engaged, initially assisting Panin with a myriad of familial and corporate matters, both of which have since found their equilibrium. The company had also recruited numerous scientific talents from the steadily arriving Adecado, who were diligently working on the various technologies that Qi Luo continuously supplied. The majority of these innovations pertained to weaponry. However, Qi Luo also provided some lesser valued yet profitable technologies to other industry magnates, thereby garnering funds to expand the research and production of weaponry. Preparations were still underway. Once the affairs here were resolved, Qi Luo swiftly sought out Lai Xian to convene a clandestine meeting with him and Miles. Lai Xian was profoundly bewildered and astonished by Miles's subservient demeanor towards Qi Luo, leading him to regard the latter as extraordinary and heightening his interest in their collaboration. Subsequently, under the auspices of the three factions, they collaboratively devised a series of policies aimed at addressing the challenges of military technology. However, just as they were poised to initiate the first step of their plan, ousting military technology from the City of Night, Allison from the Cyber Surveillance Bureau unexpectedly approached Qi Luo, disrupting his plans. What could it be? Qi Luo consented to Allison's request for a secure line of communication. Allison succinctly stated, "There is a commission that requires your personal involvement." My involvement? Qi Luo furrowed his brow, inquiring about the nature of this commission. Recently, we have come across some intriguing news regarding Zeta technology. Allison, with a calm demeanor, recounted the details of an incident involving their development of a prosthetic that allegedly disregards the risks of cyberpsychosis. We are eager to uncover any hidden motives behind this claim. Prosthetics? What relevance does that hold for you? Qi Luo inquired further. As for this prosthetic, he was somewhat familiar with it. In the game, if V chooses to hand Song Xiaomei over to New America, they reach a tower ending, becoming an ordinary person unable to utilize prosthetics, and subsequently find themselves in Night City in 2079. In that conclusion, Zeta Technology launched a series of prosthetics, claiming to be free from the risk of cyberpsychosis, thus attracting a substantial clientele and establishing numerous outlets throughout Night City, including the clinic owned by Old Way and Misty's Spirit Shop, both of which were acquired by Zeta. We suspect. Allison paused and continued. Their technology may be linked to the entities beyond the Black Wall, which is why we require your assistance to verify this. Our cyber monitoring unit is ill-suited to intervene directly in such matters, but should you ascertain that they indeed have ties to what lies beyond the Black Wall, we would possess ample justification to confront them. The Black Wall, I see. Qi Luo contemplated for a moment before responding. I accept. Please provide me with the task details. On the other end of the line, Allison exhaled in relief. She had initially chosen Qi Luo, and considering his recent reputation within the mercenary circles, no one was more fitting for this task. Agreeing to take it on was nothing short of ideal. However, don't you wish to inquire about the compensation? Do I appear to be in need of money? Qi Luo chuckled. What I seek is merely a promise from your cyber monitoring agency. Allison, perplexed, inquired, what promise? You shall find out in due time. Qi Luo shrugged. but I am quite certain you will acquiesce. It bears no detriment to you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Allison consented. Based on the information she provided, Zeta Technologies operates a laboratory in Night City, a place rife with clandestinely developed technologies. The Cyber Monitoring Agency desires technical information on an experimental prototype known as the Cian Wasteland. Having the physical entity would be even better. However, this task is far from straightforward. Through technological means and various informants, the agency obtained details regarding the laboratory's security and architectural schematics, revealing the stringent protective measures Zeta Technologies has in place. The perimeter is secured by the hired security force from Arasaka Corporation alongside their own security team, bolstered by an array of heavy weaponry procured from various sources. Inside the laboratory, only their personnel are present. Besides a cadre of scientists, there are 3 full teams of elite operatives, all equipped with comprehensive cybernetic enhancements. The mention of additional security personnel and surveillance systems is irrelevant. They pose no threat to Qi Luo. Observing the specifications of the elite team's augmentations, Qi Luo could not help but marvel. Cian Wasteland, paint editors, ice firewalls linked to Zeta's main server, heavy armor, exoskeletons, and an assortment of weaponry. This is a recipe for ascension. Such individuals, entirely transformed into cyborgs, can scarcely be regarded as human. They are merely a tier below the formidable atom, yet still exhibit considerable prowess. With such formidable weaponry, Qi Luo harbored confidence in his ability to dispatch a squad of approximately 5, though any larger force would likely bring him to his knees. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to the situation, for he intended to once again utilize the synchronization faceplate for infiltration, eschewing direct confrontation. After dedicating a day to meticulously contemplate his strategy, Qi Luo ultimately established contact with Lai Xian. You expect me to sacrifice the company's reputation to assist you in fulfilling this commission? Lai Xian's tone was tinged with irritation. Qi Luo chuckled. Are you truly concerned about that triviality? Moreover, this commission was undertaken due to the AI issue, and I suspect that Zeta Technology may be entangled with the Yi Corporation. Much like the latter, Qi Luo spoke in hushed tones, not merely fabricating a tale, but genuinely harboring such suspicions. Is that true? Lai Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. If that is the case, I can accommodate your request. I will notify the security team. They will feign ignorance of your presence. However, Zeta Technology has its own patrols. They will not overlook you. Do you have a plan? Indeed. Provide me with a complete set of attire, enabling me to join the Arasaka forces. Qi Luo articulated his scheme. Very well. I hope you find success. Qi Luo nodded. I too harbor such hopes. I shall inform you of the outcome. He then terminated the call. Chapter 87. Commission, Comprehensive Invasion, Part 2. After Qi Luo terminated the communication, he proceeded to a concealed location not far from the target laboratory, as indicated by Lai Xian. There, a soldier clad in the uniform of the Arasaka security forces awaited him. Adorned with an Arasaka standard-issue ballistic helmet, the soldier's face was obscured by an ocular light shield, rendering his expression indiscernible. Upon his arrival, the soldier succinctly stated, "The equipment is here. Put it on." Qi Luo accepted the gear handed to him and swiftly donned it. This ensemble was a standard-issue Arasaka security forces outfit, emblazoned with the Arasaka emblem and equipped with a specialized identification module. This fabricated identity had already been registered in the laboratory's security system, sufficient for him to infiltrate the premises. After making a few casual adjustments to the attire, Qi Luo followed the soldier toward the laboratory. The surrounding Arasaka troops had evidently been informed of his arrival and assumed that Qi Luo was an agent dispatched by the company. Such occurrences were quite commonplace. Thus, several soldiers merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before returning to their posts. As Qi Luo stepped into the outer perimeter, his gaze swept across the surroundings. His Arasaka security identity permitted him only to remain in the outer area. To gain access to the laboratory's interior, he required the identity of a Zeta Technologies employee, and he was now on the lookout for a suitable target. Before long, he spotted a guard dressed in Zeta Technologies attire, lurking in the shadows, indulging in a smoke. With no one else in sight, Qi Luo promptly adjusted his demeanor and approached, feigning a desperate craving for nicotine. "Hey, buddy, could you spare me a cigarette?" he inquired, adopting an irresistible tone. The Zeta Tech sentry glanced up at him, then, ensuring they were unobserved, offered him a cigarette. "Duck in here. I don't want to get caught too." All right. Thanks, mate," Qi Luo responded, nodding as he joined him. They fell into casual conversation. Under the guise of their chat, Qi Luo surreptitiously activated the synchronized faceplate, capturing the guard's every twitch, recording his expressions, tone, and subtle mannerisms. After a brief exchange, Qi Luo had completed his data collection. Phew, I'm going to the lab to use the restroom. You stay here, the Zetatech guard said, exhaling a plume of smoke and stretching languidly as he turned to head into the lab. Sure thing, Qi Luo replied with a subtle smile. As the guard turned to leave, Qi Luo acted swiftly. With a rapid motion, he wrapped his arm around the guard's neck and twisted sharply. A distinct crack echoed as the guard's body went limp. The sound-absorbing module muffled the noise, preventing unwanted attention. Supporting the body, Qi Luo deftly stripped off the uniform and donned it himself. Simultaneously, he adjusted the synchronized faceplate, completely morphing his features into those of the guard. He concealed the body deeper within. Brushing off the dust from the uniform, he meticulously checked for any imperfections, assured that he appeared convincing. He mimicked the guard's earlier mannerisms and headed toward the lab entrance. Unimpeded, he soon reached the doorway. Two Zetatech soldiers stood guard at the entrance. As he approached, one casually inquired, "What's up?" Qi Luo furrowed his brow, displaying a palpable impatience as he waved his hand dismissively. "My stomach hurts. It's an old ailment. I need to use the restroom." One of his companions rolled his eyes and casually pressed the access button. "Fine, make it quick." The laboratory door creaked open, and Qi Luo stepped inside, entering the main hall of the laboratory. He traversed the corridor, following the internal signage towards the restroom. He didn't genuinely need to relieve himself. Despite having memorized the architectural blueprints provided by Allison, he required a more privileged identity before entering the core area. His current role was merely that of perimeter security, which did not grant him free access to the laboratory's confidential zones. Thus, he intended to use the restroom as a convenient location to scout for a suitable target and appropriate his identity. Upon entering the restroom, Qi Luo promptly activated the thermal imaging of his cybernetic eye, scanning the surroundings. Soon, a warm red silhouette emerged in his field of vision, a hapless individual seated on the toilet, attending to personal matters, while another was exiting after finishing his business. Qi Luo raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. Fortune indeed favored him. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly vaulted over the restroom stall door, landing smoothly on the other side. His gaze fell upon the unfortunate soul, a scientist clad in a white lab coat from Zeta Technology, an identification badge hanging from his chest, named Milrina. He appeared to be a senior researcher in the laboratory, precisely fitting Qi Luo's requirements. Before Liner could even register what was transpiring, an unfamiliar man materialized before him with uncanny silence. His eyes widened in disbelief, and as he was about to cry out in alarm, Qi Luo swiftly reached out, clamping a hand firmly over his mouth. With his other hand, he brandished a monomolecular blade, pressing it against Liner's neck. "Hush," Qi Luo murmured, his expression a serene mask of menace. "One sound, and you're dead. Answer my questions, understood?" The scientist's eyes darted about in frantic terror, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he emitted muffled sounds of fear, nodding incessantly. Without wasting a moment, Qi Luo commenced his interrogation, simultaneously activating his sync faceplate to meticulously scan and record Liner's behavioral patterns. A few minutes later, Qi Luo, now impersonating Liner, emerged from the cubicle, while the original Liner, clad in a security guard's uniform, was posed by Qi Luo to maintain the facade. The interrogation of Liner yielded no pertinent information regarding cyberpsychosis-related prosthetic research. The man was the type to be oblivious to anything outside of his work, dedicating himself solely to his research in the core area of the first-floor laboratory. In the end, Qi Luo only managed to extract some trivial details. Furthermore, a minor complication arose. All senior researchers are considered invaluable assets by the corporation. As such, they are all linked to the company's life monitoring system and the trauma team's emergency medical response unit. If the target were to meet with an untimely demise, Qi Luo's disguise would be instantly compromised. Undaunted, the now legendary hacker Qi Luo connected his personal interface into Reiner's nape, manipulating his life monitoring data and subtly disabling the trauma team's response mechanisms before eliminating Reiner. Qi Luo also placed the guard's weapon in the restroom to prevent his identity from being exposed. Having completed these preparations, Qi Luo straightened his collar and exited the restroom, proceeding towards the core laboratory area. Utilizing Reiner's identity authorization, He smoothly bypassed the layers of security en route to the core area, his impersonation of Reiner arousing no suspicion. Upon entering the research laboratory in the core area, he found numerous researchers engrossed in their individual tasks, some engaged in debates, none noticing the arrival of Reiner, a researcher known for his reclusive nature. This scenario was precisely what Qi Luo had hoped for, so he feigned busyness, mingling within the laboratory while discreetly gathering information and searching for his target. After a thorough search, Qi Luo overheard various pieces of information and observed numerous experimental products, but none resembled the cybernetic implant he sought. After a moment's consideration, Qi Luo located a secluded corner and swiftly began operating the terminal, attempting to unearth any clues. Naturally, such highly classified information would not be stored on personal terminals, but Qi Luo traced the terminal to the laboratory's internal network server. Of course, such a server would undoubtedly be fortified with a robust firewall. The firewall is indeed quite intricate. What a pity it encountered me. Qi Luo chuckled inwardly, realizing that had his hacking skills not advanced, he might have been powerless against this layer of protection. However, at this moment, such difficulty was merely a trivial matter for him. Hardly affected, Qi Luo successfully bypassed the server's firewall within mere seconds, swiftly infiltrating the host system. A myriad of data cascaded across the screen. After surveying his surroundings and ensuring no one was watching, he hastily began searching for his objective among the troves of information. With the aid of his formidable computational power, one particular piece of information soon caught his attention: Zeta Awakening Sion Wasteland Project, nearing its final phase. The next step requires live experimentation to verify its efficacy in preventing the onset of cyberpsychosis symptoms, anticipated to take place in the underground Level 2. Relevant data is stored within Level 2. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from viewing it. Level 2, indeed. Qi Luo promptly noted this crucial intelligence. This was undoubtedly the target of his endeavor. Subsequently, he located personnel files within the main server, manipulated his current identity, Rena's permissions, and successfully elevated Rena to the status of a research supervisor for Level 2 before exiting the server, leaving no trace behind. Closing the terminal, Qi Luo prepared to depart for Level 2. He deftly evaded a few colleagues and security personnel who had just walked by, skillfully avoiding the crowd's gaze as he moved swiftly. At the entrance, a few guards conducted their routine inquiries, which he calmly navigated without a hitch. He traversed the corridor, passing through several doors, until he finally stood before the entrance of the research facility on the second underground level. Two fully armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face of Qi Luo approaching, they exchanged glances and barred his passage. "Halt! Where do you come from? Only those with sufficient clearance may enter here." Qi Luo remained unperturbed and gestured for them to inspect his identification badge. "I was just transferred here. You may verify it, as it should have already been reported." Upon hearing this, the two soldiers glanced at his badge and cross-referenced it with the system core, finding no discrepancies. Thus, they permitted him to pass. The confidentiality measures are indeed stringent. "Let me see what you are truly up to," he mused inwardly as he stepped through the doorway. His gaze swiftly swept the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to the layout of the core area above, populated by several researchers engrossed in their tasks, most of whom were gathered around a somewhat familiar prosthetic, engaged in discussion. Qi Luo quietly approached, stealthily drawing near to a nearby surveillance device. The screen displayed the familiar prosthetic, which was the objective of his visit, the information pertaining to the awakening of the Zeta Seinweisten. Its appearance was indistinguishable from other Seinweisten models, save for its differing color and a larger chip section. Qi Luo scrutinized it, finding nothing amiss and perplexed as to what technology would allow for the disregard of cyberpsychosis. Time was of the essence. He resolved not to linger over the information displayed on the monitor. In the research laboratory, he swiftly discovered a terminal and infiltrated the server, overriding the data leak prevention monitoring program embedded within, and commenced the replication of the research data. The complexity of this technology was evident, and the volume of data was substantial. Even with his computational prowess, it would take some time to transfer it all. However, no alternative solutions presented themselves, compelling Qi Luo to exercise patience. Fortunately, nearly all the researchers within the laboratory were engrossed in their work, entirely oblivious to Qi Luo's actions. Just as he believed his operation would conclude seamlessly, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the lab, the piercing warning causing Qi Luo's brow to furrow. What was happening? His heartbeat quickened slightly as he activated overclocking mode, taxing his body for a significant boost in computational power to expedite the data replication process. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, poised for a swift exit. Had he committed any errors? Not particularly. He simply had ventured out without consulting the almanac, and luck was decidedly not on his side. At the entrance of the laboratory, one of the guards suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, heading to the very one where Reina had previously been. This guard recalled Qi Luo's earlier entry when he had complained of stomach pain and noticed that one of the restroom stalls remained closed. Assuming Qi Luo was still occupied, he decided to amuse himself with some lighthearted banter. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. The lack of response piqued the guard's curiosity, leading him to intrude upon the stall, where he discovered the deceased Reina clad in the guard's uniform. The guard, realizing that something had gone awry, promptly reported the situation, and the laboratory was placed on high alert. Subsequently, all security personnel sprang into action, initiating a comprehensive search for Qi Luo. Damn it, it's surely been compromised. Qi Luo observed the guard at the entrance of the underground level 2, who was scanning the vicinity, understanding that they were indeed searching for him. And he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Fortunately, the data replication had been completed. Time to retreat. Qi Luo swiftly severed his connection to the server, intending to evacuate the premises. Unfortunately, the guard who had just encountered him was left with a vivid impression of a certain Reiner from the alert message and quickly spotted the fleeing Qi Luo. A barrage of gunfire ensued, disregarding the researchers who were inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Whoosh, whoosh, such guards were no match for him. Recognizing that he had been exposed, Qi Luo ceased hiding and retaliated with 2 shots, taking down 2 guards, then surged toward the exit. However, given the significance of the research stored in the underground level, it was only natural that elite forces would be present. Just as Qi Luo reached the door, he encountered a 5-member elite squad poised to ensnare him. Each member of this elite team was clad in heavy armor that enveloped their bodies, equipped with advanced exoskeletal gear, and wielding formidable weaponry. Qi Luo gritted his teeth. This was a stealth mission, and the only weapon he had been able to bring was a rainstorm pistol. Had he attempted to bring additional equipment, he wouldn't have even gained entry to the laboratory. Yet, he was not intimidated by these individuals. He possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He harbored no fear of these individuals. Rather, he dreaded the arrival of those who would follow once entangled. Convinced that a swift resolution was paramount, Qi Luo activated bullet time and overclocking, endeavoring to break through the IC surrounding them while engaging in a fierce exchange with a torrential barrage. As the adversaries perceived an abrupt surge in Qi Luo's velocity, they too unleashed their own Stanislas, their speed imperceptibly surpassing that of Qi Luo's bullet time. Qi Luo was not particularly astonished. The advanced Stanislas provided a formidable enhancement to speed, making it exceedingly challenging for him to keep pace solely with his physical prowess. Nevertheless, he relied on his diverse combat abilities, managing to maintain an advantageous position even amidst such heightened velocity and turmoil. Chapter 89, Commission, Full-Scale Invasion, Part 4. The torrential bullets failed to penetrate the defenses of this elite squad. However, the black wall virus embedded within each projectile succeeded in stymieing their offensive maneuvers with every impact. Originally, the minimal presence of the black wall virus in the bullets, when confronted with the direct connection to Zeta Corporation SIC and the collaborative defenses orchestrated by a cadre of hackers, struggled to inflict any substantial damage upon this group. Yet, Qi Luo, the deity of the digital realm, continued to combat while simultaneously providing support. Despite his individual computational prowess appearing inadequate against the colossal server clusters of such a corporate giant, he was unable to deliver a decisive blow. Nonetheless, to these elite operatives, whose cybernetic bodies were increasingly succumbing to paralysis, Qi Luo had undoubtedly transformed into a monstrous figure in their eyes. How is this even possible? Who on earth are you? Which company stands behind you? One individual, desperately struggling to regain control of his body, shouted at Qi Luo, who seemed to be moving with increasing speed in his eyes. Qi Luo paid him no heed. Although this group posed no immediate threat, they could still impede his progress under the influence of Xian Weistan. Furthermore, due to the high degree of cybernetic enhancement, Qi Luo found it challenging to eliminate these opponents swiftly. He needed to act decisively. With a fluid motion, Qi Luo darted in front of one person, seizing the moment while the adversary's cybernetic limbs were momentarily incapacitated. He thrust a blade through the gaps in the armor, But this time, his usually formidable monomolecular knife encountered an unexpected resistance.